Chapter 361 Newborn. The monkey was still squeaking there, and after attracting Xiao Yun's attention, it finally stopped chirping and then threw something round, probably the size of a small orange, at Xiao Yun's feet. Xiao Yun squatted down and observed it, and realized that it was probably a wild fruit. Xiao Yun then picked the thing up and casually wiped it before putting it in his mouth. It was sour and sweet in the mouth, and although the flavor was much worse than those fruits specially cultivated by humans, it had its own kind of original and fresh flavor. "Are you here to bring me fruit?" Xiao Yun said with a smile. The monkey scurried a few times on the ground and tentatively came to Xiao Yun's feet, then grabbed Xiao Yun's trouser leg with one of its paws and raised its head to look at Xiao Yun with a pair of clear eyes that were filled with supplication. Xiao Yun sighed and walked towards the courtyard. The monkey then squatted down on top of the railing and waited quietly. A few moments later, Xiao Yun took the biscuit out, and the monkey let out an extremely joyful chirp. "Eat." Xiao Yun handed the biscuits to the monkey, and the monkey squatted on top of the railing and ate, while Xiao Yun stood behind the railing, gazing out into the boundless darkness in front of him. Although there were still various emotions rolling around in his heart, his desire to die had faded. Xiao Yun had been standing here, staring into the distance in a daze. The monkey finished eating the biscuits and started to play. It kept jumping around Xiao Yun. Sometimes it would use its soft tail to sweep Xiao Yun's hair. Xiao Yun's mood gradually eased in this constant silence. Not knowing how long he had been standing here, the boundless thick darkness in front of him suddenly changed a little. A soft light suddenly appeared in the sky, causing this dark world to steeply gain a little more luster. It was like a divine sword, splitting this dark world apart with just a single stroke. The world before his eyes steeply began to change. It seemed as if everything was all different in just this instant. Xiao Yun smelled the unique fragrance of the grass and trees in the early morning of summer, felt the gentle touch of the warm and humid air, and saw the somewhat thrillingly beautiful scenery of this great world. A round of red sun had already crossed over the rolling mountain peaks in the east, casting light onto Xiao Yun's face. Xiao Yun raised his head and looked at the soft sun, his eyes filled with confusion. But after a moment, Xiao Yun's vision cleared up. Xiao Yun exhaled heavily, then turned around, looked at that monkey and said, "Monkey, thank you." The monkey was still playing with itself, ignoring Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun smiled and turned around to return to the compound. Time continues, and life continues. Xiao Yun simply ate some breakfast and then entered into sleep. This sleep until the night. When it was dark, Xiao Yun moved a chair to the open space before the compound, like a cool old man generally leisurely and comfortable sitting there. The monkey is still around Xiao Yun's side. Sometimes it would disappear, but it would always reappear. And every time it appeared, it would bring Xiao Yun something. Either wild fruits, or the roots of some plants with soil, or something that he couldn't recognize at all. Xiao Yun would always take these things and then generously take out the biscuits and give them to it. Xiao Yun thus led a life of day and night, resting during the day and sitting in silent contemplation facing the darkness at night. Time passed day by day. In the mountains and forests, the leaves of the trees changed from bright green to yellow and then fell from the trees. The weeds under the feet also withered and then died. The weather was getting colder and colder day by day. But because of the microecological maintenance system, Xiao Yun's place was still as warm as spring. As the weather got colder, the monkey brought less and less to Xiao Yun, and eventually there was nothing left. Later on, the monkey simply stayed in Xiao Yun's place and refused to leave. Xiao Yun then as his one more pet. His own meal time will share it a little. The rest of the time, Xiao Yun sitting there thinking, the monkey will play in Xiao Yun next to. These few months passed by peacefully. Apart from the flyers carrying supplies coming a few times, Xiao Yun hadn't come into contact with anyone from the outside world. Nor had anyone from the outside world contacted Xiao Yun. It seemed that the world had forgotten Xiao Yun, and Xiao Yun also seemed to have forgotten the entire world. Instead, Xiao Yun had seen General Emmerich on television and on the internet. Since that speech, the autonomous government had been functioning as General Emmerich had said, and people had been living as General Emmerich had said. People chose different ways to spend their last days. Some going crazy, getting drunk every day, getting intoxicated with paper and gold, and spending all their days in a stupor, and some beginning to travel around the world, alone or in groups of 3 or 5. Some people started traveling around the world, alone or in groups of 3 or 5. piloting automated flying machines to and from the Earth's major scenic spots all day long in the past. Because of the implementation of exceptionally stringent ecological protection policies, many places on the Earth were off limits for ordinary people to go to. But nowadays, they can't go there at all. In the past, because of the implementation of the exceptionally strict ecological protection policy, many places on Earth were forbidden areas, where ordinary people could not go at all. But now, they can enjoy traveling a bit. Some believed in religions, and put all their hearts and souls on the gods for spiritual stability, while others formed various societies, and indulged in various hobbies such as painting, calligraphy, and literature all day long. The government has kept its promise of maximum freedom. And apart from a few restrictions, the government does not interfere with any of the choices made by the people. The Civilization Guard was also formed in the midst of General Emmerich's busy schedule, quite beyond Xiao Yun's expectations. The number of applicants for the Civilization Guard exceeded 500,000 people. But for some reason, General Emmerich finally chose 200,000 people to enter the Civilization Guard after a heavy screening process. So these 200,000 people went on a very different path from the others, and lived a completely different life. The Civilization Guard's affairs were often reported in the newspapers. So Xiao Yun could also learn about the Civilization Guard's dynamics in real time. Xiao Yun heard General Emmerich's impassioned speech at the Guard's inaugural meeting, saw the Guard's training routines, and sometimes saw the Guard soldiers piloting their spaceships in simulated battles around the Earth. This is an army that has never existed in the history of human civilization. The average age of the soldiers in this army was 190 years old, and the average education level was university. But the specializations were very diverse. Basically no military-related disciplines, which led to General Emmerich's training to be very difficult, because these people had no concepts related to modern interstellar warfare in the past at all. General Emmerich had to start teaching from the most basic, patiently teaching them how the ship should be controlled, how to react after various situations occurred, how to cooperate, how to synergize, how to distribute firepower and energy, etc. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't for the military experts of the fugitive government who had drawn up a detailed training syllabus for the Civilization Guards, as well as regular remote training, the Civilization Guards probably wouldn't have been able to fly their ships up to now, although the ships left on Earth were all old models that had long since been eliminated, and their operation was far simpler than that of the modern advanced spaceships. The war is a highly specialized affair. War is a highly specialized affair. And in previous human civilizations it took at least 15 years of professional training to become a soldier. And that's just for an ordinary soldier on a spaceship, only after being put through the paces of actual spaceship battles, and learning enough strategic as well as tactical skills to become a captain of a small ship. Was it possible to become a captain of a small spaceship? For General Emmerich, this system was clearly impossible to achieve. General Emmerich only wanted the soldiers of the Civilization Guard to be able to pilot their ships when the enemy arrived, to strictly carry out their orders without panicking or fleeing, and to be able to launch an attack on the enemy. And that was already enough. The early stage of the army formation was the most difficult. So General Emmerich's hair turned gray day by day. But General Emmerich's spirit remained robust. Xiao Yun felt that the spirit of General Emmerich was robust and somewhat abnormal. And that feeling was like burning his own life in general. Xiao Yun originally wanted to persuade General Emmerich, but after thinking about it, Xiao Yun gave up this intention. While there is still life now, enjoy burning it. Do not wait until the life is taken by the enemy. When is to want to burn cannot burn up. In fact, it is not only General Emmerich. Why not himself? Every evening when you get up, the mirror will always quietly more than a wisp of white hair. Face above the wrinkles more and more deep. Eyes increasingly haggard. The body is also far less than before. But the daily thinking has never been interrupted. Xiao Yun is likewise burning his life force. At this moment from the fugitive government car Earth has passed a few months of time. The communication delay between the two sides is also getting higher and higher. And now want to browse the server architecture in the fugitive fleet of those communities has become more and more difficult. So the recent period of time since Xiao Yun to go to the has been less, but will still maintain the frequency of every 3 to 5 days to go to once. This was because Xiao Yun wanted to learn more about the dynamics of human civilization. Today when Xiao Yun logged into the community, he received a very bad news, which made Xiao Yun's mood couldn't help but be heavy. There was a defection on Space Island 3178. A gang of 5 was stopped by the police while robbing a supply team. The gang then fled. And in a desperate situation, The gang stole a civilian airship and left the fleet without permission, fleeing into the vastness of space. Currently, the military has dispatched warships to conduct a manhunt. For more information, please see our follow-up report. Chapter 362 Exercise. On a realistic level, this piece of news couldn't be considered a big deal. It was nothing more than a few people defecting. And the ship that had been looted was still just a civilian ship that didn't have the ability to travel long distances at all. For the human civilization, as long as a search was launched and a few small ships were touched off, it would probably only take a few days for these criminals to be apprehended. But that was not what Xiao Yun was worried about. What Xiao Yun cared about was that these few criminals had set a bad precedent, and the subsequent restive elements that existed amongst the human civilization might be inspired by this behavior and thus follow the example of these few criminals. Since they were following suit, their preparations would definitely be much more adequate than the criminals who had fled in haste, meaning that they would most likely be successful. This was what Xiao Yun was most worried about. At the same time, Xiao Yun also knew very well that he was not the only one who was worried about this. There were many people who could see this. The Führer's think tank, and some of the outstanding people in the civilization were all aware of this. But all of them, like Xiao Yun, could do nothing about it. Because this is the general trend. It is the instinct of human beings. No one can change it. They could only be like Xiao Yun, praying for human civilization to find a silver lining before the situation became irreparable. Sighing silently, Xiao Yun switched off the community and once again came to the side of the cliff. But before Xiao Yun could enter into deep thought today, the computer he was carrying vibrated, and Xiao Yun opened it, and General Emmerich's figure appeared on the screen. Xiao Yun, General Emmerich said bluntly, tomorrow we will be conducting a military exercise, and I would like you to come and participate. A drill? Xiao Yun was slightly puzzled. Yes. General Emmerich nodded. I hope that this exercise will give you a clear understanding of the power we have at our disposal at this moment. And I think that this may be of some help to your subsequent work. I understand. Xiao Yun nodded. I will go to the capital city tomorrow. For the current human civilization, the so-called military exercises would naturally not be ground armies attacking and defending each other, as the human civilization stepped into the space age. This kind of ground attack and defense method of warfare had long since been eliminated. And at best, it was only an auxiliary means of modern interstellar warfare. Space-age military maneuvers were naturally conducted in space. However, the military power of the autonomous government was far inferior to that of the fugitive government. So the scope of this military exercise organized by General Emmerich was limited to the Earth-Moon system. Not to mention long-distance wars across star systems. Not even Mars orbit. The reason was very simple. The old outdated spaceships possessed by the autonomous government didn't have the capability of long-distance voyages. The logistics of the autonomous government at the moment was very limited. So the autonomous government had no ability to conduct long-distance wars. The autonomous government's logistic supply capability was also unable to support a war that required long-distance traveling. The next morning Xiao Yun flew his own craft to the capital city, where he met up with General Emmerich. And Xiao Yun also met an old acquaintance, Dink, who was responsible for the research and development of the smallpox virus at the time. Dink had not left Earth either, something Xiao Yun had always known, only that the two had never met. The research and development of the smallpox virus consumed all of my efforts. I must see with my own eyes the scene of the smallpox virus wreaking havoc amongst the robotics group. For sure, Tinker said to Xiao Yun. This is the common wish of me, as well as the entire team I led in the beginning. Your wish will come true. Definitely. Xiao Yun nodded gently. General Emmerich was Xiao Yun's staunchest supporter, and it had always been Xiao Yun who had presided over the matters of fighting against the robot group. So the decision to use the smallpox virus to fight against the robot group was in Xiao Yun's hands. Tinker said. I take this as your promise to me. Xiao Yun said. Yes. Tinker's expression then relaxed all of a sudden, as if there was nothing else Tinker cared about other than this. General Emmerich finished his setup at this time. So he brought the two of them, Xiao Yun and Dink, to the middle of the space base located in Earth's orbit around the planet. This military exercise would be completed with this place as the command center. There was a huge display screen in front of General Emmerich, and on top of that screen was all the information of the participating ships. General Emmerich then pointed at the screen and said, This is all the military power we have right now. We have 10 Everest-class battleships, 200 Tarzan-class battleships, 3,000 medium-sized combat ships, and 20,000 small combat ships, as well as miniature maneuver ships. General Emmerich said. Of course, these class divisions are only according to size as well as tonnage, and their technological content is much worse than previous ships of the same class. Our main strategy for this exercise is defensive counterattack. We have simulated a scenario where the robot group's advance force comes to the Earth-Moon system. In this case, we will use the Earth and the Moon, as well as the space bases in the Earth-Moon system as a base, launching our ships to kill the enemy with all our might, while trying to save ourselves as much as possible. While General Emmerich was explaining to Xiao Yun, a soldier with gray hair and a figure that was already a bit stooped, but still trying to stand up straight, walked in. He first gave a military salute to General Emmerich and then said, "General, the participating sections have already assembled and prepared. The play can begin." General Emmerich then nodded. "I order that the maneuvers begin." "Yes." That elderly soldier saluted once more before turning around and leaving the command room. Only after that elderly soldier left did General Emmerich say with a bit of a bitter smile, "I never imagined that my guard regiment would be manned by some people even older than me." Xiao Yun and Dink both looked at each other with a somewhat grim expression. The maneuver had already begun, and under General Emmerich's explanation as well as the rendering of the real-time battle images, Xiao Yun and Dink both had some understanding of the various processes of the maneuver. Xiao Yun saw the miniature motorized ships playing the role of the robot legion roaring in from beyond the Earth-Moon system, and Xiao Yun saw the old ships that had long since lost their color and looked dilapidated take off clumsily from their bases, then set up their positions in the middle of space. Coordinate. Shoot. Return to defense. And repair. Gunfire roared in space. The spaceships came and went. An order was sent from the command room, and an airwave signal traveled through the Earth-Moon system. The battle was fierce. But even if Xiao Yun was an amateur and didn't know much about the war, Xiao Yun could also see that this time the battle was a bit awkward. But where exactly is the awkwardness cannot be said. If he had to describe it, it felt like he was watching two children fighting. General Emmerich also seemed to have sensed Xiao Yun's feelings. So General Emmerich spread his hands. It can't be helped. Letting a group of middle-aged and old people who have never been in contact with war in the past to pilot a spaceship to fight a battle after a few months of training, this is really a bit difficult for them. As a matter of fact, the fact that they could make it this far is already very much beyond my expectations. They've trained hard, General Emmerich said quietly. In the past, among the soldiers I led, those young men didn't train as hard as they did. But, General Emmerich shook his head and sighed. But? The words that followed were ultimately left unsaid. It is only you, General Emmerich, who can do this in just a few months. You are the best military commander. No one can deny that, Xiao Yun said. General Emmerich did not pick up Xiao Yun's words, but directly said, Xiao Yun, look, this is the military power we have at this stage. And, except for a further improvement in combat skills, in terms of hardware, we basically have no room for improvement. According to the fugitive government's estimation, the Robot Legion will probably come to the solar system within 3 to 5 years' time, with an upper limit of 5 years. That means we have 4.5 years at the most, and 2.5 years at the least. So, General Emmerich, by that time, how long can our military forces hold off the enemy? How many enemies can be fought against? General Emmerich did a silent calculation and then said, in 2.5 years, I am certain that I can rely on our military power to destroy 8 million robots. In 4.5 years, that number could rise to 10 million units. However, if the enemy's number increases to 20 million units, then we will have to take a completely defensive position, and we can probably defend for about 3 months. If the number increases to 100 million units, then we will be overrun within a day's time. Xiao Yun nodded and then put his eyes on Dink. Dink, let me ask you, how lethal is the smallpox virus that has been modified by you against the robot army now? Dink said, the smallpox virus's lethality against the robot legions will decrease over time. That is to say, the smallpox virus is most lethal when it is first released. And then, as the robots evolve themselves and enter the entanglement phase with the smallpox virus, the lethality of the smallpox virus will plummet. But there is one thing. All the robots infected with smallpox virus but not dead, their combat power will be reduced to a certain extent. This is due to the fact that they have to divide a certain amount of their computing power to fight against the smallpox virus. What is the exact killing power? Tinker hesitated slightly, then gritted his teeth and said, Give me 2 years, and I can transform the smallpox virus to the point where the first batch of kill power reaches 80%, and the subsequent weakening of the surviving robot's combat power is at least 40%. Xiao Yun closed his eyes and let out a long breath before opening his eyes. His gaze as calm as ever. That's enough. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 363 4 Conditions. The military power held in General Emmerich's hands, and the smallpox virus held by Tinker. These two were what Xiao Yun relied on to start his scheming. Other than that, Xiao Yun had no remaining resources to utilize. However, Xiao Yun did not feel that they were too little, because the key point was not on top of those things. If he could find the key point to fight against the robots, then the resources would be enough. And if he couldn't find the key point, then so what if the power of the entire human civilization was put under his control? The facts have already proved this. Have already proved that the key to the incident is only in Xiao Yun. The military exercise ended after it lasted for 3 days. This was the first official large-scale exercise after the establishment of the Civilization Guard. So there had been many accidents during the exercise. But fortunately, with General Emmerich, an experienced veteran, those accidents were all within acceptable limits. And according to General Emmerich, this exercise probably also achieved its purpose. Looking at the middle-aged and old-aged soldiers who were exhausted after 3 days of high-intensity maneuvers, but still struggled to maintain their military appearance in a tidy manner, Xiao Yun's heart was filled with emotion. After instructing Dink to hurry up and enhance the power of the smallpox virus, Xiao Yun once again returned to his residence. Perhaps because he was infected by the exuberant fighting spirit of those middle-aged and old-aged soldiers, Xiao Yun felt that his heart was also filled with a strange power at this moment. And in the midst of his long contemplation, Xiao Yun felt that he was getting closer and closer to grasping the ultimate truth. There were already some things in the depths of his thoughts that were stirring. But perhaps because the power was too small, those things were still like chrysalises that had not yet grown into a butterfly, and were still unable to break through the constraints to finally reveal themselves. After casually taking some biscuits and feeding the monkey that had been accompanying him, Xiao Yun once again fell into deep thought. Before leaving his residence to participate in the military exercise, Xiao Yun had already prepared enough food for the monkey, so he hadn't starved it in the past few days. However, perhaps due to the fact that it had already bonded with Xiao Yun, it was always restless during the days Xiao Yun was away. But with Xiao Yun's return, this restlessness had disappeared, and it once again reverted back to its usual lively and cute state. When Xiao Yun was thinking, it was playing with itself beside Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's gaze was once again projected onto the heavy dark dome of the sky, and his thoughts also followed his gaze to that vast and empty world. If the Martian civilization at the time really destroyed an existence similar to the Robot Legion at the moment, if those things in the Martian's mind are really the key to solving the Robot Legion, then I can by reasoning to draw the following conclusions. The first point is that the meaning implied in the Martian sentence demons are stupid is very clear. That is, it is necessary to achieve the goal of solving the demons by means of deception. And if deception is to be resorted to, in what way should it be done? Perhaps this question can be asked in another way. That is, how to achieve the purpose of making the robot self-destruct through the means of deception. To achieve this purpose, according to the currently known characteristics of the robot, it must fulfill 3 conditions. First, we cannot achieve deception by tampering with the robot's judgment logic, because robots have their own set of mechanisms for judging whether the logic mechanism is reasonable or not. Any external changes to their own logic mechanism will be detected by them. All previous experiments have completely proved this point. Therefore, such whimsical schemes as tricking robots into believing that their own kind is the enemy, and letting them kill each other, and tricking robots into believing that humans are their masters, and letting them follow their orders are completely unworkable. This is the first condition that the deception means needs to fulfill. Secondly, the deception must find a way to escape the crisis evolution mechanism. Based on past experience, we know that as long as there are unexplained mass deaths in a robot group, the robot group will start a large-scale random crisis evolution, each randomly choosing a different direction of evolution in order to circumvent such unexplained mass deaths. If the deception we have developed triggers a mass death of the robot group, the remaining robots will turn on their crisis evolution to render the deception ineffective. In other words, the deception must be able to destroy all robots in a single moment, or at least the majority of robots, so that the remaining number of robots is not enough to start the crisis evolution. This is the second condition that the deception needs to fulfill. Once again, The robot group carries out the strategy of not putting eggs in the same basket, which means that no matter whether it is technology or deception, there will always be a percentage of robots that choose not to carry it out. When encountering evolutionary technology, a portion of the robots choose not to evolve, in order to avoid the possibility of stepping into the evolutionary trap. So it can be predicted that when given a piece of information, regardless of whether the information is correct or not, there will always be a certain percentage of robots who choose to not believe, as a way to avoid the consequences of making a mistake and being wiped out. Therefore, the deception must satisfy the condition of taking effect on all robots at the same time, so that all robots believe. These are the three problems I need to solve. Xiaoyun pondered silently. Only a deception that satisfies these three conditions at the same time will end up taking effect on the robot group. Oh, perhaps a fourth restriction should also be added. That is, the deception must be applicable to the Martian civilization hundreds of years ago, and with the technological means of the Martian civilization at that time. It can also be used out, because the general direction of the deception scheme was provided by the Martians. All of Xiaoyun's reasoning was based on the premise that the Martian civilization used this scheme to destroy the demons in the first place, as the premise before making it. So if the method Xiaoyun eventually found turned out to be impossible for the Martian civilization to do in the first place, then it would be inconsistent, and Xiaoyun's reasoning and speculation would have no value at all. It's these four conditions. Xiaoyun let out a breath and looked at the monkey that was playing with itself next to him. His face was a little bitter as he said, "Who can tell me how can I fulfill these four conditions at the same time?" First of all, the first condition is relatively easy to satisfy. I have many ways to deceive the robots without tampering with their logical judgment mechanisms. And the execution of the evolution trap program is the best proof of that. The original evolution trap program did not tamper with the robot's logical judgment mechanism, but it guided the robot group step by step onto the wrong evolutionary path. The second condition is likewise easier to fulfill. The supporting evidence is likewise the evolutionary trap program that was once executed. In the beginning, after the execution of the evolution trap program, only a small portion of the robot population remained, and this small portion of robots was incapable of executing the crisis evolution. The crisis evolution required an extremely large robot base to be able to do so. The third condition? Xiaoyun's expression gradually grew blank. The third condition was the most difficult to fulfill, since the robots implemented the risk avoidance strategy of not putting all eggs in one basket. Since robots implemented the don't put all your eggs in one basket risk avoidance strategy, how to destroy the robots that chose not to believe in deception and thus survived. Xiaoyun's thinking came to an abrupt end. Xiaoyun had stayed in this node for a lot of time. In fact, Xiaoyun had already thought about it when the evolutionary trap solution failed. But for such a long time after that until now, Xiaoyun had not made a breakthrough in this problem. Xiaoyun had encountered the same difficulties as the evolution trap solution. The evolution trap solution had ultimately failed because it was unable to completely destroy the robot group. And if the deception solution Xiaoyun had conceived was unable to solve this problem, Xiaoyun's solution would definitely fail as well. Xiaoyun knew this very well. There was a seemingly simple solution. That is, if the deception program could be implemented simply, rather than having to go through a long period of preparation before it could be implemented like the evolution trap program, then it would be better to implement the deception program a few more times. One time deception destroys 99% of the robots, and then another time to implement the deception program. One deception destroys 99% of the robots. Then another deception destroys 1% of the remaining robots. This kind of program has a successful precedent. Don't forget, when the evolution trap program was tested in the Eris base, none of the billions of robots in the Eris base were spared. And there were no survivors, like when the evolution trap program was formally implemented. Analyzing the reasons afterwards, Xiaoyun and the others agreed that this was due to the insufficient number of samples, causing the robot group to be unable to implement the risk avoidance strategy. That is to say, as long as the number of robots is lowered to a certain level, the don't put all the eggs into the same basket strategy will fail. That is to say, as long as the number of robots is reduced to a certain level, the not putting all eggs in one basket strategy will not work. If the first deception achieves reduce the number of robots to the point where it is impossible to execute the risk avoidance strategy, then another deception will be necessary. If the first deception could achieve reducing the number of robots to a level where they couldn't execute the risk avoidance strategy, Wouldn't another deception strategy be able to completely destroy the robot army? It wasn't that Xiaoyun hadn't thought about this possibility, but Xiaoyun eventually ruled it out. This was because there also existed a simple strategy to avoid this conjecture. And that was, if the robot legion is attacked in an unknown manner, and only a small portion of their numbers remain, then the robots will refuse to undergo any technological evolution, refuse to believe any words, and only concentrate on the work of replicating themselves. In fact, this strategy was also effective against 2 or more consecutive evolution trap attacks, if the first evolution trap attack reduced the number of robots to an extremely low number. Then the robot group could use this strategy to avoid a situation where the second evolution trap attack, which might come immediately after, would wipe itself out completely. Although Xiaoyun was unable to determine whether this strategy was adopted by the robot legion, Xiaoyun believed that the likelihood of it being adopted was extremely high. Chapter 364 New Life. This matter was obvious because that genius had even formulated a plan to deal with the first evolution trap attack. It was unlikely that he would ignore this second strategy. Adding this strategy was an extremely simple matter, and it could be thought of easily. The smallpox virus scheme stopped at the robot group's crisis evolution mechanism. The evolution trap scheme defeated the crisis evolution mechanism, but stopped at the robot group's risk avoidance tactics. Xiaoyun knew that in order to defeat the robot group, his own scheme not only had to defeat the crisis evolution mechanism, but at the same time, it had to evade the robot group's risk avoidance tactics. Both of these were indispensable. But how should one dodge the robot group's risk avoidance strategy? Risk avoidance strategy. Risk avoidance strategy. Xiaoyun muttered this vocabulary, only to feel that these 4 words were like a straitjacket tightly hooped around his head. Time is still in the day by day. Autumn passed, ushered in the winter. Endless green gradually disappeared. With the gradual cold weather, the earth began to gradually be covered by pale vitality convergence buried deep in the ground waiting for the second sprout. They did not have to wait too long. The cold winter soon passed, the wind blowing from the cold and biting to become slightly warm. Ice and snow melt. The earth gradually appeared above the point of green. Xiaoyun still maintains his own life, unchanged. The monkey has been accompanied by Xiaoyun. Occasionally a few days will disappear, but in the end will return again, and bring Xiaoyun some gifts in the mountains. But there seemed to be something different about the monkey's disappearance this time. If Xiaoyun remembered correctly, it had been nearly 5 days since that monkey disappeared, which had never happened before. This caused Xiaoyun to have a little more than a hint of faint worry while thinking hard. But Xiaoyun ultimately did not have the ability or time to search for it in the mountains. It was a spirit in the mountains. The mountains and forests were its home. It could definitely live well in its own home. Xiaoyun thought as such. So time maintained its pace, slow but never stopping. From the disappearance of the monkey to now has been more than 3 months of time. Xiaoyun is still attached to it, but its disappearance has gradually let Xiaoyun adapt. It belonged to the mountains after all. Nature had bestowed it upon himself and allowed it to accompany him for a good period of time. He should miss and cherish that period of time. But he should not take that period of time as evidence that he owned it. The green in the mountains and forests gradually joined into sheets from the beginning of the dots and became lush once more. It was the turn of spring and summer, and the climate in the mountains was not hot, but rather had a distinctive fragrance of the plants. So Xiaoyun often turned off the microecological maintenance system and directly placed himself in the environment of the mountain, feeling the scent of nature, and his mood became exceptionally peaceful. But the weather today was not very good. From the afternoon, the sky was filled with overcast clouds, and in the evening, a torrential downpour finally descended. Although the sun did not set, it was already hiding behind the clouds, and its light had become very weak through the layers of overcast clouds, and could only bring a little bit of gloomy light to the world in the mountains. And after a few moments, it all disappeared. So the mountain became dark, and nothing could be seen. However, I don't know when it started, but thunder and lightning appeared in the sky again, and a rumbling sound shook the valley. And whenever the lightning lit up, Xiaoyun could briefly see the scenery in the mountain, and feel the magnificence and grandeur of the nature of heaven and earth. With the microecological maintenance system in place, nothing in the outside world could affect Xiaoyun. Therefore, Xiaoyun was still wearing his thin, but comfortable clothes, and stood before the railing quietly watching. Xiaoyun seemed to be thinking about something, but there were no thoughts turning in his mind. Xiaoyun raised his head and looked ahead, but there was no focus in his eyes. In this stormy heaven and earth, Xiao Yun's thoughts drifted somewhere. Suddenly, a faint creaking sound reached Xiao Yun's ears. Xiao Yun's thoughts were pulled from an infinite distance to reality. Xiao Yun concentrated on listening. But he could not hear that creaking sound again. Xiao Yun only thought that it was his own illusion. So he emptied his mind again. But the creaking sound reached his ears again. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. And the wind and rain raged. There were all sorts of sounds between heaven and earth. Wind, rain, thunder, and the roars of unknown beasts mixed together, making this heaven and earth exceptionally noisy. However, these many sounds did not cover the creaking sound, which was still being heard by Xiao Yun continuously. Xiao Yun carefully discerned it, and finally heard that the creaking sound seemed to be coming from not far ahead of himself. Where the edge of the cliff was, the railing was the boundary of the microecological maintenance system. Xiao Yun's place was warm as spring and calm, while beyond the railing was the world of natural forces. It was already dark, and the climate was so harsh that it would be dangerous to check there at this time. So Xiao Yun commanded the intelligent program, and a mechanical arm with a panoramic camera stretched out, following Xiao Yun's guidance to the edge of the cliff. The mechanical arm searched there, while Xiao Yun observed it through the virtual image. After a few moments, Xiao Yun saw something strange, so he instructed the robotic arm to reach out and turn on the lighting equipment. Xiao Yun then saw a monkey with a little white color on its forehead and tail tip. In the virtual image, the monkey was hanging there with its two front paws dead on the edge of the cliff. The mountain wind was blowing its body constantly shaking, and its fur was wet from the rain, lying tightly on its body. What's wrong with it? Xiao Yun was a little puzzled in his mind. In this kind of weather, why did it just hang there and not come to me? Although doubtful in his mind, it was obvious that a monkey would not be able to answer Xiao Yun. Seeing that it seemed to be in trouble, Xiao Yun instructed the mechanical arm to reach out before the monkey, and then stretched out its mechanical claws and gently grabbed it, catching it to his side. The monkey, on the other hand, looked like it had been stunned, and did not put up any resistance during this entire process, until it was caught in front of Xiao Yun. It still maintained that stunned look, only squeaking there, not knowing to run away, nor did it make any movements. It was only at this time that Xiao Yun saw that the monkey's abdomen was high and bulging, as if there was something inside. After thinking for a short while, and recalling his not-so-rich biological knowledge about monkeys, Xiao Yun was enlightened. So it's like this, Xiao Yun thought. A monkey's rutting period is in winter, while its gestation period is 6 months. During the time it disappeared, it should have returned to the colony to be impregnated. In this case, it might have encountered some changes and had to leave the colony. But because the birth was imminent, its body was not as flexible as before, and when it climbed to the edge of the cliff, it ran out of strength, and could only hang there without being able to climb up. Monkey, have you encountered any difficulties? Xiao Yun squatted down and gently stroked the monkey's head, saying gently, "It's all right. It's all right. It'll be all right when you get to me." Seemingly sensing Xiao Yun's care, the monkey finally came back from its fear, squeaking, like a human child, snuggled into Xiao Yun's arms. Xiao Yun didn't care that his clothes would get wet. Xiao Yun just carried it back to the room, first gave it a hot bath and dried it off, then took out some biscuits and water and put them in front of it. The monkey seemed to be starving hard, where it kept eating the biscuits that were enough for it to eat for the whole day in previous days. When it had eaten and drunk enough, it fell into a deep sleep in the middle of Xiao Yun's room. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, quietly left the place and did not disturb it again. The storm finally dispersed quietly. The sky after the rainstorm was as clear as a wash. The moon and the stars appeared one by one. Xiao Yun looked up at the starry sky, staring blankly at a certain point of nothingness in the constellation of Aquarius. No stars could be seen there. But Xiao Yun knew that if he were to look through a telescope, he would see a triple conjunction galaxy made up of 3 stars there. That was the Aquarius Easy, less than 11 light-years away from the solar system, where the first stop of the human civilization's escape journey was. The fleeing fleet of human civilization is so huge that the total amount of supplies consumed by such a fleet every day would be a horrible astronomical figure. No matter how much supplies the human civilization had brought with them before leaving, they would not be enough. So after sailing a certain distance, it was necessary to find a stopping point to resupply. The Aquarius Easy consists of 3 red dwarf stars, and human civilization has been there for a long time. And even now there is still a permanent staff there. These permanent staff will leave with the escape fleet when it arrives. Before the arrival of the fleet, they will carry out daily exploration work there to prepare for the resource collection to be carried out by the fleeing fleet of human civilization. According to the calculation of time, now the escape fleet will arrive there soon. There were 3 stars there. Countless space islands belonging to the human civilization. Countless combat ships escorting the fleet. Trillions of people. And everything about the human civilization. But they were all hidden by the long distance. Xiaoyan knew that they were there. But Xiaoyan could not see anything. Apart from a void. A quiet and dark void. Xiaoyan could not see a single sign of human civilization. Xiaoyan looked there in a daze until the moon sank in the west. The stars disappeared. And dawn gradually appeared in the sky. When Xiaoyan came back to his senses, he heard a creaking sound coming from the room once again. Xiaoyan then returned to the room, only to see that there were more bloodstains in the room. And next to the monkey, there were also more small monkeys with eyes that were still unable to open and were only the size of their thumbs. New life was born here. Chapter 365 Evans looking for work. Escape fleet. Space Island 715. Sector E7. Evans stood at the intersection of several streets, hesitated for a long time, and finally took a step to choose one of the streets. It was the way home. Evans' home was located in one of the living quarters of E7. But right now Evans didn't want to go home, because Evans didn't find a suitable job to do today. Evans could only go home with empty hands today, although the fleeing government would provide the unemployed with free survival supplies. But that was just the most basic. Even eating enough was just barely enough. And the quality and taste of the food was even more needless to say. And Evans' family has 3 children, the youngest of which Roddy is just 1.5 years old. Is the time to need a lot of nutrition. That's why Evans had to be exhausted every day, hoping to find some work to do and earn some money to subsidize the family. It's getting harder and harder to find work nowadays. Evans sighed deeply, only to feel that his legs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Thinking of the 3 wailing children at home and his wife, who was getting thinner by the day, Evans' heart became harder and harder to bear. Interstellar escape was different from being in a fixed home. In the solar system, or in the rest of the human civilization's galaxies, the government would always provide a large number of jobs, because the expansion of the human civilization required a huge amount of manpower. Whether it was in the service industry, as an interstellar miner, as a spaceship factory worker, there were many jobs to choose from. As long as you were hardworking, no matter what kind of job you chose, it was very easy to support a family, plus the basic benefits provided by the government. You even had money left over to buy some things for enjoyment. And occasionally you could even lead your family to the center of the shopping mall to enjoy the fun of shopping. Or go to a scenic spot to enjoy the fun of shopping. Or go to the shopping mall to enjoy the fun of shopping. Or go to a scenic spot to enjoy the fun of shopping. Fun. Or go to some scenic place to play recklessly for a few days. Those were the good old days. Evans sighed deeply again as he recalled the past. But ever since the start of the escape, all this life was far away from Evans. Now that it had been a year since he had fled, the excitement and novelty of the beginning had long since disappeared. And all that was left was simply the pressure of a life that was getting heavier by the day. The government simply couldn't provide enough jobs these days for the simple reason that there simply weren't that many things to do amongst the fleeing fleet. It wasn't like the old days. In the past, tens or even hundreds of millions of workers were needed to open up a planet. And hundreds of thousands of workers were needed for any small shipbuilding factory. Human civilization was creating wealth in a frenzy. And a portion of that wealth came in the form of a salary for every ordinary family, supporting them to live a privileged and affluent life. But what was there to do now? The routine maintenance of a space island? That would only take a few 100,000 people. The service industry? Where would there be so many shops to hire people now that business is depressed? Logistics between space islands? That would only require a tiny fraction of the manpower. There simply weren't enough jobs to go around. And the competition for the limited number of jobs that were available was so fierce that ordinary people like Evans, who had no outstanding professional skills and relied on diligence alone, couldn't compete with those who had received advanced education. Now even dock porters needed a master's degree or higher. It took 37 years to get a full master's education. And after 37 years of education, those masters had to go to the docks and work as laborers for a meager salary, but no one complained. Because society was full of masters and doctors who couldn't find any work. and Evans knew of more than a dozen of them living in his neighborhood alone. Even they couldn't find a job. So how could he be better than them and find a job? Now Evans can only rely on the streets to do some odd jobs to earn a little money. Anyway, I have some strength. The body is also considered strong. As long as someone is looking for, no matter what work, no matter whether it is carrying things or cleaning, digging or through the sewage, they are willing to do. But now even those jobs were hard to find. More and more competitors. Less and less pay. And even if you worked all day and were exhausted, the money you got in the end could only buy a few loaves of bread. That was in the past when things were better. But nowadays Evans usually waited on the streets for a day and then went home empty-handed. Right. I've heard that the flyover flying car repair shop will be withdrawing most of the automated work robots in a few days and replacing them with workers to carry out flying car repairs. So I might be able to take my chances and maybe find something to do. Evans thought darkly as he walked. Nowadays, labor was just too cheap. So cheap that it could already compete with robots for jobs. And the government had introduced many subsidies to encourage companies and factories to recruit labor to replace robots and do their best to create jobs. But this is just a drop in the bucket compared to the huge population base. The government holds a huge amount of wealth. Enough for everyone in the fleet to live comfortably for hundreds of years. But for long-term considerations, the government can't hand out this wealth to everyone for free. In addition to providing the most basic welfare benefits to ensure people's lives, the government needs to pay out this wealth in the form of salaries and other rewards. In other words, if a person wants to seek better living conditions beyond basic subsistence, then you must rely on your own ability to earn a salary, which you then exchange to the government for supplies. If you are incapable of finding a job to earn a salary, then you will have to rely on basic welfare to eke out a living. Beyond that, all the government can do is to do its best to provide jobs, ensure that the competition mechanism is healthy and transparent, and so on. This is brutal, but necessary. It is the means by which the government must regulate materials on a macro level and ensure basic social stability. Evans had only received 15 years of primary and secondary education. And this level of education was basically equivalent to illiteracy in the current human civilization. So Evans didn't really understand those global things that involved the whole civilization. Evans only knew one thing. And that was, his life was getting worse and worse. He was getting weaker and weaker. His wife was getting more and more wan and thin. And his children, who should have been healthy, were developing much later than normal. Were also developing far later than the normal course of development. Reality demands that Evans must find a way. But the same reality tells Evans that there is nothing you can do. What the hell to do? What to do? Evans fretted. Just at this time, Evans saw that on the right side of the street, a notice was posted outside of a certain dilapidated facade, which had a few words written on it in a crooked manner. Recruiting laborers. Unlimited education. Daily wage $1. Evans' eyes snapped up. In this day and age, there were fewer and fewer jobs that didn't require an education. And a daily wage of $1, though small, was better than waiting on the streets by oneself. If one can do it steadily, save up for 7 or 8 days, one can buy some meat to give the children a better life. Perhaps it was because that notice had just been posted. At this moment, there were not many people gathered there yet. Evans did not hesitate to immediately go forward to the dilapidated storefront of a bare head full of tattoos. Body thicker than their own on at least half of the big man inquired, "Hello. May I ask, is it you here to recruit workers? What kind of work do you think I can do?" Without looking up, the big man said in a gruff voice, "Go over there and fill out a form." Evans apprehensively filled out the form and handed it to the big man. The big man scanned it and looked Evans up and down before saying, "Secondary education degree? Former construction worker? Good. We are in need of people like you. Go back and get ready. And be here in 5 days' time." Evans' heart was immediately filled with a burst of ecstasy. He inquired with some trembling, I passed the vetting? What jobs are me responsible for?" The big man was full of impatience and said, "Nonsense. What do you let you do without passing the audit? As for what jobs to do, you'll know later." Evans left the place full of apprehension. For some reason, when facing that big man, Evans always had some fear in his heart, as if he was facing some dangerous creature. But the predictable future made Evans a little overwhelmed with excitement. The thought of a future job that pays $1 a day, The thought of what he can buy for his children. For his wife. Evans was a little excited. Returned home and told his wife about these things. And her withered eyes were filled with joy. At the same time, the fugitive fleet won Space Island. Within the A1 sector government building, the Fuhrer was presiding over a meeting. The meeting had come to an end, and all the issues that needed to be discussed had been discussed. So the Fuhrer made a concluding statement. Then it's decided. After 5 days, we will arrive at the edge of Alpha Aquarius Easy, where the space islands will begin to spread out, occupying different spaces around Alpha, Beta, and Gamma, and the collection fleet will depart from the space islands and begin to collect supplies nearby. We will stay here for a total of 1 month, after which we will depart for the next location. The list of required collection materials has been issued. All departments need to strictly follow the list requirements for collection activities, and make sure to complete the scheduled collection tasks within the stipulated time. This is related to our overall interstellar escape plan, so we must be careful. Well, the meeting is adjourned. Chapter 366 Slaves. Because of the imminent arrival at the Aquarius Easy. At this moment, many people were already busy amongst the human civilization's escape fleet. The trillions of people had already consumed a considerable portion of the human civilization's material reserves during this year-long voyage. So the human civilization had to obtain sufficient supplies in this galaxy. And this required a lot of preparatory work. In order to ensure the efficiency of the resupply process, the government had to choose machines that were more efficient compared to human labor to take up this job. Which meant that although this project was huge, it didn't actually use much manpower. So it didn't really have anything to do with the many people at the bottom of the hierarchy who wished to get a job. Evans likewise didn't pay too much attention to this matter. Compared to this matter, Evans thought that it was still more important to fill his family's stomach. After waiting for 5 days full of apprehension, early in the morning, Evans dressed himself up in high spirits, and then came to the previously agreed place. It was still the same somewhat menacing big man who received him. There were already some people waiting here, and although Evans came early, he still seemed to be the last one to come. Those who were waiting possessed the same eyes full of expectation as Evans. It was clear that they too were in desperate need of this job. After Evans arrived, the big man casually waved his hand, and a large hover car arrived. And this group of people came to the hover car under the command of the big man. The hover car then started, and in the process made many detours, even to the point of making Evans a little dizzy. Evans did not know where the car was going, but from the changes in the buildings on both sides of the car, Evans probably knew that he had already left the city and arrived at the edge of the space island. The edge of the space island was the location of some factories or docks. This was not a residential area, so there were not many people. Along the way, the hover car did not encounter any check. Occasionally once or twice was stopped, but also in the big man's exchange of some lead okay. Hover car finally stopped in a place full of messy boxes. A group of people in the big man under the command of the car. Evans' heart slightly uneasy, so came to the side of the big man. Some apprehension asked, "Excuse me, you want to take us to what place?" The big man still looked like he was full of impatience. "What do you ask? You will know when you arrive." This place seemed to be a harbor, but judging from the clutter of things here, it seemed to have been abandoned. There were more people after arriving at this harbor, but those people didn't seem to be decent people. They all had fierce faces like that big man. Evans was apprehensive and didn't dare to ask too many questions, so he could only follow the footsteps of the crowd, walking through the long corridors and eventually arriving at the edge of the harbor. The crowd stopped here, and another big man walked over and shouted to the crowd, "We are from the mining company. We have contracted a mineral gathering business from the government to extract minerals from an asteroid. Well, the duration of the job is 30 days, and the salary will be settled after 30 days. Evans froze, then asked, "I haven't worked in anything related to interstellar mineral gathering before. I don't know how to do these things." The big man glanced at Evans and said coldly, "We will be responsible for the training. If you don't have confidence, you can quit now." The moment he was glared at by that big man, Evans became a little scared in his heart and had no choice but to lower his head. A group of people boarded the ship in a fishtail, and then each sat down. This was a modified civilian airship. It wasn't big and looked quite worn out. The environment within the cabin was also very harsh. Certain places even had a thick layer of black stains already. After waiting in the airship for some time, the hull of the ship gently vibrated, and Evans knew that the airship had already started. The view from the window changed. Evans saw the brilliant space island getting farther and farther away from him, and eventually turned into a small point of light and then disappeared. Evans turned his head, and then saw himself up and down, and to the left and right of this kind of light points, as if he was floating in a sea of light points. One of these many points of light suddenly began to grow larger and brighter, and eventually took on the appearance of a spaceship. That airship possessed the obvious appearance of a military-style airship, with the obvious military logo painted on it as well. It floated beside this airship like that, following this airship along. The military airship seemed to be taking stock of this civilian airship, not knowing what answer the pilot of the ship gave. The military ship drifted away after 3 minutes, and once again turned into a point of light in the sky, obliterated in a sea of points of light, no longer discernible. The civilian airship seemed to have chosen a deliberate route to avoid the inventory. But even so, it had been subjected to 5 inspections along the way, but it had been able to pass each of them without any problems. The ship seemed to be accelerating and getting further and further away from the star. The doubts in Evans' mind grew larger and larger, and those who boarded the ship with Evans also began to experience some commotion. Eventually one man shouted out, "Where the hell are you taking us?" 2 big men came into the cabin from the front, and Evans keenly saw that both of them were carrying an energy gun on their belts. One of the big men casually copied a stick and came over to the man who had just shouted and smacked him upside the head. And Evans was silenced, never daring to speak again. "Be honest if you don't want to be thrown out of the cabin," the big man said coldly. Evans' heart then slowly sank, all the way to the bottomless abyss. There was a comet at a distance of more than 10 billion kilometers from the nearest of the 3 stars of Aquarius Easy, because it was too far away from the star. At the moment, it didn't have any comet tail, just like an ordinary cold asteroid. Unlike the rest of the asteroids, it was labeled as having no mining value in the human civilization's exploration. So at the moment, apart from some sneaky old and dilapidated spaceships, no engineering spaceships or escort spaceships belonging to the human civilization had come here. The ship Evans was traveling in arrived at the comet along with several other equally dilapidated ships, which then slowly landed and hovered at a distance of less than 100 meters from the comet. Evans saw that there were already many spaceships outside of his own, but all of them were silent, like cold stones floating on top of the comet. Then all the lights of the ship Evans was traveling in were also turned off. The communication modules were all turned off, and the ship's engines were reduced to their lowest power. This ship also turned into one of these many icy stones. The cabin was silent without a sound. Vaguely, Evans heard that someone seemed to be talking in the control cabin in front. Airship 31 has successfully reached its designated destination. The number of slaves carried by this ship is 139. A faint sob finally sounded in the cabin, in the midst of a darkness. This sobbing sound grew louder and louder. At this point in time, everyone understood exactly what had happened and what kind of fate they would have in the future. "Let us go back, you beasts!" Beside Evans, a man suddenly yelled and jumped up, then ran towards the forward control pod. But then a bright light cut through the darkness, and the shout came to an abrupt end. The energy gun was activated and accurately struck the screamer's head, taking his life in a split second. The big man with the gun said coldly, "Either obey or die." Silence returned to the cabin once more. Perhaps it was because the temperature regulation system had been reduced to its lowest power. Evans began to feel a penetrating cold. It wasn't a feeling that Evans felt alone. Everyone in the cabin was shivering, but no one came to pay attention to them. I don't know how long it took, but the 2 gunmen carried a basket of rancid-smelling food, and a group of people swarmed up to it. And Evans was no exception. They were so hungry that Evans even suspected that even if the things they carried were dug out of the sewers, this group of people would eat them all in an instant. The cabin was dark and cold. When there was nothing to eat, people huddled together and shivered. And when there was something to eat, they flocked to it. Time passes day by day, and life repeats itself every day. People died in the process, either from disease and cold and hunger, or from trying to resist and being killed. All those who died, without exception, were thrown from the ship's hold to the comet below, and became one with the icy comet, perhaps because of the support of those points of light in the distance. Evans was very fortunate to have survived. Evans knew that his wife, his children were among those points of light, and that although life among the space islands was not good, it was never so bad as to freeze and starve to death. Nor was it so bad as to be sick and not be able to be cured. So they must all still be alive and well. Since they are still alive, themselves should also be alive. They should have already noticed about my disappearance. Evans thought silently. Someone will come to save us. For sure. But Evans didn't end up waiting for that day. I don't know how long it was in the middle of this dark cabin. But when Evans saw that those points of light that were once all over the star system began to grow dim and scarce, Evans despaired. Because Evans knew that the fleeing fleet of human civilization was about to embark on a new fleeing journey. And that they would be forgotten here forever. I must live. I must go home. You guys abandoned me. So I'll find a way to get back on my own. Evans thought silently, his eyes gradually firming up. Chapter 367, Modifying Demands. Time was passing day by day. The weather was getting hot, and starting to get cooler from the heat, when a bit of yellowing began to appear in the middle of the green vegetation. Xiaoyun knew that summer had passed and autumn had come. Xiaoyun was not a good caregiver of new life. But under the remote guidance of the animal experts, Xiaoyun still excelled in the task of caring for the monkey's young. Under the joint care of Xiaoyun and the mother monkey, the 3 monkey cubs she gave birth to grew up healthily. They were now able to scamper around. They would quietly squat on Xiaoyun's shoulder while she cooked. They would play with their mother and siblings while Xiaoyun thought. And when Xiaoyun rested, they would quietly fall into sleep in their little nest in the corner. A kind of joy of a new life being born and growing up safely had been haunting Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun's mind was unprecedentedly serene, even though there had been no breakthrough in what he was thinking about. But Xiaoyun was not in a hurry. Xiaoyun's heart that throbbed is getting stronger every day. Xiaoyun knows that he is close to the truth. Now what is missing is just an opportunity. This opportunity may exist in a gust of wind, may be hidden in a ray of sunshine, may be hidden in the yellow fallen leaves, it may be hidden in any place. One is fully prepared to meet the arrival of the final answer. In that constant thinking, Xiaoyun's thoughts were like a volcano that was constantly brewing, only needing a little trigger to fully erupt. Xiaoyun knew that that time was when he would truly find the final answer. Of course, Xiaoyun didn't have a way to determine whether the final answer he thought would work for the robot group, whether it could achieve his purpose. But Xiaoyun knew that that final answer must be correct within his current frame of mind. As long as the robot group existed as he thought it did, then the answer he was searching for the answer would definitely be effective. On the contrary, if the robot group still had certain things that he did not know, then the final answer that Xiaoyun searched for would probably not have any effect. However, Xiaoyun did not fear this, because when Xiaoyun decided to stay on Earth, Xiaoyun had already prepared himself for failure, and everything he was doing now was just seeking to live in death, and the hope for this matter was already very slim. So what did he have to be afraid of? Almost a year and a half had passed since the human civilization's fleeing fleet left Earth. According to the speed that the human civilization could have at the moment, the human civilization had probably sailed a distance of 15 light years. And according to the human civilization's estimation, there was still a year and a half to 3.5 years left for the robot group to come to the solar system. Time had always been tight, but Xiaoyun had always been very relaxed. It was still a lazy afternoon. Xiaoyun finished his meal, and as usual, he came to the edge of the cliff, comfortably looking at the distant scenery on top of the lounge chair. A large 3 small 4 monkeys are still at the edge of Xiaoyun playing with themselves. After a while, the 4 monkeys crossed the railing and jumped off the cliff, not knowing where to go. Xiaoyun did not worry about this, because this kind of thing happens almost every day. Anyway, every time it gets dark, the 4 monkeys will reappear in front of Xiaoyun. Think this time will still not be an exception. Things were just as Xiaoyun expected. When it was about to get dark, the 4 monkeys reappeared. However, there was one thing that made Xiaoyun frown once again. Xiaoyun was a very tidy person and couldn't stand to see clutter. The order Xiaoyun gave to the cleaning robots had always been to enforce the highest level of cleaning policy. And under this policy, the floors in Xiaoyun's residence were always bright, and the layout was always neat and orderly. The 4 monkeys in the room were also very well behaved, and would not disturb the room's layout. But they had one problem that Xiaoyun could not stand. That is, every time the 4 monkeys disappeared under the cliff and reappeared, they would always bring back some branches either yellow or with green leaves still growing on them. The monkeys would then pile up the branches in front of the railing and play amongst them. No matter how many punishments Xiaoyun had enacted, no matter how many times Xiaoyun threw those branches off the cliff, when the monkeys came back from under the cliff the next time, they would still bring new branches. This caused Xiao Yun to be overwhelmed. It was the same this time as well. Xiao Yun clearly saw the monkeys return with a few more branches, and then piled them up in the corner of the railing under Xiao Yun's eyes, and started playing with them. Xiao Yun sighed, thinking about how to change this problem of the monkeys, while walking towards the pile of branches, intending to throw those branches under the cliff again. Perhaps having seen Xiao Yun's action of throwing branches too many times. Just as soon as Xiao Yun stood up, those monkeys knew what was going to happen next. The mother monkey didn't do anything. She just stood to the side obediently. But the three little monkeys were different. They swarmed up. One of the monkeys hugged Xiao Yun's left leg. Another little monkey grabbed that monkey's tail. And the third monkey grabbed the second monkey's tail, while the other hand pulled on Xiao Yun's chair leg. Xiao Yun raised his leg and quickly lowered it again. This was because Xiao Yun was worried about pulling the delicate arms of the little monkeys. Xiao Yun bent down, intending to separate the little monkeys. But the three little monkeys squeaked at the same time, while looking at Xiao Yun with a pair of pleading eyes. Xiao Yun, in some soft hesitation, finally sighed, retracted the hand intended to separate the monkeys, and turned to touch the head of the little monkeys above. Softly said, "You want to play? Then go to play it. It's just that, you can only play this day. Tomorrow I will throw away the tree branch." Seeing Xiao Yun give up his intention to throw away the branch, the three little monkeys all squeaked with excitement. Xiao Yun shook his head somewhat helplessly, and returned to his seat. The sun was setting in the west, pulling out a long shadow on everything above the earth. Whether it was the mountains or the woods, whether it was the grass or the monkeys, all of them were covered in a layer of golden color under the light of the setting sun. The wind was light. The sky was blue. The air was cool and serene. And looking at all of this, Xiao Yun's heart gradually settled down. The little monkeys were all having a great time, and were still hesitant to leave until dinner time. Xiao Yun walked over and picked them up one by one and walked towards the room. The female monkey then followed Xiao Yun's lead and also returned to the room. The cooking robot had already prepared a delicious meal, and also prepared a suitable meal for the monkeys. After eating, Xiao Yun went to his study to browse through some information, while the little monkeys returned to their nests and went to sleep in their mother's embrace. After a peaceful night, the sun rose and the earth was once again full of life. The monkeys once again came to the courtyard and started playing in the piles of tree branches. Xiao Yun had intended to throw those branches away, but looking at the monkeys playing happily, his heart suddenly softened. So he shook his head and secretly thought, let them play for another day. Time passed day by day. Xiao Yun never threw away the pile of branches. The pile of branches, on the contrary, and the monkeys continued to collect more and more. Xiao Yun also seemed like he was used to the existence of that pile of branches, and never rose the thought of throwing them away. It seems that, letting this pile of branches exist is also quite good. Xiao Yun thought silently. They didn't cause me any inconvenience. Instead, the monkeys had a great time. It seems that changing myself appropriately once in a while, modifying my requirements, and making a little concession isn't a bad thing. At least now, the monkeys are happy, and I am not affected. After this thought popped up in Xiao Yun's mind, Xiao Yun suddenly sat up straight violently, as if he had thought of something. The monkeys were shocked by Xiao Yun's sudden action. All looked straight at Xiao Yun, but Xiao Yun's eyes were as if they had no pupils, not reacting at all to the stunned monkeys. And his mouth just kept chanting a sentence. Modify your needs, won't have any effect on yourself. Modify your needs, won't have any effect on yourself. Xiao Yun keenly perceived that the little bit of inspiration that he had been waiting for and looking forward to had finally come to his mind. At this moment, the azure sky lost its color, the pale earth lost its vastness, and the cool air lost its serenity. The world in Xiao Yun's eyes, everything in the world seemed to have changed at this moment. Xiao Yun cannot see anything, but also seems to see everything. The wind and clouds change. The sea and the sea. All the things in this world cannot attract Xiao Yun's attention. Xiao Yun's mind always has so a sentence in the echo, like a tremor unceasingly in the sky thunder general. Modify the demand. Modify the demand. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like 10,000 years had passed, and it seemed like only a second had passed before Xiao Yun finally came back to his senses. Xiao Yun took a deep breath, and saw a total of 4 monkeys all gathered around him. 3 little monkeys looking at him with worry, and the mother monkey squeaking anxiously, seemingly wanting to wake himself up. Xiao Yun smiled slightly. Xiao Yun stretched out his hand, and gently stroked on the head of that female monkey, and said in a low voice, "Monkey, thank you. You helped me solve a big problem. I know what to do now. I know how to deal with those hateful robots." The mother monkey stared blankly at Xiaoyun. Her eyes filled with bewilderment. Chapter 368 Deception. Chances would only favor those who were prepared. And likewise, inspiration would only come to the brain after thinking hard. Xiaoyun had thought for a long time, and had thought this matter of robots through completely. Every point, every detail had been taken into consideration. So at this time, Xiaoyun finally found the answer to the question. The so-called touch and go was nothing more than that. Of course, Xiaoyun is now looking for the answer to the problem is only a general direction only. To make it concrete out of the need to do a lot of work. For example, it will be specific. The development of detailed implementation steps. Through their own as well as the labor of many people to achieve it out, and so on and so forth. But all these are just small problems. Once the general direction was solved, there would be no difficulty in realizing it. Xiaoyun gently patted the mother monkey's head and softly said, "Take your children and play. I'm going to start working." Seeing that Xiaoyun was fine, the monkeys put their hearts down. They didn't know what had happened in that moment in the past. And they didn't care about that. The fate of the Earth, the fate of the solar system, and the fate of human civilization had no significance to them, although it would also be tangentially related to their interests. While the four monkeys continued to start playing, Xiaoyun got up and returned to the room, then dialed General Emmerich's portable computer. A few moments later, General Emmerich's somewhat tired face appeared in front of Xiaoyun. And along with General Emmerich's face, there were also images of some miscellaneous shouting, as well as many figures in military uniform swaying about. It seemed that General Emmerich was in the middle of some kind of training. "Xiaoyun, is there something you want?" General Emmerich asked. "I think I've probably found a way to deal with the robot group," Xiaoyun said with a smile. "Oh!" General Emmerich's eyes immediately sharpened, and there began to be some trembling within his voice. "Found it? You found it?" "Probably found it." Xiaoyun nodded calmly. General Emmerich snapped back from his shock, and his tone began to become urgent. "Tell me, what do you need to bring it to fruition? What do I need to do in the process of your realization? And what is the success rate? How certain are you?" General Emmerich's questions came one after the other, leaving Xiaoyun with a feeling of not knowing how to answer. Xiaoyun could certainly appreciate General Emmerich's mood. And in fact, if he were in his own shoes, he would probably be this anxious himself. "I don't know what things to do for the time being. And I don't know what things I need you to do either. Because right now I merely have only a general idea of the direction. And the specific details and execution still need me to think about it again in detail. As for the success rate," Xiaoyun pondered for a moment, thinking through the whole thing in his mind before answering with some uncertainty. "The success rate won't be higher than 40%. Well, at this stage, I think it's about 30%. Xiaoyun originally thought that General Emmerich would be disappointed. After all, a 30% success rate was really not high. However, Xiaoyun did not expect General Emmerich to be unusually excited. "Is there even a success rate as high as 30%? Good. Good. It's really great. Xiaoyun, listen to me. Feel free to go ahead. No matter what you need. Want anything. Have any requirements. I will completely satisfy you. Remember? Any requirements." Xiaoyun originally had a bit of a funny feeling in his heart, but he was relieved after a moment. Indeed, compared to the previous hopeless wait for death, a 30% success rate was already too high to describe, and it was worth anyone's excitement over it. "I don't need anything right now," Xiaoyun calmly said. "I just need to be by myself and think quietly. Telling you this news is just to let you share in my joy." "Very well, Xiaoyun. I think that anyone amongst our human civilization would be excited about this. Well, should we tell the fugitive government about this?" "Not for now," Xiaoyun said. "Whether or not the fugitive government knows about this matter is meaningless. They cannot provide us with any help. And we don't need the help of the fugitive government to execute this strategy as long as we find the general direction. The subsequent conception is a very simple matter, and we can do it very well with our existing power. Well, I want the fugitive government to share in our joy," General Emmerich said. Xiaoyun shook his head. "I'm afraid of hope followed by disappointment." General Emmerich then fell silent. And after a moment, General Emmerich said, "Let's do as you say." Human civilization had already experienced this kind of thing more than once. The smallpox virus in the beginning was once. And the evolution trap was another time. Each time the human civilization had gone through the process of going from heaven to hell. From hope to disappointment. This was a huge blow to a person's or a collective spirit. And Xiao Yun was afraid that he would still fail this time. So he didn't want the fugitive government to know about this matter anyway. Whether they knew about it or not wouldn't make any difference to the outcome of the matter. So it was better to just keep them out of the loop. If things succeed, then let the fugitive government share the fruits together. And human civilization will continue to continue. And if things fail, then just pretend that this matter has never happened. Well, by the way, General, you can help me contact Tinker. Tell him about this matter. And then ask him to come to my place. I think I probably need Dink's help to execute my conception. Yes, Dink will come to your place tomorrow at the latest. That's it then. Goodbye. Xiao Yun nodded and cut the communication. It didn't arrive tomorrow as General Emmerich had said. A flying apparatus landed on top of the clearing in front of Xiao Yun's residence during this evening. And as soon as the door opened, Dink jumped down in a hurry. Xiao Yun, you found a way? Quickly tell me what exactly is the solution. Dink shouted with full of anxiety. Xiao Yun was dumbfounded and couldn't help but shake his head as he patted Dink's shoulder and said, Don't be so anxious. I will tell you my conception in its entirety. And in the meantime, I will need your help in order to execute this matter. But before that, come and take a rest. Back in the house, Xiao Yun poured tea for Dink, while Dink smiled bitterly and said, Xiao Yun, you better tell me quickly, before I know your conception. I really can't be interested in anything else. All right. Xiao Yun smiled and said, I want to ask you a question. What is our biggest obstacle to destroying the robot group? Crisis evolution strategy, as well as separate risk avoidance strategies. Tinker said without hesitation. Dink's understanding of the robot group was not less than Xiao Yun's. Let's not forget that the smallpox virus that could bring great killings to the robot group was developed with Dink as the main developer. I don't think so, Xiao Yun said. I think there is only one obstacle we face. And that is the robot group's separate risk avoidance strategies. The crisis evolution strategy does not present us with any obstacles. And the fact that the evolution trap strategy received results is the best proof of that. Tinker pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Well, that's true. As long as the vast majority of robots are killed in the midst of an instant, the crisis evolution strategy will be ineffective. And it has indeed been resolved by us. So, Xiao Yun, are you trying to say that you have found a way to deal with the separate risk avoidance strategy? Separate risk avoidance strategy is also known as not put all the eggs in one basket, so as to avoid the risk, to prevent the total destruction of the strategy. Since Xiao Yun said that he had found a solution to the robotics group, and that the only obstacle to the destruction of the robotics group was the separate risk avoidance strategy, then Dink would obviously think that Xiao Yun had found a solution to the separate risk avoidance strategy. But Dink did not expect Xiao Yun to shake his head. I have not found a solution to the separate avoidance strategy, Xiao Yun said. As a matter of fact, I think the separate hedge strategy is seamless, and there is no way to solve this strategy. Then what are your thoughts? Dink asked with some hesitation. Unable to solve the separate risk avoidance strategy would not be able to destroy the robot group in its entirety. And the characteristics of the robot group determined that as long as a small portion was left behind, they could quickly recover and develop. And the original evolution trap scenario had failed on this point. Xiao Yun said that he found a way, but also said that the separate avoidance strategy is seamless. So this is in the end. Tinker fell into a deep confusion. Actually, we were wrong from the beginning. Xiao Yun stood up and paced back and forth. We were thinking about how to solve the separate risk avoidance strategy from the very beginning. How to completely and utterly destroy the robot group. And then everyone forgot one thing. And that is that our fundamental purpose does not lie in destroying the robot group in its entirety, but rather in not allowing the robot group to be a threat to us. Dink also stood up. Does it make any difference? There is a difference. Xiao Yun looked straight into Dink's eyes and said, since the separate risk avoidance strategy can't be solved, it's better not to solve it. As long as we can find a way to maintain the robot groups at a very low number tier, they won't be able to pose any threat to us. So, what does it matter whether the robot groups are destroyed or not? What does it matter whether it is or not? Xiao Yun paused for a moment and said quietly, since we can't solve the separate risk avoidance strategy, then we'll just accept it. Sometimes modifying one's needs, the result might be better. But how can you make that happen? What can be done to keep the robot group just above a very low number of tiers? Don't forget that replicating itself is the robot group's first priority. Xiaoyun smiled faintly, his tone filled with an inexplicable and ghostly flavor. Through deception. Chapter 369, The Brain in the Tank. At the time Xiaoyun uttered the word deception, when Tinker said these two words, that piece of information that he had obtained from the Martian's mind at the time also flashed violently in his mind. Robots are all stupid. Since they were stupid, it would be better to deceive them. It wasn't that Tinker hadn't thought about this issue. But after a long time of thinking, Tinker eventually gave up on this idea. This was because Tinker was faced with an insurmountable obstacle. So at this moment, after Xiaoyun uttered this word, Dink almost subconsciously retorted, "It's not feasible." "Oh, why is it not feasible?" Xiaoyun asked with a smile. "Are you talking about making those robots that survive because of the separate risk avoidance strategy give up self-replication through deception? This is definitely not feasible," Tinker muttered. "This involves the robot's internal logical judgment mechanism. And we don't have the ability to change the robot's logical judgment mechanism. We can't make the robots believe lies such as only replicating 10,000 robots is the best for itself. Or maintaining the current situation and not replicating itself is the best. Which conflicts with the robot's logical judgment mechanism. Also, how should one destroy the vast majority of robots through deception? Should they be made to think that burning out their engines, burning out their chips, or launching an attack on their own kind is conducive to survival and reproduction? That's equally unreasonable." "No, it's reasonable," Xiaoyun sighed. "Robots and us humans have something in common. That is, the acquisition of all information about the outside world is based on certain organs or certain instruments. So Dink, let me ask you, how can you be sure that I am real? How can you be sure that my existence is not the result of stimulation in some part of your brain? Imagine, maybe I don't exist at all. It's just that your organs responsible for sight and hearing receive the control of the electric waves sent by some instruments. And you mistakenly believe that I exist. Isn't this also very reasonable?" Dink was stunned. Then said, "A brain in a tank? That doesn't make sense." The so-called brain in a vat was an idea. Assuming that a person only has one brain, which is placed in a vat filled with nutrient solution. There are many electrodes connected to this brain, through sending different current signals to stimulate the parts of the brain, such as those responsible for the sense of hearing, the sense of sight, the sense of touch, the sense of taste, etc. Because there is no difference between these current stimuli and the bioelectrical currents or neural signals that are naturally generated in the body of human beings. Then the brain in the vat can still be stimulated. And the brain in the vat will still be able to be used for the purpose of the brain. The brain in the vat can still feel everything in the world. The difference is that everything this brain feels is artificially controlled, but as the brain itself. It has no way of distinguishing this. So this leads to the scary point that, as a living, breathing human being in the real world, how can you be sure that you are real, and not just a brain in a vat? This question is actually unanswerable. Because any evidence in the real world, whether you see or hear, everything you touch, a little bit of coolness you happen to feel on your skin, the warmth of your touch when you caress your lover, everything, cannot be used as a denial of the brain in the vat of evidence. Because all of these could be a product of the stimulation of the electric current. On a philosophical level, however, this problem can be easily solved. The basis for this solution is Occam's razor. Occam's razor affirms the principle of thinking in terms of not adding entities unless necessary. Applying Occam's razor law to the brain in the tank means that if we assume that each of us is not an entity, but only the brain in the tank, then from this we need to assume many things, such as assuming that a certain big power has the strength to create the brain in the tank, assuming that they have the motivation to do so, and the technology to do so, assuming that they have the means to act without being detected by human civilization at first, assuming the need to assume that the brain in the tank can be created without being detected by human civilization, and assuming the need to be created without being detected by human civilization at first. Need to assume many things. And if it is assumed that the brain in the tank doesn't exist, then we don't need to assume anything. That chain of assumptions is the added entities that are unnecessary. So they get shaved off by the law of Occam's razor. So we assume that the brain in the tank doesn't exist, and that we are all living, breathing, real people. Tinker, of course, knows about the assumption of the brain in the tank and the existence of Occam's razor law. which is why Tinker says that the brain in the tank doesn't make sense. However, Xiaoyun had a different view on the matter. Looking at the more and more confused Dink, Xiaoyun smiled and said, "Of course I know that the brain in the tank has no meaning. I just want to borrow this matter to illustrate a truth. That is, what kind of judgment made by a certain existence is all dependent on external information. What kind of purpose do you want to achieve? You just need to the internal logical judgment mechanism has no way to change the way a being makes judgments. There is no way to change the internal logical judgment mechanism. But the external information can be altered." Slightly musing, Xiaoyun continued. "To draw an analogy, suppose I wish to murder you by letting you come into contact with a highly toxic substance. And your logical judgment mechanism is to stay away from the highly toxic substance when you see it, preventing yourself from being harmed by the highly toxic substance. But if I take a certain method to provide you with incorrect information, letting you think that the highly toxic substance is in fact non-toxic and beneficial to your body, then, would you have touched it? And in the process of this murder, I have not changed your logical judgment mechanism. You are still you. And you have been murdered simply because I have provided you with wrong information. So it doesn't really matter how the original logical judgment mechanism actually is. What matters is what kind of information it receives. Information is what rules everything. Under the influence of different information, a slut may turn into a martyr. A hero may turn into a thief. As for what their original logical judgment mechanism, their code of conduct is like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Some confusion appeared in Dink's eyes. Dink was carefully thinking about Xiaoyun's words. And after a long silence, Dink realized that he was unable to find the loopholes in Xiaoyun's words. Because the truth was supposed to be like this. I see what you mean. Dink slowly nodded his head. To mislead the robot group by providing false information. This false information is specially tailored for the robot's logical judgment mechanism. And through this deception, to make the robot group act according to our heart, and ultimately achieve our purpose. But how exactly should we do this? Tinker thought hard about this question, while slowly saying, to achieve two purposes through deception. Purpose 1. To destroy the majority of robots. Purpose 2. To make the surviving robots give up and continue to replicate themselves. Well, nope. Although the robot group's logical judgment mechanism has the separate risk avoidance clause within it, this clause may not necessarily not be able to be utilized by us. And we may be able to find a lie to trick the robot group into giving up on this point. Xiaoyun shook his head with a faint smile. That probably won't work. I've probably been thinking about this step for a few years now. And I've envisioned a number of lies to try and get the robots to give up their separate avoidance strategies. Or perhaps to get the surviving robots to give up replicating themselves. But I've been thinking about it for a long time. And I haven't come up with a lie that could do that, although in the absolute sense, lies can do anything, as long as the appropriate information is provided. No matter what we let the robots do is possible. But this is only in the absolute sense. To put it into reality, that is, there are different levels of difficulty of lies. Perhaps there is a certain kind of lie that can achieve this purpose. But the difficulty of that lie is too big. So big that we can't achieve it at all. I've been plagued by this point, thinking about it for a long time without getting anywhere. But just before that I suddenly had a moment of clarity and figured it all out. I think we don't have to do this. We don't have to make the robotic groups give up their separate avoidance strategies, or the surviving robots give up replicating themselves. No. We don't have to. We can modify our needs and tolerate the surviving robots as long as we find a way to keep them within the limits of what we can accept. Within the limits of what we can accept. And the lies to achieve that are probably as difficult as we can accept. Tinker was still thinking hard. Although the lie required to achieve this is less difficult than the lie required to get the robots to give up their respective avoidance strategies, or get the surviving robots to give up replicating themselves, it is still very difficult in an absolute sense. So what kind of lie should we use to achieve this? Xiaoyun smiled and replied, I also don't know what kind of lie we should use to achieve this. But I think that since the general direction of our work has already been determined, the difficulty of perfecting it and then executing it concretely must not be too high. However, there is a prerequisite principle. That is, since we are going to launch a deception offensive against the robot group, we must make sure that there is no dead corner. And the deception offensive must cover all the robots on top of each other, so that not a single robot can escape. As long as just one robot escapes, our plan might be ruined. Tinker said, I understand that. Please don't worry. Although the smallpox virus I developed still lacks in killing power, I can guarantee that any robot as long as it will communicate with the rest of the robots. Then it will definitely be infected. Wherever the smallpox virus reaches, our deception offensive can reach. Xiaoyun nodded. This is exactly why I am looking for you to cooperate. Chapter 370 Pirate Group. Aquarius Easy Galaxy. After the human civilization left this place, the concealment strategy was cancelled, and the ships gathered here finally opened their communication channels and turned on their illumination lights as well as various equipment. I don't know how long they had been in the darkness, but the slaves, including Evans, had been tortured and driven mad. The slaves, including Evans, finally saw the light again. The temperature maintenance system also started to work, and the cabin was not so cold. But under the warm air, the odor of all kinds of excrement and waste in the cabin was even greater, almost to the point that it could make people faint. 3 more companions died, and they were not able to wait for this moment when the light came after all. But soon Evans felt that dying in the darkness was not a blessing. Those who died could not feel the pain, but those who were still alive had to suffer under the torture. Like the rest of the surviving slaves, Evans began to be forced to do the hardest and most exhausting, but also the most dangerous, work under the threat of guns and horrific instruments of torture. It was the slaves who repaired the outer armor of the airships. It was the slaves who drove the broken airships that seemed to be falling apart and transported supplies from one ship to another. And it was the slaves who repaired the core of the airships in the cold or the heat work that only robots were capable of. But that now fell to the slaves as well. Not only was it hot or cold, but there were all kinds of disease-causing or fatal rays and radiation. So many people's skin festered. Their eyes went blind. Their bones died. But the work had to go on. Because if you do it, you can still survive and not die immediately. If you dare to refuse to work, you will be immediately tortured to death. And then the body will be thrown into space. Evans had seen this happen several times over the course of time. All of this pain and suffering. Evans had gritted his teeth and persevered through it all. Every time Evans felt that he could not support himself, his wife or his children would appear in his mind. And Evans would tell himself that he must persevere and return to human civilization. Compared to the life of the slaves who were tortured, the life of the robbers was much better. They had wine, good food, and young and pretty women who were captured from who knows where for their pleasure. Of course, there were 3, 6, 9 classes of robbers. But even the lowest class of robbers had a much better life than the slaves. After staying here for a long time, and with the intention to collect information, Evans knew a little bit about the bandits. They were originally interstellar pirates, and when the robot crisis came, they returned to the human civilization through various means, and fled together with the human civilization. However, the human civilization is orderly. Everyone's behavior is subject to the constraints of law or morality, as well as the civilization implements a material distribution system. Even if the pirates have accumulated huge wealth in the past, there is no way for them to live a drunken life like in the past. Therefore, under the organization of several pirate leaders, the pirates planned for half a year, and finally succeeded in executing the escape plan, and returned to their old jobs as pirates again. This information makes Evans' heart a little easier. Since it is a pirate, then it is inevitable that you need to rob things. There were no things or merchant ships to be robbed in this void of stars, and those that could be targeted for robbery were only found amongst the human civilization. In other words, the pirates were dependent on the human civilization. Then it was obvious that they would quietly follow the fleeing fleet without going too far away. This also meant that one still had a chance to return to the human civilization. Things progressed just as Evans had predicted. After the human civilization's fleeing fleet had distanced itself from the pirate fleet, and the pirate fleet had been repaired, the pirates finally set off. They quietly followed right behind the fleeing fleet about a dozen light days away, maintaining the same course as the fleeing fleet. Evans had been looking forward to the encounter between the pirate fleet and the military warships, because that would mean that the pirate fleet had been detected by the human civilization. So with the power of the human civilization, it would only be a matter of time before the pirate fleet was annihilated, and he himself would be able to return to the human civilization. But unexpectedly, the pirate fleet never followed from afar, carefully concealing themselves. They even stopped robbing in the first few days. There was a coincidentally from the pirate garrison area near the passage of the unknown science research ship, or what airship. And that airship is obviously full of all kinds of supplies. But the pirates just watched that airship from their own side through. In addition to try to conceal themselves not to be detected in addition to the pirates did not do anything. The doubt in Evan's mind was dispelled sometime after that. Perhaps because of working as hard as he could and never resisting. Evans gained a degree of trust from the pirates, and Evans was assigned to some other, lighter work. So Evans saw many plants blooming with evil and demonic flowers in the middle of a large airship. It was poppies. Not only poppies. Evans gradually learned that in the rest of the ship, there are complete drug factories. There are arms factories. And all kinds of unknown manufacturing plant. Whatever was illegal and profitable was in the pirate fleet. Every few days, there will be a pirate ship disguised as a merchant ship or transport ship from here, full of drugs, arms and other things. In those still hidden in the human civilization under the cooperation of the spies back to the human civilization. These things will be sold through a variety of black channels, and then exchanged for food, energy, precision equipment, and other pirates urgently needed things, and then transported to the pirate fleet here. And every time those merchant ships return to the pirate fleet, there are also drug production factories, arms factories, and all kinds of unknown manufacturing workshops. And every time those merchant ships returned, they would bring back hundreds of people or dozens of people. Once, Evans saw that they even brought back several scrapped military combat ships. Of course, those combat ships also became the property of the pirates after they were repaired. Evans knew that even within the human civilization, the pirates had a huge influence. He didn't know how many high-ranking officials or military figures had been corrupted by the pirates. Or else the pirates' actions couldn't have been so smooth. These people together formed a huge interest network. They are like a tumor in the human body in general, and scrupulous to draw the body's nutrition. In this case, of course, the pirates do not need to go back to the robbery. That is too unskilled. Not only the yield is low, the risk is also big, that said. And what kind of robbery yield can be compared to this business model now? But the pirates were not without their woes. Just because there was no threat in terms of human civilization didn't mean that there was no threat in the rest of the world. This business model of the pirates had a high rate of return and low risk, which was undoubtedly a very good path. And because this path was better, it was definitely not just this set of pirates who could think of this. In fact, the second set of pirates soon appeared. Their strength is even stronger than this set of pirates just escaped. So these two groups of pirates inevitably produced a conflict. The specific reasons for the conflict Evans do not know, but think it is only those who compete for the market, compete for resources, expanding their own territory and so on. Until the time of the conflict, Evans only know before the pirates risked a great deal. And even the military scrapped the ship dare to want to expand the strength of the reason in the end. What is it? Expanding strength is not to fight against the military, but to fight against their own kind, in order to fight against the rest of the pirates. When the pirates had just escaped, the pirate leader had already thought of these things that would happen only now, and was well prepared for them. From this point of view, that pirate leader was indeed not an ordinary person. The final result of the conflict was unknown to Evans. Evans only knew that there were a dozen more ships of his side's pirate group, while more than 100 cold corpses were added to the space. This place was not far from the human civilization's fleeing fleet. Logically speaking, the detection systems of the fleeing fleet would have been able to detect this conflict. However, for some unknown reason, the human civilization remained indifferent and did not react to this conflict that was happening around them. And the hope for military ships did not arrive. Evans understood when he saw that this time the shipping ships were going to carry at least half as much as the last time. Evans knew that those extra things were most likely going into the pockets of one or more big shots. And when the pockets were filled, things were naturally suppressed. There was always no shortage of ambitious people in a civilization. So the pirates were like leeks, cutting one crop after another. Constantly new pirate forces escaped from the fleeing fleet. And gradually, the pirates had become so numerous that the pirate group Evans was in was too late to annex them. In the dark starry sky, here is like the Warring States era general chaos. The pirates fire and merge. Demise. Growth. Expansion. A pirate group disappeared. A pirate group appeared. A pirate group to grow up to now has grown to group middle level. Can access to some confidential events. Evans has even been unable to count how many shares of pirate forces exist in this starry sky. But no matter how the situation changes, Evans the pirates are always the most powerful one. Countless pirate forces are like a worm parasitic in the human civilization of this tree. constantly drawing nutrients, never ending. And all this ugliness is covered by the dark starry sky. This place is still quiet. At least, it seems so. Chapter 371 3 Options. The Führer's Office. Despite being on the run, within a space island where space utilization was almost at its extreme, it was still spacious and neat, and as quiet as ever. The supreme leader of mankind, who led trillions of people and determined the future direction of the entire civilization, work here. But there seemed to be something unusual about the Führer today. Sitting behind his desk, the Führer looked at a report in front of him, his body unexpectedly trembling gently, as he couldn't help it, and he didn't know whether it was fear or anger. Is the situation really this bad already? The Führer muttered. This is less than 2 years, has our human civilization degenerated to such a point? Every word above that report was so shocking to the eyes of the Führer. And the data was like a knife that was being ruthlessly stabbed in the Führer's heart. The head of state cannot believe these data. But each of these data have solid arguments and perfect statistical process, which makes the head of state have to believe them. It is estimated that the total number of members of the pirate group has exceeded 10 million, with more than 30,000 ships of various types, capable of producing more than 10,000 tons of drugs every month, and producing more than 1 million guns of various types. After these data, there was also a category for the rest of the contraband, and the things on it were divided into dozens of items densely packed, each of which was strictly prohibited by law. And these things were dumped into the human civilization through various channels. The various resources in the fleeing fleet flowed to the pirate group in a steady stream. It is important to know that this is in the middle of the escape journey. Although the fleeing fleet can now flee at 10 times the speed of light, and usually only needs half a year at most to reach a star system. But not every star system is suitable for resupply. Even if they encountered a star system suitable for resupply, the human civilization could not stay there for too long, and the amount of resupply they could carry out was really limited. Therefore, it was not too much to say that the fleeing fleet's supplies were non-renewable. The human civilization would have to count on these supplies to travel a distance of at least 1,000 light years, which would take at least 100 years. No one could predict how many changes and accidents would occur during such a long journey. They were originally the life-saving straw for human civilization, the foundation on which people depended for their survival. But now, they were constantly flowing to pirate groups and being squandered by a very few people. But this is not the most important. The aspect of the pirate groups that had the greatest impact on the fleeing fleet was the disturbance of order. Under the covert support of these forces, every space island in the fugitive fleet was like a spring in the bud, giving birth to countless mob organizations. These mob organizations were as few as a dozen or more, or as many as several hundred or thousands of people, who wantonly drew in and corrupted the original order maintainers, turning the original oppositions into their own umbrellas. And under the cover of these umbrellas, their actions became more and more rampant. It was also because of the existence of the umbrellas that their dealings with the pirate group could go so smoothly. Even so, there were many dark forces that were originally directly controlled by the manipulation of the pirate group. They became the link between the pirate group and the high government officials, who provided cover for the pirate group. While the pirate group contributed a large amount of wealth, the scarcity of goods, on the other hand, provided a breeding ground for the birth of the black forces. Unemployment remains high, and the government's rationing of food and other materials is extremely limited. Under these circumstances, many young people who should have been educated on campus or working in various enterprises have also joined the forces of evil. If you join the black forces, you will have a lot of money. But if you do not join, you will have to endure hunger and be bullied by others all day long. So, is it to join or not to join? The Führer's hand was still trembling gently. And for the first time, the Führer found that the development of civilization had already been out of his control. Otherwise, why did he know so late that the situation had become so bad? In fact, the head of state has long known the existence of the pirate group. But the subordinates reported up the report has never been lightly. He just will eliminate the pirates of the matter transferred to the military, and then did not pay too much attention. Who would have thought that the pirates not only have not been eliminated, but instead, has been developed to the point that now this is enough to threaten the foundation of the civilization of mankind? If things hadn't become impossible to cover up, the Führer had reason to believe that this report wouldn't have been presented to him even now. At the same time, this also means that the foundation of the human civilization's government has been severely corroded. And both the military and government systems have become unreliable. So what should be done? Things had already developed to such a point. Eliminating the pirates was necessary. But it was not just that simple. Pirates are easy to eliminate. But how to prevent new pirates from reappearing? Without sufficient supplies and jobs, society will be thrown into turmoil. And the black forces, the pirate groups, will be born. The birth of these two things will in turn further aggravate social unrest and cause the situation to deteriorate again, thus forming a vicious circle. Unless the problem of supplies as well as unemployment is solved, with food to eat and jobs to occupy people's energy, society would quickly settle down. But what was lacking amongst the fleeing fleet right now were these two things. It's a Gordian knot. This knot is like a noose around the neck of human civilization. The Führer and his think tank team had not failed to anticipate this situation. But they had made a mistake in their estimation. Before they started to flee, the social research organizations and the think tank team gave the Führer the assessment that this situation would not occur until at least 50 years after the flight, and only under the extreme circumstance of not obtaining any supplies for a long period of time. Who would have thought that the situation would deteriorate so quickly? Just within less than 2 years after the start of the escape, it had already become like this? This investigation report in the Führer's hands was also marked with a sentence at the end. If the situation continues to deteriorate, our human civilization will completely collapse within 50 years' time. The Führer closed his eyes and leaned his body on top of the wide and comfortable back of the chair before taking a deep breath. There was a long silence before the Führer opened his eyes before picking up another report. This report was provided to him by the Führer's think tank team, and its content was some suggestions regarding the current situation. Response Plan 1. Establish a military power government. Carry out personal worship propaganda, while propagating that the pirate group is the culprit for all of this, and mobilize the people to fight a war of all people as a means of diverting the internal contradictions of the civilization. Note, under the propaganda campaign, the people will quickly become fanatical, will be extremely supportive of the leader, but at the same time, the need for civilization to carry out a large-scale internal cleansing. All the opponents, blackmailers, and even suspected blackmailers need to be removed from society. Even if there are no more of the above people in the society, we still need to artificially create some hostile people to attract the hatred of the people. The same applies to intergalactic pirates. In the case of a universal army, the interstellar pirates are bound to be eliminated quickly. But we can't easily eliminate the pirates, because then we will lose our hate targets. And without them, civilization will sooner or later be in turmoil again. The program has many negative impacts. Science and technology, culture and education, the concept of order, the concept of morality, and other things will be completely collapsed. But the program can at least ensure that our civilization peacefully continued for more than 50 years. Response Option 2. Active split. After the latest calculations, we have confirmed that with our current material reserves, if we want to ensure social stability, maintain 70% of the standard of living that existed before we fled the country, and continue to maintain it for more than 50 years, our population should be reduced to 3/10 of our current population, i.e., about 500 billion people. First of all, we should make sure that civilizations like ours, which are used to the abundance of materials in the galaxy and rely on a large population base as the cornerstone of their development, are not suitable to become interstellar wandering civilizations. The total population of an interstellar wandering civilization will certainly not be too high, of course. This is relative to the level of technological development of the civilization. Based on our current level of technological development, the appropriate population size to become a wandering civilization would be 3/10 of the current size. Based on this, we believe that we can select 3/10 of our quality population and abandon the remaining 7/10 of our population to embark on a wandering journey alone. Note, if this plan is implemented, the 3/10 of the quality population that voluntarily splits off will need to take at least 90% of the space islands and supplies with them, so that there will be sufficient supplies and jobs available. The remaining 7/10 of the population would be concentrated into the remaining space islands, where they live and die. It should be noted that large-scale social unrest and bloodshed will inevitably erupt during the implementation of this option. Response Option 3. Wait and see what happens. The government should strengthen the control of military power, maintain the fighting strength and purity of the army, and at the same time to ensure the survival of the high-quality population and the security of the space islands and reserves, for the rest of the population to take a laissez-faire attitude, allowing them to riot, conflict, or secretly provoked riots and conflicts. After the natural decline of the population due to the turmoil to 3/10 of the current population, the government will then intervene to quell the riots and re-establish order. The re-establishment of order should follow the principle of total cleansing, whereby all the insecure elements of the previous process are removed, and the blame for the upheaval of civilization is placed on them. In this way, we maintain the image of the government and achieve the goal of reducing the population. Attached are the specific implementation process of the above three scenarios as well as the points to note. If you need to, please review Chapter 372, A Code of Law in a Time of Chaos. The Führer is not a sentimental person, and he knows that no emotional factor can be mixed into the judgment of such an important matter that concerns the direction of the whole civilization. Everything must be measured by the cold, hard interests, and when measured against benefits, it seemed that of the three options, the first option was the most suitable. This is because it will cause the least damage to human civilization as a whole. Although this option still had such and such shortcomings, they could all be overcome and repaired. It wasn't like the second and third options that would bring irreparable damage to human civilization after the civilization split. The remaining population would definitely suffer heavy casualties, not to mention the rest of the damage to the population base, which would take a long time to recover from, not to mention the impact on morals and values. But the Führer could not make up his mind to choose this option. This was not because of any emotional reasons, but because of the overall interests of the human civilization. The possible consequences of this option were also difficult for human civilization to bear. Since the three options are impossible to choose, then, what to do? The Führer kept pacing in the middle of his office, constantly trying to think of something. A few moments later, the Führer's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light, and a seemingly perfect solution surfaced in the Führer's mind. But a few moments later, that bright light dissipated into thin air, as the Führer quickly perceived the shortcomings of this solution. However, this solution was different from those three previous solutions. The benefits of those three previous programs were for the human civilization, and the damage was equally for the whole civilization. While at this moment this program, its benefits for the civilization, and the damage, was its own. If the program implementation success is certainly good, even if it fails, the human civilization will not bear to additional losses, at most, but to maintain the existing bad situation. But they will certainly lose their reputation, and even personal safety cannot be guaranteed, and even will be escorted to the guillotine, in a multitude of scorn and the humiliation of death. So, should we choose this program or not? The Führer does not dare to say that he is a completely chauvinistic person. Seeking benefits for himself is the instinct of living creatures, and human beings cannot be an exception. The Führer looks at this point very openly. So the Führer does not think that there is anything wrong with pursuing a little bit of his own enjoyment while exhausting himself for the advancement of civilization. Moreover, after becoming the head of a civilization, one basically does not have to choose between the interests of the civilization and one's own interests. They can both coexist. The Führer has made many major decisions in the past, each of which can affect the lives of billions or even tens of billions of people. In the course of these decisions, the Führer has never hesitated. But now, the Führer really feels some hesitation, because this time, it was really about his own personal interests, and even about his personal safety. After thinking for a long time, the Führer let out a long breath, and his eyes were no longer confused, but became firm again. At this moment, the Führer had made up his mind. The Führer used his personal computer to send a message to the Secretariat and then came to the small conference room. Under the notice of the Secretariat, 7 or 8 people came to the small conference room before the Führer arrived. They were members of the Führer's think tank team, and they themselves held important positions in the human civilization's government. The Führer would usually discuss with them when he encountered something difficult to decide. Führer, have you decided which option to take? A member of the think tank team asked. The Führer shook his head and said, I have decided not to adopt any of the options. Another member of the think tank team asked, Then what is your plan? Another member said, Maintaining the status quo is definitely not an option. The Führer's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura flickered within them. A chaotic world needs to be punished. These words seemed like they had some sort of magic power, instantly changing the atmosphere in the small conference room to one of gravity. The members of the think tank team looked at each other, and then fell silent. They already knew what the Führer's decision was. and at the same time, thought of all the benefits and all the disadvantages of this proposal in the midst of this instant. Launch a severe crackdown on all illegal and criminal acts within the civilization, and even extend the scope of the death penalty. Carry out a resolute crackdown on the pirate groups, destroying each one that is found. Regardless of the cost, carry out a complete cleansing of the government's internal affairs, and deal with all officials who have colluded with the black and evil forces as well as the pirate groups. Carry out a complete governance of the slum areas, and, if necessary, take an entire district of the population all arrested. The Führer's tone became more and more cold and stern. It is even possible to empty the space islands within 10 and transform them into prisons. In this way, even 1 billion criminals are not afraid of not having a place to be incarcerated. Oh, a member of the think tank team groaned somewhat feebly. Führer, do you know what this means? Do you think we haven't thought of this option before? It's not going to work. Another member shook his head repeatedly. I'm certain that if this program is implemented, we will definitely encounter resistance so great that it's unimaginable, to the point that our government might even be subverted. The remaining few members didn't say anything, but it was clear that they didn't agree with the Führer's idea either. The Führer smiled coldly as a murderous aura began to coalesce in his eyes once again. Are all of you against this proposal? No one spoke in the middle of the small conference room, and it was clear that everyone had acquiesced to the Führer's words. Yes. The Führer nodded his head gently. From now on, you are all dismissed. You, Ordo, from this moment onwards, you are no longer the chief advisor of the military commission. Li Qing, you are no longer the head of the social research office. And Wang Hong, name after name spat out from the Führer's mouth. And not a single person was left behind. Since you guys don't have the vigor, I won't force you. I will find people who have the courage to complete this program with me to take your place. The Führer sneered. In order to execute my program, I don't mind taking you guys first. A team member muttered. Führer, you can't do this. You are walking towards death. I certainly know what I'm up against. The Führer smiled coldly. My program will inevitably touch the interests of many people, those people who flouted order and colluded with black and white in the previous chaos. They have formed an unbreakable alliance of interests. If I am to carry out my program, all of these people will need to be taken down. And they will certainly not be. They will take all means, including assassination, coup d'état, subversion, and so on to prevent my program from being implemented. The possibility of my program succeeding is very small. There is a high chance that I will fail and then lose my own life. But what does it matter? The Führer continued coldly. I am all about finding the possible amongst the impossible. And I will use my life as a prize to seek that 1 in a million hope. The members of the think tank team were silent. The Führer stood up and slowly walked over to the window, looking out at the man-made blue sky and earth, his eyes beginning to become ethereal. The 3 proposals you have come up with have one thing in common, and that is that none of them will be detrimental to you, or to the interests of your class. If I engage in personal worship, I will also need the help of some political forces, and I can only look for them from amongst the existing ones. Then their interests will be preserved. And the same goes for splitting and fleeing once again. No matter how I do it, it won't have an impact on you. Of course, as I am a privileged class, these programs will not harm my interests either. But what about our civilization? What about the hundreds of billions of people who are the foundation of our civilization? A team member said. My Führer, have you really made up your mind to break away from our class and stand against it? You have to think about the consequences of doing so. You mustn't forget which people supported you to become Führer in the first place. The Führer's eyes grew colder and colder. When there was peace, the interests of the 2 classes could coexist. At most it was a matter of more or less. I could tolerate it then. But now is different. Now, I can no longer tolerate it. The members of the think tank team looked at each other, and all nodded. Well then, my Führer, I wish you success. And may you find a suitable replacement for us. The members stood up at the same time and walked towards the door of the small conference room. The Führer said coldly. Stop. Do you have anything else? A team member asked. Of course there is something. The Führer gritted his teeth. His tone was as cold as 9 ghosts of ice, if I'm not mistaken. You have also long been subsumed into a certain group. On the surface it is to advise me and act as a member of the think tank team. In essence, you are using your own identity to secretly influence my decision-making. In essence, You are using your position to influence my decisions in secret, so as to seek benefits for the interest groups behind you. Right? This point we all know very well. You do not have to deny. In the past, I need to use you to understand the demands of various interest groups, as a way to balance the forces of various groups and conflicts of interest, coupled with the fact that you really did some real things. Really for me to put forward a number of better suggestions. So before I can tolerate your small actions. But now? The Führer paused. At this time, the weather simulation system happened to simulate a thunderstorm. The sky was filled with black clouds and lightning. Don't you know that the weather has changed now? The Führer said quietly. A team of heavily armed soldiers barged into the small conference room at this moment. And the leader said to the team members, "There are some matters that require your cooperation in the investigation. Please come with us." Chapter 373, Taking Death for Life. In the middle of the mid-levels of a certain mountain peak in the eastern part of the earth, the two of them, Xiao Yun and Tinker, as well as those monkeys, were still living quietly. The days were always as plain as water, and the time always passed by in a hurry. The monkeys played and frolicked day in and day out. And in the corner of the courtyard, the pile of branches had almost piled up to a person's height. And Xiao Yun didn't bother with them. Even Xiao Yun had planted a tree in the corner. Only the days were still short, and the tree was only just a sapling growing. When this tree grows up, the monkeys will be able to play on this lesson tree. Xiao Yun thought like this. I just don't know if we can wait until this tree grows up. During this period of time, the two of them, Xiao Yun and Tinker, had been carrying out all sorts of complicated calculations as well as discussing ideas. But the two of them hadn't gained much over this period of time. Although the most basic problems had been solved and the general direction had been determined, the concrete realization didn't seem as simple as initially expected. The road ahead was still covered in mist and thorny. If we are going to rely on deception to destroy the robot group, then we have to do one thing, and that is to live by death. We have to make the robots think that the deaths of their companions are really deaths. And only then will they not trigger the crisis evolution mechanism. But to achieve this, we can't touch the internal logical judgment mechanism of the robots. We have to make them think it's reasonable. There seems to be a contradiction between these 2 points. How do we solve this problem? Tinker was thinking hard about this point, but never came up with anything. It was indeed more difficult to reach this point through lies and deception. Think about it. A person is obviously dead. His body is rotting away. But yet someone tells you that he is still alive. How could you possibly believe it? Putting this problem into the context of a robot group is equally true. Obviously a robot has been broken, but you want the rest of the robots to believe that it is still alive, and also cannot touch the robot's own judgment logic. How can this be done? Xiao Yun and Tinker were stuck on this question, and were still unable to get an answer. In a windy and sunny afternoon, Xiao Yun finally made up his mind. Dink. Let's ask the fugitive government for help. There are hundreds of billions of people in the fugitive government, with countless outstanding talents. Just because we can't figure it out doesn't mean they can't figure it out either. Previously, Xiao Yun had prevented General Emmerich from telling the fugitive fleet about his idea because he didn't want the human civilization to suffer the torment of hope to disappointment once again. And at that time, Xiao Yun thought that he had the ability to solve the problem. But now the situation seemed to be different. And it had been proven that the two of them, himself and Tinker, were unable to solve the problem. So for the sake of the greater good, one really couldn't care less about the minutiae that had been there before. Tinker sighed and nodded. It's the only way. At this moment, the fleeing fleet was already more than 20 light-years away from Earth. Already exceeding the boundary of human civilization's power, there were no planets settled by human civilization after this distance. At most some research fleets or unmanned probes had reached them. Before the fleeing fleet left, they destroyed most of the long-distance communication devices in the solar system to prevent the robot group from eavesdropping on the technology. And the only long-distance communication device that could be used to contact the fleeing fleet was in the hands of the autonomous government. So Xiao Yun opened his portable computer and started to contact General Emmerich. A few moments later, General Emmerich's projection appeared in front of both Xiao Yun and Tinker. There was a little more white hair on General Emmerich's head, but his spirit was getting more and more robust. It seemed that during this period of training for the Civilization Guard, General Emmerich had also regained his fighting spirit. However, Xiao Yun had already felt more than once that this state of General Emmerich was not normal. It was more like burning his own life, with a feeling of returning to the light. This made Xiao Yun's heart slightly uneasy. But Xiao Yun did not dwell on this issue, but directly said, General Emmerich, we need you to contact the fugitive government, send the difficulties we are facing, and use the power of the fugitive government to get rid of this problem. Only then can our scheming continue. General Emmerich agreed to Xiao Yun's request without any hesitation. All right. Send the question over, and I will immediately arrange for someone to contact the fugitive government. Xiao Yun then sent the question over. General Emmerich looked over Xiao Yun's question and suddenly laughed very easily. Is this the problem, Xiao Yun? It's the one that has been troubling you guys for more than 10 days? General Emmerich smiled and said, why didn't you guys come and ask me earlier? We don't really need to turn to the fugitive government for help because I know the answer to this question. General Emmerich's words made Xiao Yun feel a little unbelievable. General Emmerich's excellence was undeniable, but that was shown in the military field. For science, General Emmerich was not even comparable to a research institute trainee. And at this moment, Xiao Yun and Dink, the two experts in the field of artificial intelligence, had been troubled for more than 10 days. Xiao Yun and Dink glanced at each other, and both saw the unbelievable look in each other's eyes. How to trick a robot in order to do death for life right? General Emmerich laughed softly. This was originally a very simple question. The two of you may have thought this problem too complicated, too obsessed with solving it from the technical level. That's why you've been thinking about it for a long time. But you've come up empty-handed. Tell you what, I'll take you to a place. You'll understand once you arrive. Oh! Xiao Yun once again looked at Tinker, then nodded silently. General Emmerich arrived half an hour later, and then Xiao Yun and Dink both sat on General Emmerich's flight apparatus together. General Emmerich gave a command, and the flying apparatus then flew like lightning to a certain place in the west. The craft began to descend after about 20 minutes, and then landed inside a certain remote valley. From the air, one couldn't see any abnormality in this valley at all. It was just like the countless valleys in the rest of the planet, green and lush and surrounded by trees. However, after landing down, one could detect obvious traces of artificial transformation. Here, winding roads had been built. Perfect landing plazas for flight instruments had been constructed, and even the interior of the mountain had been hollowed out and converted into a huge base. There were many loaded soldiers here, although they were all old and their gray hair could clearly be seen underneath their military caps. But their behavior in sitting and lying down all showed the standard military aura. It appeared that General Emmerich's training during this period of time was still very effective. Xiao Yun and Dink were both a little puzzled, not knowing what General Emmerich was doing by bringing his two men here. But General Emmerich just smiled mysteriously, and did not explain for the two of them. The three of them then entered the interior of the mountain under the watchful eyes of many soldiers. As soon as they entered, Xiao Yun detected an unusually dark and demonic aura. On both sides of the corridor hung many strange drawings of what appeared to be some sort of twisted-faced deity. And beside the deity, there were many things that appeared to be religious items. After walking for a while, Xiao Yun saw a huge altar in the middle of the square, with a blazing fire burning on top of the altar, and a burnt and charred corpse thrown next to it. The place was eerie and gloomy in every way. After seeing this scene, Xiao Yun understood that this place was a cult sacrifice site. Ever since the outbreak of the robot crisis, countless cults were born in the human civilization, and these cults preached different doctrines. But all of them were under the government's severe crackdown. Obviously, this was the place where a certain cult that had stayed on Earth held secret meetings. When the autonomous government discovered this place, they sent forces to eliminate it. The body that had been burnt to a crisp should have been the sacrifice used for the ritual. Xiao Yun vaguely felt something in his heart, but still couldn't quite figure it out. General Emmerich then pointed at the burnt and blackened corpse and inquired to Xiao Yun. Do you think it's dead? Xiao Yun said. Obviously, it's dead. Even if it is rescued with the full force of our human civilization's existing medical technology, it cannot be saved. Oh! General Emmerich shook his head with a smile and said, Do you think he's dead? But these few people seem to have a different opinion. You might want to ask them. At the side were several other cultists, who were completely controlled by the soldiers. Xiao Yun then walked over to a person who was wearing a weird costume and seemed to be the cult leader and asked at him, Is that person dead? The cult leader hung his head, his tone still calm and collected. Child, a person who sacrifices himself to the gods through the flames does not die. He merely returns to the divine realm, to the embrace of the gods. Xiao Yun's body shook. The question that had been troubling him for more than 10 days became clear at this moment. Xiaoyun completely figured out that question in this instant, and couldn't help but start murmuring, "Live by death. Live by death. So that's how it is." The cult leader was still saying over and over again, "Child, quickly return to the glory of the gods shining down on you. Evil demons are coming. Only by believing in the gods and sacrificing yourself to them can you return to the divine realm. And the divine realm has everything you want in it." The cult leader was still preaching his teachings over and over again. But Xiaoyun was no longer interested in listening. General Emmerich came to Xiaoyun's side at this time and asked Xiaoyun, "Do you understand?" "I understand." Xiaoyun gently nodded his head and then asked Dink, "Do you understand?" Dink said, "I understand too." Chapter 374 Major Mistake. In this instant, Xiaoyun understood it all. The difficult problem that had been troubling Xiaoyun for a long time had been solved without a sound. And Xiaoyun knew that from this moment onwards, the road he was facing would no longer be full of bumps, but rather a smooth road. The only thing worth worrying about was whether he would have enough time to finish the road. The road is flat, but no matter how flat the road is, it still takes time as well as energy to finish the road. The two of them, Xiaoyun and Tinker, said to General Emmerich, "General, we have all understood. We will go back and begin the next phase of our work." "Good to understand. Good to understand." General Emmerich smiled and nodded his head. "Go on. Go on." A special person piloted the flight instrument to send the two of them, Xiaoyun and Dink, back to Xiaoyun's residence. And after settling down, Xiaoyun said, "Dink, I think that our current priority is not to immediately proceed with the start of the deception strategy, but rather to assess how much manpower will be needed to execute the deception strategy, how much code will be needed for the specific implementation, and how many people will be needed to carry out the specific tasks. If the two of us are not strong enough to do the job, we need to ask the fugitive government for help immediately." "Yes." Tinker agreed with Xiaoyun's words. And so the two of them went to work separately once more. After a few hours' time, Xiaoyun first raised his head. "After my assessment, I think this job is not something that only the two of us can handle. The amount of code it requires is just too huge. To fully realize this logic, to fully bring out our deception strategy, we need at least billions of lines of code. Not to mention the knowledge of astrophysics, basic physics, high-energy physics, material science, aerospace science, space science, and so on are also involved here. The two of us are totally inadequate." "Yes, my assessment is similar to yours," Tinker said. "This is a huge deception operation that needs to involve the entire scientific community of our human civilization, and every single one of our scientific and technological details delineated, and any one place that is not rigorous enough could lead to the entire plan being a total loss. The two of us merely have clear logic for the overall execution of the plan, but when it comes to the specific execution, even using layman to describe us would not be an exaggeration." Xiaoyun once again glanced at Tinker before nodding. "In that case, then launch a request for help against the fugitive government." "All right. I'll draw up a list of requests for help," Dink said. A day later, a list full of demands was drawn up. It detailed what was needed to carry out the deception strategy, and the fields involved were all over the place, covering almost any subdivision of the natural science side of the human science community. Right now, the two-way communication delay between the fugitive government and Earth is around 7 months' time, plus the time for the fugitive government to organize experts to carry out research and argumentation. I estimate that we will probably get a reply after 8 months' time. Then, during this period of time, let's first start our research for the problems in the areas we are familiar with," Xiaoyun said. "At the same time, we need General Emmerich to organize the experts of the various disciplines that are still left on Earth to carry out pre-research on the knowledge we need. Among the millions of people still remaining on Earth, there were many retired elderly scientific experts, although they had lost their ability to innovate due to aging. When it came to the depth of their mastery of non-highly advanced knowledge and understanding, they were no less than anyone else in the civilization. There were as many as 7 or 8 such people that Xiaoyun knew of, and the rest of the second and third-rate scientists, as well as those who had received a complete education and possessed a complete understanding of the scientific system, but were not engaged in science-related professions, were even more numerous. These people were also a force to be reckoned with. After the most difficult problems had been solved, the autonomous government was once more busy. Once again, General Emmerich sent an engineering team to expand Xiaoyun's residence. transforming it into a perfect scientific research base. So all of those summoned gathered here at Xiaoyun's place, where they launched a pre-study of those many problems, in preparation for receiving and understanding the information sent by the fugitive government. Time passed little by little, and the 8 months passed in a flash. However, things did not progress as smoothly as Xiaoyun as well as General Emmerich had expected. 8 months had passed, and no answers to the questions from the fugitive government had been sent here to Earth. People were still waiting patiently. 9 months had passed. A year had passed, and there was still no news from the fugitive government. This caused an ominous premonition to arise in people's hearts. What's going on over at the fugitive government? It's impossible for them not to know the importance of these questions, and it can be said that the hope of destroying the robot group rests on the answers to these questions. But why? They still haven't sent the answers over? Does the fugitive government still exist? Are they really still continuing their fugitive journey, rather than fading away in this vast universe? What exactly happened? What happened to the runaway government? Question after question lingered in people's minds, but no one knew the answer. The fugitive government has left the Earth has been too far. So far that the two-way communication delay has been as high as 7 or 8 months of time. In such a situation, if not necessary, between the Earth and the fugitive government has actually disconnected. The fugitive government in the end, what happened there? No one knows. Clouds hung over the research base, and every researcher involved in this mission was heavy-hearted, as if a huge mountain was weighing on their hearts. This was the most desperate moment. If the research has not been a breakthrough, that is okay. But now, obviously the problem has been a breakthrough. Obviously already see the dawn of hope. Is it at this time? And then the people's hearts will be strangled off the hope of it. General Emmerich has presided over the second confirmation message sent to the fugitive government, but has not yet received a reply. Time slowly passed in such depression as well as waiting. A year and a month and a half after the first request for help was sent out, General Emmerich came to the research base with a document. In the office, there were only Xiaoyun, Tinker and General Emmerich. And apart from these three people, all the rest were invited out. After confirming that the confidentiality measures were correct, General Emmerich took out the document and placed it in front of Xiaoyun and Dink. The head of the document instantly attracted the eyes of both Dink and Xiaoyun, causing their hearts to instantly hang in the air. The head of the document clearly and unambiguously read, "Fugitive government to autonomous government. This is a return telegram from the fugitive government," General Emmerich said. The two of them, Tinker and Xiaoyun, did not say anything, but continued to read. "I am the fugitive government Führer. I regret to inform you, General Emmerich, that there has been a major error in our work. We did receive your request for help, and the first time we received the information, we organized scientific research experts to start researching the relevant issues. But our government has been infiltrated by the pirate group, and the strict crackdown operation presided over by me has not yet purged these dregs that have infiltrated the interior of our government. And with the cooperation of these dregs, the information of the project completely leaked out to the pirate group leader. And then, under the auspices of the pirate, the information about the project was completely leaked to the leader of the pirate group. And then the pirate group presided over the people hidden inside the government as an internal counterpart. And they launched a large-scale terrorist attack on the scientific research base. A total of more than 30,000 outstanding scientists of various disciplines died in the attack. And all the research materials were also destroyed in the attack. We mobilized all our forces to barely contain the pirate group's subsequent assassinations, save some of the scientists, and reluctantly launched another study of the relevant issues. But due to the haste and panic, as well as the list of issues and needs, and the rest of the large amount of information lost in the terrorist attack, our research did not go smoothly. And so far we have only come up with this information. And there will be no more information to send to you. The pirate group has sent a fleet to intercept and jam the communication signals between the Earth and the fugitive fleet. So we can't send you any more information until the jamming equipment is removed. And it will take at least 5 years to remove the communication jamming equipment. So, Xiaoyun, Tinker, Admiral Emmerich, everything that follows depends on you. On the other hand, according to reliable intelligence, we have confirmed that the pirate group has dispatched the equivalent of a legion of war forces to depart for Earth, preparing to launch a devastating strike on the solar system. And we have dispatched a considerable force of escorting legions to intercept it. But whether we will be able to do so or not is still an open question. You should strengthen your prevention and preparation work in this regard. Below are the preliminary conclusions of our organization's scientific research forces on those issues, and we hope that they will be of help to you. I wish you luck. And I also wish that our human civilization can be lucky. Except for the attachments. This document ended here. After reading the entire document, Xiao Yun's eyes were filled with deep confusion. Pirate group. Xiao Yun muttered the name. Why are they obstructing us from destroying the robot group? Don't they know that the robot group will eventually destroy them as well? The pirate syndicate is also human. The reason is simple. General Emmerich said calmly. If the robot group had been destroyed, they would be dead right now. And if the robot group still exists, then they can at least live on. And won't be wiped out for at least a few thousand years. What they need is a turbulent human civilization. Chapter 375. So be it. Although Xiao Yun could not be considered a pure scientist, he did not know much about the rest of the world after all. And he was far worse than General Emmerich in this aspect. General Emmerich could see the essence of things at a glance, while Xiao Yun couldn't do that. So at this moment, Xiao Yun was never able to understand why something like the pirate group existed that stood with the robot group while standing on the opposite side of human civilization. How could they be so heartless? Xiao Yun muttered, unable to figure it out. General Emmerich patted Xiao Yun's shoulder, but his eyes were looking at the clear blue sky beyond the base. His eyes filled with a long distance. Everything that comes next is up to us, General Emmerich said. Even if the information sent to us by the fugitive government is incomplete, it can still push our existing research a big step forward. With this stuff, there's still hope for us. More than that, we have other hope, Tinker said. Don't forget, we've already told the fugitive government our thoughts. Our complete ideas about destroying the robot group. And how to do it with death. How to deceive the robot group. Even if we ultimately fail, the fugitive government that has the complete thoughts can still further carry out the research on top of this. And ultimately do it by destroying the robot group. Destroy the robot group. No matter what. As long as our thought process is right, then our human civilization can definitely continue. No, that's not it. Xiao Yun somewhat feebly waved the information in his hand, his expression still filled with bewilderment. The fugitive government did not grasp our thought process on how to destroy the robot syndicate. Or rather, they once grasped it. But it is now lost. Oh, why do you say that? General Emmerich and Tinker both asked together. It's obvious from the information they handed us, Xiao Yun said in a low voice. I perceived that the information they sent back to us was merely on the matter. Merely only responding to our needs. And not at all making an extended study on those needs. And what this situation means, you all probably know. The complexions of both General Emmerich and Tinker darkened at the same time. Obviously, they had understood the meaning within Xiao Yun's words. Xiao Yun continued. We can surmise that the terrorist attack launched by the pirate group was targeted. And they intentionally destroyed all the scientists who had mastered the method of destroying the robot group. And destroyed all the electronic tools that had recorded the method. Which led to the scientists who subsequently took over the research work to be completely unaware of our research ideas. And could not do any dispersive research on our research ideas. And could only be able to give answers and responses to our specific questions and needs. So, based on this situation, I surmise that there is a great possibility that the fugitive government has not mastered the method of destroying the robot group. Therefore, we are still the only hope for our civilization to defeat the robot syndicate. And the road ahead can still only be taken by ourselves. The communication between the fugitive government and the autonomous government had been cut off. Xiao Yun was no longer able to tell the fugitive government about his conception. And the fugitive government was also unable to utilize its own scientific research power to provide assistance to Xiao Yun. The distance between the two sides is too far. Even if the fugitive government launches all its forces, breaks through the information blockade of the pirate group, and returns to the solar system to contact Xiao Yun in this regard, the time is also too late. Not to mention that, in the case of the uncertain future, how can the fugitive government take such a huge risk to let the entire civilization return to the sea? Send a raid squad to return to the solar system, and then take away Xiao Yun's conception to return to the fugitive fleet again? If it was possible to break through the pirate group's blockade, this solution might be feasible for human civilization. After all, even if the human civilization only mastered the method of destroying the robot group after the destruction of the solar system due to time and distance constraints, the human civilization always existed, and it could always find a second home in the vastness of the universe in which it could flourish. But this was unacceptable to Xiao Yun. What was the original reason why he had persisted until now? Struggled until now? And refused to follow the fleeing fleet to leave, but had always stuck to the Earth? Because this is the hometown of the entire human civilization. Is the birth of mankind. Raised mankind. This vast universe in the unique home. Without a hometown. When the Mars civilization suffered is the example of today's human civilization. The Martian who gave all he had just to survive, but was still cut into millions of pieces by the human civilization, once again surfaced in Xiao Yun's mind. Xiao Yun did not want things to turn out like that. So Xiao Yun had never given up. Xiao Yun's eyes began to clear. And at this moment, Xiao Yun had made up his mind. That's it then, Xiao Yun said. If a raid squad arrives, we will give them the complete conception and let them bring it back to hand it over to the fleeing government. And those who want to leave can follow the raid squad. But I will never leave. I want to stay on Earth and guard this home until the last moment. If the robot group wants to destroy the solar system, they can only step over my dead body. General Emmerich patted Xiao Yun's shoulder once again, and did not speak. Only after a long time did General Emmerich whisper. Then let it be so. Rely on our own strength and bury the robot group. I will once again launch a summoning order to gather all the people with relevant scientific literacy who are still on Earth to come here and gather all of our strength to carry out follow-up research. At the same time, I will once again step up the training of the Civilization Guard. And if the pirate group dares to come here, I promise that I will teach them a lesson they will never forget. We will succeed, Xiao Yun whispered. Yes, we will definitely succeed, General Emmerich and Tinker both said at the same time as well. Xiao Yun then summoned all the researchers in the base and held a meeting in the middle of the large conference room. Looking at the white hairs saved below, Xiao Yun had a strange feeling in his heart. He thought that this feeling should be similar to the feeling that General Emmerich had when he started the training of the new recruits. Xiao Yun and General Emmerich exchanged glances, both seeing a bitter smile from within the other's sight. Xiao Yun recounted the current situation in detail, especially focusing on the point that there will no longer be any help from the fugitive government. Everything in the future will depend on us. This point, originally, Xiao Yun thought that the atmosphere in the conference room would be heavy and depressing. But the development of things once again exceeded Xiao Yun's expectations. Xiao Yun, are you doubting our abilities? Could it be that without the help of the fugitive government and the participation of the younger people, we old bones can't do this? An old man with a head full of white hair, who looked to be close to 200 years old, stood up. His voice hoarse but still full of strength. Don't forget that when we were active on the front line of scientific research, you youngsters were still in kindergarten number 1 learning 1 plus 1. Although we are old, the passion in our hearts has not aged. Another old man said. Xiao Yun, you underestimate us. Another old man said. Do we lack experience in practical research? Do we lack experience in participating in large-scale missions? Do we lack systematic scientific knowledge? No, we lack none of these. The only thing we may lack is an understanding of forward-looking research and the ability to be active enough to innovate. But don't you guys still exist? Hasn't the division of labor always been the same? The overall task, the direction of scientific research is grasped by you. The details, the implementation of the work by us to solve. This division of labor has been working perfectly. Is not it? So what exactly are you worried about? Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's heart began to have a faint touch flowing through it. In the face of difficulties, when he was on the verge of losing confidence, this group of old people were still holding on without wavering in the slightest. Xiao Yun knew what kind of cruel truth was implied behind those glib words. They were all old, and could no longer be as reckless as they were when they were young. And the subsequent scientific research tasks were bound to be exceptionally burdensome. So burdensome that they exceeded everyone's imagination. And they did not have the ability to do that. Nor did their physical condition allow them to do that. They are not capable of doing that. Nor does their health allow them to do that. Even if they took the risk to do so, the chances of their failure were just as high. But everyone seemed to have ignored this point. And no one mentioned it. Xiao Yun's vision gradually blurred a little. In front of Xiao Yun's eyes, the group of gray-haired old people suddenly seemed to have changed, turning into soldiers who laughed at life and death and looked at the clouds lightly. They didn't care about their own lives. They didn't care about their own everything. All they cared about was one thing. And that was completing the mission. In order to do so, they could give everything they had. Xiao Yun blinked hard, letting his sight return to clarity. The words of the old people once again reached Xiao Yun's ears. To be able to receive such a mission when my life is about to end, I really feel that this life has not been in vain. The young people nowadays are just too arrogant. How dare they look down on us old-timers? Let's show them. So what if people are old? Who says there's no way to work when one is old? Not only are we going to do it, but we're going to do it better than them. Xiao Yun, don't waste any more time. Hurry up and arrange the specific division of labor for the tasks. I feel as if my body is starting to look younger. And now I can't wait to start working. Xiao Yun wiped his slightly moist eyes and nodded vigorously. All right, seniors, I will go and do the specific division of labor for the tasks. Chapter 376 Warm Sun. Xiao Yun's residence was once again massively expanded, eventually becoming a scientific research base covering an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters, with all sorts of functions being perfect. After the selection process, thousands of researchers were all stationed here, whether they were living or working here, under the auspices of Xiao Yun and Dink. These thousands of researchers were divided into different groups such as Theory Group, Program Group, Simulation Group, Engineering Group, etc., with each group acting as a different subject for research, and eventually summed up here by Xiao Yun and Dink. After confirming that they could no longer get assistance from the fugitive government, this place quickly entered the busy, whether it was stormy, rainy, snowy or cold winter nights. The lights here were always brilliant, and the people walking in it were always in a hurry. Today was a rather special day. After a mere 3 hours of sleep, Xiao Yun, who had just woken up and washed up, ready to start working once again, welcomed the first guest to visit today. Without knocking on the door, Tinker entered directly into Xiao Yun's room and then said, Xiao Yun, the final course of action has been determined. Our jointly proposed plan has been passed in general, and the jury has only proposed modifications on a few minor details. Hearing Tinker's statement, Xiao Yun slowed down the movements in his hands and his expression relaxed slightly. It seems that everyone agrees with our plan. Yes. Dink nodded. The probability of a collective making a mistake is always a little lower than the probability of an individual making a mistake. Everyone agrees that we're right. And everyone agrees that the program works. Phew. Xiao Yun took a long breath, paused for a moment, and then said, Dink, from the time we came up with a rough idea to the time we finalized the specific implementation plan, the time has already passed for almost half a year, right? 169 days. Still a few days short of half a year, Tinker said. I see, Xiao Yun said. Go ahead. I'll go to the programming team later to start working. Dink left Xiao Yun's room, and next to him, the several monkeys immediately chirped and came over, jumping happily around Xiao Yun. One naughty little monkey even jumped onto Xiao Yun's shoulder and stretched out its arm to touch Xiao Yun's head in a haphazard manner. So Xiao Yun's freshly tidied hair was messed up in a few moments. This happened almost every day, and Xiao Yun had long since become accustomed to it. Ever since this place was converted into a scientific research base, these monkeys had moved into Xiao Yun's room, and at the same time, their movements had also started to be restricted, no longer able to play freely in the base. Perhaps it was because of this reason that they became even more infatuated with Xiao Yun. At the same time, teasing these monkeys had also become one of the few remaining pastimes Xiao Yun had after work. Come on, I'll take you guys out to play for a while. Xiao Yun gently touched the fur of that little monkey and spoke softly. After being bored here for such a long time, I'm sure you guys are almost suffocating. The monkeys seemed to understand Xiao Yun's words, and they all began to shout excitedly. Xiao Yun opened the door to the room, and the monkeys followed behind Xiao Yun and walked out of the room together. They didn't dare to run around. The strict management system of the base, as well as their previous encounters, had made them realize that the only safe thing to do was to follow Xiao Yun around. After stepping out of the base building and onto the wide plaza outside, the endless rolling hills and blue sky came into Xiao Yun's eyes. The monkeys knew that the time to relax had come, so they dispersed in a flurry and ran away, while Xiao Yun walked slowly and came to the railing at the edge of the mountain cliff. The aura of nature instantly surrounded Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun felt as if a kind of lethargy emanating from the depths of his soul instantly took over his body and spirit. Xiao Yun closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed this few moments of leisure. But after only a few minutes, Xiao Yun opened his eyes, forcibly suppressing the feeling of leisure and comfort. It was early in the morning, and the sunlight was still not too harsh, so even looking directly at the sun would not be unpleasant. So Xiao Yun looked towards the east, staring at the large red sun in a daze. Xiao Yun knew that even if human civilization had really entered the interstellar era, the sun had an extraordinary significance for human civilization. This significance was not only from the emotional aspect, but also from the practical point of view. The sun was indispensable to human civilization. Without the sun, there would be no human civilization. No matter what kind of rhetoric is used to praise the sun is not too much. It generously gives human civilization light and heat, so that people can flourish. Survival and development. What it had given to people was already too much. And if it were to be anthropomorphized, I believe that any person with a normal moral sense would not pray to it for anything extra. But now, Xiao Yun decided to, once again, ask it for help. Because there was the most crucial part of the execution plan Xiao Yun and Tinker had drawn up. A part that required the sun to execute. You gave us life. You gave us light and heat. You gave us everything we need. And it is under your protection that our human civilization has been able to flourish to this day. But today, your children have encountered the biggest existential crisis so far. And your children can't solve this problem alone. So, we can only pray for your help. Only your power can destroy the endless vicious enemies from the depths of the universe. And only you can give your children a second life. Mother Sun, we pray that you will help us and protect us as always. The sun certainly did not respond to Xiao Yun's words. It still hung silently in the middle of the sky, gradually rising, gradually brightening to the point of being blinding. Xiao Yun finally had to withdraw his gaze at the sun. Although he was no longer looking at the sun, the brightness between heaven and earth, as well as the warmth felt on top of his body, reminded Xiao Yun all the time that the sun was still there. Xiao Yun's mood was somewhat complicated. Xiao Yun does not know how to describe this feeling. Perhaps the person who bears the fate of the entire human civilization will be like Xiao Yun, so sensitive and suffering. Or perhaps those strong outstanding people will not. But Xiao Yun was just an ordinary person. Xiao Yun is still in a daze. But a sharp vibration of the portable computer broke the tranquility. Xiao Yun opened his carry-on computer, and General Emmerich's gloomy face appeared in front of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, come to my office immediately. There are important things. Alas. Xiao Yun shook his head and sighed with some regret before turning around and walking towards the office building. Pushing open the door of General Emmerich's office, Xiao Yun found that Tinker, as well as several important figures among the autonomous government, were already sitting there. What happened? Xiao Yun found a seat and sat down, while asking Dink next to him. While Dink did not reply, General Emmerich handed over a document and signaled to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun took the document and only swept a glance. Those words in the title of the document made Xiao Yun instantly stare. Those were a few large, eye-catching words. From the Fugitive Government Space Fleet's 13th Group Army Fishhawk Combat Formation to the Autonomous Government. A message from the Fugitive Government? Xiao Yun muttered. Hasn't the Fugitive Government already disconnected from us? The situation is somewhat different. General Emmerich's words were a bit heavy. You'll know if you read on. Xiao Yun then continued to read on. Leaders of the Autonomous Government. If you are able to receive this message, please respond in advance to the following situation. A serious rebellion has occurred in the Fugitive Government, and the pirate group has seceded from the Fugitive Government and is in a state of hostility with the Fugitive Government. In order to secure their own interests, the pirate group has decided to destroy the autonomous governments in the middle of the solar system in order to prevent you from destroying the robot group. To this end, they sent a combat formation to the solar system. And accordingly, the Fugitive Government also sent our Fish Eagle combat formation to intercept it. In the midst of constant entanglement and melee, a group of robots surrounded us and cut off our path of retreat. There was no escape for us. But fortunately for us, there was no escape for the pirate group. There were too many robots, and we and the pirate group were doomed. We can only gather as much information about the robot group as we can, and attempt to send this message towards Earth at maximum power, in the hope that you will receive it, and thus be forewarned of this. The coordinates of the celestial sphere where we encountered the robot group are as follows. The number of robots is estimated to be 300 billion units. Because of our lack of appropriate professionals, we are unable to judge the current technological level of the robot group. But we have collected video images of the robot group's battles with us, as well as relevant data, so that you can analyze and judge the robot group's technological level on your own. Their direction of movement is as follows, and their mode of combat is as follows. In the second half of the message was a series of data that described in detail everything that could be gathered about the robot group. We were lucky to receive this document, General Emmerich said slowly. If the Fishhawk combat formation had not encountered this group of robots, none of us would have known that a massive formation of robots existed just less than 10 light years away from us. They're coming towards the solar system, Xiaoyun said in a low voice. If we look at the speed at which they are traveling at the moment, it will take them no more than 4 years at most to arrive here. That means we have less than 4 years at most. 4 years is the best case scenario, General Emmerich said. The time we have left is likely not that long. Maybe there's a robot group operating closer to us as well, and we haven't even noticed. Chapter 377 Doping Plan. The kind of scenario that General Emmerich was talking about was highly likely. After all, with the retreat of the fugitive government, the Cygnus Deep Space Monitoring Network that was originally used to monitor deep space intelligence had been completely destroyed, and the autonomous government did not have deep space monitoring capabilities at the moment. Although telescopes could see far away, the range was just too narrow, and it was basically impotent for deep space monitoring in the true sense of the word. Then 4 years is the best case scenario. General Emmerich pondered for a moment and raised his head to Xiaoyun and asked, "How long will it take for your plan to be ready?" Xiaoyun and Tinker both glanced at each other and conferred in low voices, with a few elderly scientists present at the moment for a while before answering. "We need at least 5 more years." Dink lowered his head, reddened his face, as if distinguishing something. "There is no way. The aspects involved in this plan are too many and too complex. In theoretical physics alone, we need to reconstruct a set of physical systems that are completely different from our existing technology. This set of physical systems must be able to accommodate any existing physical phenomena and must be self-consistent in itself, which implies this means huge amounts of mathematical calculations and physical experiments. And we lack the manpower. We lack the instruments. We lack the experimental environment. We lack almost everything. And that's just on the physics side of things. The programming team, the measurement team, and so on are facing a similar situation." Tinker's words became lower and lower, and in the end it was like a mosquito murmuring in a low voice, eventually disappearing completely. Xiaoyun whispered, "But the robots won't wait for us." There was silence in the office, so Xiaoyun repeated once more, "The robots won't wait for us." The robot group would not wait until the autonomous government had everything ready. They would only advance at their own rhythm and pace. When they would arrive was not something that human civilization could control. Tinker said in a slightly confused voice, "I know that. But what are we going to do?" There was a sudden knock on the door outside the office. General Emmerich signaled, and the man pushed open the door and hurried in. "General, we just received a report from the lab that Professor Zhao Haiqing suddenly collapsed in the middle of his work, and the medical team has already begun emergency rescue. But the situation is still unclear." "Oh!" General Emmerich was instantly moved. He stood up and said to everyone in the middle of the office, "Let's go. Let's go take a look together." Xiaoyun's heart lifted as well. Professor Zhao Haiqing was a highly respected physicist who had been active on the front line of scientific research before human civilization had split, proposing many major physics theories and teaching many outstanding students. It was only with the increasing age that he gradually withdrew from the scientific research circle, and because of some reasons such as the difficulty of leaving his homeland, he finally stayed on Earth instead of following the fleeing government to leave together. After Xiaoyun put forward his plan and the fugitive government could no longer provide support for the autonomous government, and could only rely on the autonomous government to support itself, Professor Zhao Haiqing logically joined the base and became the head of the physics group. Such an important person suddenly fell unconscious, and the situation was unknown. It was no wonder that General Emmerich, Xiaoyun, and the others were not anxious. The group hurriedly left the office and took the internal commuter car to the medical group's location. But they were blocked by a middle-aged doctor in a white coat. "Professor Zhao is undergoing resuscitation. You can't go in," the middle-aged doctor said with a flourish. "You guys just wait here. I'll notify you as soon as there's a result." The group then stayed outside the resuscitation room in silence. Above the doorway of the resuscitation room, the red round light that signified that the resuscitation was in progress was always on. So Xiaoyun's heart was always lifted, never able to be put down. Compared to the rest of the world, the medical technology left behind by the fugitive government on Earth was still relatively large, and it could be said that the medical strength of the autonomous government was not much worse than that of the fugitive government, and in today's technology which is already highly developed. Unless it is too extreme, the general situation can be saved. But that didn't make people's hearts relax a bit. I don't know how long I waited, but the red round light finally went out, and a doctor walked out of the ward with a tired face. General Emmerich immediately greeted him and asked gruffly, "How is Professor Zhao's situation?" "I'm sorry. We've done our best," the doctor said in a low voice. "Professor Zhao's condition is too critical. In fact, he had already stopped breathing before he was brought into the ward. We tried anything we could think of, but we still couldn't bring him back." Hearing those words, Xiaoyan only felt a boom in the middle of his head and his mouth filled with bitterness. Even the words of the doctor who connected down couldn't be heard too clearly. Only some fragments were vaguely heard. Professor Zhao's age is too big, too much work and mental pressure, too much fatigue. Unlike Xiaoyan's loss of composure, General Emmerich still maintained his composure. He gently patted the doctor's shoulder and said in a low voice, "It's been hard on you guys. You guys go and take a rest as well." A heavy and depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire base building. Xiaoyan felt that his consciousness was a little unclear, to the point that the next few days were like sleepwalking. And there was always a question repeating over and over in his mind. There's already not enough time. And now Professor Zhao has passed away. What should we do? Professor Zhao's funeral was conducted very simply, under the auspices of General Emmerich. Just a simple farewell ceremony was held. And then people once again went back to their busy schedules. People worked harder, and their rest time was further compressed. But physiological limits were invincible. And if you compressed your rest time here, you had to make it up in the rest of the world, with the body already being pressed to almost its limits by the will before. Further intensifying the will's pressure on the body did not do anything to further increase the efficiency of the work, but instead made it start to decrease a bit. This situation once again caused General Emmerich and Xiao Yun and the others to become worried. Xiao Yun began to fall into a conflict. In fact, it wasn't as if people hadn't anticipated this situation when the plans were first formulated. People had already thought about it and had formulated a response plan. Just until the situation of last resort, no one was willing to implement that alternative plan, but now can already be regarded as the last resort. Xiao Yun thought for a daytime long made up his mind. Thus, on the next day, a meeting involving all the researchers was held. As everyone can see, we have now reached the most critical time. The robot group could arrive at any moment, and our work is progressing slowly. There are 10,000 reasons we can excuse ourselves for this, but no matter how we tell the difference, there is one thing we need to understand, and that is that the robot group will not wait for us. So, in order to speed up our work and increase our efficiency, I propose that implement the doping program. There was a silence in the meeting room. Xiaoyan paused for a moment and continued. For the sake of a noble goal, I personally don't mind sacrificing one of my lives. But I know that I can't represent everyone, and I can't use morality to kidnap everyone. Therefore, whether the doping program should be implemented or not, we need everyone to vote to decide, in order to prevent the influence of the rest of the factors. The vote is anonymous. Whether you vote for or against, the rest of the people will not know. Moreover, this vote will be kept secret throughout the entire process, and all information about this vote will be completely destroyed after it is over, so that no matter whether or not human civilization can continue, and no matter what the final result will be, no one will ever know that such a vote was ever conducted here, at this very moment. Regardless of your final choice, I will respect and understand your decision. Choosing to dedicate your life for the sake of civilization is noble, and choosing to perpetuate your life is equally not despicable. Isn't the idea of our civilization to respect every individual's choice? So, let's start voting now. The agenda of the meeting was simple, and the time was tight. After Xiaoyan delivered his speech, without any remaining links, all the attendees quickly began to vote. Xiaoyan pressed the consent button in silence, and then began to wait. At this moment, Xiaoyan's thoughts were a bit complicated. Xiaoyan knew that if the vote passed, regardless of whether the human civilization would ultimately win or not, he himself had no future. He was destined to die, because the doping program is at the cost of destroying the human body. Under the support of technological instruments, people only needed to take 15 minutes out of their day to receive nutritional injections from the instruments, as well as body repairs to maintain what they needed for a full day of work. People don't need extra rest, don't need extra food. Even drinking water, relaxing, going to the toilet, and so on are not needed. If the doping program is implemented, a person can work for 23 hours and 45 minutes in a row in the best physical and mental condition. But the cost of this program is also enormous. It causes irreversible damage to the human body, which cannot be repaired even with the most advanced medical methods. All the volunteers who participated in the program died painfully in the following 1 to 2 years. Stronger and younger volunteers may have lasted longer, but not more than 5 years at the longest. Some of the weaker volunteers even died suddenly during the program. That's why the technology was shut down 100 years ago. But now, it was once again brought out. Thoughts rose and fell in Xiao Yun's mind, and he did not come back to his senses until the beep of the end of the vote sounded. Xiao Yun put his sight on top of the large screen in front of him, and he discovered that the voting result was surprisingly 2,456 to 0. Of all the attendees, not a single one voted against it. Chapter 378 Freedom Square. In the middle of the endless dark and deep space, a fleet consisting of tens of thousands of airships of different sizes and shapes was sailing quietly. This fleet looked very tattered, to the point that the shells of some of the ships were broken, with a large number of internal structures directly exposed in space. But almost everyone knew exactly what kind of power this fleet possessed. It was a huge power that was enough to make the entire human civilization fearful. They had a loud name, and that was the Pirate Fleet. Of course, the name of the Pirate Fleet is the fugitive government for them. The members of the pirate group do not call themselves this way. They have another very nice name to call themselves. They call themselves the Freedom Army for freedom, for the resistance against the exploitation and oppression of the powerful class of the army. So called the Freedom Army. After a military force has swelled to a certain stage, they are bound to have a political program to guide their advance. It does not matter what the political program is. The important thing is that it can unite themselves internally, but also for external propaganda purposes. So the pirate group turned into a free army. In their own propaganda, the pirate group and the pirates have become for freedom, for the relief of the suffering majority of the people, in order to overthrow the tyranny of the fugitive government and forget to fight for the soldiers. In the continuous propaganda, many people really think that their lives have been sublimated, so in the battle will be more courageous, more fearless. This caused a lot of trouble for the fugitive government's purging operations. But there are always sober people in a group. The higher-ups in the pirate group were not fooled by this theory, and they knew exactly what they wanted. It was the resources and population that the fugitive fleet had, the technology, and the huge amount of ships. Evans was one of the sober ones. Since being lured by the pirate group under the guise of looking for a job, Evans had spent a long time here. During this period of time, Evans had lived carefully, and perhaps due to good luck. By now, Evans even had a certain status, of course. The top level still could not be talked about, but at least, Evans already had the opportunity to get close to the top level of the pirate syndicate. Evans was now attached to the Führer's Security Bureau, and was a guard in the 5th detachment of the 3rd column under the Security Bureau. As the name suggests, the Führer's Guard Bureau was an organization responsible for protecting the safety of the top leaders of the pirate group. It is not easy to get into this organization. Pirates must have strong personal abilities, coupled with tested loyalty, and a certain amount of luck in order to become a member of this organization. This is matched by an extremely high welfare package. Evans knew that he had to survive, and only by surviving would he have a chance to return to human civilization and see his wife and son again. Regardless of how much suffering and torture in the pirate group, Evans has never given up on this point. One by one, the people who were lured into the pirate group with him died, and their bodies were thrown into space and turned into rocks. While Evans survived until he became a member of the Guard Bureau. Evans wasn't at the top of the group, but Evans was a sober man all the same. The set of brainwashing theories that the pirate group preached didn't have any effect on Evans. Evans soberly realized that the so-called struggle for freedom or whatever was fake, and that the personal greed hidden behind this crown was the real thing. But Evans didn't have the power to change all that. The only thing Evans could do with all his might was to ensure his own survival. How can he die when his wife and children are still waiting for him far away? It was the brief moment of leisure before rest that Evans lay in his bunk quietly thinking about things. Suddenly, the door of the lounge room was opened, and the captain of the guards, who was dressed in a straight uniform, walked in, and subconsciously, the guards instantly got down from their beds and stood in a neat row in front of the captain. Tomorrow it will be the guards of the 5th detachment. That is, you, who will undertake the leader's security duties, the captain said coldly. You will report to the flagship Freedom Square at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. The Freedom Square guards will tell you the details of how this security mission will be carried out." "Yes." Evans and the rest of the guards agreed together. The guard captain left while the guards returned to their bunks once more. The lights went out after a few moments, and the sound of even breathing began to emanate from the middle of the lounge. It was clear that his own teammates had gone to sleep. But Evans couldn't get any sleep. Liberty Square? Evans silently recited this name in his mind. The thoughts in his heart rose and fell, never able to calm down. Could it be? Is it really necessary to start an all-out war? Evans knew that if there was no grand event, the leader would generally not go to Freedom Square, and would only go to Freedom Square when activities such as public speeches, awards, and rewards were carried out. The fact that this event required an entire detachment of the Guard Bureau to provide security was indicative of that. And what else would it be to conduct a grand event under the current circumstances, other than a pre-war mobilization speech? In recent times, the friction between the pirate group and the autonomous government has become more and more frequent. Leaving aside the small-scale battles, the large-scale battles involving 10,000 warships alone have happened more than a dozen times. Although Evans was only a guard, he could also detect a little something from this increasingly tense atmosphere. Evans clearly knew that the autonomous government side did not want the war to continue. They wanted to solve the cancer of the pirate group as soon as possible, and then put their energy into the escape as well as the continuation of human civilization. Similarly, the pirate group side did not want to continue the war for a long period of time, and the pirate group wanted to confirm their position through a large-scale battle, stabilizing their internal affairs. The pirate group also want to confirm their position through a large battle, stabilize the internal at the same time, but also to the fleeing government deterrence, so that their own hands to free up as soon as possible to develop the internal. Therefore, a large battle is inevitable, and the ending of this large battle relates to the future fate of both sides. Autonomous government win, the pirate group from the decline, and ultimately inevitable destiny of destruction. The pirate group win. The autonomous government must accept the situation of equality between the two sides, and even the pirate group will be gradually eaten up by the danger of the pirate group. Both sides for this battle is imperative. Evans does not know how the autonomous government side carried out how to prepare for the work. Evans only know that the pirate group side for this battle almost all the forces that can be mobilized. Evans knew that this day will come sooner or later. But Evans did not expect this day to come so quickly. The world's momentum is like a rolling tide, unstoppable. As a small person, Evans can only go with the flow, flowing with this rolling tide into the unknown future. Alas, Evans let out a long sigh and went to sleep surrounded by a deep sense of powerlessness. Early the next morning, the guards of the guard assembled and then took a small ferry ship to the flagship harbor here. The flagship of the pirate syndicate was a large airship, and all of its indicators were the strongest amongst the pirate syndicate. It possessed the strongest firepower and defense, as well as the most powerful mobility. Its combat power was even comparable to that of the humanity. It's even comparable to the human ship that escaped the government. It was a behemoth with a murderous aura. Evans knew that it was the core of the entire pirate group, and the leader was the core of the core. That majestic middle-aged man was not only the military leader of the pirate group, but also the spiritual leader of the pirates. It was because of his existence that the pirate group could develop to be so strong in a short period of time. And it was because of his existence that the fugitive government was so afraid of the pirate group. And now, the leader's security was being handled by his own detachment. This was undoubtedly an exciting thing. At least, Evans' teammates had all turned red with excitement. And it was clear that the matter of being able to get up close and personal with the leader made them very excited. But Evans didn't know what to feel in his heart. Some nervousness, some apprehension, some fear. At least not excitement and adoration. All the way along the guide to the Freedom Square. Although the day is still early. Only just 5 o'clock. But here is gathered a lot of people. In addition to the crowd, there were many more instruments on the square, and a temporary stage had already been set up. At this moment, people were busily arranging something on top of the stage. This was obviously a preparation for the leader's upcoming public speech. After handing over to the square's security guards, the guards began a security check of the entire Freedom Square. The temporary stage was a top priority for the inspection. Evans and his comrades meticulously checked every corner of the stage to make sure that no danger existed in the stage. The meticulous inspection lasted for several hours, and only ended at 10 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, Many people had already gathered on top of Freedom Square, and all the live media were ready to take their positions. People were busy and excited, and it was clear that they were excited to meet the leader. At 11 o'clock, a caravan stopped at the square. The door of the car opened, and a dignified middle-aged man walked out. The atmosphere above the square reached its peak at this moment. Endless cheers swept through the entire square. In the midst of the cheers, the middle-aged man waved to the crowd with a warm smile as he walked onto the stage. Speaking into the speakers, the leader's speech began. Soldiers who have fought tirelessly for freedom. On behalf of our government, I would like to pay you a high tribute. Chapter 379. Kill him. Hail! Hail! After the leader of the pirate group uttered the first sentence of his speech, above the square, hundreds of thousands of people simultaneously erupted in loud cheers. People's faces were red with excitement, shouting so vociferously that their voices began to go hoarse. Evan's teammates were equally excited. They looked at the middle-aged man in front of them with eyes full of admiration, and their bodies even trembled a little. However, Evans did not feel excited. Not only that, Evans even felt some irony. Evans even saw a few slightly familiar faces above the square. Thinking hard for a while, Evans remembered that when he had just been lured to the pirate group, he and those few people had had a meeting. At that time, those few people cursed the abominable pirate group fiercely in front of their own faces and said that they were going to run away at the first opportunity. But now, their excitement and respect for the pirate leader didn't seem to be a disguise. They had forgotten the suffering they had endured and the torture they had endured, the hatred they had felt for the pirate group, their loved ones and friends who were still waiting for them in the fleeing fleet, and everything in the past. Evans knew that they were no longer the same as they were in the past. But Evans could never forget the past. The brainwashing tactics practiced by the pirate syndicate could not bring about any change in Evans either. No matter how much his appearance changed, no matter how loyal he showed to the pirate group in the midst of public occasions, Evans' heart had never changed. The warm applause lasted for a long time before fading away, and the pirate leader's speech began once again. Freedom does not come to us for no reason. Those in power have wrapped shackle after shackle around us for their own benefit and to consolidate their rule. Our every action is subjected to all sorts of constraints, and under the control of the brain-dead men in power. We are not clothed. We are not fed. And we are not even free to say what is in our minds. They have raised a huge army. They have laid a dragnet. They are closely watching us from all sides. My fellow countrymen, I want to ask you, do we want to go on living like this? Don't. Don't. A mountainous cry came from above the square. That's right. We are warriors fighting for freedom. This kind of life is absolutely unacceptable to us. The pirate leader's words were filled with perseverance and fervor. That's why we broke away from that sinful place, thus forming our own government. Here we are free. Here we are the real people. Hail! Hail! The cheering above the square continued. The pirate leader was undoubtedly a master at stirring up the public's emotions. With just a few words, he had pushed the atmosphere to its peak. Evans knew that it wasn't just this square. At this moment, there was a live broadcast above every ship in the pirate group, and there were countless people cheering in every part of the pirate group. The pirate leader himself seemed to be infected by this atmosphere. Evans clearly saw that the pirate leader's face was also starting to redden, and fine beads of sweat were appearing above his forehead. The atmosphere was warm, but Evans felt like he was in the middle of winter. There was a cold air that invaded Evans' body from the outside world, making Evans' whole heart sink. It's all crazy. They're all crazy, Evans muttered in his mind. My fellow countrymen, freedom is a power given to each and every one of us by the heavens. And now, we have basked in that glory. But don't forget, in the midst of that sinful land, there are still thousands and tens of thousands of times our population under evil rule. They are our countrymen too. Our relatives, our friends, our parents, our wives, our children are still there. I ask you, can you tolerate their continued suffering there? Cannot. Cannot. A thought suddenly popped into Evans' mind. Just as soon as this thought emerged, it was forcibly suppressed by reason. But a few moments later, it emerged again and began to grow wildly in Evans' mind like a spring flower or plant, which could not be controlled. Kill him, Evans silently recited in his mind. He is the spiritual leader and absolute core of the entire pirate group. As long as he is killed, the pirate group will immediately be scattered. Kill him, Evans continued to think. He has taken control of the spirit and souls of tens of millions of people. And he is turning everyone into madmen. Kill him. He must be killed. Evan's hands began to shake gently, and Evans could no longer even control his heart. But Evans was scared. In front of the radiant pirate leader, Evans felt like a humble ant. That seemed to be crushing from the spiritual level. And at this moment, even the frenzied atmosphere seemed like it was all aimed at Evans, making Evans' heart almost collapse. Those in power have hatched one conspiracy after another, doing one thing after another that challenges the bottom line of our humanity. And even the so-called robot crisis is simply a falsehood. And those in power have planned this matter for the sake of better controlling us, and better sustaining their own rich and noble lives. But what about the people who died in their flight? Did they die just to satisfy the greed of those in power? They are despicable. They are hypocritical. And even the punctuation in their words is full of fraud. They are taking our civilization to the bottomless abyss. They are the sinners of our entire civilization. My fellow countrymen, do not be deceived by their hypocritical face. My fellow countrymen, take up arms and start revolting. For our own sake. For the sake of our civilization. For the sake of our relatives and friends. Wives and children. My fellow countrymen, start revolting. Overthrow the rule of the hypocrites, and send all the villains who have committed crimes against our civilization to hell. The pirate leader's speech continued, and Evan's heart remained as restless as the waves rolling in. Kill him! Kill him! Evan's mind was constantly spinning with this thought, but his body was unable to move, as if it was being pressed with 1,000 pounds of stone. Now, those in power are once again planning an attack on our free army. But will we be afraid? No! No! Soldiers who fight for freedom will never be afraid. We will destroy the minions that serve those in power. We will shatter the dreams of those in power. And we will save our compatriots, who are still in dire straits. All the hypocrites in power. Kill! All the lackeys of those in power. Kill! All those who have been brainwashed by those in power, and are beyond redemption. Kill! One cold killing word after another came out from the pirate leader's mouth. And they hit Evans hard in the middle of his head, like a heavy hammer. Evans is just a small person. Originally should not be involved in these disputes between the big forces. Evans originally also has some fantasies. Even if the pirate group ultimately won the victory. He, as well as his own wife and children, can also live on just a group of people in office. What effect does it have on himself? But the pirate leader's words mercilessly shattered Evans' illusions. That killing word after killing word made Evans understand that if the pirate group finally won, everything he valued would likewise be shattered. It would be a world of upheaval and chaos without order. The time spent living among the pirate group allowed Evans to deeply understand the cruelty of the code that the pirates followed. And if this cruelty ultimately came down on the heads of all people, of course, including his own wife and children, what kind of scene would that be? Evans' eyes instantly became bloodshot. At this moment, Evans no longer had the slightest hesitation, and all that pressure exerted on Evans instantly disappeared. In Evans' eyes, the cheering crowd disappeared, the many guards disappeared, and only that middle-aged man remained in Evans' world. The pirate leader's speech still continued, while Evans began to think about how he could kill this demon in front of him. Although he was carrying a weapon, he could not use it until the master control room sent a signal to lift the weapon blockade. In other words, one could only kill this man with his bare hands. The guard closest to himself was only 5 meters away. And calculating the running speed, he had just less than 5 seconds after he started moving. Well, all the guards have control chips implanted in their heads. The chips are in the hands of the general control room. As long as a command is given, the chip will create a small explosion in the brain, taking away a person's life in an instant. From the general control room to find the anomaly, to find their chip number, to give the explosion command. The total time will not be more than 3 seconds. That is to say, that he himself must kill the man in front of him with his bare hands within 3 seconds' time. This is almost an impossible task. The pirate leader, for their own security, has always been very important. He has arranged all this almost no loopholes to drill, because no one could kill him with their bare hands in 3 seconds' time. But it had to be done even if it couldn't be done. Evans knew the horrors of the man in front of him. And Evans really didn't want to see all that cruelty end up on his wife and children, so Evans had no choice but to kill the man. Evans is very timid, very afraid of death. But there is always something that is more valuable than life. It is worth a man to give his life as the price to fight. Evans' sight suddenly fell to the waist of the pirate leader. In this moment, Evans knew what he should do. Chapter 380 Total Annihilation. The pirate leader had a small power laser gun hanging on his waist. The gun was beautifully shaped. It was silver white, with an overall streamlined shape, and it was engraved with a pattern that could not be named, but was noble and flashy at first glance. This gun could probably be considered as the last link among the pirate leader's entire security measures. In some extreme cases, if the external security measures all failed, the pirate leader can use this laser gun to save themselves. Therefore, it must not be locked. Since it wasn't locked, it could be used for his own purposes. Just in this split second, a plan took shape in Evans' mind. First, create chaos and distract the attention of the main control room and the guards next to it to buy time for himself. Then quickly snatch the laser gun. And then after that, use this laser gun to end the pirate leader's life. The pirate leader's speech was still continuing. The atmosphere above the square was still warm, while Evans' heart began to continuously surge with a hot blood. At this moment, it seemed that there was an engine installed into Evans' chest cavity, as if a constant stream of power emanated from there to Evans' limbs and bones. Every cell within Evans' body was cheering and trembling with excitement. Evans didn't dare delay any longer. One is that the speech is about to end, and if he misses this opportunity, he will never be able to kill the pirate leader again. And secondly, Evans is afraid that if he continues to delay, he will hesitate, and will be overwhelmed by fear. So Evans quickly whispered into the communication instrument, reporting to the general control room. 3 o'clock. 50 meters anomaly detected. Please ascertain. After saying this again, Evans quickly faced the guards next to him, and then gestured in that direction. The guards' spirits immediately focused, and they were all drawn to that place. It was also at this time that the pirate leader came to a mere 6 meters away from Evans amidst his constant walking. This was all planned by Evans long ago. At this moment, after the attention of the master control room was temporarily drawn away from the guards, Evans moved. In the previous few years, in order to survive in the exercise to the death, in this moment played a role. Evans is like a leopard. Just less than a second to rush to the side of the pirate leader. The pirate leader only had time to turn his head and look at Evans in shock. And the guards likewise only had time to turn their heads to look here, before they could even act. This scene was transmitted in real time through countless camera devices to every ship in the entire pirate group. Above the huge plaza, the cheers instantly disappeared, and people just stared blankly at all of this, not even having time to react. The warm atmosphere was swept away, and replaced by an incomparable depression that pressed people to the point where they could barely breathe. In the next second, Evans' hand touched the laser gun, then drew it out from the pirate leader's waist, then aimed it at the pirate leader's head, then pulled the trigger. All of this happened in a flash. From the time Evans launched it to the moment he pulled the trigger, less than 3 seconds had passed. The alarm bell rang loudly in the control room, and the guards on duty were the first to react. One of the control room staff slapped a button down hard, and then reached out immediately after, pressing towards another button. The first button was for setting the target. At the moment, the AI system had already set the target to Evans. The second button was for confirming the launch. As long as this button was pressed, Evans' brain chip would explode, taking Evans' life in an instant. The guards on the scene were the second to react. The guards had begun to run forward quickly as Evans aimed the phaser at the pirate leader's head. But all of them were a little slow. Thus, everyone watched as Evans pulled the trigger. But the expected image didn't appear. The pirate leader's head wasn't pierced, and the laser gun wasn't activated. At this moment, Evans' heart instantly fell into a bottomless abyss. The pirate leader's carry gun couldn't be locked. And since it wasn't locked and one couldn't activate it, there was only one possibility. And that was that this laser gun had a recognition system set up. Only the pirate leader could fire it. Is it going to fail? A thought flashed through Evans' mind. Just going to die for nothing? No! Evans let out a hiss. And in that instant, Evans' eyes looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. And his face was so fierce that it looked like a demon. Evans gripped that phaser with both hands, then jumped up and aimed the barrel of the phaser at the pirate leader's head, then smashed it down hard. Evans had never been this hard before. At this moment, Evans gathered all his physical strength, all his spirit, all his unwillingness and anger and hatred into one force on the laser gun, and then smashed it down. In the next moment, the barrel of the gun was ruthlessly stuck on the pirate leader's head. The original 10 centimeters long gun barrel almost didn't enter without a tube, and all of it was lodged inside his head. The pirate leader's face was filled with shock and disbelief, but there was no more luster in his eyes. In the last moment, he was the radiant leader. In this moment, he was a dead body. Evan's body fell uncontrollably, and in midair, Evan saw the people filled with stupefied faces, the guards running quickly, and many things. Even more. From the blue artificial sky, Evan seemed to see the faces of his wife and children, whom he had not seen for a long time. Finally, I've killed this demon, so you guys can live in peace. Evans thought like this. Then, a tiny stabbing pain suddenly came from Evan's head, and there was a buzzing in his ears. And the next moment, Evans lost consciousness. There was blood mixed with brain matter pouring out of Evan's ears and eyes, as well as his nose and mouth. At that very moment, the brain chip exploded, and the pressure inside the cranial cavity drove blood and brain matter to gush out from the 7 orifices. And Evans was completely dead, and the guards were only just running to Evans' side at the moment. At this moment, the flagship of the fugitive government, the Mankind ship, was in the middle of the ship. The Führer stood quietly before the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the distant scenery for a long time. All the arrangements had been laid out, and for this battle that concerned the fate of mankind, the Führer had already used his full strength. The specific battle is a matter for the generals. The Führer can't interfere too much in this. At this moment, he can only be the same as most of the people, here anxiously waiting for the outcome of the war to appear. A sharp knock on the door suddenly came. The Führer turned around sharply, and saw a military staff officer come hurriedly. What happened? The Führer asked in a deep voice. There are some abnormalities, the military staff officer quickly said. 15 minutes ago, the enemy fleet formation suddenly scattered, and there was chaos among the communication channels. Our side confirmed that the confusion was real after a few trial attacks. So we launched a full-scale attack, and in just 10 minutes we destroyed at least 1,000 enemy warships. The enemy fled in a large area, and our side has launched a pursuit. A thought immediately popped into the Führer's mind. Could it be a trap? But a moment later, this thought was dispelled by the Führer, because the results of the battle were solidly placed there. Neither the fleeing fleet nor the pirate group could have set up a trap at the cost of sacrificing 1,000 ships. Before the Führer had time to think carefully, a second staff officer arrived, reporting to the Führer. The number of enemy ships destroyed by our side has exceeded 5,000, and the enemy's battle damage has reached 1/5 of the total number of battleships. The battlefield situation was exceedingly smooth. So smooth that it was almost unbelievable. To be honest, the Führer was originally unsure about this battle, but things went beyond everyone's expectations. The fugitive fleet almost wiped out the enemy ships without paying any price, and captured most of the living and industrial ships, with only a few of them escaping. The battle was over in less than a day. The battle was over in less than a day. The pirate syndicate was dead. The biggest cancer attached to the human civilization was eliminated at a lightning speed. It wasn't until the 3rd month after the end of the war that the Führer learnt what exactly had happened within the pirate group in the first place. Evans. The Führer muttered the name, thoughts rolling through his mind like waves. You are a hero. A hero who saved the entire human civilization. The Führer thought silently. Without you, even if our side had won, it would have been a disastrous victory. Countless soldiers would have died. Countless resources would have been consumed. And our human civilization would have probably perished on the run due to a lack of resources. You're just a small person, but your spirit is so great that everyone can only look up to it. You've rawly reversed the course of human civilization's history. And from now on, all the people who survive will preach and praise your name. Don't worry, Evans. The Führer whispered. I will take care of your loved ones instead. The Führer raised his head to the sky once more. It was the direction of the solar system. Sean, how are you guys doing now? Has the robot army arrived in the solar system? Has your plan succeeded? We will continue to escape to deep space, and human civilization will blossom in the far reaches of the world, continuing to perpetuate our civilization and culture. I swear in the name of the head of the human civilization, the human civilization will continue to grow. I just don't know if there is still a day for our human civilization to return to the solar system. Where the Führer was gazing, the universe was still deep and dark, vast and silent. Chapter 381 Leave of Absence. The thickness and darkness of the universe was the best curtain to hide from sight all that one wanted to see and all that one did not want to see. Wars break out and wars end. The victors continue on their journey of escape, while the vanquished remain forever, transformed into cold stones in the universe. In the initial stage, the various debris brought about by the war was plentiful, and these could be found everywhere in the midst of this area. But they all had an initial velocity, and they did not move in the same direction. So, after only a few months there was at least 90% less here, and it continued to decrease rapidly. In just 2 years' time, the place will be empty and silent again, and no one will be able to find any traces of the war that took place here. It would be as if nothing had ever happened. Naturally, the people above Earth would not know what had happened here. Firstly, the fugitive government and the autonomous government had already disconnected. Secondly, this place was too far away from the Earth for the autonomous government to detect the signals that had been sent from here through any means of detection. And thirdly, even if the autonomous government's means of detection were sensitive enough, the light and signals that carried the information about the war had not yet crossed the long distance to reach here. Life on Earth remained as busy and intense as it had been in the past. The doping program had been implemented for more than 2 years, just as Xiaoyun had predicted. After the implementation of the doping program, the efficiency of the team of scientists had been increased by at least 2 times, and all the work was advancing rapidly. And if it continued to develop according to this progress, everything would be ready in 3 months' time at the most. If this progress continues, everything will be ready in 3 months at most. But along with the rapid progress of the work is the rapid aging of the scientists' bodies. The doping program had severely damaged the scientists' physical foundation, draining their vitality. Their eye sockets were deeply sunken. Their eyeballs were always covered with blood, and their bodies were rapidly wasting away, to the point where they could even be described as skin and bones by now. But in contrast to the rapid weakening of their bodies was their spirit. The weaker people's bodies were, the more exhilarated their spirits were. People's bodies were as thin as wood, but their words still sounded full of energy, and they acted more and more cleanly, even to the point of walking as if they were trotting. Xiaoyun was the same. During this period of time, no matter what he did, Xiaoyun always felt that he was full of energy, and that increasingly thin body seemed to contain unlimited strength, so that Xiaoyun didn't even know what fatigue was. But everyone knew that this was not normal. In fact, the ill effects of the doping program were already beginning to show. I don't know how many times. It was often the case that people who were working one moment would fall head over heels the next and never wake up. There were even several times when such things happened right next to Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun had once watched an elderly scientist, who was highly respected by all, fall in front of him. One moment, he was still exchanging some questions with him about how the most basic composition of particles in high-energy physics theory could be simulated in code. And the next moment, he was softly spread out on a chair and closed his eyes forever. The sound of the water cup in his hand falling helplessly to the floor was like a sledgehammer, hitting Xiaoyun's head hard. Xiaoyun had been disorientated for a few seconds at that moment, but a moment later Xiaoyun reacted. Xiaoyun did not bother to probe his condition or give him first aid, but very calmly picked up the communication instrument and connected to the head of the physics team, briefly informing him of the situation here and requesting him to resend a member of the physics team to come in to communicate with him about those issues from before. Members of the medical team came in a little later to carry away the remains of the scientist, and none of the dozen or so people who were working in the lab even glanced over here. There was no sadness over the death of a fellow scientist, for it was known that it would eventually come to all of them. None of them accepted. The only difference was that it was sooner or later. Death is not important. Work is the most important thing. Occasionally, images of joy would appear in the middle of the base, but not often. The entire subject group led by Xiaoyun was divided into many subdivided groups, each with its own area of responsibility. After the group had completed all the tasks in their area, they could go on holiday because the next tasks had already been completed. After the group has completed all the tasks in their area, they can go on holiday because they will not be needed for the rest of the work. Whenever someone goes on sabbatical, they are congratulated by the entire site, and a small farewell party is held. After the farewell party, the leave takers would leave the base in special helicopters, and special logistic support staff would send them to wherever they wanted to go, and would be responsible for providing medical and life support services throughout the entire journey. Some people will choose to go back to the place where they grew up, in the cycle of sunrise and sunset, quietly reviewing and thinking about their own life. Some people will choose to come to the place where they have no time in the past, but have always wanted to go. In the mountains, lakes and oceans and other magnificent natural landscapes. Some people choose to use alcohol and other drinks to paralyze themselves, and let off steam in the red wine and greenery. Experiencing this kind of life that they have never experienced and touched before. They have never experienced and touched this kind of life before. But whichever way people choose to take their holidays, they won't last long. Long-term doping programs have already damaged their bodies. And this is exacerbated by the sudden mental relief and unhealthy lifestyles that come with a sabbatical. So, after a short period of experiencing life, the scientists stepped into death. But death could not be feared. Every scientist who has completed his or her mission chooses to go on a sabbatical, and does so in increasingly crazy and unthinkable ways. They seem to coincidentally choose to spend the last stage of their lives without the slightest consideration of the consequences. To really experience life, even if this life would hasten their own death. General Emmerich chose to remain silent about the situation. General Emmerich knew that they had already given their all for civilization, and now it was time for them to truly live for themselves. As time continues to pass, among the scientific research bases, more and more people go on leave, and fewer people remain. At the end of the day, there were only 2 people left, Xiao Yun and Dink, as well as only a few members of the program group led by both of them, who were still sticking to the research base. The skeleton of the entire deception plan had already been constructed, and the only thing left to do was to combine and realize these things at the program level. This work was the most complicated and time-consuming. But apart from the members of the program team, no one was capable of doing this work, not even to provide assistance. It was also fortunate that the scientists in the remaining groups had completed their tasks ahead of schedule. So Xiao Yun had enough time to carry out this work. The entire deception plan was a chain of events, and the latter could not be carried out without the completion of the former. Time then slipped away amidst this constant rush of work. Occasionally there would be some embellishments. Often there would be obituaries sent to Xiao Yun's workbench. Those obituaries were usually simple and clear. The description of some information such as a certain month, a certain day, a certain death in a certain place, at the age of a certain age. The obituaries are usually simple and clear, describing some information such as, but the cause of death is the same, died as a result of the after effects or complications of the doping program. One after another. Familiar people died, some at home, some on the road, some in a drunken stupor, some quietly in their sleep. Even now, by now, there were only 2 people left in the program group, Xiao Yun and Tinker. All the scientists involved in the deception program, except for Xiao Yun and Dink, were all dead, without a single exception. They finally couldn't wait for the results of the execution to appear. Whether the final result of the plan was a success or a failure, they wouldn't know anymore. Xiao Yun and Dink had never stopped moving forward. Originally there were more than 2,000 people following Xiao Yun and Dink, but the path was too difficult. The followers died one by one, and only these first 2 people were left on this path still struggling to move forward. In the end, Dink also died, although Dink was as young as Xiao Yun. His health had never been good, and he was nowhere near as strong as Xiao Yun. So Xiao Yun was the only one left on this path. Dink died in front of Xiao Yun. Dink died calmly, as if he suddenly knew that he was going to die. Dink calmly explained some things to Xiao Yun, and then sat down on a chair and closed his eyes, as if he was merely sleeping. Xiao Yun desperately held back her tears, desperately trying to calm her inner turmoil. Xiao Yun knew that everyone was dead, and he himself was the only person currently surviving on top of the earth who could carry out the deception plan. If one's own spirit breaks down, the death of all these people will become a joke. A few minutes later, Xiao Yun calmly informed the medical team to come and take away Dink's remains, and then continued to bury his head into the editing of the program as well as calculations. The entire base fell into silence. No longer busy and noisy as before, the monkeys could finally play freely in the entire base, and no one would drive them away anymore. I don't know how long it passed. I don't know whether it was a month or a year, when Xiao Yun lifted his head in a bit of a trance. He unexpectedly saw General Emmerich standing in front of him at an unknown time. The patrol observation base has just sent me a message that they have confirmed the discovery of the robot group's trail, General Emmerich said in a low voice. They are only 2 months' voyage away from us, and their number is around 100 million units. Chapter 382 Operational Plan. The day had finally arrived. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment. Then said, "Only 100 million units? Compared to the trillions of units that the Robot Legion had at every turn. 100 million units was indeed a little less." But then, Xiao Yun continued to murmur, as if he had thought of something. "This is normal. Robot Legion has no hatred towards human civilization. Their purpose is merely to replicate themselves. And in their view, the solar system is also merely an ordinary galaxy. They will not value the solar system because of the existence of intelligent life in the solar system value this place." Saying that, Xiao Yun's complexion began to look gloomy. However, even counting the killing power of the smallpox virus, 100 million robots are still too much for us. And I still need at least 3 or 4 more months to finish the rest of the work originally. This work should have been done by now. But now I'm the only one left in the programming team. 3 or 4 months? General Emmerich patted Xiao Yun's shoulder. "It doesn't matter. Let me take care of these things. Can our current power cope with an army of robots numbering up to 100 million? Xiao Yun asked. "You don't need to worry about these things. Just leave it to me," General Emmerich said calmly. "No matter which method is used, I will make sure that your work is not affected." General Emmerich turned around and left Xiao Yun's office. The few monkeys saw General Emmerich leaving, so they probed their heads and came in, jumping around Xiao Yun constantly, even to the point where a few small monkeys mischievously jumped onto Xiao Yun's desk. Perhaps it was because General Emmerich's murderous aura was too strong. These monkeys had always been very fearful of General Emmerich, and had never been willing to approach within 10 meters of General Emmerich's side. Xiao Yun gently stroked the soft fur of the little monkey, and his mood gradually calmed down. This day will always come. Our struggles, our sacrifices. Isn't it for this day? Xiao Yun mumbled to himself, then gently brushed those little monkeys away and softly said, "Go and play on the side. I'm going to start working." There was also a base not far from the research base. Only that the role of this base was completely different from the research base. It was a super large, comprehensive base that combined military and civilian use. In fact, the construction of this base had already begun several years ago. Its ultimate purpose was to accommodate all the humans remaining on Earth at this moment, and to have perfect military defense and attack capabilities. Now, after the discovery of the robot group's traces, the large-scale relocation work had already begun, regardless of which part of the Earth they resided in, and regardless of what they were currently working on. Under General Emmerich's orders, everyone had begun their relocation to this comprehensive base. Even the research base where Xiao Yun had been residing was no exception. There would be specialized personnel to relocate all the instruments needed for scientific research to the integrated base. All human artifacts left outside the integrated base were destroyed one by one. And all earthly organisms, be they huge whales or tiny insects, and even certain bacteria and viruses that played an important role in the natural environment, were left behind in the integrated base as backups. At this moment, human civilization returned nature to Earth. At the core of the integrated base, a meeting chaired by General Emmerich was being held. All the Civilization Guard executives had gathered here. This is the image about the Robot Legion observed by the Patrol Observation Base, as well as a schematic diagram of the Robot Legion and the location of the solar system and Earth. General Emmerich pointed to a virtual image and said, "Based on the Robot Legion's current speed, they will arrive at Earth within a maximum of 2 months' time. And according to Xiao Yun, he will need at least 3 more months to complete his work to be on the safe side. We'll set that time at 4 months. In other words, we need to fight the Robot Legion for 2 months. And ensure that the base is not lost during those 2 months. This is our ultimate goal for this battle. Now then, I would like to hear everyone's opinions." An officer said. "I would like to know if an escape is feasible, of course. Just for Xiao Yun alone. Can we deploy a ship out so that Xiao Yun can leave Earth, leave the solar system, and continue his work in the middle of space, far away from the Robot Legions?" The officer did not make the suggestion of having all of the remaining humans all take a spaceship and start escaping, because he knew that no one would be willing to leave Earth. In the beginning, this group of people had refused to leave with the fleeing fleet precisely because they didn't want to leave the planet and wanted to coexist with it. So how could people leave now? But Xiao Yun was different, because Xiao Yun had a special mission on his body. In front of this mission, personal preference was no longer important. Therefore, if escaping by airship would help in the execution of the mission, Xiao Yun would certainly not refuse. But General Emmerich categorically rejected this proposal. This is not possible. Because Xiao Yun's work requires the computational power of a supergiant computer, and also requires a variety of experimental instruments and simulation equipment to verify his calculations. And our existing spaceships are unable to meet this requirement in terms of both quality and energy supply. Therefore, Xiao Yun can only stay on Earth. Then we can only start a hard-fought war with the Robot Legion. Another officer said. There is one thing I would like to elucidate, and that is, with the current strength of our civilization guard, it is impossible for us to complete the defense of the entire planet. It would already be good enough to keep our base. In other words, the landing of the Robot Legion on Earth is unstoppable, and we have to be prepared for the entire planet's ecology to be destroyed. General Emmerich nodded. The staff has already mentioned this point to me. That's why our base is built to a fully enclosed standard. We have stockpiled enough water, as well as oxygen and various resources in advance, so that even if the Earth's ecosystem is completely destroyed, the interior of the base will not be affected. An officer said. Then our operational premise has been determined to abandon Earth. Abandon attempts to protect Earth's ecology, and only protect our base with all our might to ensure that Xiao Yun's research can continue undisturbed. We will formulate our battle plan under this premise. Another officer said. Then our battlefield is going to be divided into two parts. 1. The battle in the space battlefield. I believe that that aspect of the battle should be aimed at weakening the enemy's combat power. The second, the battle on the ground battlefield. That part of the battle should focus on positional warfare, and we should make use of a perfect defense system in order to keep the enemy out of the base and ensure that the base is not lost. I am of the same opinion. General Emmerich nodded. However, there is one thing I need to add. I believe that in the midst of the battle at the space station field, we should take the initiative with the advantage of maneuverability and attack the Robot Legion from now on, all the time weakening them in battle. The battle simulation submitted to me by the staff department shows that during the 2-month voyage of the Robot Legion to reach Earth, if we keep sending out troops to harass them, then we can weaken at least 8% of the enemy's combat power. Another officer said. There is another point that we must not overlook, and that is the Robot Legion's superb reproduction ability. With our current military strength, we are still unable to defend Earth, let alone the rest of the planets in the solar system. In this way, after entering the solar system, the robot army will inevitably occupy the remaining planets such as Mars, Mercury, or Jupiter and Saturn's moons, etc., and multiply rapidly on these planets. At that point, these planets, as well as the Earth itself, will become the rear bases of the robot army, and a steady stream of robots will be born and participate in the siege against us. We will be caught inside a sea of robot legions, General Emmerich said. Indeed, once the robot army enters the solar system, it can't be eliminated. However, this is something we can't solve and can't avoid. I think we still need to follow the original plan. Still divide the battlefield into two parts, space and ground, and send out special forces in advance to carry out the plan of attacking and interfering with the battle. Because the number of robots grows exponentially. Destroying one robot outside the solar system may result in us facing 10,000, or even 100,000, or 1,000,000 fewer robots in future wars within the solar system. Although the number of robots left would still be many more, it was always better to have fewer. The discussion about the battle plan went on for several hours. The Guard senior officers had worked out the battle plan in detail, taking into account every detail of the entire war. The meeting lasted until the sun set. Now it's up to me to summarize the meeting. As the meeting was coming to an end, General Emmerich stood up. Our battle plan is like this. Firstly, release the smallpox virus on the Robot Legions based on estimates. The smallpox virus will destroy at least 70 million robots, and the remaining 30 million robots' combat power will be severely weakened as well. Then, the special forces were sent to take the initiative to attack the remaining robots in fast mobile ships, to make sure that the number of robots would be reduced by another 8%, so that by the time the robots entered the solar system, there would only be about 22 million of them left. From this time onwards, the Robot Legion enters a rapid proliferation phase, and our space battlefield and ground battlefield will be activated at the same time. Chapter 383 Massacre. On the space battlefield, the space army will focus on delay and defense. Try to reduce the number of robots entering the Earth from space, and support the ground troops from space, while the ground battlefield will rely on the base defense. focus on defensive attacks, and try to use the base defense to destroy the enemy's living forces as much as possible, while supporting the Space Army's battles with the ground's high-powered weapons. The war will enter a stalemate stage from this time. New robots will continue to be born. The old robots will continue to die. We cannot accurately estimate the course of the war with the existing data. But one thing is certain. That is, this time the war will be very hard. Our war reserves, our number of fighters will continue to decline. Our will gradually weaken, while the number of robots will continue to increase. Our situation will become more and more difficult. Can we hold out for 2 months in the midst of the increasingly fierce attacks of the robot legions? Honestly, I have no certainty. But the only thing we can do is to fight with all our might. Even if we die, we will die on the battlefield. This is going to be a crucial moment to test our will. Each detachment must do a good job of building up the spirit of the warriors, so that the warriors can be psychologically prepared in advance. At that time, if any of the troops create a disturbance, or if something happens that is ineffective in combat, I will personally use this gun to end your lives. General Emmerich solemnly swept through the entire conference room before saying, "The meeting is over." Dismissed. The officers left the conference room in 2s and 3s, and the sun fell below the horizon at this time. However, the base did not return to quiet, and all kinds of noisy sounds still kept coming from all around. The war would officially begin tomorrow, and many people would have sleepless nights this night. The sky and earth finally went completely dark, and after a few hours, the dawn broke the darkness once again. At this very moment of dawn, teams of elderly military men and women marched in a neat procession into one of the dual-purpose ground and space ships. They would take these ships to Earth's orbit, where they would switch to their combat ships, and then head for the borders of the solar system to fight the robot armies trillions of kilometers from the sun. Each dual-purpose space ground ship could take 500 soldiers, and the total number of soldiers planned for this time, heading to the solar system border to carry out raiding operations, was 100,000 people, half of the total number of civilization guards. 100,000 people would require 200 dual-purpose ships to transport them all. Thus, this early morning, the base was enveloped by one roar after another in quick succession. The airships trailed long-tail flames as they flew off the ground and into the sky, then disappeared from people's view. Sometime later, a few stars in the sky began to move slowly, and eventually disappeared from view as the sun's rays became brighter and brighter. Those stars were the ships that had carried out the raid. Because they were large and the sun was not very bright, people could see them from the ground. As for the rest of the smaller airships, they could not be seen. Xiao Yun knew that the 100,000 soldiers had left the Earth in more than 300 airships of different sizes. They would come into contact and exchange fire with the Robot Legion after a 10-day voyage, and within a month or so after that, they would constantly be adorned after the Robot Legion, following it all the way back to Earth. When we left, it was 100,000 people. When we come back, I don't know how many people and how many spaceships will be left. Xiao Yun shook his head and sighed as he left the window. This was Xiao Yun's new office in the middle of the integrated base. The new office was spacious and had all sorts of equipment. If Xiao Yun was tired or annoyed with his work, Xiao Yun would stand before this huge floor-to-ceiling window and enjoy the scenery outside. The dual-use spaceship left Earth, and the clamor of the base finally came to an end. Xiao Yun walked out of his office and came into another room. General Emmerich was already waiting there. In front of General Emmerich was a huge virtual display screen, on top of which was a real-time display of the movements of the robot army in deep space. And next to it were a variety of parameters. Before the display screen was an operating console. Xiao Yun did not talk to General Emmerich after he came in, but directly sat down in front of the console and operated there for a while before standing up again. The program has been uploaded and can be executed, Xiao Yun said in a low voice. General Emmerich nodded. Executed. After receiving General Emmerich's permission, Xiao Yun pressed the huge red button on top of the operation console. Outside the base, the huge, potlatch-like information-sending device then emitted a low humming sound. The buzzing sound lasted less than 3 seconds before it stopped, and the feedback results appeared above the virtual display screen at the same time. The smallpox virus has been sent, Xiao Yun said in a low voice. The Robot Legion will receive the message and be infected in 23 hours and 15 minutes and 6 seconds. This was the first time the smallpox virus had been used in an actual battle between a human civilization and a Robot Legion. Previously, It had only played a role in the middle of a simulated battlefield. Now, it was finally time to actually test the power of the smallpox virus. Xiao Yun was suddenly a bit sentimental, and his thoughts drifted to a very distant place. Xiao Yun seemed to see Dink again, and saw the image of this young man, with a thin body, who was always sick, smiling at himself. Dink is my good partner, Xiao Yun whispered. Without Dink's help in the first place, it would have been impossible for me to complete this mission by myself. General Imrik patted Xiao Yun's shoulder and did not speak. Ever since the smallpox virus was developed, Dink has been looking forward to the arrival of the day when the smallpox virus was used in actual combat and had dealt a heavy blow to the robot army. Now, that day has finally arrived, and Dink will never see it again. General Imrik remained silent while Xiao Yun continued. Dink, you have to understand that it's not that I'm not willing to use the smallpox virus because I'm biased against it, but rather, I'm too attached to it, so I'm only willing to use it at the most critical moments. The killing effect of the smallpox virus is continuously decreasing. If we use it too early, by now, its killing power will be reduced to a very low point, completely unable to achieve the purpose of reducing the enemy's combat power. You see, now is the best time to use the smallpox virus. The smallpox virus will play a vital and most critical role at this time. Without the smallpox virus, it would be impossible for the Civilization Guard to withstand the enemy's attack. We would not have the slightest chance of winning, and the entire solar system would be destroyed as a result. In this respect, it is not too much to say that you saved our civilization. Dink, can you, in the Nine Springs, rest in peace? In the depths of the vast universe, a number of up to hundreds of millions of dormant robots were quietly suspended there, for long-distance space travel that could not be resupplied in the middle of the journey. It was the most sensible choice to put themselves in a dormant state. This is the same for both the robot group and human civilization. But being dormant doesn't mean they can't communicate with the outside world. In fact, no matter how deep the dormant state was, the core components were always working, which meant that it was possible to use the virus to infect them. It was silent and empty space, and there were no targets of interest to the robot armies. The targets of interest were trillions of kilometers away, a dim point of light. Like the countless stars in the universe, the robots knew that there was everything they needed there. Not only were there huge gaseous planets that could provide an inexhaustible supply of fusion fuel, but there were also several Earth-like planets that provided the various metals they needed to replicate themselves. For a legion of robots, it was paradise. If all went well, the plundering of that galaxy would skyrocket the number of this small army of robots, which numbered a mere 100 million units, to trillions of trillion units. Some relevant information about the galaxy was stored in their database. They knew that there was an intelligent civilization called humanity. They know that there is an intelligent civilization called humanity there. But it didn't matter. The robots didn't care if there was resistance, and the robots didn't care if they died in the battle. They only care about one thing, and that's reproduction. Breeding required resources, and it was enough that resources existed there. The long space travel was coming to an end, and with only 2 months left in the voyage, the robots had already begun to revive some of their instruments from dormancy, and began to test the rest of their body parts in preparation for the upcoming era of great reproduction. But just at this time, a message was transmitted from the distant depths of space. The information receiving device immediately detected this message, and immediately began to interpret and analyze that this is a behavioral pattern rooted in their core code. And in the past, they used this pattern to communicate with each other, as well as to detect the external environment. But now something seems different. As soon as the deciphering and analysis began, the code contained within the message came into its own. The smallpox virus quickly infected every part of the robot's body, and immediately began to send its own code to the rest of the robots through the communication device. And in just a few seconds, the smallpox virus infected all of this small army of robots, with not a single one left behind. The long-distance communication mode was also activated, and the virus signal sent out by the 100 million robots began to spread unchecked in the universe. As long as there was enough time to spread, the smallpox virus would infect all the robots, no matter where they were. And here, the smallpox virus massacre of the robot legions has already begun. Chapter 384: Entering the Solar System. In the midst of the quietly traveling robot army, suddenly, like fireworks, countless tiny points of light burst out in this instant. With the explosion of these points of light, many robots were instantly paralyzed. No longer capable of any action, the most crucial circuitry inside their bodies had been burnt out under the attack of the smallpox virus. With the death of these robots, the death judgment condition was established, and their death messages were immediately broadcasted, and were received by the rest of the robots. In this instant, the broadcasting of the death messages was an inherent procedure, and they existed independently of the robot's intelligent control modules. And the smallpox virus didn't have the means to attack there. So there was no way to stop them. There was no way to stop them. It is also because there is no way to stop this that the smallpox virus is limited in its power to attack. Because the crisis evolution mode was based on the broadcasting of these death messages. The crisis evolution mode would only be turned on after learning about the mass deaths of the same kind of people. If the broadcasting of death messages could be stopped, the crisis evolution mode would not have been activated at all, in which case the smallpox virus alone could have killed almost all of the robots. Under the crisis evolution mode, the robot's internal judgment program immediately took corresponding measures. These measures included upgrading the control authority to limit the attackability of the smallpox virus, shutting down the non-essential modules to limit the attack range of the smallpox virus, and turning on the safety and purge mode to clean up the smallpox virus code in the body. The most crucial thing is that any surviving robot will share its battle with the smallpox virus with all robots. The fact that they have survived until now without being killed by the smallpox virus indicates that at least one of the countermeasures they have adopted is effective. With tens of millions of robots sharing their survival strategies at the same time, it is possible to find the truly effective ones through simple statistical methods. When the truly effective strategy is found, it will immediately be applied by all robots to their own battles with the smallpox virus. And this process was constantly cyclical, with this sharing repeating itself every time a certain amount of time passed. And as long as one robot happened to be blinded to the right countermeasure, the next moment, it would be known by all of the robots. Thus, after the first large number of robot deaths, the rate of robot deaths decreased extremely quickly. The smallpox virus, due to the fact that the internal program of the robots began to evolve, also began to evolve itself, and began to search for and try out more effective methods of attack the same as the internal program of the robots. The smallpox virus also adopted the same tactics. That is, every once in a while, it shared its own attack tactics with all surviving smallpox viruses, and as soon as one of them found an attack method, it would be known by all the robots. As soon as one smallpox virus finds the optimal attack strategy, it is immediately applied to all smallpox viruses as well. The evolution of the smallpox virus in turn promoted the evolution of the robot's internal program, and the evolution of the robot's internal program in turn promoted the evolution of the smallpox virus. So repeated, so entangled, so the two entered the entanglement mode, both sides in the bitter stalemate to maintain a delicate balance. And this will inevitably lead to a decline in the killing power of the smallpox virus as well as its killing speed. Within the first 5 seconds of the attack, at least 20 million robots were killed. In the second 5 seconds, this number was reduced to about 10 million, and in the third 5 seconds, it was reduced to 5 million. By the end of the day, the smallpox virus was no longer able to kill robots in bulk, and the robots had roughly stabilized above the number of 40 million units. This number was slightly more than Xiaoyun had expected. In Xiaoyun's original estimation, the robot group would have been killed to the point where only 30 million units were left. It seems like the robots have evolved some more during this time. Xiaoyun sighed. If the smallpox virus hadn't been reoptimized, the battle results it achieved would probably have to be a little smaller than it is now. No matter, General Emmerich said. It's at least still within our reach, Xiaoyun said. Fortunately, the smallpox virus's ability to weaken the robot group's battle power was still expected. Amidst the constant entanglement, most of the robot's energy has to be put into fighting the smallpox virus here, which has led to their battle power being weakened to only 30% of what it originally was. General Emmerich nodded and did not say anything. The stalemate battle would be a long process in which there would still be a small number of robots killed. But the number was too small to have any effect on the robots as a whole. The 300 or so combat ships had arrived at their destination, as expected, and began to engage the robot legions. Although the robot army had evolved some more in the past period of time, the smallpox virus ability to weaken the combat power was too strong, which led to the fact that even though the Civilization Guard's combat ships were all old models that had been eliminated a long time ago, the people were still able to gain the upper hand in the battle with the robot army. Gunfire began to roar. All kinds of weapons began to take turns. and all kinds of flashes of light began to appear continuously in the dark void of space. In the face of this sudden artillery attack, the robot army also launched a ferocious counterattack. Even though their combat power had been weakened by 70%, their overall combat power was still not to be underestimated. However, the Civilization Guard side adopted the strategy of attacking and fighting. Under the guidance of this strategy, the human ships would not fight hard against the robot legions, and they would focus on preserving their own strength. This would lead to a decrease in the efficiency of killing and wounding the robot group, but they themselves were preserved after all. Whenever the robot army contracted their lines and adopted a defensive strategy, the human ships would take the initiative to attack, taking the opportunity to destroy a large number of enemies. And whenever the robot army took the initiative to attack, the human ships would use their maneuvering advantage to quickly retreat, ensuring that they would not be caught in a large number of robots surrounded by them. Tactics and combat skills are the absolute advantage of the human civilization. In this aspect, the human civilization does not know how much better than the robot army. The robot army's combat mode is only a few, and the execution is rigid and rigid. Lack of change. It can be said that in terms of tactics and combat skills, they are even worse than the human civilization than a 3-year-old child. In terms of tactics and combat skills, it can be said that they are even inferior to human civilization. However, if we put it in another way, the lack of combat skills was also an advantage of the robot group, because the same amount of resources invested in the improvement of combat skills could only improve a little bit, while invested in quantity, it could multiply the number of robot armies by several times. The ratio of input to output was obvious. The developers of the robot army were not fools, and it was clear to see which aspect was more cost-effective to invest their resources in. That's why there is now a lack of tactics. But the number is so large that it can make any tactical skills useless robot army. Tactics could bring about advantages in localized battles, but were powerless to change the overall war situation. This was also a stark portrayal of the current situation of human civilization. But at least, in the face of this current small group of enemies, tactics still have a little role. In the constant attacks, the robots had been eliminated by at least 10 million units, while the human civilization had only lost one ship. This one ship was not destroyed by the robots' attack, but because the ship was too old. It had an emergency malfunction in the course of the battle, and could not retreat according to the original plan, and was finally destroyed by the robot army. The elderly soldiers of the Civilization Guard had brilliantly executed the tactical plan laid down by General Emick. During the entire execution process, the soldiers hardly made any mistakes, did not run away, were not afraid to fight, and did not fear death. This is an infusion of all the heart and soul of General Emmerich. After several years of training has been comparable to the regular army of the army. Just, the excellence of tactics is not enough to make up for the lack of strategy. Strategy was the overall situation, the big picture, and the characteristics of the robot army determined that they didn't care about losses, and didn't care about tactical excellence or not. The assault combat detachment had indeed achieved many battle results, but it was in exchange for sacrificing space. 2 months had passed. During these 2 months, Xiao Yun had put all his energy into perfecting the deception tactics, and the Earth side had already made all the preparations to meet the battle, and the assault detachment had fought and retreated, destroying a huge number of robots on the path of the robot army advancing towards the solar system. The people of Earth have done a lot. Everyone was fighting for the fate of the Earth and the solar system, as well as human civilization. And no one was slacking off. Everyone was sleeping, eating and sacrificing their lives. But none of this could stop a cruel reality. That is, the robot legions had officially arrived at the solar system frontier. They had reached the Neptune system, and had stationed themselves on top of Neptune proper, as well as its moons. What this meant was clear to everyone. From this moment onwards, the robot legion would officially enter the Great Reproduction Era. In the Great Reproduction Era, one robot could give birth to thousands and tens of thousands of robots. And the 20 million robots remaining at this moment could skyrocket in number thousands and tens of thousands of times in a short period of time. The attacking combat detachment was still persistently launching attacks on the robot army, trying its best to delay the growth of the robot army's numbers. But before the robot army's horrifying proliferation ability, this effort was like a mantis. Every moment a large number of robots were destroyed. But every moment, there were countless times the number of destroyed robots were born. If one robot dies, tens of thousands will be born. So people could only watch as the robots took over the entire Neptune system. and then began to set off for the Jupiter system, which was closer at the moment. Chapter 385 Advancing Towards Earth. The robots didn't seem to take the attack from the human civilization to heart. They ignored the human civilization like a lion ignoring a fly that kept buzzing around its head. No matter what the human civilization did, it could not disrupt their steps. And they were just leisurely advancing according to their original plan. That was what made people feel most desperate and ashamed. But there is nothing one can do about it. It is like, how can a fly kill a lion? It is impossible for a fly to kill a lion. And the only thing a fly can do is to keep buzzing around the lion. And when the lion gets impatient and casually waves its paw, the fly has to get out of the way. Firstly, they took over the Neptune system, multiplied and expanded their group size. And once their numbers reached a certain point, they sent out detachments to move on and go deeper originally. There was another Uranus between Jupiter and Neptune. But Uranus orbited too far away, and instead Jupiter was closer to Neptune. So the next stop for the robots was set in the Jupiter system. The robots didn't send some robots to take over the Earth first to destroy the few human beings that survived there. Although they could have done so, and it wouldn't have brought them any extra burden. But they just didn't do it. Every single one of them understood why that was. It was because the Robot Legion simply did not have human civilization in their sights. As far as the robots were concerned, steadily advancing and occupying the entire solar system was something that would happen sooner or later. And how the human civilization did it was completely none of their business. Although the existence of an intelligent civilization meant that there might be evolvable technology there, their logical judgment system told them not to deliberately chase after an intelligent civilization. It was useless. Because intelligent civilizations that could run away would always run away. And those that couldn't would always run away. It was unwise to deliberately catch up. It was better to stay on track and keep moving at their own pace. So people could only watch the robot army approaching towards them step by step. This was not a good feeling. It was like watching a noose around one's neck slowly tighten, while one had no way to deal with it. Although this method of advancement by the Robot Legion was even more desperate and torturous, it left a little bit of time for the human civilization. The robot group had taken 2 months to enter the solar system. And based on this rate of advancement, it would take at least another month and a half for them to advance here on Earth. In this way, the time that the soldiers of the Civilization Guard needed to buy for Xiaoyun became half a month. But no one dared to say that this situation was good for the human civilization. If the robots advanced quickly, the time of the firefight between the human civilization and the robot legions would be earlier. But the number of robot legions would be much smaller. Now, the advance of the robot legions is slower, and the time of the firefight is delayed. But when it comes to the time of the real battle, the number of robots will be countless times more. No one knew whether this situation was good or bad, and all people could do was wait. In the middle of the integrated base, everyone looked grim. Ever since the robot legions entered the solar system, the atmosphere in the integrated base had never relaxed. At any time, large groups of soldiers were quickly mobilized. The generals were directly stationed in the combat command room, eating and living here. And in the logistics base, the roar of the machines never stopped. Huge amounts of supplies were constantly being produced, and then mobilized to the frontline troops. The base was noisy and tense. But there was one place that maintained absolute silence. That was the place with the tightest defense and security in the entire base. Apart from General Emmerich, anyone entering or leaving this place had to undergo at least 10 inspections. And even under extreme critical situations, this place could be separated from the base, turning it into a place with independent defense firepower, as well as material supplies. This was where Xiaoyun worked. And the hope of all the human beings living on Earth was also here. Xiaoyun hadn't slept in several years. Except for a few short breaks, Xiaoyun was immersed in the world of data and code, and never let up. The stimulant program had brought Xiaoyun endless energy, allowing him to devote himself to his work for years. But it had also seriously damaged his body. At this moment, Xiaoyun looked very different than he did a few years ago. His originally strong and powerful body quickly dried up. And at this moment, Xiaoyun looked like a walking skeleton. But Xiaoyun's eyes were always bright. Xiaoyun's brain was always clear. Every moment there were endless data flowing in Xiaoyun's mind. Those data flowed, entangled. They were combined together through various different arithmetic symbols, and finally turned into a character with special meaning. And then through Xiaoyun's hands one by one, they were presented on top of the computer. This was the base camp for the execution of the deception strategy. And Xiaoyun was the sole executor. What is Xiaoyun's physical condition? In the middle of the combat command room, General Emmerich glanced at Xiao Yun's figure on the monitor screen before asking the medical team leader next to him. The head of the medical team replied, "According to the current situation, there is no problem in supporting him for another 2 months. According to the progress of the work described by Xiao Yun earlier, Xiao Yun is fully capable of supporting the deception plan until it is completed." General Emmerich sighed and asked softly, "What about after completion?" The medical team leader chose to remain silent and did not answer General Emmerich's question. Everyone knew what the silence meant, but everyone didn't say anything. The corpse incinerator located in the northeast corner of the base had once witnessed the end of the lives of more than 2,000 research workers. And perhaps, it would only take 2 months before it would once again welcome a corpse waiting to be incinerated by itself. Time passed in the preparation and waiting. After a month's time, the combat command room received a message. "We have monitored that the robot army has crossed the asteroid belt and is heading towards Mars." The observers reported to the generals in the middle of the combat command room. The advancing robot detachment, whose number is roughly 50 million units, is expected to arrive at Mars a day later. According to the previous pattern, they will multiply on top of Mars for 9 to 12 days. And when the overall number expands to around 1 billion units, they will send out detachments to leave Mars and head to the next planet. "Which is Earth?" a general asked. At this moment, "How many robots exist within our solar system in total?" The observer replied, "The total number cannot be estimated because there are many robots located on the backside of the planet or inside the planet, and we cannot count these robots. If we only count the robots we can see, the number is about 30 billion units. Of these, the Neptune system has 19 billion units. The Jupiter system has around 10.9 billion units. And the total number of those that are on a space voyage, including the robots that have crossed the asteroid belt at this very moment, is about 100 million units. Send out the assault combat detachment to continue the strike." General Emmerich said, "Do your best to delay the advance of the robot legions, so that the time when the number of robot legions above Mars reaches 1 billion units is delayed as much as possible." Another general immediately said, "At this stage, the assault combat detachment will face many dangers if it strikes, and it is very likely that it will encounter the robot legion in space. And in terms of battle results, even if the assault combat detachment fights with all its might, the time it can delay will not be more than a day at most." General Emmerich gave him a faint look, then said, "It's also good to be able to delay for a day. I'm worrying that when the robot army actually reaches Earth, we might not even be able to delay it for a day." The general looked grim and stopped speaking. A combat staff then immediately conveyed out General Emmerich's orders to the outside. The assault combat detachment set off and began to do their best to reduce the number of robot legions, but were powerless to stop their advance. The droid legions reached Mars on time a day later, after hundreds and thousands of years of operation and transformation by human civilization. Mars had become the most important inhabited planet for human civilization besides Earth. Not only had it been transformed into a perfect ecosystem, it also had hundreds of thousands of species living on it. But all of this was destroyed in less than 10 days. Life was shot. Mountains were bulldozed. Plants were burned and destroyed. Lakes, oceans, rivers, and even the water resources contained in the Earth's strata were mined out and turned into nutrients for the robot army to reproduce the next generation. And even the atmosphere wasn't spared. The atmosphere of Mars, after the modification, was just like that of the Earth, rich in oxygen and nitrogen. Two elements very useful to the robots. Two elements were very useful to the robots. As the robots multiplied unchecked, patches of yellow rapidly appeared on the surface of Mars, a barren desert left behind after all useful resources had been harvested. Mars was once again as cold and dead as it had been for hundreds of millions of years. It had all happened so fast that it was too late to react. It took generations of people to transform Mars into this in just a few days. Perhaps Mars as today is Earth as tomorrow. The assault combat squad had eliminated hundreds of thousands of robots, hundreds of thousands of times their own, at the cost of destroying more than 40 spaceships in countless battles. But this battle result had only delayed the robots' advance towards Earth by 19 hours. The number of robots on Mars had reached 1 billion. So a detachment of robots numbering about 40 million units began to set off for Earth. Chapter 386: Invasion of Earth. It was the night of Earth. A cool breeze blew ghostly through this quiet summer night. Insects chirped in the valleys, and from time to time, there were distant roars of wild beasts coming over. The sky was a clear dark green. dotted with stars, like a jewel. In the middle of the sky was a large moon, emitting white light, reflecting the earth like a layer of silver veil. It was as quiet as ever, as beautiful as ever, as if the earth had been maintained for billions of years. But tonight was destined to be a restless night, and everyone on earth knew that the silence that had been maintained for an unknown number of years would be shattered later, because the robot army had already departed from Mars to Earth, and the distance between Mars and Earth was very close, and human civilization was powerless to stop the advance of the robot army. And so, not long after, the sky exploded with countless bright points of light, and those points of light were even brighter than the brightest stars in the sky the moment they shone. They were many in number, and appeared so frequently and densely that it was as if a great fireworks display had taken place in the sky. The earth was shrouded in a layer of strange colors under the ever-shining light. At this moment, the sound of the wind stopped, the roar of the beasts stopped, and the chirping of the unknown insects also stopped. There was an extremely oppressive, extremely dangerous aura spreading between heaven and earth. All the creatures between this heaven and earth felt this danger at the same time at this moment. Then, the bugs hurriedly crawled back to their nests. The birds burrowed into the tree houses and shivered with their young birds. And the beasts put away their fangs and claws, and then ran somewhere with their tails tucked between their legs. Countless meteors suddenly appeared in the sky, those meteors trailing long red tails, cutting across the sky at a slow speed and falling towards the earth. So many that it was practically impossible to count them. Then, a hoarse roar rang out from the middle of the integrated base. Ground weapons launch. Support the Space Legion. It was because people knew what it meant when a meteor shower appeared in the sky. It meant that the clusters of warships that the human civilization had placed in space to intercept the robot legions from entering the Earth had been broken through by the robot legions. And at this moment, countless robots had already broken into the atmosphere and were heading towards the Earth. The countless meteors that appeared in the sky were the result of the high-speed friction between the robots and the Earth's atmosphere. Tens of millions of robots were approaching Earth at high speed. At this moment, the Earth base also responded. Countless channels of precisely directed artillery were fired from within the base. They were also trailing long red tails behind them, as they began to rush towards the sky from the ground. There were flames falling in the sky, and flames rushing up above the ground. The quiet and deep sky was illuminated brightly at this moment. Countless animals on the ground, in the valleys, and in the treetops quietly watched all of this. The ubiquitous depression between heaven and earth made them feel despair and fear, while the countless flames made them feel shocked and puzzled. They couldn't understand why the place where they had been living, the heaven and earth nature that had remained unchanged for endless years, would become like this in this instant. The firelight falling from the sky and the firelight rising from the ground eventually collided together, and the sky once again shone with endless fireworks. The fireworks grew more and more dense, eventually covering the entire sky. And it was only a long time after the first fireworks appeared that the sound of their explosion reached the ground. It was like the sound of thunder that shook the heavens and earth unceasingly. This intense battle even affected the weather. I don't know when it started, but endless overcast clouds quietly appeared, covering the bright moon and stars. But they couldn't cover the countless exploding flames. Bean-sized raindrops began to fall, and the downpour instantly turned the heavens and earth into a rainy haze. But the lightning-like firelight always managed to tear through the darkness, showering the entire heavens and earth with the light of despair and death. Thunder, rain, explosions, the roar of weapons firing. All the sounds were mixed into one, no longer distinguishable. A few minutes later, there was another sound between heaven and earth. This kind of sound was not bigger than the previous one, but it had exceptionally strong penetrating power. And it was through this penetrating power that the creepy sound spread throughout the entire valley in almost an instant. I don't know when the valley started to have more strange things, saying that they were living creatures. Their surfaces were glowing with metal, like machines, saying that they were not living creatures. They could move on their own and possessed unusually strong destructive power. Anything around them would be destroyed by them. Trees, rivers, beasts, weeds, wildflowers, everything that exists above the earth is brutally destroyed upon their arrival. Animals began to flee in despair. But no matter where they fled to, they could not escape the killing from the robots. Even if they hid underground, the robots need minerals. And many minerals are buried in the ground. So the robots will also set off underground. In their constant digging, they would kill any creature they came across. In just a few minutes, More life on Earth had died at the hands of robots than the combined total of creatures killed by humans over the centuries. Human civilizations have the sense to protect the planet, but robots don't. Breeding required energy and minerals, so they gathered energy and minerals. As for what kind of impact on the planet in the process, it's not in their scope of consideration. And this situation is being played out on the entire planet. In contrast, the place where the base was located was less affected, because the space defense net was used to block the robots in this direction. The defensive firepower on the base's side would also eliminate some of the robots. With fewer robots, the impact caused would naturally be smaller. The current situation was not optimistic. The space defense network that was pinned high hopes on by General Emmerich and the entire staff team did not achieve its original goal. It did intercept a portion of the robots that entered the Earth, but the number of robots as a percentage was too small. There were too many robots that entered the Earth. The base's defense firepower had been turned on full blast, sort of barely stopping the robots' frantic onslaught. But no one knew exactly how long this could be maintained. In the real face of the robot army, people realized that the autonomous government's hard work and several years of preparation for war were still not enough. Far from enough. We are in a dangerous situation, a staff officer whispered to General Emmerich. The base could be lost at any time, and the robot legions could attack at any time. I suggest that we might be able to inform Xiao Yun of the current situation, and perhaps Xiao Yun can speed up his work a little bit more, or get Xiao Yun ready to launch the plan ahead of schedule. I think that even if the deception strategy that we end up executing isn't perfect, and we can't receive full credit for it, it's still better than the robot legion eventually attacking in and killing us before the plan can be executed. General Emmerich shook his head somewhat heavily. First of all, there is no such thing as an imperfect launch of the deception tactic, because every place it involves is crucial, and any missing link will not do. We must wait until Xiao Yun has done all the work to truly perfect the deception tactic before it can be launched. Then what about informing Xiao Yun of the current situation? The staff officer asked immediately. General Emmerich pondered for a moment and once again slowly shook his head. There's no need for that. Xiao Yun has been working at full capacity, and he's already doing this to the best of his ability. Informing Xiao Yun of the current situation will not be of any use other than disrupting Xiao Yun's thoughts and affecting his work efficiency. That staff officer then fell silent. Only after a long time did he softly say, "Then, what should we do?" "Fight. Fight with all our might," General Emmerich said steadily. "When the fighters die out, replace them with logisticians. And when the logisticians die out, replace them with civilians. If necessary, you'll have to go to the front lines as well, until Xiao Yun finally perfects the deception strategy. I will not allow a single robot to enter Xiao Yun's research lab." General Emmerich was talking about the research lab, not the base. It was pretty obvious what was meant in those words. When necessary, the periphery of the base could be abandoned, and all combatants retreated to the core of the base, which was where Xiao Yun was, making sure that the core of the base was not lost and that Xiao Yun's work was not affected. As for the rest, there is no need for you to consider. After saying these words, General Emmerich stood up and removed the marshal badge from above his shoulder before putting it on another general. "General Emmerich, you?" the general asked hesitantly. "From this moment onwards, I am transferring the autonomous government, as well as all decision-making power, including military power, to you," General Emmerich said indifferently before turning towards the door. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to pilot the Victory ship and draw the robots away. Your task, on the other hand, is to protect Xiao Yun instead of me, and not let any of the robots near him until his work is done." General Emmerich paused, then turned around, his tone still as calm as ever. "I'm the only one who can pilot this ship, and this mission, I'm the only one who can complete it. So none of you will have to talk me out of it." General Emmerich stopped. His sharp sight swept over the people in the middle of the room one by one, and his voice began to become icy cold. "This is an order." "Yes, General." At this moment, everyone in the room agreed at the same time. The general who had been granted command authority by General Emmerich said solemnly, "Please rest assured, unless all the people in the base die in battle, no robot will be able to come close to Xiao Yun." Chapter 387 Bait. The Victory airship was the largest and most technologically advanced airship that existed above Earth. It was the last card in the hands of the autonomous government, and would only be used in the most crucial and critical times. The purpose of the victory ship was not to join the battlefield to fight against the robot army, even if the victory ship was 10 times more advanced, or even reached the level of the most advanced human civilization's Earth-class ship. It would still not be the most advanced ship on Earth, even if the victory ship was 10 times more advanced. Even to the extent of the most advanced Earth-class ship in human civilization, it would still be no match for the robot army. In fact, its purpose was to distract the robot army, so as to share the pressure for the base. The mission of the robot core is to reproduce, and technology helps the robot core to reproduce themselves faster and better. So it is also very important for the robot core to seek more advanced technology to evolve themselves. This opens up the possibility of distracting the droid army. It can be predicted that when the robots found this ship beyond their own technology level, their reaction will not be slower than the reaction of a shark that smells blood. And a ship's level of technology with what to reflect? Undoubtedly with firepower, volume, speed, defense, power and other indicators to reflect. Therefore, only the victory ship can undertake this task. Because of these indicators, the victory ship is far better than the other ships. Only the victory ship can carry out the task of luring away the robots. But the person who carries out this task doesn't necessarily have to be General Emmerich. The victory ship will not increase in performance just because it is piloted by General Emmerich, nor will it decrease in performance just because it is piloted by someone else. The mission is a dangerous one, and the slightest mishandling of it could lead to being caught in the thick of the Robot Legion obviously. The ship can't be too far away from the Robot Legion, in which case the Robot Legion will judge that their side doesn't have the ability to capture the ship, and thus abandon it, and the mission to lure the robots away will be a failure. Similarly, the ship cannot be too close to the robot army. In that case, the victory ship will be destroyed in a short time. The mission will also fail. How to grasp the degree of this required strong judgment. But this ability was not unique to General Emmerich alone. At most, General Emmerich had to stand out a little more than others. But this did not seem to be a reason for General Emmerich to go on this mission. General Emmerich did not explain the reason. As the supreme commander of the autonomous government, General Emmerich also did not need others to understand why he was doing this. All he needed was simply to carry out his orders. So no one stopped General Emmerich. He left the command room and went to the warehouse underneath the base. The warehouse was built halfway up the mountain, reaching over 1,000 meters in length and width, and over 100 meters in height. The Victory airship was quietly parked in the center of the warehouse. As long as the camouflage of the warehouse's exit was removed and the warehouse door was opened, the dual-purpose space and atmospheric Victory ship could be activated directly, leaving from the warehouse that was huge but still looked a bit small in front of it, and entering the vast world outside. And that was exactly what General Emmerich did. After giving the launch order, telling the ship's AI about the pre-programmed procedures, and setting most of the ship's modules to intelligent mode, the Victory ship launched. A low humming sound instantly spread throughout the warehouse. If the warehouse wasn't made with very advanced soundproofing materials, this buzzing sound alone would be enough to shake most of the people in the base to death. A strong airflow was ejected from the dozens of jet channels on top of the ship. And then the ship slowly left the ground and began to fly towards the exit of the warehouse. Only after leaving the warehouse and reaching the outside did General Emmerich see the robots in the light of the exploding cannon fire. Beneath the portholes, in the valleys, mountains of robots covered the entire ground. They were like ocean waves advancing in the direction of the base, and any obstacle in front of them would be destroyed by them. The familiar mountains, jungles, rivers and lakes of the past had all disappeared, as far as the eye could see, apart from the robots that could be seen roaming the mountains. Only the desolate yellow desert remained. This is the place where human civilization originated, and human civilization started from this. And at its peak it once occupied dozens of surrounding star systems, and was once so powerful that it was unbeatable. But now, humans have even lost their homes. There are uncountable demons wreaking havoc here. The sky was full of constantly exploding cannon fire, which tore apart the darkness between heaven and earth, and also brought death and destruction. On the ground, the sky is filled with uncountable robots. And in the back are the bases that 2 million humans rely on for survival. There were battles everywhere, and artillery fire everywhere. In this moment, the Victory ship also joined the battle. Under General Emmerich's order, the onboard robots turned the ship's firepower to the highest. Countless cannonballs mixed with General Emmerich's anger poured down. And almost in an instant, the mountains of robots, like a carpet, were torn open in a huge hole. Hundreds of thousands of robots, within at least several square kilometers, were instantly killed. But killing and death did not make the robots retreat. The robots didn't have emotions. But General Emmerich seemed to feel a kind of ecstasy, and seemed to hear endless robots cheering from the bottom of their hearts. With such heavy firepower and such a large size, this ship must be very advanced. Destroy it. Get to the technology it contains. Kill it. Kill it. Endless robots soared up from the ground like a whirlwind, becoming one with the robots that were already flying in the sky, and then swarmed towards the Victory ship. They gathered together like a mountain peak. And at this moment, this mountain peak pressed towards the Victory airship. Even though the robots had less than 30% of their combat power left under the weakening of the smallpox virus, the huge number of robots still gave them an unstoppable attacking ability. General Emmerich knew that as long as they surrounded the Victory ship, it would only take a few minutes for the Victory ship to be completely destroyed. The actions of the Victory ship in intelligent control mode were somewhat slow, and sluggish AI control certainly couldn't be compared to human beings, especially when there was a battle going on. But the Victory ship finally escaped before the robot army arrived, and then swiftly accelerated towards the sky, with the endless army of robots following close behind. Even in the process of escaping, the Victory ship did not stop pouring out its own firepower. A ship's firepower reserve was ultimately limited. If it continued to attack in this all-out mode, it would only take 10 minutes at the most for the Victory ship's reserve to be depleted. But General Emmerich didn't care about that, because only by firing at full power could the illusion be created that this ship was advanced. Only then could the attention of the robots be attracted. Endless robots followed the Victory ship off the ground, and the pressure on the base instantly reduced to a negligible level. At the moment, only a handful of robots existed around the base, and it would take a little time for the rest to replenish. People began to take advantage of this rare lull to replenish firepower and repair damage to the base, and the combatants finally had a moment's respite. The Victory ship flew straight towards the sky, under the heavy firepower and extremely strong power performance. Its technology was exposed, and the robots were like sharks, closely following the Victory ship, refusing to leave. By the time the Victory ship left the Earth's atmosphere, it was followed by at least 20 million robots. This number was even more than half of all the robots on Earth at this moment. The instant reduction of robots had reduced the pressure on the Space Legion as well as the ground bases by many degrees, to the point where humanity had gained the upper hand in some places. Even those robots that had been replenished from Mars had changed their course and joined in the pursuit of the Victory ship. At this moment, in the value judgment system of the robots, the Victory ship had become a target whose importance far exceeded that of the ground base, even more so than the entire planet, because planets were easy to obtain, while technologically advanced spaceships were not easy to find. The Victory ship was already far away from the Earth, and the firepower reserve on top of the ship had been consumed for the most part. So at this moment, the firepower pouring from the ship had already stopped. But its previous combat footage had long made the robots recognize this target. And in order to capture this target, even if the robots were made to pay 10 times as many casualties, they would not have the slightest hesitation. Even more, the Victory ship's onboard intelligence program told General Emmerich that tens of millions of kilometers ahead, at the Mars that was once the second most inhabited planet of the human civilization, a legion of more than 100 million robots had been deployed to try to intercept the ship. Even further away, on Jupiter, there in the Neptune system, legions of robots had also made many unusual moves. It seems that for this ship you are ambitious, General Emmerich thought faintly. In that case, then you guys come over here. Come and try to see if you can stop me or not. Facing the interception in front of him, General Emmerich didn't dodge, but still maintained his original course. Only in this way could General Emmerich lure away as many of the robots as possible. And at this moment, around the ground base, legions of robots swarmed over once more, and a new battle began once more. Chapter 388 Self-Destruct. There was undoubtedly a division of labor within the robot legions, which led to the fact that even if the Victory ship's technological value was high, it would not be able to lure all of the robots away. There would always be a portion of robots that would continue to take on the task of reproducing themselves, and they would continue to remain on Earth while launching a siege on the human base. The battle outside the base was still intense, but no matter how intense this battle was, it would not affect Xiao Yun's work at the core of the base. Xiao Yun's new office was decorated in a very cozy, homey style. Everything was arranged in warm colors, and there was even a wall of plants acting as decoration. It was spacious and bright, neat and quiet. Outside the window was the vast grassland, with blue sky and green grass reflecting each other, interspersed with some shallow streams. And occasionally a herd of cows and sheep would walk by. The breeze was blowing in this part of the world, causing the grass to undulate constantly, like a wave. No matter who it was, when they saw this beautiful scene, they would feel a sense of comfort and relaxation from the depths of their heart. All of this was of course fake. They were actually virtual images projected by the window glass. This system was expensive and troublesome to manufacture. Usually they would only be installed on top of large ships that needed to sail for a long time. But in order to create a good working environment for Xiao Yun, the autonomous government still installed this system on top of Xiao Yun's office. In addition to this, there was also the tightest security, as well as complete soundproofing, shock absorption, air filtration and other systems. Under the synergy of these many systems, all sounds, vibrations and odors from the outside world would not reach here. Right now, Xiao Yun was in such an environment, frowning and pondering over something before a personal computer terminal. Although this was already the last finishing work, it was still more complicated and difficult than many people could imagine. Even with Xiao Yun's ability, coupled with the boost to Xiao Yun's mental and physical strength from the stimulant program, Xiao Yun still had a feeling of being overwhelmed. But fortunately, most of the problems Xiao Yun had encountered had already been solved by Xiao Yun. And Xiao Yun's steps forward might have been a little slower, but they never stopped. Now there was a new problem blocking Xiao Yun's progress. Xiao Yun had been thinking about this for 2 hours and 3 minutes. This was an uncommon occurrence for Xiao Yun, who was fighting for time. Gradually, another hour passed. Xiao Yun's frowning brow finally stretched out. A new idea was born in his mind to be used to solve this problem. After checking the calculations, all the data were exactly the same as what he expected. Xiao Yun then knew that he had broken through another difficult barrier. It was one step closer to the final closure. However, it was impossible to predict how long it would take to complete the rest of the road. In stark contrast to the quiet and comfortable office environment was the roaring gunfire outside. General Emmerich had left in the victory, and before he left, he had handed over command to General Chelf. Right now, General Chelf was in the middle of the command room, closely monitoring the real-time battle situation in all directions of the base. The number of robots was slowly rising, a very ironic situation. Although the human side was destroying a large number of robots every moment, the total number of robots kept rising. This was because new robots were constantly being added from the rest of the planet, as well as from the skies. All the human side could do was merely stall for time. General, Fire Stronghold number 9 was captured by robots, and the personnel station there activated the self-destruct procedure at the last moment, and all personnel were killed in battle. Admiral, the Yellow Dragon battleship has lost power, is severely damaged, and its energy as well as ammunition reserves have been depleted. The captain has activated the self-destruct procedure, and will self-destruct in 30 seconds time. Admiral, the operations staff has made an updated forecast of the battle situation, and they say that the first line of defense will be able to hold out for a maximum of 7 hours if the current situation continues to develop. General, one battle report after another was summarized to General Chelf. The atmosphere in the command room was getting more and more gloomy, and General Chelf's frown was also getting tighter and tighter. After thinking for a moment, General Chelf decisively gave the order. All non-combatants that are between the first and second defense lines retreat behind the second defense line, and prepare to abandon the first defense line. The laying and placement of tactical mines, as well as automatic defense systems, will now begin between the two lines of defense. At the same time, order the combatants of the first line of defense. If they don't receive an order to retreat, then keep fighting until they die. Order that all reserve combatants gather to the second line of defense, and make sure to ensure the safety of the second line of defense. Order the entire Special Combat Squad to enter to the base core. At the same time, order the base core to start the closure procedure. If the second line of defense is lost, then immediately close the base core, and do your best to ensure that Xiao Yun's work is not affected. After issuing these 3 orders in one breath, General Chelf's anxious mood calmed down a little. General Chelf's line of sight once again looked towards one of the dozens of surveillance images. It was the surveillance image about Xiao Yun. In the middle of the image, Xiao Yun was still working intensely before his personal computer terminal, not stopping for a moment. Faster, faster, General Chelf muttered. In the middle of the victory ship, General Emmerich stood before the porthole and glanced behind, finding that the planet he was familiar with had already turned into a point of light in the darkness of space, and no details could be seen anymore. This made General Emmerich feel a little disappointed in his heart, because he knew that he could no longer return, and could no longer see any details of the planet. Putting aside these frustrations, General Emmerich's attention was once again focused on the battle. During this period of time, General Emmerich had brilliantly carried out the task of drawing the robots away from the battle. And at this moment, more than 30 million robots had already gathered behind the victory ship. In front of the ship, below and above it, more than 100 million robots were rapidly approaching. Obviously, the robot group was carrying out a siege tactic on the victory ship, relying on their huge numbers to weave a huge net, which was now fully unfolded and was slowly enveloping the victory ship. General Emmerich knew that when this big net was fully closed, that was when he would be plunged into the sea of robots and be finally destroyed. And this big net had no dead ends. Of course, this was only for this moment's speed. As long as the victory ship maintained its current speed, then no matter which direction it fled to, it would not be able to escape from the robotic army's encirclement. The victory ship's energy reserves were still sufficient, and the victory ship's current speed was only 60% of the standard speed. If General Emmerich was determined to escape, then General Emmerich only needed to set the victory ship's speed to the maximum, and the victory ship could escape from the net before it closed in. And from then on, the sky was high and the sea was wide, and there was no longer any fear of being caught up by the robots. But General Emmerich couldn't do that, because General Emmerich knew that as long as the speed of the victory ship increased to the point where the robot army could not catch up with it, the robot army would give up chasing the victory ship and turn back to Earth to continue the siege of the base. This was something General Emmerich could never accept, and without increasing his speed, General Emmerich could only watch as the large net continued to close in on him, eventually binding him firmly. Is it a slow pace towards death or a quick escape? This is a dilemma of choice, but not for General Emmerich, because General Emmerich made his decision early on. Because, if he walks slowly towards death, he can still hold back these robots for at least a day. During this time, not only will these robots chasing him not return to Earth, the Mars side will also draw a large portion of the robot legion originally intended to support the Earth to participate in the pursuit of himself. And the Earth base will be under much less pressure. The pressure on the Earth base will be much smaller. And if he quickly escapes, the Earth base will immediately face great pressure, and may even end up losing its defense and losing the battle. General Emmerich never questioned his decision, never wavered. Escape journey is still continuing. General Emmerich is still under 60% of the speed of the navigation efforts to toss and turn, trying to delay the time of the big net finally closed in. But no matter how much he delayed, the moment had finally arrived. Above the monitoring network display screen, the victory ship's front, back, left, right, up and down 6 directions had been covered with densely packed red dots. And those red dots had even converged into a red color because they were too dense. They occupied all directions around the ship, leaving General Emmerich unable to escape. General Emmerich sighed, got up and pressed the huge red button on the console. An ear-piercing alarm then spread throughout the entire ship. Self-destruct device activated. Counting down. 10, 9, 8. A robot slammed hard into the victory ship, and its impact did not cause any damage to the victory ship's thick armor. Instead, it allowed itself to be smashed into pieces. Thousands and tens of thousands of robots then crashed onto the ship, and their impacts even caused the entire ship to tremble slightly. Huge firepower also began to shoot. Countless robots launched an all-round attack on the victory ship, leaving no dead ends. The victory ship's defense system energy reserves plummeted, but no matter how fast it fell, it was not as fast as the countdown of the self-destruct device. 1. General Emmerich closed his own eyes gently, but a small smile emerged from the corners of his mouth. Soldiers who died in battle in the RAG 728 system. I'm coming for you. 0. The victory ship exploded with a loud bang, and hundreds of thousands of robots were blown to pieces with the death of the victory ship. Chapter 389. Execute the plan. General Chelf. In the middle of the command room of the Earth base, a combat staff member walked in hurriedly, then attached himself to General Chelf's ear and said softly, "The patrol observation base has confirmed that the victory ship has self-destructed." A hint of pain instantly crept onto General Chelf's forehead. As General Emmerich's old subordinate, General Chelf and General Emmerich had worked together for hundreds of years. And even when General Chelf stayed on Earth and refused to evacuate, there were also many reasons because of General Emmerich. Because Chelf knew that General Emmerich was a commander-in-chief worth following. General Emmerich was a superior, a commander-in-chief, and also a generous and wise elder brother. And now, he was dead. He died with the blast of the victory ship, in the blackness of space, surrounded by countless robots. And General Emmerich could have been saved from having to die. It was simple. As long as a different person was to carry out this mission, although this mission was certain death. General Chelf knew that everyone in this base would willingly replace General Emmerich as long as there was a change of person. General Emmerich would not die. And the cost of replacing someone would be, at most, just a few minutes, and an hour less time for the robots to be delayed due to a lack of tactical skill. And a few tens of minutes, and an hour is just not enough time to trade for General Emmerich's life. This reasoning is known to everyone. But General Emmerich used the authority brought by hundreds of years of commanding the army, and even somewhat brutally denied the proposal of others, and insisted on carrying out this mission by himself. And the reason for doing so. General Chelf was also very clear. At the time when the things that happened in the Lavier 728 galaxy is really not your responsibility. The people did not blame you. The law enforcement agencies did not put forward any objections to your actions at the time. The Fuhrer, even on behalf of the government, and the military, confirmed the legitimacy of your actions at the time. And even those warriors who died in the battle in the moment before they died were in the relief of you. Everyone didn't blame you. So why can't you let go of this knot in your heart? General Chelf covered his face with his hands. And the command room fell into silence at that instant. A few moments later, General Chelf raised his head again. The color of pain had quietly disappeared. And determination and boldness returned to General Chelf's face. Because General Chelf knew that the reason why General Emmerich could go to his death with ease was because he knew that he would definitely do a good job of commanding the next battle in his place. At this point in time, anyone could grieve but himself. Confirm the self-destruct status of the victory ship, General Chelf said coldly, as well as confirm the status of the first line of defense. Under this order, the command room resumed its busyness. A few moments later, a combat staff reported, the victory ship completely self-destructed. The entire ship blew up into the tiniest fragments under the deliberately arranged self-destruct system. The Robot Legion will not be able to obtain any technology from the wreckage of the victory ship except for material science technology. Another combat staff said, the first line of defense is already riddled with holes. 73 locations have been breached, and the defenders have already begun a contact battle with the Robot Legion, with heavy casualties among the fighters. General Chelf said coldly, activate the emergency backup automatic defense system, and order the fighters to retreat to the second line of defense under the cover of the automatic defense system. The first line of defense was the shell of the base, while the second line of defense was the last line of defense of the base. If the second line of defense was also breached, then the base's living area, research area, and material reserve area would be directly exposed to the robot army's attack. If the second line of defense was breached, the base would be finished. Although the core area where Shaoyun was located also had a blockade system, everyone knew that it was only a last-ditch insurance measure that would not last long. The atmosphere in the command room was getting heavier and heavier. The combat staffs were all working intensely. A piece of information on the battle situation was fed back here, and then through the processing of the entire staff team as well as General Chelf, it was returned to the frontline combat fighters. At this time, two idioms suddenly appeared in General Chelf's mind. Respectively, trap beasts are still fighting, and closing the door, and beating the dog. And closing the door, and beating the dog. General Chelf couldn't help but think bitterly. I really didn't expect that these two idioms would also be used to describe us humans. Shaking the somewhat strange thoughts out of his mind, General Chelf once again gathered his spirit to the combat command. What the battle command room came into contact with was just a single battle report. But on the real battlefield, what these battle reports meant was much more straightforward and brutal. In the midst of the heavenly roar of artillery fire, countless robots swept across the entire sky and earth like locusts. They surrounded the entire base, making it impossible for the midday sun to shine through. Under the continuous attack of the endless robots, the entire shell of the base, including the mountain used for camouflage and protection, was stripped away. The second layer of defense had been truly exposed to the robots' line of sight. There were still endless robots landing in the sky. Not only here, but also on the rest of the planet. 70% of the Earth's surface was ocean. so roughly 70% of the robots landed in the ocean. The usually ferocious sea creatures became as fragile as ants in front of the robots. Whether it was a ferocious shark or a small shrimp, all of them did not escape the robot's slaughter. The creatures would consciously ensure that their own elemental composition remained stable. And this was also beneficial to the robots, because killing the creatures to obtain their own needs for the elements is much less time-consuming than mining and refining them themselves. Thus, the blue waters turned red in this moment. In this moment, the ocean was filled with blood and flesh and bones. And it looked like hell. The ocean, the earth, the glacier, the snowfield, the mountains, everything on Earth has changed drastically within a very short time after the arrival of the robots. The robot army is invincible. The Earth ecology used billions of years to evolve tens of millions of species are not the robot army's opponent. At this moment, on the entire planet, only the human base is still struggling to hold on. While the outside world was in deep suffering, Xiao Yun's place was still maintaining comfort and peace. But obviously, the owner of this place was not in the mood to enjoy these things. Xiao Yun was still working intensely in front of his computer, under the joint support of the brainwave input device and the body input device. The ideas in Xiao Yun's mind were input into the computer at a speed so fast that it was indescribable. At this moment, Xiao Yun seemed to become one with the computer. It was a wonderful feeling, as if the computer was no longer just a tool, but had become a part of his body, an external extension of his brain. There was a clear division of labor in this system. The heavy calculations were left to the computer, and the things that required intelligence to process were examined in Xiao Yun's mind. After remaining in this state for an unknown amount of time, Xiao Yun jerked to a halt after knocking down the last character, returning from that unreal world to the real world. The sudden cutoff caused Xiao Yun's thoughts to go into a bit of a trance. But in an instant, Xiao Yun reacted. Xiao Yun manipulated the computer to do a comprehensive check of all the things he had input before. And when the final output was presented in front of Xiao Yun, and it was exactly what he expected, Xiao Yun heaved a sigh of relief, not caring about the pain in his head that was like pins and needles. Xiao Yun quickly uploaded those programs to the signal transmitter server, because the amount of programs was too huge. This process took about 5 minutes. Within these 5 minutes, Xiao Yun sent out a communication request to General Emmerich to report on his work. However, somewhat out of Xiao Yun's expectation, the one who replied back to him was not General Emmerich, but General Chelf. General Chelf calmly gave the order, execute and send the procedure immediately. Xiao Yun did not have time to think about where General Emmerich had gone. After the progress bar finished, Xiao Yun decisively pressed the send button. Instantly, a low humming sound resounded throughout the entire base. That was the sound made by the gravitational wave communicator working. After doing so, Xiao Yun completely slumped onto the top of his chair. Despite the support of the stimulant program, Xiao Yun still felt a fatigue that came from the depths of his soul. However, this moment was not the time to rest. So Xiao Yun was still forcing himself to stay awake until 2 minutes later, when all the messages were sent. After the messages were sent, everything that followed was out of Xiao Yun's hands. At this moment, Xiao Yun did not rush to check the execution results, nor did he walk out of the core area to reunite with the staff, but remained here silently thinking about something. Xiao Yun thought of many people and many things. However, what appeared most in Xiao Yun's mind were still those scientists who had joined him in executing the deception plan in the first place. One face and one sentence kept flashing in his mind. From the very beginning of the thousands of people all the way to the very end of the only one left by himself, this path was finally finished. And the companions had all died. Only myself has made it to the end. Xiao Yun thought somewhat bitterly. Regardless of the results of the final execution of the deception plan, we all tried our best. All tried our best. General Emmerich must be very concerned about the details of the execution of the deception plan. I'd better go and report to him. Thinking like this, Xiao Yun stood up. Chapter 390 Breaking and Entering. After Xiao Yun stood up, those monkeys that had been waiting by Xiao Yun's side also squeaked and jumped onto Xiao Yun's shoulders. Xiao Yun gently placed the monkeys from his shoulders to the ground, then patted their fluffy heads and said in a low voice, "It's dangerous outside. You guys wait for me here." The monkeys then seemed to understand and obediently stayed in the middle of the office. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, pushed open the door. When he was about to cross the quarantine zone, several loaded guards stopped in front of Xiao Yun, politely and firmly refusing Xiao Yun's request to leave the core zone. Xiao Yun then smiled and said, "The deception plan has been completed and executed. There is no point for me to continue staying in the core area." Several guards looked at each other. One of them asked for some instructions into the communication instrument, and finally agreed to Xiao Yun's request to leave the core area. The base was filled with a tense and serious atmosphere, but Xiao Yun was not affected by this atmosphere. Xiao Yun was familiar with the layout of the base, so he kept walking towards the combat command room. Pushing open the door of the combat command room, Xiao Yun did not see General Emmerich. Xiao Yun was a little surprised, so he turned to General Chelf and inquired, "Where is General Emmerich?" General Emmerich gave a combat order, then raised his head, his lips chattering for a moment, but no words came out. There was a moment of silence before General Chelf said, somewhat gruffly, "General Emmerich is dead." A combat staff officer continued, "General Emmerich piloted the Victory ship to carry out the mission of distracting the robot legions and sharing the pressure for the base. After falling into the heavy siege of the robot legion, General Emmerich activated the ship's self-destruct system and was buried in space along with the Victory ship." Xiao Yun only felt a heavy hammer hit above his head, causing a buzzing in Xiao Yun's mind for a long time before he recovered. "I understand him," Xiao Yun whispered. "He has been living in pain, and death is not a relief for him." General Chelf patted Xiao Yun's shoulder and did not speak. "The deception plan has been executed and sent." Xiao Yun spoke softly. "The gravitational wave signal that carries all the information about the execution of the deception plan will be sent to the entire universe at the speed of light. And all the robots, whether they are hidden inside the planets or hidden in interstellar space, no matter where they are, they will receive this gravitational wave signal. Today's human civilization has mastered many forms of communication, from traditional electromagnetic wave communication to extremely complex FTL communication. But only gravitational wave communication is up to the task, because gravitational wave communication has almost no attenuation. It is basically not subject to any interference. Even if there are 100 million stars apart, the gravitational wave signals will not be disturbed. Only gravitational wave communication could achieve dead-end signal coverage." It was quiet in the middle of the combat command room. Everyone was quietly listening to the details about the execution of the deception plan as told by Xiao Yun. When the gravitational wave signals are picked up by the robots, they will conduct a preliminary analysis of the information. The robots will of course have a true or false judgment mechanism, and they will try to distinguish whether this information is true or false. And if this information succeeds in fooling them and makes them believe it to be true, they will fall into the lies that we have woven for them, and thus will be deceived by us, and begin to follow the path that we have preset for them to follow. If the deception fails to fool them, and they realize that it is a lie, then the deception plan fails." After saying this, Xiao Yun was silent for a moment, then continued, "As the executor of the deception plan, I think we have a high chance of fooling them, and we have a high chance of succeeding." Xiao Yun's heart suddenly felt a little sad. The faces of those companions who had fallen on top of the road ahead once again surfaced in Xiao Yun's mind. Because this big net of deception was woven by more than 2,000 outstanding scientists with their learning and wisdom as well as their lives. Stitch by stitch, we have constructed a perfect and self-consistent worldview for the robots, and thousands of logically self-consistent and self-contained physical formulas for them. And without the support of actual physical experiments and observational data, even our human civilization's own scientists would not have been able to find the loopholes in this great net. So, I'm confident that I can fool all the robots." General Chelf asked. "How long after will the deception plan take effect?" Xiao Yun replied. "The deception signal spreads at the speed of light to the entire universe with the base as the center of the circle, and the robots will receive the deception signal at different times depending on their distance from the base. After they receive the deception signal, depending on their own computing power, it will take about 4 to 10 hours for them to analyze and understand the data contained in the entire deception plan. Now about 5 minutes have passed since the signal was sent out, which means that, at this moment, all the robots within 90 million kilometers from the base have received the deception signal. If things go well, in 4 hours, the robots above Earth will be affected," General Chell said. "So, now all we need to do is hold out for another 4 hours." "No," Xiao Yun said firmly. "Hold on until the deception plan takes effect. If the deception plan never takes effect, we'll just keep holding out until all of us die in battle." General Chell sighed and said, "Okay." The fierce battle went on and on, never stopping. Within these few short hours, At least 5,000 more Civilization Guard warriors had died in battle. And the Space Defense Corps was also completely wiped out in the middle of this time, because the Victory ship had self-destructed. The robot armies on Mars and Earth had stopped sending reinforcements into space, and the focus of all robots had once again returned to Earth. Although the base personnel had been resisting to the death, the number of robots outside the base was still rapidly increasing at a speed that could be detected by the naked eye. Although the fighters were constantly dying, the morale of the remaining personnel was rising instead of falling, because everyone knows the news that hope is ahead. All know that the deception plan may take effect at any time. As long as they persist through this most difficult period of time, there is a possibility that a bright road will appear in front of them, and the human race, as well as the Earth, will have the possibility of truly defeating the enemy. The midday sun gradually sloped to the west, and the blazing sunlight began to become clear and cold. It hung in the sky like that, coldly watching everything that happened above the Earth. Eventually the sun set and withdrew all of its light. But the heavens and Earth did not return to darkness with the disappearance of the sun. Countless artillery fires and explosions brought light to the world instead of sunlight. But the light at this moment always had a cold and stern feeling. The appearance of every fire meant something. Either the death of a robot, or the weakening of the base's defenses, or the sacrifice of a soldier. 4.5 hours had passed. The ferocious attack of the robots still hadn't stopped, and the second line of defense was already overburdened and could be breached at any time. The 200,000 Civilization Guard fighters were now down to less than 5,000, and the 100,000 reserve fighters were down to less than 30,000. Such a small number of people were not enough to take up the defense of the entire second line of defense. In fact, many parts of the second line of defense had already been replaced by civilians, who had only received a little bit of military training in the battle. The base theoretically had a third line of defense, which was the self-blockade facility of the core area. But there was one crucial point. That is, the core area was not very large, and could only accommodate at most 1,000 people, while the number of civilians in the base was more than 1 million. As long as the second line of defense was breached, most of the people in the base would die. Death is death, Xiaoyun thought silently. The deception plan has already been implemented, and I've done my best. And, because of the doping plan, even if I was able to get away with it at this moment, I won't be able to live much longer. Death is already destined. Its final arrival is just sooner or later. And, according to past experience, the time difference between this morning and night would not exceed 1 month. Therefore, Xiaoyun viewed life and death lightly. So when a combat staff asked Xiaoyun to retreat to the core area, Xiaoyun firmly rejected this. Time slipped away under the serious and depressing atmosphere. When the deception plan had been in effect for 5 hours and 31 minutes, a staff officer stood up with despair on his face. General Chelf. It's bad. The second line of defense has been breached. Another combat staff also shouted at the same time. The robots have flooded into the base. All 130,000 fighters above the second line of defense have been killed in action. The robots have taken over the research area and are heading towards the entertainment area. Another stream of robots has occupied the storage area and is close to the living area. General. A stream of robots is approaching our command room, General Chell said in a deep voice. Send out a public broadcast to the entire interior of the base. Tell everyone alive, at this moment, that the military chain of command is down and the army has collapsed. Tell them to grab all the weapons around them and destroy as many of these invaders as they can with everything they can think of. The final hour has come and gone, and hopefully all of us will die standing. After issuing this order, General Chelf and the combat staff also took out their sidearms and took up battle formations. It was also at this time that Xiaoyun heard an ear-piercing stabbing sound before the door to the combat command room was broken and a hideous robot had appeared outside the command room door. Xiaoyun closed his eyes in despair and sighed darkly. In the end, I didn't wait for the deception plan to take effect. Chapter 391 Light Belt. Each robot was a small interstellar combat unit, and since they were designed and built according to the standards of interstellar combat, all of their performances must be excellent. While they were still nowhere near as good as the large combat ships that humans had specially built, they were not something that could be dealt with by simply a few matching guns designed for defense. Everyone knew this, but everyone did not give up resisting. If Xiaoyun wasn't too physically weak to control the guns at all, Xiaoyun would have also picked up his weapon and chosen to fight. It might be a valuable spiritual quality to rather die than give in and keep resisting until death. But it wasn't of much use. When this robot appeared in the doorway, the end was actually doomed. But that already doomed ending was delayed. Xiaoyun closed his eyes and quietly waited for death to come. Quietly waiting for his body to be torn into pieces, just like what happened to his lover as well as his friends. Xiaoyun had both resentment and humiliation in his heart. But none of those emotions lasted too long. Xiaoyun's mind eventually became empty, thinking of nothing. A gunshot woke Xiaoyun up. Xiaoyun opened his eyes and saw the hideous robot still guarding the doorway. General Chelf as well as the combat staff had already begun to shoot at it unfortunately. These matching guns were fine for dealing with earth creatures for a little while. But when used against robots, they were basically useless except for leaving a little bullet mark on top of their solid armor. But that robot did not resist, and did not attack these people in the combat command room. It was as if it had been fixed in a static position. As if it had been immobilized. Its head. The scanner in its head was still emitting a ghostly red light, which meant that it was still collecting information about the world. And its brain must be running. But it still didn't move. Xiaoyun's heart was first stunned for a moment. And then an uncontrollable wave of joy spread out from the depths of his mind. The robot still did not move. After such a long battle before, this robot was already somewhat worn out. Its slightly twisted limbs, uneven carapace, body full of dust and stains, as well as the hidden dark red human flesh and blood, all demonstrated the cruelty of the previous battle. This killing machine just like this quietly stayed at the door of the combat command room. Never moved a bit. Then after another moment, it suddenly made a move. This caused the hearts of the people in the command room to become violently tense. But that robot did not advance towards the command room, but directly turned around and left the place. Xiaoyun's mind flickered and instantly understood something. "Help me up and follow it," Xiaoyun said in a low voice. A physically strong combat staff officer reacted faster and immediately walked forward to help Xiaoyun. And another combat staff officer also walked over to help Xiaoyun from the other side. The two staff officers stood Xiaoyun up. Immediately after, General Chelf and the rest of the combat staff also walked over. The group of people left the command room, then followed closely after that robot, quickly running towards the outside of the base. The base was filled with corridors and passages that were like a spider's web. And at the moment, those corridors and passages were filled with fast-crawling robots. They were weaving in and out with their teeth and claws. But there was only one direction, and that was outside the base. They seemed to be in a hurry to leave the base, not even bothering to kill the humans and the rest of the creatures they encountered. Xiaoyun and his group had also been rapidly following the torrent of robots along with them. And at this moment, they were presented with such an unbelievable picture. Robots and humans were mortal enemies. But at this moment, these mortal enemies were running together and advancing together. The robots were running in order to leave the base, while Xiaoyun and his group were running in order to verify a certain idea in their hearts. The further they advanced, the more severe the traces of battle became, and the more tattered the base became. There were fragments of explosions everywhere, broken instruments that couldn't be named, and even many slimy things of various colors that seemed to be internal organs. The group eventually ran to the edge of the passageway. And then, they stopped here. In the original base design plan, this location was still in the middle of the passageway. But in reality, at this moment, it was completely exposed to the sky, because the rest of the passageway, as well as the mountain and the base structure had been cut away in its entirety by the fierce battle. They no longer existed. The micro-environmental maintenance system was naturally destroyed as well. So the cold mountain wind, mixed with the smell of smoke, blew here without any hindrance. When Xiaoyun raised his head, he saw the somewhat gloomy sky, and when Xiaoyun lowered his head, he saw the cliffs under his feet that were tens of meters high. When Xiaoyun looked far away, he saw the huge legion of robots that covered almost the entire ground. Before Xiaoyun could explain anything, the endless legions of robots that covered almost the entire ground suddenly all rose up into the air, and a huge roar instantly swept across the entire sky, and Xiaoyun knew that it was the sound of a robot propulsion system being launched. The sound of a single robot thruster being activated might be small, but tens of millions and hundreds of millions of such sounds converged to become this. The cool mountain wind intensified steeply, even to the point of blowing people's bodies a little bit. But everyone was still struggling to keep their eyes open, struggling to observe all this in front of them. Endless robots swept across the entire heaven and earth. They were like oceans flying up into the sky, covering the entire sky. The sunlight disappeared in this instant, and the heavens and earth instantly turned from light to darkness. Only after another moment did bits and pieces of sunlight penetrate through the obstruction to shine here. But in an instant, the bits and pieces of sunlight were once again covered by an indescribably huge mass of crimson fire, no longer discernible. The sky and earth were filled with loud roars and violent mountain winds, and the sky turned crimson at this moment. Xiao Yun knew that it was the color brought about by the robots passing through the atmosphere at high speeds and friction with the atmosphere. A single robot might only be able to bring in a single point of light, but tens of millions or hundreds of millions of robots converged together and turned into this huge red curtain that was enough to drown out the sunlight and block out the sky. After that, the red giant curtain disappeared as well. Xiao Yun then knew that the robot army had left the Earth and reached space. Just at this time, more people came out from the base, and together with Xiao Yun and his group, they looked at all this in front of them somewhat bewildered. The base was broken. The mountain peaks were cut down. All kinds of flora and fauna were swept away, and the ground had taken on a sandy yellow color on top of it. The earth was littered with wreckage, and there were traces of bomb explosions everywhere. There were even many places where smoke was still rising, and some places were burning with a huge fire. This is undoubtedly a dilapidated scene, all of which shows that there was once a shocking battle here not long ago. But what about the enemy? Where were the enemies that had almost killed everyone in the base, forcing the human civilization to flee and leaving it helpless? With the departure of the robot army, the sunlight once again shone above the earth. The mountain wind gradually calmed down, and the sky slowly began to return to normal. Everything was quiet. Xiao Yun whispered, "Go back to the control room." The group then returned to the control room. Under Xiao Yun's orders, the staff officers connected to the few remaining solar system artificial satellites and presented the satellite monitoring images in real time on top of the big screen. Thus, people saw an even more shocking scene. A scene similar to that on Earth was happening on Mars at the moment. Billions of robots appeared from all corners of Mars, and then converged together. And together they left Mars and soared into space, and then began to advance towards the direction of the sun. The 100 million or so robots that originally existed on Earth had set out on their journey to the sun a few minutes ahead of the Martian robots. The Martian robots followed, and together they set off towards the great planet that had once nurtured the entire human civilization, nurtured the entire Earth's ecosystem, and dominated the entire solar system. The endless robots were like a brilliant band of light under the sunlight, a band of light that stretched on for millions of kilometers. They danced and jumped recklessly in the middle of space, so beautiful that it dazzled people a little. At this moment, this band of light was then presented in front of Xiao Yun in real time through the satellite's shooting. The screen switched, and a larger, longer, but less bright band of light was presented in front of everyone. Xiao Yun knew that it was a band of light converged by robots from Mars. And although the number of robots on Mars was greater than those on Earth, they were also farther away from the sun, so they were a bit dimmer. Between these two large bands of light, there were also many smaller bands of light as well as even smaller bright spots. Those were convergences of robots that had originally been scattered throughout space. But no matter where the robots were, they all had one goal in mind, and that was the sun. All the robots were heading for the sun, farther away. The situation of the planets beyond Mars, such as the Jupiter system, the Uranus system, and so on, Xiao Yun had yet to see, because of the communication delay that existed. It would take some time for the portraits there to be transmitted over. However, the movements of the robot legions on Earth, as well as Mars, had already proved the success of the deception plan. Xiao Yun knew that it wouldn't be long before he could see the band of light converge by the robots there. Go to the sun. You will open the door to a new world. There is your paradise. Go. Go. Xiao Yun, who was already on the verge of being skinny as a skeleton, muttered, his eyes filled with a strange luster. Chapter 392: The Impact Event. The endless robots advanced towards the sun like moths fighting a flame. It seemed as if in their eyes, that huge, fiery star with blazing heat that was enough to incinerate everything was merely a piece of deliciously flavored cake. This is a very crazy, incredible scenario. Whoever it was knew that just getting close to the sun would kill them. But the bots didn't seem to know that. They abandoned everything, forgot everything, ignored all the obvious and absolutely correct common sense. And in their minds, there was only one idea left. That is, to go to the sun. It's hell, but it's a paradise for the robots. This is the power of the deception plan. Regardless of whether it was a human or a robot. As long as the right information was selected and instilled into them. Then, the martyrs would turn into sluts. The heroes would turn into despicable villains. And the sun, which was close to death, would turn into a paradise in the eyes of the robots. Already the sound of tears of joy began to echo in the middle of the control room. And in the distance, cheers were already coming from the rest of the base. Even General Chelf could not hide the look of joy on his face, while Xiaoyun only smiled faintly. And as he smiled, tears flowed out of his cloudy eyes. Xiaoyun again remembered those companions who traveled with him all the way, under the watering of more than 2,000 companions using their lives as sustenance. The deception plan. This seed finally grew into a heavenly tree and bore fruit. But this fruit, they will never see again. They were buried on top of the planet that gave birth to them. They will spend the endless years to come in darkness and loneliness. They did not leave the rest of anything except a name for the descendants. Perhaps at some point in the future, even their existence will be forgotten. And even this crisis will be discarded in the corner of the memory of the people in the dust. But Xiaoyun knew that it did not matter. Because human civilization had finally been able to continue. And the earth had finally been preserved. This was enough. We've finally succeeded. We've finally succeeded. Xiaoyun mumbled, not knowing who he was talking to. When this news was finally known by all the humans in the base turned into a sea of joy. Right on top of the ruins after this great battle, countless people were laughing, dancing and celebrating. The devastated earth didn't need to worry. Because people knew that relying on the scientific and technological strength of human beings nowadays, restoring the Earth's ecosystem wasn't a difficult task. The destruction of their homes wasn't worth worrying about either. With human beings' engineering ability nowadays, constructing as many buildings as possible was just a matter of words. As long as the enemy was repelled and destroyed, then the rest was not worth worrying about. But the joy didn't last too long. After the initial atmosphere of joy passed, sadness enveloped the entire base. Although the enemy had been annihilated, humanity had also paid a heavy price for it. The broken bodies on the battlefield, and the countless soldiers who died tragically all signaled the cruelty of the war. People organized themselves and began to collect the remains of the warriors, while some took the initiative to clean up the battlefield and carry out some preliminary repair work on the base. At this time, General Chelf was unable to stay out of it, because now General Chelf was the supreme leader of the Earth's human race. Whether it was cleaning up after the battle or rebuilding their homes, all of this work needed General Chelf to direct. So General Chelf bowed his head and said a few words to Xiaoyun, and left the control room after finding a few medical personnel to take care of Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun stayed here and watched the satellite surveillance images on the display screen. The surveillance images of the Jupiter and Neptune systems were also sent to Earth later. Just as Xiaoyun had predicted, the robot armies in the two planetary systems had begun to converge, and then swarm towards the sun. There was also some movement further away, and Xiaoyun vaguely saw that even in the outer solar system, there were many things that could not be distinguished in detail, and did not know what they were heading towards the inner solar system. Although the satellite was unable to capture those points of light clearly due to the resolution issue, Xiaoyun knew that those things must all be robots. The screen switched again, and Xiaoyun once again placed his gaze on those legions of robots that had left from Earth. After this period of time, the distance between them and the sun had been shortened to less than 10 million kilometers. In an hour's time at most, they would have impacted the sun. Xiaoyun then waited here quietly. A medical officer also saw this scene and asked Xiaoyun with some concern, will the impact of so many robots on the sun have any effect on the sun? Do we need to take any precautions? Xiaoyun shook his head with a faint smile. No need. We don't need to do anything. Seeing that the medical staff looked a bit puzzled, Xiaoyun smiled and continued to explain. At this moment, there are about 20 billion robots in our solar system. And if we calculate based on the average mass of a robot of 20 tons, 20 billion robots would only have a mass of 400 billion tons. Is that a large number? The medic muttered. 400 billion tons, isn't that big? Yes. Not big. Not big at all, Xiaoyun said. 400 billion tons of mass is only equivalent to just 35 millionths of Pluto's mass, about as big as an asteroid with a diameter of a dozen kilometers. What effect would such an asteroid impacting the sun have on the sun? It's not even as much energy as the sun releases in one large flare burst. So it is. The paramedic nodded, relieved. Time slipped away bit by bit, and an hour passed by in an instant. because of the sunlight interference. The detection satellite was no longer able to capture a true picture of the robot army. The staff had optimized the image several times, but in the end, they could only barely see some small black dots. At this moment, those small black dots converged into the sun one by one, and eventually disappeared. Xiao Yun's thoughts also drifted along with those small black dots all the way to the sun. Although he couldn't really see those scenes, Xiao Yun could imagine the picture. There wasn't a clear demarcation line between the sun and the cosmic space, and the material there would gradually become thinner as the distance from the sun expanded, which was a slow process. So the process of the robots falling into the sun is also like this. After a certain distance from the sun, because of the speed of the robots, they will be in the outer atmosphere of the sun will produce intense friction. And the degree of friction, as close to the sun, is more and more aggravated. At the same time, the temperature and the level of electromagnetic interference will also climb rapidly. The robots would be dead before they finally crashed into the sun, and their bodies would continue on, eventually burning up in the thick solar atmosphere. They have no chance of going deeper into the sun, because the solar atmosphere is so thick. In a vague sense, the solar atmosphere can be more than 1,000,000 kilometers thick, even if we don't count the corona layer and just count the thickness of the inner atmosphere. This figure is still 2,000 kilometers, still far more than the Earth, not to mention the environment that was countless times more extreme than Earth. Xiao Yun knew the body structure of the robots very well. Xiao Yun knew that with the material properties of the robots' bodies, they couldn't even penetrate the coronal layer, and they couldn't even reach the chromospheric layer, not to mention the inner places. The endless robots would pull out a brilliant and bright firework in the middle of the sun's atmosphere, going to their deaths amidst the splendor. Their impacts would have no effect on the sun other than slightly altering the elemental composition of its atmosphere. They are one scattered individual, so they will all burn up in the solar atmosphere. Xiao Yun said to the paramedic, if they aggregate into a cluster, the robots that are in the core might still have a chance to touch the surface of the sun. This is different from an asteroid impact, because an asteroid is an aggregate, and the robots are not. The impact lasted only a few minutes. After a few minutes of time, the monitoring satellites could no longer photograph any robots. Xiao Yun then knew that this legion of robots, that had almost destroyed the human base, had all gone to heaven. But the subsequent impacts did not end there. After a day at most, the second impact from the Mars robot army would come. Within 10 days at most, the robot army from the Jupiter system would come. Within 15 days, the robot army from the Neptune system would come. And in the middle of these several large-scale impacts, there would also be small-scale impacts from robot armies that originally wandered in space. And after the several large-scale impacts were over, the robot armies from the outer solar system would be able to destroy the human base. After the mass impacts are over, the scattered robots from the outer solar system will still keep the impacts going. The entire impact process might last for years. The sun would not be the only star to be hit by legions of robots. After the deception plan was executed, all the stars in the universe would be the target of the robot legion's impacts, and they would pick the closest star to impact, which meant that impacts would occur in every star system in South Gate 2, Tianyuan 4, Sirius, and the Rumen Galaxy. Xiao Yun did not know the specific impacts of the remaining galaxies, but Xiao Yun knew that all the stars would not care about the impacts. No matter how violent the impacts are, the stars will continue to orbit according to their own orbits and continue to radiate light and heat as they always have, as if the impacts had never happened. The robots were demons, but they were also mole crickets. No, they weren't even ants in front of the massive stars. Chapter 393 Death. Xiao Yun's body got worse and worse. After executing the deception plan to completion, Xiao Yun did not bother to receive the drug injections from the doping program. And without the support of the drug, Xiao Yun's mental and physical strength was as if it had been drained away, and his entire body collapsed. The latest physical assessment by the medical team indicated that if he continued to receive the drug injections, Xiao Yun could at most maintain his robust spirit as before. But Xiao Yun only had a maximum of 5 days to live. If he did not receive the medication, Xiao Yun's body would be very weak, but he would be able to live for another few months to a year. What to choose was something obvious. As a hero who had led the deception plan and saved the entire human civilization, no one was willing for Xiao Yun to die just like that. Even if death was ultimately unavoidable, it would be good to live for a few more months. On the contrary, Xiao Yun did not care about death. Xiao Yun had always taken life and death lightly. And even more so, Xiao Yun somewhat hated himself, who was so weak at the moment that he could only travel in a wheelchair, and always had a groggy head, and was unable to think properly. Xiao Yun had once thought of receiving another drug injection, and then spending the last few days of his life in a sober state. But he thought that General Chelf would not agree, so he could only give up. Time slipped away little by little. Under General Chelf's leadership, under the guidance of the great goal of rebuilding their home, the remaining 1 million humans were doing their best to restore the ecological environment of the Earth, and within a few months had received initial results. At least the Earth was no longer a bleak yellow color, but a green color that signified vitality had begun to appear. Dead bones were buried in the fields, and new life began to flourish again. The structure of the atmosphere is also slowly being restructured, and if things go well, it will return to its original form within 5 years. The marine biosphere was also being slowly restored, and everything was full of hope. But Xiao Yun's life was coming to its end. Xiao Yun's body was getting worse and worse, and now he couldn't even ride in a wheelchair, but could only lie in bed, surrounded by all kinds of medical equipment. People were doing their best to delay the arrival of Xiao Yun's death, but the day eventually came inevitably. Early in the morning, General Chelf came to the ward in a hurry. The attending doctor did not dare to look at General Chelf's eyes, but could only shake his head sadly, and then retreated to the side. General Chelf's eyes were then somewhat desperate. Is it really impossible to save Xiao Yun? General Chelf's words were a little shaky. At all costs, whatever your medical team needs I can provide. Is it really impossible to save him? General, I'm sorry. We really tried our best, the doctor said in a low voice. The prolonged injection of medicinal agents has taken away all of Xiao Yun's vitality, and the organs in his entire body are inevitably weakening. So even the hibernation technique can't stop him from dying. We really have no way. General Chelf's expression then dimmed. If you want to go see him, then do so. He doesn't have much time left, the doctor said. General Chelf waved his hand and said to those around him, You guys guard the door. I'll go check on him. There was no sound in the middle of the tidy hospital room except for the occasional drip from the medical machine, whose name he didn't know. General Chelf came before the hospital bed and looked at the deep, dry and thin Xiao Yun, who was sunk deep on top of the hospital bed, and remained speechless for a long time. Xiao Yun, I came to see you, General Chelf said. Xiao Yun did not respond in any way. Only his eyelids fluttered slightly. I don't know if you can hear what I said to you now. I just feel that there are some things that I should report to you, General Chelf said with some difficulty. Over the course of these months, a total of over 20 billion robots have impacted on top of the sun. The number of robots hitting the sun has been declining, from a peak of hundreds of millions and billions per day to less than 10,000 per day now. We have reason to believe that at least 99.9% of the robots in the solar system have been destroyed, and that the remaining robots pose no threat to us at all. We have sent probes to Mars, Jupiter and Uranus. The results show that there is not a single robot left. The entire solar system has been completely recovered by us humans. The restoration of the Earth's ecosystem has been proceeding in an orderly manner, and it will only take 5 years at the most before the Earth's environment is restored to its original state, with green plants reoccupying the Earth and birds of prey reoccupying the sky. The gravitational wave signals used to contact the fugitive government have been broadcast to the entire universe. As long as there is enough time, the fugitive government will always receive the signals we send out. We estimate that after a maximum of 50 years' time the fugitive government will return to the solar system, and our human civilization will be back on track. That's right. It's all in the past, General Chelf muttered. The robot crisis is solved. Humanity is safe. And you're going to die. Xiao Yun's eyelids fluttered a few times again, and his fingers moved slightly. General Chelf did not know if this was Xiao Yun hearing his words, and then responding to himself, or if it was simply an unconscious physical reaction. In contrast, General Chelf would rather believe it was the former. This was because General Chelf was unwilling for Xiao Yun to die before he knew the final outcome of the matter. General Chelf eventually stood up, and after taking a deep look at Xiao Yun, he turned around and left the ward. Let him rest well. Let him walk through this last period of his life in silence, General Chelf said somewhat grimly to the doctor. Since death is unstoppable, then don't bother him anymore. Okay. The doctor nodded. In the middle of the ward, Xiao Yun was still lying quietly on top of the hospital bed without any movement. Xiao Yun only felt that his head was drowsy, like he was experiencing a strange and gloomy dream. There were always countless brilliant but blurred lights and shadows in his mind. And occasionally, there were things that defied logic that played out in his mind. Xiao Yun wanted to think about these things, but he was always unable to concentrate. Xiao Yun was unable to think, unable to concentrate, and even his consciousness was gradually weakening. Oh, so this is the feeling of death. Xiao Yun's mind vaguely floated out with such a thought. The light and shadows in his mind were always chaotic, and the events that occurred were always without cause and effect, without logic. Xiao Yun would see his lover or friend who had died hundreds of years ago. He would see fierce and hideous robots chasing after him. He would see a huge fireball engulfing everything. And he would feel as if he had become Superman. And something that seemed to be a sword appeared in his hand. And when he gently swung the sword, the unknown monster in front of him was separated from his head. And he died. In the blink of an eye. He seemed to be in a huge and bustling conference room, which was filled with his familiar figures. And it seemed that a few people were greeting him warmly, as if welcoming him. Their smiles were very cordial, and they seemed to be saying something out loud to themselves. But they couldn't hear what they were saying no matter how much they concentrated on listening. Xiao Yun's consciousness gradually lost and his sanity gradually fell. Just at this time, an old man came into the ward and stood in front of Xiao Yun's hospital bed quietly looking at Xiao Yun. His face was full of grooves, but his eyes looked like they could see through people's hearts, full of wise light. Xiao Yun's ward was under the strictest security. Without General Chelf's permission, no one could come here. But this old man just walked in without alerting anyone. Even the doctors, who were watching the real-time screen of the ward and monitoring Xiao Yun's various physical indicators at the same time, did not notice anything unusual. The old man stretched out his hand, first peeled open Xiao Yun's eyelids and looked at them, then observed the readings of the various medical instruments next to the hospital bed, then thought for a while, and finally took out a white pill from his pocket. The old man carefully broke the pill open, and then pushed about 3/4 of the size into Xiao Yun's mouth. After a few more minutes, the readings on the medical instrument next to the hospital bed changed. The blood pressure began to rise. The heartbeat began to speed up. The blood circulation accelerated. The contraction of the lungs began to become stronger. And the liver, spleen, stomach and other organs also regained vitality. Xiao Yun's face gradually gained a little bit of redness. And after about half an hour had passed, Xiao Yun opened his eyes. The old man had been standing next to him waiting. Xiao Yun saw him when he opened his eyes. But at the moment, Xiao Yun's head was still confused, and Xiao Yun had no way to think properly. Only after another 10 minutes of time did Xiao Yun open his mouth with some difficulty. "Who are you?" "Who I am is not important," the old man smiled and said. "I came here this time because I have some questions I want to ask you." "What do you want to ask?" Xiao Yun said, pausing for a moment before adding, "Why should I tell you?" "You will definitely tell me," the old man said, "because I will also tell you some things. For example, the source of the robot. For example, why the robot let you escape in the first place. For example, who sent that challenge letter in the first place." Something divine then appeared in Xiao Yun's eyes. These things had been haunting Xiao Yun, and Xiao Yun had pondered over these issues many times before, but had never pondered over a single result. And now, the old man in front of him seemed to have a deep connection with the Robot Legion. Xiao Yun then said with some difficulty, "What do you want to ask me?" "I want to know how you defeated the Robot Legion," the old man said. "What is the core of your deception plan?" Chapter 394, The Gate of the Otherworld. Xiao Yun was silent for a moment. And in the midst of that moment, Xiao Yun tried to think hard about the current situation with his still not so clear thoughts, and then replied to the old man, "I'm sorry. Please tell me your identity first. Also, please contact General Chelf for me. Only with General Chelf's accompaniment and consent can I answer your question." The old man smiled and shook his head. "It is not appropriate for my identity to be exposed to the public eye. But if you insist, I can tell you something there is to know about me. I'm sure you'll answer my questions after this," the old man said, telling something to Xiao Yun in a flat tone. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, gradually fell into deep thought. After a long time, Xiao Yun said, "I believe you. I can tell you everything I know." The old man pulled over a chair and sat down in front of Xiao Yun's hospital bed, making a posture of washing his ears. Xiao Yun organized his words and then said, "The core of the deception plan is like this. The first thing we can confirm is that, in an absolute sense, An individual's behavior stems from the information it receives from the outside world. As long as we provide the right information, then we can make an individual perform any behavior. This is true even if the logic of that individual's behavior has already been established. For example, you will not go and drink a bottle of poison, which is your behavioral logic. But if you receive deceptive information that makes you believe that the bottle of poison is good for your body, then you will go and drink it, thus reaching the established fact that you drank the poison. And this fact does not conflict with the logic of your behavior of not going to drink the poison. It all depends on what kind of information you receive. The old man nodded and said, I can understand that. Are you trying to say that you provided the robots with the wrong information? And that's why you achieved the act of tricking them into going to the sun without conflicting with their behavioral logic? Xiaoyun said. Exactly. The old man mused. The logic of the robots' behavior is such that they will not take the initiative to destroy themselves. They have replicating themselves as their primary goal. And as long as it is beneficial to replicating themselves, they will do it. So I'm curious, what kind of information are you providing the robots with? You know, the act of going to the sun goes against the logic of all robot behavior. How did you resolve this? Xiaoyun said. It's simple. I told them that going to the sun is beneficial to replicating themselves. The old man said flatly. This is useless. Robots have their own logical judgment mechanism. As long as they are not stupid, they will know that going to the sun will definitely be burned to death by the sun. And the lie of going to the sun is beneficial to replicating themselves is contrary to reality. And, as long as enough robots die, they will turn on the crisis evolution mechanism. And separate risk avoidance strategies are likely to be turned on as well. This lie will not work, Xiaoyun said. That's the first problem I'm trying to solve. And that is, how to make the death of a large number of robots not trigger the crisis evolution mechanism of the remaining robots. How did you do that? The old man asked. Live by death, Xiaoyun said with a slight smile. Originally, I was also troubled by this problem. But a cult I once came into contact with inspired me. During that cult's rituals, they burned a person to death. We all know that the person was dead. But the cultist said that the person didn't die. He just went to heaven. So it doesn't really matter whether it's alive or dead, even if it's dead. There are ways to convince the rest of the people that it's still alive, the old man said. You mean that you somehow make robots that have not crashed into the sun believe that those robots that have crashed into the sun are not actually dead? Through this means, you achieve the purpose of using death as a means of survival, so that the rest of the robots would not switch on the crisis evolution strategy. The condition for the opening of the crisis evolution strategy is the instantaneous death of a large number of robots. But if it were actually possible to convince the remaining robots that another part of the robots were not dead, then the crisis evolution strategy would not be opened even though in fact they were already dead. Life and death were not important. The information received was the most important. Xiaoyun nodded and said, Yes, that's what my thought process is. The old man mused. Then, what is your method? The exact process is complicated, but the principle is only one sentence. Xiaoyun looked straight into the old man's eyes and said quietly, I told him that every star in this universe is a door to another world, and that the robots that crashed into the star didn't die, but instead passed through this door into another world. And there is a communication barrier between the other world and our world. The robots that go to the other world can't maintain communication with our world. This explains the problem of the robots losing contact. The old man said, I feel this is ridiculous. Xiaoyun laughed again. You feel ridiculous because you just didn't receive the proper information. You have to know that in order to make this absurd lie seem reasonable, and make the existence of the other world seem more real, there were fully 2,000 outstanding scientists of various disciplines who gave their lives. Among these scientists, there are basic physicists, who are responsible for building the skeleton of this world, astrophysicists, who are responsible for describing the mode of operation of the stars in this world and the process of their evolution, cosmologists, who are responsible for describing the formation of that world and the course of its evolution, biologists, who are responsible for describing the formation of the organisms in this world and their classification, mathematicians, who are responsible for building this. There were mathematicians who built the logic of the world, literary scientists who described the beauty of the world, painters who depicted the scenery, and computational scientists, including myself, who built the models and assisted scientists from the other disciplines in their calculations, simulations, and modeling. In all, there were more than 2,000 scientists from all disciplines who gave their lives to create a realistic picture of what the world was like. The virtual world was so realistic that it was almost indistinguishable from a virtual world. This world is built up from a skeleton of more than 1,000 basic physical formulas and more than 800 basic mathematical formulas, which are all self-consistent with each other. Just like our world. To the skeleton, scientists from the rest of the disciplines added flesh and blood, and artists worked on it artistically. Before the world finally took shape. No one can find contradictions in this world unless it is examined with the most sophisticated research equipment in physics. And the most sophisticated physics research equipment is only available to us humans. Do you think, if you were indoctrinated with such information from a young age, then would you believe that such a world really exists? Or, in case you don't have enough knowledge, would you believe in this world? The old man was silent for a long time before sighing. I'm afraid that I would also believe that such a world really exists, Xiaoyun continued. And the most crucial point is that everything in this world does not conflict with our existing non-cutting-edge physical knowledge. In this way, even if the Robot Legion has already grasped a lot of knowledge within their own databases, and they use that already grasped knowledge to do an arithmetic check on this world, they won't be able to find any breaks in this virtual world, the old man said. And then you tell the robots that the star of our world is the entrance to that world. That all the robots that crashed into the star didn't actually die, but went to that world. Exactly. Xiaoyun nodded calmly. The old man asked immediately after. Why did the robots go to that world? What was the reason? Xiaoyun said. The reason is that going to that world is more favorable for the robot to replicate itself. Oh! The old man expressed his doubt. Xiaoyun slowly said. There are a large number of various minerals that are urgently needed for the robots to replicate themselves in this world that we have depicted. Moreover, these minerals are of extremely high purity, very easy to mine, and the location is superior and very easy to reach. As long as they go to that world, the robots won't have to work hard to search for the planet remotely. And after finding the planet, they won't have to work hard to mine and smelt it. In the virtual world, high purity minerals can be found everywhere, and the storage capacity is enough for robots to mine for 1 trillion years. And robots take replicating themselves as their first priority. Then, such a virtual world is heaven for robots. And the stars are the entrance to heaven. To get to heaven, go to the stars. Xiaoyun paused for a moment, then continued. That's all there is to my deception plan. The old man fell silent once again, then stood up and kept pacing in the middle of the hospital bed for a long time before sighing. This lie is indeed impeccable. At least for robots. According to the development mode of robots, it is impossible for them to recognize this kind of lie, which is probably considered their fatal loophole. And this loophole cannot be avoided. That's right. Xiaoyun nodded. Logical virtual worlds can be constructed in countless ways. And there can be countless ways for robots to die. And as long as there is enough time and manpower, we can devise countless ways to get to heaven. As long as the mode of existence and development of robots remains unchanged, there is simply no way for the designers of robots to prevent them from being deceived by such lies. It is a flaw they are born with and cannot be remedied. In that respect, robots are indeed stupid. I have one more question, the old man continued. The deception plan doesn't seem to be able to achieve the goal of total annihilation of the robots. And the separate avoidance strategies will still be in effect. How do you think about this point? Chapter 395 Forgery. The separate avoidance strategy was the most difficult point for the robot group to deal with. This one strategy was simply the most brilliant one added by the robot designers. Without this one strategy, the evolutionary trap scenario in the first place would have been enough to deal with the robot group. Xiaoyun had also been stopped dead in his tracks from advancing before this strategy. Even the deception plan that Xiaoyun was adopting at the moment could not bypass the limitations of the separate risk avoidance strategy, because it required the robots with hard and fast rules. No matter what you are faced with, you have to have a part of you that chooses not to believe, even in the face of the deception plan. Even if the virtual world built by the deception plan is incredibly real, there is bound to be a part of the robots that choose not to believe. Since they don't believe, then they won't go to the sun, and they won't die. At this moment, the old man then directly brought up this most central issue. Xiaoyun said, "That's right. It's indeed like what you said. The deception plan can't bypass the limitations of the separate avoidance strategies. There will still be a portion of the robots that won't be deceived. And the deception plan can't exterminate all of the robots in this universe. But what does it matter? Xiaoyun smiled and looked at the old man while the old man was silent. After a moment, the old man slowly shook his head. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you mean. Xiaoyun propped up his body with his hands, allowing himself to change into a slightly more comfortable position before saying, Don't forget that the purpose of our human civilization is not the total annihilation of the robots. But rather, we want the robot group to not have an impact on us. Not having an impact on us is the main thing. Does it matter if the robots are all exterminated or not? How does it not matter? The old man said. Even if there is only one robot left, it will multiply and grow in a short period of time. At that time, do you want to repeat the deception plan again? I wonder if the robot group will still believe the lie after avoiding danger separately. Or do you need to develop a new lie of the same nature, but with different specifics? There's no need to repeat the deception plan. In fact, we don't need to do anything. Xiaoyun shook his head indifferently. You have to know that the separate risk avoidance strategy has its weaknesses. The way it works is that if the number of robots is too low, then the number is used to ensure separate avoidance. And if the number is large, then the ratio is used to ensure separate avoidance. And the proportional avoidance mode that the robot legions before the deception plan was executed must have taken. And, the old man pursued, before the deception plan was executed, there were a large number of robots in this universe. According to my personal estimation, the number is at least in the 100,000 trillion level as well. Xiaoyun said. This number is large. So the separate avoidance strategy will take effect proportionally. And the number of robots that choose to avoid it will probably be around 100 billion units. These 100 billion robots will not be deceived and will not go to their deaths. The old man nodded slightly. They will continue to replicate themselves in our universe. But even if they replicate just one robot, the number of robots will exceed the upper limit of the number of risk aversion. And for every robot they replicate, another will choose to believe the lie and fly off into the stars towards the other world. Xiaoyun paused for a moment, then said in an aggravated tone, In other words, the number of robots is fixed to death. And for every new one that is born, an old one will die. The deception plan is like a shackle. They can't break through the shackle. So their numbers can only be limited to this level forever, never able to increase. Of course, in reality, the method for robots to determine the number of risk averters and the number of existing groups would be very complicated and far from simple because of distance, communication, group calculation patterns, etc. But the underlying principle is the same, and the result is also the same. In any case, they will no longer be a problem for human civilization. Because of the vastness of the starry sky, the remaining 100 billion robots scattered all over the Milky Way will take a long time to gather together. And it will also take time to reach the solar system. By the time they finally reach the solar system, the human civilization would have already developed into something. As for how these 100 billion robots should be finally eliminated, this is not my business. Xiaoyun let out a long breath and spoke indifferently. That is a matter for the future human civilization. I believe that as long as human civilization develops for a while longer, destroying a mere 100 billion robotic groups that are unable to increase their numbers and develop their own technology will be a very easy task. Robots also needed great numbers to develop their own technology. The quantity of 100 billion units could not meet this requirement. Therefore, when the quantity was locked up, it also meant that the robot's technology was locked up. But human civilization is different. Human technology will always progress, with one stagnating and the other progressing. The tech gap between the two will get bigger and bigger, and the wider the tech gap, the easier it would be to destroy the robots. The old man sighed. I understand. Completely understand. If we speculate according to the principle of the deception plan, it would be obvious how the Mars civilization destroyed the infinite replicating robots in the South Gate 2 galaxy in the first place. Xiaoyun said. Yes. The Martian civilization at the time must have also destroyed those demons through a deception plan even if the specifics are different. The principle must be the same. That's why the Martians left behind words, like robots are stupid. The difference is that the Martians are facing robots with a very low level of technology. So the deception plan will be less difficult. The robots that our human civilization is facing are of a higher level of technology. So the difficulty of the deception plan is also very high. Overall, the difficulty of the deception plan is positively correlated with the technology of the robot group. And the technology level of the robot group is positively correlated with the technology level of that intelligent civilization. Yes. The old man nodded. And the tech level of the robot group will always be lower than that civilization that had created it. This means that no matter which civilization made the infinite replica robot, that civilization has the ability to destroy it. Of course, the right method has to be chosen. Do you have any questions about the deception plan? Xiaoyun asked. The old man said, None. Then, it's your turn to answer my question. Xiaoyun said, What exactly is the group that copied the other me? What purpose do they have? Why did they create something like a robot? Why did the robot spare me instead of killing me in the first place? The old man was silent for a long time before sighing. Without your clone, the robot group has nothing to do with you. Oh! Xiaoyun expressed his doubt. Xiaoyun had always thought that the creator of the Robot Legion was his own replica, because that was what General Emmerich had told Xiaoyun in the beginning. The old man said, Those are all false. Xiaoyun was silent and listened quietly. The old man said, Back when I was passing near the Raka galaxy, I once received a strange signal that seemed to describe a mechanical device that could infinitely replicate itself. After analyzing it, I confirmed that the signal was sent from the Raka galaxy, and the destination was another galaxy. It was just that I happened to be passing by there, so I happened to eavesdrop on the message. I immediately set off for the Laka system to try and stop the R&D work of these unknown individuals, and began to look for ways to counter the infinite replicator robots along the way. When I arrived in the Laka system, I found that the robots had gone out of control, and the robotics R&D base that was supposed to be there had disappeared. I suspected that the R&D base and the R&D staff had all been destroyed at the hands of the out-of-control robots. I also discovered that you had already set up a research base on Laka. I tried to warn you, but it was too late. Your base had already been captured by the robots. In my haste, I unleashed a deception weapon of my own, far from mature. To try to save the people trapped in the base, the deception weapon I developed is different from your deception plan. My weapon will release some specially designed signals to interfere with the robot's recognition module. And if it succeeds, the robots will recognize humans as their own kind. Recognize them as their own kind. But this weapon has a high chance of failure and is very unstable. As a result, everyone in your base except you was killed, while you escaped because you were lucky enough to be recognized by the robot as one of your own kind. After you escaped back, I set out to conduct an investigation into the robot incident. But the planet Raka was no longer approachable, and it was no longer possible to tell who actually developed the infinite replicating robots, where exactly they were, and through what kind of means they were developed. After confirming that the truth was impossible to find, I began to work on ways to destroy the robot group and began to pay attention to every move of human civilization. In the midst of my research, I confirmed the limitations of my abilities and knew that there was nothing I could do about it. After that, I started looking for someone amongst the human civilization who has the potential to solve this crisis. And after comparing tens of thousands of outstanding computing scientists, I finally selected you. Xiaoyun smiled somewhat bitterly. Finally chose me? Why? Although you are not the most outstanding academically, you possess those potentials needed to solve problems. You're strong enough, brave enough that difficulties can't bring you down, and dedicated enough, with little difference in intelligence and scholarship. These qualities became the primary indicators of what I was looking for in a candidate. The old man spoke solemnly. I've been through similar things, and I know how important these traits are to a problem solver. And it turns out I chose the right one in the end. You've experienced something similar? Xiaoyun inquired. What kind of things? The old man did not answer this question from Xiaoyun, but continued. After selecting you as a problem solver, I did some things. These things included forging a challenge against you, faking the illusion that you had once had your genes harvested, faking the signs of your clone's existence, and so on. All of this was to let the human civilization government at the time know how important you were, to believe in you, to value you, and to provide you with resources. Because I know that without resources and importance, even if you were a god, you wouldn't have the means to destroy the robot group. Xiaoyun was stunned for a moment, then smiled. So that's how it is. I also have no more doubts. Up until now, the doubts in the hearts of the two were basically solved. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyun added, there is still one thing that has not been confirmed. That is, whether those who created the infinite replicator robots in the first place are dead or not. It is also possible that the absence of their traces in the Raka galaxy is due to the fact that they fled early. The old man said, I will investigate this matter. I will confirm whether those people are dead or not. And if not, where they are now. I couldn't get close to the Raka galaxy before. But now that the deception plan is in effect, I'm going to look for clues in the middle of the Raka galaxy again. Very good. Very good. Xiaoyun nodded his head. Make sure to find them out. Even if they are already dead. We must know who they are. The robot group has dealt such a huge blow to our human civilization. I want them to be nailed to the pillar of shame in human history, even if they are dead. The old man glanced at Xiaoyun and seemed to have directly seen through Xiaoyun's heart. Xiaoyun then said with some sadness, You have to know that my friends, my loved ones all died at the hands of robots. I can't let them die in such an unexplained manner. I must find out the black hand behind the scenes that planned this. The old man said, Your purpose does not conflict with mine. The old man was silent for a moment, seeming to think about something. Then continued, Xiaoyun, I invite you to travel with me, to join me in the Laka galaxy. And together, we will search for the culprits who have caused this crisis. Xiaoyun hesitated. But, I'm afraid my physical condition won't allow it. It doesn't matter. The old man smiled. I have a deep study of life sciences. And I have potent medicines that are sufficient to improve your physical condition. Although it won't be able to restore you to your original condition, it can at least extend your lifespan by 50 years. Coupled with the assistance of the hibernation equipment, you can live until at least 500 years from now. I have been developing this drug since the time you decided to carry out the doping program. But alas, by the time I developed it, your companions had all died. Xiaoyun sighed, then made a decision. It is a great honor to go with you to find out the truth of the matter. I wonder when we will leave. The old man said. Now. The two men looked at each other and smiled together. 5 hours later, General Chelf realized that Xiaoyun had disappeared. This was a very significant accident. General Chelf and the people searched for several days and still could not find Xiaoyun, and finally had to give up. The autonomous government still had a lot of things to do, and General Chelf was unable to focus his energy on this matter for a long time. Occasionally, when he had a rare moment of leisure, General Chelf would sit on the ground, looking up at the bright and peaceful starry sky while thinking, fellow countrymen who fled and left the earth in the first place, when will you come back? As well as, Xiaoyun, where the hell have you been? Volume 5 Stardust Messenger. Chapter 396 A Visitor from Deep Space. In the middle of the vastness of space, a huge spaceship was slowly advancing. The constantly flashing lights on its body indicated that it was currently in autopilot mode, and the slightly dark hull armor indicated that it must have crossed a long distance to get here. There was a bright star in front of it, and even though it was still tens of billions of kilometers away, the star still looked brilliant and magnificent. Hundreds of millions of kilometers away from this spaceship, there was also a spaceship with an obvious architectural style of human civilization. The difference was that this ship was circular, with a huge ring and a huge chamber in the center forming its hull. Its orbit was also circular, indicating that it had been orbiting around the distant star. Unlike that ship, which had come here from an unknown distance, a staff member was currently in the center chamber of the circle, quietly looking at the star in the distance. Next to him, another staff member drifted over, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, Dawdling again? The staff member snapped back from his contemplation and responded, Yes, if we don't take advantage of the present to look at it for a while longer. I'm afraid we won't have the chance in the future. The other staff member then had more than a little disdain on his face. What's so pretty about the Phoenix Star? It's no more beautiful than our sun. And if things go well, in a short while, after a hibernation, we will be able to return to the solar system again. This staff member laughed. We have survived here for more than 300 years after all. After a long time, there will always be a bit of affection. But I'm fed up with this place. Another staff member said full of bitterness. If you ask me, the Führer shouldn't have carried out any repairs here at all, but should have set off back to the solar system as soon as he received the gravitational wave broadcast. Without the threat of the robot army, even if anything happens on the way, it can be completely resolved on the way. So why waste time here? It's still necessary to make some repairs here. This staff member said. The continuous escape for 1,000 years has already depleted our resource reserves. and many of the ships in the fleet are broken. If we don't repair them properly, I'm afraid that there will be many more risks on the way back. We'll be going back sooner or later anyway. So why rush? Why are we in a hurry? Another staff member said resentfully. If we had known that Mr. Xiaoyan could find a way to wipe out the robotics group, why would we have fled to this remote and desolate place? Things in this world always go beyond many people's expectations. When we made the decision to flee, how could we have known that the one who would ultimately win would actually be our human civilization? It's already good enough to have this result. We shouldn't expect too much. At least, we still have a chance to return home, while the people who died in the disaster will never have that chance again. As the conversation progressed to this point, the atmosphere became slightly heavier. After a short silence, the staff member said, "Has the situation been normal lately? How many ships have passed by in total?" When it came to work, the staff member's tone became serious. Within the last month, a total of 17 interstellar transport ships have passed through here, and we have assigned them specific shipping lanes and ports, and they have successfully entered the galaxy. The situation of the staff on board the ship is all normal, and the resource collection and stockpiling work is all normal. Normal is good. The staff member let out a sigh of relief. The fleet repair work has come to an end, and it is expected that in the next period of time, the number of ships returning from the outer galaxies will become less and less. But we must not slack off. As long as we don't receive the order to return, we have to hold on to our posts for one day. Don't worry, the staff member said with a smile. But before the words were finished, a neutral voice synthesized by machinery entered the ears of the two. Number 83654 events. Our wide area patrol system has detected a heavy transport ship approaching. Please have the relevant staff contact the other party immediately and inform them of their course and speed into the galaxy, as well as their assigned port. If needed, please provide the other party with as much assistance as possible. Upon hearing this message, the two looked at each other and laughed. Let's go. Another job. The two staff members left the central hatch and went into the communications room. A few moments later, a message left the place and entered the vastness of space. Hello. This is the 71st Extragalactic Contact Inspection Base. Please inform us of your specific mission number and ship number. We will assign you a course and a port, and we will need to conduct a preliminary inspection of your ship. Your ship will only be allowed to enter the interior of the galaxy after obtaining an entry permit issued by us. Please respond. Thank you. At the moment, the ship was still about 90 million kilometers away. This also meant up to 10 minutes of two-way communication delay. So the staff waited quietly for 10 minutes. But after 10 minutes had passed, that spaceship did not reply with any information. The staff then called again, and as before, again no reply came. The two men looked at each other. All saw a touch of gravity in each other's eyes. This kind of situation is very rare. Generally speaking, all ships entering a galaxy would first receive permission from the liaison inspection base before entering the galaxy. This was already a necessary procedure for intergalactic navigation, and no one would ignore this point. This ship is currently traveling at a speed of 10,000 kilometers per second, and is expected to reach the closest point to our base in 2 hours. By then, the distance will be reduced to 10 million kilometers. The staff member next to him said in a deep voice. The staff member in the lead pondered for a moment and said decisively, "Prepare for action. Let's go to the airship and take a look." As he spoke, he rang the alarm. Under the loud sound of the alarm, many staff members very quickly converged from the rest of the cabins. "There's an airship that isn't responding to our calls," he said very quickly. "Now we're going to go up to that ship and do a field check. Special Ops, you'll be joining me in the fast passage ship. And take care to bring your weapons and personal life support equipment with you. The rest of you, immediately report the situation to your superiors and call the ship uninterruptedly. If there is any situation, report back to me immediately." "Yes." All of them jointly agreed and then quickly dispersed. Just 5 minutes later, a small spaceship left this base and then quickly disappeared into the vastness of space. About 2 hours later, this small airship had arrived near that heavy transport ship. With just a glance, the staff member in the lead frowned. It's even in autopilot mode? Could it be that none of the astronauts in this ship have received any training? This is the Raincloud heavy transport ship. They departed 10 years ago for the number 82 3-star system for rare minerals collection, and have been disconnected from the main base since then. Their scheduled return was 3 months ago. A staff member said quickly. Humanity had long had the ability to conduct intergalactic FTL communication. But this was a special time. And FTL communication instruments were too large and precious. Due to cost-saving considerations, most of the ships that went out to the rest of the galaxies to carry out missions would not be equipped with FTL communication instruments. This also meant that once these ships went out, they would be disconnected from the fleet's main base. We have made a total of 691 calls to the ship, and we have yet to receive a response from the other party. The staff member in the lead frowned deeply. After thinking for a moment, he decisively gave the order. Approach the other ship. Put on your personal life support equipment. Let's take a look inside the ship. The small fast passage ship slowly attached itself to the heavy transport ship's external armor. Several astronauts in spacesuits then left from it and, propelled by their personal propulsion equipment, arrived before the hatch of this heavy transport ship. The hatch of the ship was originally not to be opened from the outside. However, these inspectors had the highest operational authority over the ship. These modules had already been embedded into the program when the ship was built, and the relevant communication interfaces had been reserved. Therefore, after the leading staff member entered the relevant commands, the hatch slowly opened. Several staff members quickly entered it, after which the outer hatch was closed, and after filling it with gas, the inner hatch was slowly opened. Before the inner hatch began to open, several Special Forces members had already entered into a state of combat readiness. The energy weapons had already finished storing energy and were pointing forward. Once there was an abnormal situation, the energy guns would immediately fire. The heavy hatch slowly lifted up, slowly presenting the world behind the door in front of the eyes of the Special Operations team members, as well as the staff member in the lead. At this moment, everyone's pupils simultaneously shrunk, even to the extent that one of the well-trained Special Operations team members dropped the energy firearm in his hand to the ground because he was too shocked. What is going on here? What have they encountered? Oh my God! Is this place hell? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? We're in trouble. We're in trouble. The staff member in the lead had broken out into a cold sweat at this instant, and his face turned a little pale. Call the main base. Immediately. Let's not act rashly for now. Wait for orders. A signal was sent out from the fast-passing ship to the liaison inspection base. And from the liaison inspection base, it was sent inside the main base. After the head of the main base saw this message, he immediately reported it to his superiors. In turn, his superiors quickly sent it to the Führer's desk. Order the military to take over the ship. Order the Ministry of Scientific Research to cooperate with the military and immediately find out what the hell is going on for me. The Führer's vision was filled with coldness. Without my permission, no one is allowed to leak any information about this matter. Chapter 397 Suicide. A special reconnaissance ship quietly left the harbor and sailed into the boundless and deep universe. A special reconnaissance airship was a small combat airship that was known for its speed and stealth, and could also fly at FTL speeds in interstellar space. While the checkpoint small ship took 2 hours to reach the heavy transport ship, the special scout ship took only 50 minutes to reach the heavy transport ship, even though it departed from its base in the star system. The special reconnaissance ship and the checkpoint small ship were like two small mosquitoes beside an elephant in front of this heavy transport ship. But in this empty cosmic space, including this massive heavy transport ship, not even a mosquito could be considered a mosquito. There was only boundless silence. An electric wave was sent out from the scout ship and entered the small craft. I'm Wang Hao, head of the investigation team for the Raincloud ship incident. Please open the ship docking port. Our scout ship will dock with the Raincloud ship. The small airship quickly responded. All right. Please wait a moment. Well, something incredible may have happened inside the ship, and it may be dangerous. For safety reasons, we suggest that a robot examine it instead of you. The scout ship was silent for a moment and responded. We already have sufficient knowledge of its dangers and have launched a full argument of necessity for this operation. This is something you need not worry about. Since you insist, then feel free. The small airship replied, along with a few messages. The docking port of the Raincloud airship opened, and the special scout airship that Wang Hao was traveling in docked with it. Standing before the hatch, Wang Hao took a deep breath and turned his head to look at the members of the action team behind him, who were also wearing full-body isolation suits. His words sounding grave and slow. You still have the chance to back out now. The team members were all silent. Wang Hao continued. There may be some unknown dangerous factors inside the Raincloud spaceship. which may lead to our death or illness. As well, for safety reasons, once we enter the Raincloud spaceship, we must all be quarantined, unable to come into contact with the rest of the people until the incident is investigated clearly. If the incident remains uninvestigated, we are then quarantined for the rest of our lives. The crew remained silent. Wang Hao, on the other hand, smiled slightly. In that case, let's set off. Wang Hao pressed a button, and the hatch in front of him slowly opened, revealing the interior of the Raincloud ship in front of Wang Hao. As an infectious disease expert and microbiology expert, Wang Hao had seen many festering and twisted human bodies in his research and clinical practice. And Wang Hao had always thought that his mind had been honed to the point of being unshakable. But after actually seeing the interior of the Raincloud spaceship, Wang Hao still felt shocked. In this instant, Wang Hao felt like he had come to hell. The first thing that came into Wang Hao's eyes was a number of corpses as high as 30. Those corpses were placed in different positions, but it could be clearly seen that they had all endured great pain before dying. Their expressions were hideous and twisted, and their corpses were also twisted at various incredible angles. Under the yellowish light, this place looked like a death exhibition hall. If that was all, it wasn't enough to make Wang Hao feel shocked. What really shocked Wang Hao was that he found that the vast majority of these dead astronauts were suicides. More than 30 well-trained, experienced, and mentally tough astronauts died here. They didn't die of disease. They didn't die of cosmic catastrophe. They didn't die of sudden malfunction. They died of suicide. The temperature here is 158 degrees below zero, so all of their bodies are still well preserved. A team member said in the middle of the communication channel. Wang Hao nodded slightly, shook off those emotional fluctuations in his mind, and began to examine these corpses from the perspective of a medical expert. There was a corpse lying a dozen meters to Wang Hao's left. The forehead of that corpse had been sunken in, and there was something that was unknown to be blood or brain matter in the depression, of course. They had all been frozen solid. There was also some spattering liquid residue on the walls, like blood, but it had all gone black. Wang Hao carefully observed it, and within a moment, a conclusion was already made in his mind. There are no signs of violent coercion above its body. It can't be the rest of the people pushing it to hit the wall with its forehead. Then there is only one possibility. That is, he smashed his forehead into such a shape by himself while he was still alive, and then died. Wang Hao spoke slowly, his heart slightly chilled. Wang Hao didn't know how ruthless a person had to be to end his life in this way. Wang Hao only knew one thing. This astronaut must have been very desperate to die before he died. He must have hit the wall with the greatest force he could use in his life, as if there was a flame there, and he was a moth. Another astronaut plunged a fork into his chest and caused his own death. Wang Hao, who had also dabbled in forensic science, could clearly see that the fork's entry into the human body was not smooth, and that the astronaut must have made a great effort, through constant spinning, cutting, and finally letting the fork come into contact with his own heart and take away his own life. Another astronaut stabbed a steel pipe into his mouth and then right through the back of his head, and yet another stabbed a pin into his temple. Have they all gone mad? Why would they end their lives through such cruel means? Wang Hao kept asking in his mind, but he could never find an answer. In the midst of his constant observation, Wang Hao made another little discovery. These astronauts seemed to have suffered from some kind of disease before they died. Wang Hao saw that there were large swathes of ulcers on all the limbs of those astronauts that were exposed outside their clothes. Some of the ulcers were so severe that the bones could even be vaguely seen. Arms, head, legs, chest and abdomen were all like this. Because of the extremely low temperature, those ulcerated parts had been frozen into the same greenish-black color as normal skin, with a layer of frost attached, which could not be seen at all without careful observation. This discovery moved Wang Hao's heart. I wonder if these ulcers were formed before death, or after? If it was before death, then what could this be? Are these astronauts impatient to end their lives because of the torture of this unknown disease as a way to seek relief? Before the specific lab results came out, Wang Hao was unable to determine this for the time being. After observing for a while, Wang Hao carefully took out some sample bags, wanting to take down some samples from the festering parts of those dead astronauts. But the extremely low temperature made this process difficult. These frozen corpses were just as hard and brittle as glass. The ordinary sample collector was not useful at all. And finally the laser knives that the team members carried with them only succeeded in removing the samples. The accompanying staff also carefully took photos and video records without destroying the scene. And it took nearly an hour before they finished observing the place. After collecting the information here, Wang Hao led his entourage into the next chamber. This chamber seemed to be a place for the astronauts to exercise and have fun. The scene here was much more normal, only a bit more dilapidated. But there was nothing else. The next few chambers were the same, and there was nothing valuable for Wang Hao to see. Opening his accompanying computer and looking at the map of the airship handed over to him by the industrial department, Wang Hao pondered a little and then said, "Electronic Reconnaissance Squad, follow me to the airship's main control room to obtain all the airship's recorded information. And the rest of the members will continue to search the airship and report back to me at the first opportunity if there's any discovery." Yes. The accompanying members agreed in unison. The members of the investigation team then split into two teams, one following Wang Hao directly towards the ship's main control room, while the other team spread out and started searching the ship as a whole. The Raincloud airship was a heavy transport airship, with a total of thousands of different compartments inside the hull, and tens of thousands of passages that shuttled back and forth like a maze. If he didn't have a map to guide him, or someone who was extremely familiar with the ship's internal structure to show him the way, Wang Hao would easily get lost here, through the dark and narrow corridors, through one thick hatch after another, and through one chamber with different purposes. Wang Hao's thoughts were enveloped by a strange feeling. This spaceship belonging to the human civilization, showing the characteristics of human civilization everywhere, brought Wang Hao and his teammates strangeness and weirdness at this moment. The members of the electronic scouting team, following behind, silently gripped the energy guns in their hands and made a guarded move, as if some monsters would jump out from the front at any time. Of course, the monsters didn't appear, and Wang Hao smoothly walked to the Raincloud ship's main control room. After opening the main control room with a special password, Wang Hao finally made a little new discovery. Wang Hao once again saw a corpse, which was sitting paralyzed on a chair in front of the console, its body tilted back, arms hanging down, and just like the rest of the corpses, this corpse had long been frozen stiff by the extremely low temperature. Opposite the corpse was a display screen that was still working. Above the screen was playing what appeared to be footage of a little girl's life. The screen appeared to be a playground. The little girl, led by another young woman, was experiencing a variety of rides. The little girl was constantly laughing, obviously very happy, but the audio playback equipment seemed to be broken, so there was no sound coming out. Chapter 398 Isolation. These videos were less than 10 minutes long in total, but it was played repeatedly, so it was still being shown until now. When Wang Hao walked forward and put his eyes on the corpse, he realized that this corpse wasn't the same as the ones before. There was the obvious point that the astronaut didn't die because of suicide. At least, Wang Hao didn't find anything on top of his body that could kill himself. His uniform was also different from the rest of the corpses. An attendant explained in a low voice, "This is the captain's uniform. He is the captain of this ship." Another soldier said, "I have inquired about the identity of the little girl in the picture. She is the daughter of this captain." Wang Hao nodded silently and said, "Start data collection." The electronic reconnaissance squad then began to look for information channels and started collecting information from the ship's logs, while Wang Hao quietly looked at the body. If it was the pain caused by this ulceration on top of the body that caused those astronauts to end their own lives, then just how strong was this pain? And you who would rather endure this pain and live a little longer are trying to take one more look at your own daughter, aren't you? While the staff was busy, Wang Hao had already made a preliminary judgment of the situation here in his mind. Diseases that can cause ulcers all over the body and cause intense pain. Human medical institutions have discovered many of them, but all of those diseases are curable. The Raincloud airship is a heavy transport ship, and with complete medical facilities and specialized medical personnel accompanying such an airship, they are fully capable of resolving any illnesses that have been discovered and can cause ulcers. However, the fact remains that the entire crew on board the entire ship all died from this disease. Then it can mean one thing. Wang Hao pondered silently, his thoughts gradually clarifying. This is not a disease known to mankind. That's why the medical equipment on the ship, the medicines in reserve, and the accompanying medical staff can't do anything about it. With the current level of understanding of the human body and the current level of technological development, discovering a new disease and solving it is not a big deal for humans. But this event was not the same as the past. The most important thing was that the disease did not break out within the human race, but in a spaceship. And the ship had just undergone a long interstellar voyage. This meant a lot more, and might even foreshadow certain extremely terrifying consequences. The universe is vast, and our understanding of it is still but a drop in the ocean. I'm afraid that what is going on in this spaceship can hardly be dissociated from the cosmic environment. If this disease can spread on a large scale amongst humans, then it will undoubtedly be a disaster, especially for the current human civilization. Although he was only a medical doctor, Wang Hao still knew very clearly that the current human civilization could no longer withstand too many twists and turns. The long flight had already exhausted people's energy and patience, and the capacity to withstand it had been taken to the extreme. If Wang Hao didn't dare to imagine that kind of picture. "Captain, we have completed the relevant collection tasks," a staff member reported to Wang Hao. Wang Hao came back from his contemplation and nodded slightly. "Let's go!" A group of staff members followed Wang Hao as they headed out together. After gathering the rest of the explorers, people once again came to that hall at the hatch of the airship. Standing in the middle of the transition cabin, looking at the hideous corpses sprawled out in front of him, Wang Hao felt some heaviness in his heart. "Please don't worry. I will find your killers and avenge you." The transition hatch slowly descended, closing those corpses in the Raincloud airship once more. While Wang Hao and the others returned to the scout airship they were traveling in before, the electronic reconnaissance team had already changed the course of the Raincloud ship. And at this moment, the main engine at its tail, as well as the attitude adjustment engine on top of the hull, had already begun to work, pushing the huge hull to slowly change its forward direction. In the next period of time, it would orbit around the Phoenix star in a cycle of more than 300 years. And as long as the matter was not investigated clearly, it would not be able to enter the interior of the galaxy for one day. The Raincloud ship itself was not the only one unable to return. The staff of the inspection base, who had already entered the ship to explore the interior, as well as Wang Hao and his group, were all unable to return to the interior of the galaxy. The 3 ships in total waited silently in the void of space. After about a few hours, a fleet arrived. This fleet consisted of 17 airships, 15 of which had the obvious appearance of combat airships, while the other 2 were clearly civilian airships. After arriving here, the 15 combat airships quietly dispersed, surrounding the 3 airships including the Raincloud airship, while the 2 civilian airships slowly traveled next to the scouting airships. At the same time, a radio wave entered the communication instrument equipped by Wang Hao. "Hello, Wang Hao. I am the head of the 3rd Special Operations Fleet under the 6th Group Army. From now on, this airspace will be blockaded by my fleet. Without my permission, no one and no ship is allowed to enter or leave this area. Communication with the outside world can only take place on our dedicated communication channels. All of your supplies, equipment, and personnel needs will be handled by us." "Roger that," Wang Hao said. "We firmly obey orders. We have deployed a medical ship for you, which has all the medical research instruments you need, and you can analyze and research the specimens you have collected in this ship. You can also communicate in real time with a team of medical experts on the Blue Planet through a special communication channel. The team of medical experts will support your research in real time." "Copy that." "Good. Now please evacuate all unrelated personnel. We have prepared a special living ship for you, and you will be living in this ship until the investigation is completed. Subsequently, if there are any more missions that require boarding the ship for field exploration, they will also be carried out by you." The team looked at each other and agreed at the same time. That civilian airship docked with the inspection airship, and the team members who had entered the Raincloud airship with Wang Hao then all entered into it. After that, the airship docked with the small airship at the inspection base, accommodating the staff of the inspection base into it as well. Everyone knew that unless the investigation of the incident was over, and it was proven that there was no potent infectious disease in the Raincloud airship that was enough to pose a major threat to humanity, or that those who had entered the Raincloud airship were not infected, these people would be released before they could regain their freedom. Otherwise, these people would spend their entire lives in this residential airship specially prepared for them. Wang Hao was likewise the same. But unlike the rest, Wang Hao had another mission on his shoulders. Wang Hao was a frontline fighter against these potent diseases that might exist. In the next few hours, Wang Hao would personally conduct research on them and investigate the truth behind this incident. Wang Hao didn't know what he would face. Nor did he know how many dangers awaited him ahead. As an infectious disease expert, Wang Hao clearly knew that the battlefield of microbes was no safer than the battlefield of guns and warships. Here, someone might die with a little negligence. And the causes of death were so strange that they didn't even know how they died. Before carrying out this mission, Wang Hao already knew the dangers of this mission. But Wang Hao still came without hesitation. Wang Hao didn't even know why he was so resolute. But when the director of the Microbiology Research Institute announced that there was a need for someone to carry out the mission, he signed up without hesitation. And for research reasons, he refused the suggestion of using a robot to carry out on-site research instead of himself. Wang Hao only knew that until now, he had no regrets. Another civilian ship arrived and docked with the scout ship Wang Hao was traveling in. Wang Hao first carried out a strict to somewhat tedious disinfection of the specimen isolation device and his own spacesuit before transporting the specimens he had collected to the specimen storage room through a special channel and strictly isolating them. And then carried out the disinfection procedure again before transferring the spacesuit to the storage room. Afterwards, they carried out the disinfection procedure again before removing the spacesuits. The closer you are to a dangerous place, the more you have to strictly implement the system. And only in this way can you ensure your own safety as much as possible. Wang Hao knew this very well. After busying himself with all this, looking at the corpse of a certain Raincloud ship crew member in front of him through the special glass, Wang Hao knew that a battle was about to start. Meanwhile, inside the Phoenix Galaxy, in orbit around a star, the Watchman, number 1 Optical Astronomy Observation Base was in the middle. A researcher was humming a song while skillfully processing the optical signals observed by the telescope. The Watchman telescope was the largest optical astronomical telescope built by the human civilization after it fled to the Phoenix Galaxy. It was the most powerful weapon for human civilization to observe the surrounding interstellar environment. It was observing the starry sky every moment, and a large amount of data was generated every moment. Processing this data is the daily work of the crew, and people have long since become accustomed to it. But there seemed to be something unusual about today's data. These differences were quickly noticed by this staff member, who then extracted them individually. Looking at these data, this staff member's brows deeply furrowed. These 7 stars are not variable stars. Why did their luminosity change by 2/10,000ths of a degree within 24 hours? Is it caused by the planetary transits phenomenon? The worker pondered, recording the change in passing. Chapter 399 check. Because of the extremely low temperature, even after several years had passed, the body in front of him was still extremely well preserved, with no signs of decay at all. This would allow the subsequent autopsy and analysis work to be carried out under a more favorable condition. Wang Hao observed for a moment and gently pressed a button. As a result, several projectors appeared on the operating table in front of Wang Hao, instantly projecting a corpse identical to the one on the other side of the isolation glass. Putting on the special induction gloves, Wang Hao gently pressed on the corpse projected through the virtual projection technology. Wang Hao gently pressed on the corpse projected through the virtual projection technology. Along with Wang Hao's pressure, on the other side of the isolation glass, the mechanical arm synchronously made the same action as Wang Hao's, and transmitted the relevant parameters to the sensor gloves, making Wang Hao feel the coldness and rigidity as if it was real. Removing the clothes from the corpse and taking the induction cutter inside the isolation glass, the same cutter immediately appeared on top of the dexterous mechanical arm starting from the corpse's chin, slicing along the midline, exposing its abdominal organs. With a background as a medical expert, Wang Hao was extremely familiar with the internal structure of the human body. In school and in the clinic, Wang Hao didn't know how many living or dead people's abdomens he had sliced open. But never once had he been as grave as this time. And never once had he been as surprised as this time. What was displayed in front of Wang Hao was a bloody picture. But what attracted Wang Hao's attention was not the flesh and blood, but the strange shape of the dead astronaut's organs. Wang Hao clearly saw that some of those organs were smaller than normal people's, while some were abnormally large, and their shapes had some peculiar distortions. Although it was temporarily impossible to determine what exactly these organs were affected by, Wang Hao still confirmed one thing. That is, that strange disease would affect the whole body organs of human beings. Wang Hao first carefully took out the corpse's heart, then manipulated the mechanical arm and put it into a special instrument. The instrument began to operate, and a display screen next to Wang Hao immediately began to show lines and lines of data. After observing it slightly for a while, Wang Hao came to the conclusion. His heart function is much lower than normal. This was obviously caused by that strange disease. Normally, people who could become interstellar astronauts possessed a stronger body than ordinary people, and their heart function should be higher than ordinary people. Recording this down, Wang Hao continued to launch a more in-depth analysis. So more conclusions were gradually presented in front of Wang Hao. His heart seems to have undergone some kind of genetic level mutation, which has led to a functional disorder in his heart, thus leading to a series of consequences. The same goes for the stomach. The mutation in his stomach caused him to be unable to digest food properly, while the excessive stomach acid almost burned through the walls of his stomach. Large intestine, small intestine, lungs, liver, spleen, kidneys. What? Even the muscles as well as the skin tissues have mutations within them? This. Further analysis acquired a conclusion that shocked Wang Hao even more. None of the organs or tissues in the astronaut's body were normal, and a large number of mutations, necrosis, hyperplasia, and cancerous changes were almost all over the body, leading to the failure of multiple organs. Wang Hao vaguely understood why the astronaut chose to commit suicide. It is clearly recorded in the medical literature that many years ago, when cancer was not yet conquered, some late-stage cancer patients actually did not die because of organ lesions, but were killed by pain. But even if cancer was painful, it was only the pain of a specific organ and the organs that the cancer cells had metastasized and eroded. But now this astronaut's mutation was spread all over his body. And with Wang Hao's medical knowledge, he could easily judge that the pain caused by the lesions that happened to this astronaut would definitely exceed the intensity of cancer per unit. It meant dozens, hundreds of times the pain of advanced cancer. And the fact that the lesion would not deprive all organ function means that the patient would not die anytime soon because of the lesion. They will suffer this indescribable pain while conscious. If this kind of pain were to befall me, I'm afraid I would also be impatient, trying to end my life by all means. The preliminary examination of the body was over, and further analysis would take some time. So Wang Hao was still unclear about what exactly caused this change. However, based on Wang Hao's past experience, as well as the knowledge gained from the literature, Wang Hao already had a vague judgment in his mind. This seems to be a radiation sickness. It was once recorded in a certain literature I read that many years ago, there was a patient who was accidentally exposed to an extremely high dose of radiation, and his behavior was somewhat similar to this. Only that patient's condition deteriorated drastically, losing all organ functions in a short period of time and eventually dying, which is different from this. If it was a radiation sickness, then the incident would have been much less serious. At least people would no longer have to worry about the possibility of some kind of virulent infectious disease spreading on a large scale amongst human civilization. But what kind of radiation would cause such a change in the human body? First of all, long-range interstellar ships had heavy armor that could withstand any known radiation. So it was unlikely that the source of this radiation would be located outside the ship. The only other possibility, then, is that it is coming from inside the ship. It was true that many parts of the ship were made of radioactive materials, but those parts were all tightly isolated and unlikely to affect the human body. Even if one of the isolation devices was damaged, leading to a leak, it would only affect a few people at most, far less than killing everyone on the entire ship. What's more, the treatment of radiation sickness wasn't too difficult, and the doctors equipped with the ship had enough medicines and instruments to deal with it. So how could it possibly kill everyone? After a brief moment of reflection, Wang Hao got up and sent out the conclusions of this stage of analysis. The external garrison would receive this information and then forward it to the team of experts within the galaxy for the experts to start analyzing. Right at this time, a message was sent to Wang Hao. The information collected from within the Raincloud heavy transport ship has been collated. This is the part that can be accessed within your permissions. Wang Hao opened this information and first went to check the ship's operation records. But to Wang Hao's surprise, in the more than 2,000 days of the ship's operation record, apart from some minor failures, such as a broken connector or a broken seal, there wasn't even a single failure with a rating of C, let alone the kind of radiation leakage that Wang Hao predicted would be enough to affect all the astronauts. Closing the ship's operation record, Wang Hao thought for a moment and opened the work log of the doctor accompanying the ship. In interstellar voyages, unless hibernating, every astronaut's work and life every day had to be recorded. The records of the ship's doctor were even more important, which involved the astronauts' health ratings. which in turn related to their future careers. Among the records of more than 2,000 days, the first 3/5 were directly skipped by Wang Hao, because most of them were just some system-generated data about heartbeat, blood pressure, blood sugar, etc., occasionally mixed with some treatments such as colds and minor traumas, which didn't have any valuable information, except for showing that the astronauts were all extremely healthy. Changes began on the 1,205th day. Wang Hao flipped through the voyage records and found that by that time, they had already loaded enough resources to embark on the return voyage, and sailed out a distance of nearly 1 light-year, while the distance to the Phoenix Galaxy was about 29 light-years. On this day, Zhou Lu, the doctor accompanying the ship, made the following entry in his work log. Mechanic Zheng Yang complained of abdominal pain. An examination revealed intestinal motility disorders and electrolyte disorders, judged to be intestinal infection. Relevant treatment has been carried out. After this account, there was also a video record of the time. When Wang Hao opened it, he saw a young woman with fresh short hair and wearing a doctor's uniform conducting relevant examinations on a big man with a strong physique. The two seemed to be very familiar with each other, and in the middle of the examination, they were constantly joking. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Observing from the perspective of a professional doctor, Wang Hao found that although the doctor accompanying the ship named Zhou Lu looked careless, there were no mistakes in her techniques and judgment. If he had been present at that time, I'm afraid he would have made the same judgment and treatment as Zhou Lu. After the diagnosis was over, Zhou Lu injected Zheng Yang once, and Zheng Yang left, ending this video recording for the Raincloud spacecraft and its astronauts. That day was just a normal day. People worked, lived and rested as they always did, without the slightest idea of what fate was in store for them. But Wang Hao, who was reading through the records, knew that that day was the beginning of everything. From that day onwards, fate would irrevocably lead to another track leading to pain and death. Looking at the bright-eyed and white-toothed young female doctor in the video, and the young man with a strong physique, full of strength and vigor, Wang Hao felt a little sad in his heart. They originally had their own lives, with relatives and friends, but now they had nothing. Sighing, Wang Hao continued to flip through the pages. The second day didn't have any valuable records. On the third day, another crew member found Zhou Lu. So Zhou Lu made this record. Operator Feng Song complained of leg muscle weakness with paroxysms of pain. Examination revealed muscle congestion and slight dysfunction. No structural lesions were found. It is judged to be muscle overuse, and the treatment plan is to ensure sufficient rest and pay attention to supplemental nutrition. Chapter 400 Mutation. If Wang Hao hadn't been wrong, it was precisely from that time onwards that the possible radiation had already begun to affect the astronauts' bodies silently, including Zhou Lu, the doctor on board. All of them did not notice the changes in their own bodies. On the third day, after the crew member named Feng Song approached Zhou Lu, the number of sick people suddenly increased. This was clearly shown in the statistics. On the third day, there were 2 people. On the fourth day there were 4. And on the fifth day, the number directly increased to 20. The number of sick people began to increase rapidly. And by the 6th day, all the crew members had approached Zhou Lu at least once, while a few, such as Zheng Yang and Feng Song, had already approached Zhou Lu several times. Obviously, Zhou Lu's treatment method did not work. The crew's condition was not relieved, but rather began to worsen. By the 7th day, even Zhou Lu herself began to feel unwell. She wrote in the record, "My left arm started to twitch uncontrollably, and I couldn't even hold a thing steady with my left hand. Well, maybe some neurological reaction. I take some medicine well." At this time, Zhou Lu did not think towards infectious diseases. The reason was simple. Although all the astronauts in the entire spaceship had been sick at least once, the disease manifestations were varied, and no 2 people had the same disease. However, as a medical worker's vigilance, it still made Zhou Lu's heart start to pay attention. But after some examinations yielded nothing. Zhou Lu could only attribute these things in recent days to bad luck. During this period of time, Zhou Lu was the busiest one on top of the entire airship. However, her busyness could only temporarily relieve the crew's illnesses, and the symptoms would usually reappear after a few days. The turning point occurred on the 23rd day. On this day, the astronaut named Zheng Yang, who had the first attack, suddenly began to vomit blood, accompanied by intermittent muscle spasms. Zhou Lu injected him with drugs according to the appropriate judgment. But the symptoms did not ease. On the 30th day, the first dead person appeared. He did not die of disease, but of suicide. The monitoring equipment clearly recorded that scene, while the frail astronauts forced him down on the operating table, preparing for him to be treated by the equally frail Zhou Lu. He suddenly went berserk, hissing like a wild animal while struggling to get down from the hospital bed in the process. 7 or 8 crew members were unable to hold him down. He lunged over and grabbed a scalpel, and amidst the crowd's gasps of surprise, he stabbed himself in the chest without hesitation. Looking at the crew member in the picture who slowly collapsed but appeared as relaxed as relieved on his face, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Obviously, he had chosen to commit suicide because he couldn't endure the pain on his body. The video recording continued. While he died, Zhou Lu, the doctor accompanying the ship, threw away the scalpel in his hand and howled. A pale, but still calm astronaut came up and gently comforted Zhou Lu. Wang Hao recognized that he was the captain of the Raincloud ship. With things having developed to this point, whoever it was realized that something bad had happened in the spaceship. And if it wasn't handled properly, everyone would die. They didn't have light-year communication equipment. And even if they did have FTL communication equipment, the existence of the communication delay wouldn't allow them to get immediate support from the side of the human home base. They were still more than 20 light-years away from the Phoenix Galaxy at this moment. The only one who could save them was themselves. Zhou Lu, the doctor accompanying the ship, became the most important person in the ship. Under the comfort of the captain, she finally calmed down and began to access information, examine, analyze, and judge, trying to use her knowledge to change people's fate. Of course, Wang Hao knew that even though Zhou Lu had done her best, she still failed in the end. All the people in the Raincloud spaceship were still dead, and their deaths were miserable. However, while looking at the navigation and work logs, as well as the video and text records, in which all the astronauts began to unite as one, assisting Zhou Lu with all their might, pacifying their companions, and caring for them, Wang Hao still couldn't help but hope that their fates would be changed. The miracle did not happen. The crew members were still dying one by one. On the 62nd day, Zhou Lu wrote down the last work record of her life. Looking at the picture, Zhou Lu, whose left arm was extensively ulcerated, and even the bones could already be seen directly between the big arm and the small arm, and the two bones only relied on some fleshy skin to connect before they were not separated, and whose leg also appeared to be ulcerated and even unable to stand up. Wang Hao's heart was filled with pain. I suspect that this is radiation sickness. But we searched the entire ship and tested every part of the ship, and we couldn't find the source of radiation as well as the place where it exists. I followed the treatment method for radiation sickness to heal the crew, but there was no effect. I determined that the cause of the disease's appearance was a genetic mutation, but the ship was not equipped for gene editing therapy. I put the crew into hibernation, but even hibernation couldn't stop the progression of the disease. I've tried everything, tried every means, and I'm powerless to change our fate. I could no longer bear the pain that had befallen my body. My whole body is in pain, as if there are 10,000 ants crawling in my flesh and blood, biting the same. Instead of waiting for my organs to fail and die in a few days, it would be better to end my life early. If there are any medical experts who can see these records, I beg you, find out the cause of our deaths. Don't let us die in vain. After leaving behind this last paragraph of records, Zhou Lu, the once bright-eyed and white-toothed young woman overflowing with youthful vigor, but now as ghastly as a ghost, pointed a compact pistol at her temple and pulled the trigger. Wang Hao closed his eyes for a long time before opening them again. Wang Hao had acquired a lot of useful information from Zhou Lu's records during the development of this disease. The changes in the body's various data, as well as the manifestations of the various stages of the disease, etc., were all very important to Wang Hao's subsequent research. But the records in the airship hadn't ended yet, and Wang Hao still flipped through them bit by bit. Zhou Lu's death meant that the defense line formed by the crew had completely collapsed. Zhou Lu, who had the most medical knowledge, died, and it was even more impossible for the rest of the people to do anything about it. So the people made a decision: preserve our corpses as intact as possible, and facilitate the medical experts' research as much as possible. The undead crew members supported each other and carried the bodies of the already dead crew members into a chamber that was most conducive to preserving the bodies, the same chamber that Wang Hao had seen the bodies in when he led the crew into the Raincloud ship. After the bodies were carried, the people who were still alive didn't leave, but stayed here as well. Wang Hao knew very well the reason why they did this. It was because they knew that no one would come to carry their corpses after they died. So they had to come here first while they were still alive. They ultimately didn't resist the pain and chose to end their lives early. On the other hand, the captain of the Raincloud airship struggled his way to the control room of the airship, set the parameters for the airship to automatically navigate, and then died in the middle of the control room. The whole process lasted 70 days. From then on, there was no more manually added content in the navigation log, but it was all automatically generated by the system. There was no need to read the subsequent logs. Wang Hao closed the log and sighed deeply. I will definitely investigate the cause of your deaths, and won't let you die in vain. This is my responsibility. The cleanup work for the Raincloud airship continued, with members of the action team constantly traveling back and forth between the Raincloud airship and the airship Wang Hao was traveling in, carrying all of the remains of the crew members to Wang Hao. Wang Hao carefully examined each body, recording and analyzing every lesion on their bodies in detail. The number of specimens obtained from different parts of the crew's remains had reached thousands, and Wang Hao first tried to isolate possible disease-causing pathogens from them. However, this work did not go well, and after 7 days of work, no unknown pathogens were isolated, and there were only traces of some known ones that could coexist with the human body, or some microorganisms that could be pathogenic but obviously invaded at a later stage. This had basically ruled out the possibility of virulent infectious diseases. But Wang Hao still didn't dare to take it lightly. While sending all the data to a team of experts for review and analysis, Wang Hao also asked the soldiers blockading this place to bring in a batch of mice from within the galaxy to carry out infection experiments on the ground. The gene sequencing work was also proceeding in an orderly manner. Just like Zhou Lu, who had already died, Wang Hao made the same judgment of genetic mutation on the basis of the existing information. Zhou Lu didn't have the relevant equipment for verification, but the spaceship Wang Hao was traveling in had enough complete and advanced equipment. After 12 days, Wang Hao finally got the data. Checking the characters one by one, Wang Hao's heart began to sink. The data confirmed the judgment of the dead Zhou Lu, as well as Wang Hao, who was currently conducting research on him. The diseases that appeared on the astronauts' bodies were indeed caused by genetic mutations. A large number of uncontrolled genetic mutations caused healthy cells to be unable to divide into normal generations, which led to the astronauts' organs and tissues not being able to work properly, and ultimately brought about severe pain, taking away the lives of all of them. This is a typical symptom of radiation sickness. But the crew of the Raincloud spacecraft had something special in addition to these characteristics. Chapter 401 Going Home. Compared to ordinary radiation sickness, the genetic mutation produced in the crew of the Raincloud spaceship was irrecoverable. All the existing gene repair drugs of human civilization were ineffective against it. This was known when Wang Hao obtained the results of the genetic sequencing data. It was precisely because of this that the doctor accompanying the Raincloud ship was unable to do anything about her companion's suffering. It was beyond the scope of her knowledge, and she simply didn't have enough ability to deal with such a lesion. Even Wang Hao, who was a top expert within the civilization, had no way to deal with it for the time being. To put it simply, even if the crew members of the Raincloud ship were located in the most advanced hospital in the capital city of Blue Star, the temporarily selected political and economic center of the human civilization that had fled here at the time of the onset of the disease, and were receiving joint treatment from the best experts within the civilization, there was still no way to alleviate or treat the disease. The treatment was also unable to alleviate or cure their illnesses. From the moment this peculiar lesion began to develop in their bodies, they were already destined to die in pain. Up to this point in the investigation, Wang Hao had already acquired a lot of crucial information, but it was still not enough. There were still a few crucial issues that Wang Hao hadn't investigated clearly. These questions were: firstly, how did the disease arise? How many people would be affected by its mechanism? Second, how to cure the disease? Although the probability is now certain that the disease is not contagious, Wang Hao still dares not take it lightly. If the mechanism of the disease existed on a large scale in human civilization, that is, if a large number of human beings suffered from the disease, it was very likely that it would trigger another upheaval within the human race. This was something that the current human civilization could not afford. Then, what exactly is the reason that caused the dozens of crew members of the Raincloud ship to suffer from this disease? Is it the special space environment? Or some undiscovered design flaw of the Raincloud ship? Or is it some behavior of the crew? Wang Hao knew that his mission was far from over. At this very moment, a meeting was being held on the third most massive moon of the largest planet in the Phoenix system, New Jupiter, which was also known as the Blue Planet. The venue of this meeting was located in the human government building in the capital city, and the participants included the senior government officials, including the head of state Shinqing Yuan, heads of various departments, as well as many scientists, engineers, and scholars. This was undoubtedly a high-profile meeting, and the discussions at such meetings were usually about major events that would affect the fate of the entire human civilization. An old man with gray hair was meticulously reporting to the participants. According to the observations of the Phoenix Real-Time Monitoring Team and the joint research of all the scholars in the Stellar Evolution Research Laboratory, we unanimously agree that the instability of the Phoenix star is increasing. It is not so bad that it will go supernova in a short period of time, but we have reason to believe that it will undergo at least one more violent burst of energy in the near future. The current head of human civilization, Shinqing Yuan, whose hair was meticulously combed and whose expression was serious, as hard and cold as stone, gently knocked on the table, interrupting the old man's report. I would like to know what kind of impact this more violent energy eruption will have for the ecology of the galaxy. The old man lowered his head to consult the information and said, firstly, it will lead to a significant increase in the intensity of interstellar space radiation, stellar winds, and magnetic field disturbances. This will have a very significant impact on all kinds of interstellar spacecraft and directly affect all planets within the Phoenix galaxy, including the blue star. Secondly, the energy outbursts of the Phoenix stars will be followed by changes in the new Jupiter and the new Saturn, which will have a secondary effect on the moons orbiting them. Our various activities will be more drastically affected. When you say near term, exactly how long do you mean? The exact time cannot be determined. It is a matter of probability. According to our calculations, the probability of a violent energy eruption occurring within a 1-year period is as high as 85%. Within a 2-year period it is 99%. Shinqing Yuan's expression did not change in the slightest. He just casually wrote something on the paper with a pen, then put down the pen and said with some emotion, "It seems that the Phoenix galaxy does not welcome us." Another old man with similarly white hair said somewhat sorrowfully, "It's not just a matter of welcome or not. The Phoenix star's activities will become more and more frequent, and the intensity and frequency of its energy outbursts will also become higher and higher, although these will only cause some inconvenience to our activities, not to the point of completely destroying us. They signify that the Phoenix star has already stepped into old age ahead of schedule, and that it may end its life at any time with a most splendid explosion. And in its death, it will surely take us with it." The old man who spoke earlier said in a deep voice, "Oldly, don't be an alarmist. According to our calculations, the likelihood of the Phoenix planet experiencing a supernova outburst within 100 years' time is only 1.3 in 10,000. The old man addressed as Oldly was just about to retort when he was interrupted by a voice full of authority. "Are you saying that the probability of a supernova explosion occurring within 100 years of the Phoenix planet is low, but it still exists? And, once a supernova explosion occurs, we will not have the slightest possibility of surviving if we remain here?" In the face of this voice, the old man did not dare to slack off and immediately replied, "Theoretically that is indeed true. But Führer, you must understand that reality and probability are two different things. There is absolutely no need for us to advance the time of our departure just for the sake of such a small probability. That would be too hasty." Shinqing Yuan was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. "There is a sharp sword hanging over our heads at all times. However, I would like to know, since the Phoenix planet had the risk of an early supernova explosion, why did we at that time choose the Phoenix galaxy as a stopping place?" In the face of Shinqing Yuan's inquiry, both of the two old men's complexions became a little embarrassed. In the end, it was the old man known as Laoli who answered, "My Führer, our existing theoretical system is not able to completely and accurately predict every detail of stellar activity as well as evolution. The first is that our theoretical system is still imperfect, and the second is that observation technology limits our perception. We chose the Phoenix system in the first place because of the two giant gas planets within it, as well as the many richly produced moons, but did not perceive these risks hidden above the Phoenix star. Well, now that the situation is clear to everyone, then we can discuss what choice we should make on this. Should we risk 1.3 in 10,000 to continue waiting and set sail back to the solar system after all the supplies have been collected? Or should we set sail in the near future and leave this place that doesn't welcome us? An official-looking person said, I am the person in charge of the material stockpiling aspect of the voyage program. Let me inform you of the progress of our material reserve. Up to now, the fuel collection has been completed by 97%. And of the 37,233,605 material collection tasks, 98.2% has been completed, with only some of the many in demand, such as number 903 special steel, high-purity manganese ore, and certain rare gases, still to be completed, and it is expected that there will be enough to collect in 30 years' time at most. It is expected that we will have enough in another 30 years at most. In other words, even if we wait on, we will only have to wait another 30 years at most. Another official said, as we all know, we are an entire civilization, not a certain individual fleet. At the time of the migration, the total number of ships is expected to be in the tens of millions. And with such a large number of ships, it is very difficult to coordinate them. And each set-off and berthing will consume a lot of resources and time, and will bring many unnecessary risks. I'm inclined to wait for the time being, and when the supplies have been collected, we'll sail directly to the solar system in one go, without stopping in between. A middle-aged scientist said, in terms of risk control, it would be wisest to stay in the Phoenix Galaxy and wait until all the supplies have been collected before setting sail. If we have to stop for supplies during the voyage due to a lack of supplies, the risk must be more than 1.3 in 10,000. I don't think the judgment on this matter can be measured purely by risk. When it comes to the survival of an entire civilization, even a 1 in 100,000 probability cannot be ignored. Even if stopping midway to resupply supplies will bring us some risk. So what? It's just wasting a little more of our time. Whereas continuing to stay here will destroy our entire civilization in case the Phoenix planet explodes. In the face of this topic, a heated discussion began. In the conference room, nearly 1,000 attendees were divided into two distinct factions, and both factions had obviously prepared in advance, taking out a lot of data and cases to support their arguments. From morning to evening, more than 10 hours passed, and there was never more than 2/3 support among these two views. If the number of supporters is less than 2/3, it cannot be released as a decision of the General Assembly. This was the result of all three votes. According to the law, the Führer has the right of final judgment when such a situation arises. Thus, after the third voting result also came out, the eyes of thousands of people in the entire conference room were all focused on Xinqing Yuan. Xinqing Yuan seemed to have had a draft in mind. His expression did not change in the slightest, as if he was announcing a small matter. He said lightly to the people in the meeting, I have decided to set sail back to the solar system 1 year later. All units and departments should immediately formulate a specific plan and make complete preparations during this 1 year period. Dismissed. The people at the meeting knew Xinqing Yuan's leadership style very well, and knew that once he made a decision, he would never change it again. So no one tried to protest. Both supporters and opponents had to accept this reality at this moment. Next year, we're going home. Chapter 402, Terminal Disease. The capital city was located in a large basin near the equator of the blue planet, with rolling hills on all sides. When the Phoenix system was chosen as the location and Blue Star was chosen as the capital star, the people didn't start the planetary transformation program to fully transform Blue Star into a planet suitable for human survival that would consume too many resources, take too long, and the actual conditions wouldn't allow it, but chose this basin instead. Instead, they chose this basin, covered it up, created a sealed environment, and built perfect heating, energy, gas circulation, artificial weather systems, etc., and used it as the temporary capital of human civilization. After hundreds of years of constant modification, the environment in the capital city is comparable to that of the Earth in the video recordings, with the same warm sunshine albeit virtual dash, lush plants and babbling streams. The Führer's mansion was located on a ridge somewhere on the edge of the capital city. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the Führer could take in the entire capital city. Those who could live on the blue planet instead of in space bases and large spaceships were the elites of the human civilization. They either possessed a high political status, a wealth of knowledge that no one would dare to underestimate, or a huge amount of wealth. Xinqing Yuan, on the other hand, was the master of this city made up of many elites, and the leader of millions of spaceships and space bases. and hundreds of billions of people outside the blue star. In a sense, the fate of human civilization depended on him. But now, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city as in the past, Xinqing Yuan did not feel the satisfaction brought by the supreme power, but felt an indescribable pressure. A civilization with a population of up to 100 billion people, especially when it was on the run. There were simply too many matters that needed to be dealt with within it to count. And each of these matters could have a bearing on the fate of the entire civilization, all requiring Xinqing Yuan to make the right decisions as much as possible. This requires him to be tense every moment to maintain the most peak physical and mental strength. Recently, however, Xinqing Yuan often felt that his mental and physical strength were not as good as before. And sometimes when he woke up in the morning, the first signal from his body was not to get up and go to work right away, but rather, he hoped that he could sleep for a while longer. When thinking about certain issues, the mind always seems to be more blocked, unable to be as agile as in the past, especially in the evening. His chest would always feel stuffy, with a feeling of wanting to vomit, but not being able to do so no matter what. Perhaps I'm really old and can no longer handle this job. Xinqing Yuan sighed softly. It's time to train a successor. Soft footsteps came from behind him. Xinqing Yuan did not need to turn around. He knew that it was his wife who had come in. After more than 200 years of getting along, there had long been a corresponding tacit understanding between Xinqing Yuan and his wife. As in the past, his wife gently placed a cup of tea on the table, then walked up and stood beside Xinqing Yuan. Although there was a whole team responsible for serving Xinqing Yuan at any time. But after finishing work every day, a cup of tea made by his wife's hands had become an irreplaceable habit. Only his wife could properly grasp the temperature and concentration of the tea he wanted. And only his wife could bring the tea to his side at the right time when he wanted it the most. How was work today? Tired? Looking at his wife who, although she had aged, still had an elegant temperament and was still gentle and understanding. Xinqing Yuan today had more emotions for no reason. It's still like that. Ayu. These years, you have worked hard. Zhou Mingyu gently took her husband's palm and did not speak. But Xinqing Yuan had already fully felt his wife's heart. We're going to return to the solar system next year. After the civilization stabilizes, I will resign from my position as head of state. And by then, I will have time to accompany you. Good. Has Resurgence already entered his grandfather's company for an internship? Zhou Mingyu whispered. Yes. Fuxing has a softer nature, and you won't allow him to disclose his identity. So the only way I can feel at ease is to place him in my father's company. Xinqing Yuan frowned and then stretched. I'm worried that this will have a bad influence. Faced with the issue of the arrangement of her only son, Zhou Mingyu showed a rare persistence in front of her husband. Because of your identity, the Civilization and Integrity Commission has specially arranged for a long-term supervision team to be in my father's company. And it has even affected the normal operation of the company. I can persuade my father to accept this arrangement. But for the matter of resuscitation, you have to listen to me. Okay. Xinqing Yuan nodded, and did not argue with his wife anymore. After casually talking about family matters, his wife turned around and left, while Xinqing Yuan sat down next to the coffee table, picked up his teacup, and gently took a sip. The portable computer on his wrist gently vibrated. Xinqing Yuan raised his arm, and the slightly obese face of Wu Wei, the head of the health department, appeared in front of his eyes. The investigation into the Raincloud airship incident has reached a preliminary conclusion. Firstly, the disease is not contagious. Second, the disease is a radiation disease. But the cause of the disease cannot be ascertained for the time being. Third, the disease cannot determine the scope of its effects for the time being. And there is no treatment plan. Xinqing Yuan said. Continue the investigation. Be sure to determine the scope of influence and the cause of the disease as soon as possible. We will be returning next year. And during this time, I will not allow anything to affect stability. Yes, my Führer. The communication cut off. Xinqing Yuan continued to take small sips of tea. But suddenly, the feeling of annoyance in his chest reappeared. This made Xinqing Yuan a little distracted. So he put down the teacup and once again stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The wrist computer once again vibrated. And this time what appeared was a middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking extremely shrewd and competent. My Führer, I just received a report from the healthcare team that the results of your physical examination have come out. Speak. you are suffering from was neurological dysfunction. The feeling of annoyance in your chest from time to time is an early manifestation of this disease. Xinqing Yuan's palms clenched violently. Although he was not a medical expert, Xinqing Yuan had likewise heard of the name was neurological dysfunction. This was a terminal disease. And even though the technology of human civilization had developed to the present stage, there was still no cure for this disease, but only a slowing down of the progress of the disease. This disease was only discovered within the last few hundred years, and was given such a name because the first doctor to define it was surnamed Hua. The disease had some similarities to the cancer that plagued mankind during the Age of Nations, both of which had become progressively more common because of the dramatic increase in the average life expectancy of humans. Your disease is at an extremely early stage, and the medical expert group believes that as long as you receive perfect treatment, you will still have at least 40 years of life left. Xinqing Yuan was only 267 years old today, and the average life expectancy of humans today was already as high as 400 years. Even if he could live for another 40 years. No, 60 years. Xinqing Yuan would only be 327 years old. Still a few decades short of 400 years old. Like most people, Xinqing Yuan always thought that he still had a long time to live, and that death was far away from him. But now, this news overturned Xinqing Yuan's perception in one fell swoop. I shouldn't be able to see the earth and the sun anymore. Xinqing Yuan's voice became a little hoarse without realizing it. The secretary said in a low voice, "If we set sail next year and everything goes well on the voyage, we will only need less than 200 years to return to the solar system." According to the medical expert group, if your health is in good condition, you can likewise undergo hibernation for a single period of no more than 20 years. There is still hope for you to return to the solar system. Xinqing Yuan was silent for a long time, so the secretary waited patiently. After a long time, Xinqing Yuan said, "Take care to keep this matter confidential. Apart from you and the medical expert group, no one else shall be allowed to know about it. Anyone who dares to leak it will be punished for the offense of leaking secrets." The health condition of the relevant government executives and their families was originally extremely high classified information. And even if Xinqing Yuan did not specifically order it, the secretary would also take note of it. However, Xinqing Yuan still instructed again with some uneasiness. "Yes, Führer." The secretary immediately agreed and added, "The medical expert group recommends that you start receiving treatment tomorrow. As you know, the sooner you treat a disease like was neurological dysfunction, the better." Xinqing Yuan was silent for a moment and said, "I'm going to inspect a fleet of resource ships tomorrow. Put the treatment time to the day after tomorrow." "Yes." The communication ended. Xinqing Yuan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window and did not leave for a long time. Xinqing Yuan knew that because of the arrival of this news, he had to make some changes to his plans for his life. At this moment, near the Raincloud heavy transport ship, Wang Hao was still in the middle of a busy experiment. As long as this accident was not investigated clearly, Wang Hao's mission would not end. A crisp ringtone interrupted Wang Hao's thoughts, and when Wang Hao answered, he saw the figure of the Minister of Health, who he had only seen in photos and videos in the past. "Minister, you?" Wang Hao was slightly excited in his heart. "Wang Hao, you've done a great job. It's because of medical workers like you who are not afraid of danger and have the courage to take charge. Our health department was able to grasp the relevant information about the Raincloud spaceship incident in such a short period of time. To receive a direct compliment from the minister, this would undoubtedly be a colorful addition to a resume. If it was the rest of the people, I'm afraid they would have been so excited that they wouldn't know what to do." But Wang Hao said with some uneasiness, "This mission isn't actually dangerous, and I've already ascertained that this disease isn't contagious. At the time you chose to personally deal with this matter, you didn't know whether this disease was contagious or not. Wang Hao, you don't have to be modest. I'll remember your merits. However, you aren't able to leave here now. I need you to conduct further investigations into the incident and determine the cause and scope of the disease as soon as possible. I will dispatch some people to assist you, and you can also ask me for anything you need at any time. Yes. Promise to complete the task." Chapter 4032 Messages. Just as the Minister of Health had said, after just a few days, Wang Hao received a new notice. His office location had changed from outer space to an integrated space base orbiting New Saturn, and a team of a dozen pathologists, microbiologists, and experienced clinicians were directly under Wang Hao's leadership. In addition, there is also a coordinator stationed here directly, responsible for solving Wang Hao's resource or personnel needs at any time. The office and research conditions here were undoubtedly much better than before. Aside from the fact that movement was still slightly restricted and the workplace still had an extremely high security level, life here was no different from the past. With the addition of these people, Wang Hao's work immediately accelerated, and after only 10 days, the analysis of the remains of all the crew members of the rain cloud was completed. At this point, Wang Hao split the team into two, with one part responsible for tracking down the cause of the disease, and the other part trying to find a cure for it. As things developed to the present, Wang Hao's team was no longer a mere scientific research organization, but had turned into a coordinating organization. The cause of a disease can have many factors. Specifically in this case, it could be a combination of the space environment, the environment of the ship, the behavior of the crew, the different substances they come into contact with at work, and so on. And in order to get to the bottom of the matter, it requires the cooperation of many departments. The same goes for finding a cure for the disease. It is not easy to cure a brand new disease, but it also requires the cooperation of many scientists and many departments. The coordinator assigned to the team is the busiest person in the team. Every day, a large number of demands were generated, which he distributed to different departments or research institutes to request assistance and monitor the progress. And every day a large amount of feedback information came to him, which was then distributed to different people in the team. And finally all the information was summed up in Wang Hao's place, where Wang Hao grasped the overall progress. After the team was established, the first thing they were asked to assist with was the numerous galactic checkpoints supervised by the military. From now on, any ship returning from outside the galaxy and all the crew members on it had to come to Wang Hao's place to be inspected before being allowed to enter the Phoenix Galaxy. Perhaps because of the Führer's direct attention, Wang Hao's request was not met with any excuses. The head of the military agreed to the request very painfully. Today was the day that the first ship to return from outside the galaxy after the Raincloud ship arrived. This ship was also a heavy transport ship, but the difference was that its destination galaxy was much closer than the Rainclouds, just less than 4 light-years away, so its overall voyage time was less than 4 years. There were a total of 23 crew members in this ship. Now, they were all standing in front of Wang Hao. There was only a special glass between them. These crew members didn't die or suffer from some kind of obvious disease, like the crew members of the Raincloud. And from the looks of it, they were still healthy. But Wang Hao didn't dare to take it lightly, because he knew that the disease he was investigating was named atypical gene alteration syndrome. Wang Hao knew that the disease he was investigating, named atypical gene alteration syndrome, was not obvious in its early manifestations. If his speculation was true, it was possible that the crew members in front of him were also suffering from the early stages of the disease. Under the scrutiny of Wang Hao and several colleagues, the 23 crew members in front of them were all a bit uneasy. This was understandable, and Wang Hao knew that if he had somehow been surrounded by several warships and asked not to leave the ship, and then escorted all the way here without any explanation or communication in between, he would have been the same. Thinking of this, Wang Hao's tone eased up. Don't worry. The reason why I invited you here is that there are some things that require your cooperation. After the investigation is over, I'll guarantee that you can return safely. A tall young man with extremely hard lines in his cheeks stepped forward and said with some apprehension, Sir, I am the captain of the Flying Swallow airship. I can guarantee that we didn't have any irregularities during our material transfer mission. Of course, we will definitely cooperate with your investigation. I don't know what you want to know. Before this inspection began, Wang Hao's team had already obtained the Flying Swallow's navigation log and every crew member's work log in advance, and had conducted a detailed analysis of them, so they could confirm that the captain of the Flying Swallow's words were all true. But Wang Hao didn't care about those things. What Wang Hao cared about was only the similarities between the environment of the Flying Swallow's ship and the Raincloud ship. Which one is your doctor accompanying the ship? A man who looked a little unsociable stepped forward. Sir, it's me. During the mission, did you keep a truthful, detailed record of the physical health of all the crew members, including any part of the physical discomfort that any of the crew members brought to your attention? The doctor accompanying the ship thought for a moment, and said with some trepidation, Sir, I can only assure you that I recorded all the cases in which crew members formally asked me for help. I did not record any complaints in the midst of daily life, or in informal settings. Are you able to recall those cases which you did not record? I can recall some, but not all. Very well. Tell me what you can recall. Although he didn't know what Wang Hao's purpose was in doing so, the doctor accompanying the ship still didn't dare to be negligent. So he carefully recalled. Not long after we first set off, sorry. I can't remember the exact time, the warehouseman, had complained to me that his lower back would always feel sore. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed obese man immediately called out. That was just my waist twisting once in a while. It's completely fine now. Wang Hao smiled in as soft a tone as possible and said, It doesn't matter. It's just a record. You continue. The ship-following doctor recounted all the cases he could recall, and one of Wang Hao's subordinates then made a corresponding record. After questioning the ship-following doctor, Wang Hao instructed his subordinates to individually question each of the crew members about their physical conditions. By the time all this was done, several hours had passed. However, this examination had not ended, but had just begun. The human body's senses were the most inaccurate. Even if the records were more detailed, they could only be used as a reference. And in the end, it was still necessary to rely on the data from the instrumental examination to speak for itself. So under Wang Hao's arrangement, every crew member received the most detailed examination and got the results 5 days later. The results made Wang Hao's heart a little heavy. The genetic sequencing data showed that the crew members of the Fian ship also had the same genetic mutation symptoms as the Raincloud ship. It was just that it seemed to be still in its early stages, and the parts where the mutation had occurred were smaller, so it hadn't shown any obvious symptoms yet. Keep observing. Wang Hao sighed and made a decision. Assuming for the time being that the source of the disease-causing radiation came from outside the Phoenix Galaxy, and that it's safe within the Phoenix Galaxy, now that they've returned to the safe zone, I'd like to know if the course of their disease will develop further. As well, an attempt could be made to test various treatments using them as living specimens through the examination of the experts from the engineering and mechanical departments. Wang Hao could already determine that neither the Raincloud airship nor the Fian airship had the possibility of some unknown source of radiation inside their hulls. Moreover, the target galaxies of these two spaceships were not the same. The Raincloud's target galaxy was dominated by a yellow dwarf star in its prime, while the Fian's was a red giant star that was already aging. That being the case, the only source of radiation that could be suspected was space. This is not good news. If there was suddenly an additional source of this kind of disease-causing radiation in space that even multi-layered armor couldn't isolate, and the course of the disease progressed extremely quickly without any effective means of treatment, then there was no reason why only the Raincloud and Fian ships would be affected, while the rest of the ships would be safe and sound. If this point can be confirmed, I am afraid that the original plan of returning to the solar system next year will have to be postponed. And if the human civilization was unable to resolve these threats after a long time, then it was possible that the human civilization would be trapped in the Phoenix Galaxy for a long time. In 2 months' time, the Blue Danube passenger ship will return to the Phoenix Galaxy from the 15th Galaxy, carrying a total of 1,329 passengers. Let's hope they will return safely. After receiving the notification that they would not be able to leave for the time being and would have to remain here, the crew of the Flying Swallow airship were all a little uneasy. But under the captain's comforting words, the people ultimately showed an attitude of cooperation. However, the serious-looking doctors and researchers that kept appearing over the past few days, as well as the successive inspections and the various medicines that were constantly being injected into their bodies, still made the crew's nervousness climb to the peak. Restricted to confidentiality regulations, Wang Hao couldn't tell them what was going on, but could only ask them to cooperate over and over again, and even had to communicate with the company they belonged to, with their superiors directly stepping in to appease them, proposing that the allowances for cooperating with the inspections be 10 times that of the normal time, before temporarily suppressing the uneasy mood. Time passed quietly in the midst of continuous discussions and experiments. More than a month later, when the Blue Danube ship was about to arrive, Wang Hao received 2 pieces of news. The first news was a bad one. The treatment plans formulated by many experts had all failed on these crew members, and their mutated genes had never been repaired. The second news could be considered good news. The news was that although the mutations had not been repaired, they had not continued to develop. This means that even if the disease cannot be cured, it will not affect the crew's lives. Chapter 404 Verification. It is reasonable to assume that the source of that disease-causing radiation exists only outside the galaxy, and is not affected within the galaxy. As well, the genetic mutation stops when it is removed from the area covered by the radiation source. There is one thing I think needs to be noted. We know that the disease progresses very rapidly if one is continually located in an area covered by a radiation source. The crew of the Raincloud ship only had a few tens of days from the onset of the disease to all of their deaths. However, the Flying Swallow was also located in space for over 70 days. So why did the crew of the Raincloud die? But the crew of the Flying Swallow were only in the early stages of the disease? This could be due to the different routes of the two ships. Further, it seems to imply that there is a regional unevenness in the pathogenic radiation of the species. That is, if the radiation is stronger in one place, the disease progresses faster, and if the radiation is weaker in another place, the disease progresses more slowly. Listening to his colleagues' discussion, Wang Hao remained silent for a moment and said, "This seems to be beyond the scope of pure medicine. We need the assistance of experts from the remaining disciplines." The team member in charge of coordination immediately said, "I will contact the Institute of High Energy Physics of the Central Academy of Sciences and have them send experts to participate in our work." Wang Hao nodded. As soon as possible, the discussion ended, and the colleagues dispersed separately. Wang Hao, on the other hand, dialed the minister's phone with some concern. "Wang Hao, has there been any progress recently? We believe that it is highly likely that some kind of radiation that only exists in interstellar space beyond the galaxy has caused the disease to appear. The exact type of radiation is still undetermined, and I have requested the Institute of High Energy Physics to send experts to assist us in our endeavors." "You have done well." Wu Wei nodded lightly. "Make sure to figure out the full details of this incident as soon as possible. There's one more thing," Wang Hao said somewhat hesitantly, "although there isn't any evidence. Based on the experience of disposing of the Raincloud ship as well as the Fian ship incident, we believe that the interstellar space outside the galaxy has a certain degree of danger. If possible, I hope that you can report this matter to the Führer, who will issue an injunction to prohibit any spaceships from leaving the Phoenix Galaxy until the incident is clearly investigated, and temporarily prohibit spaceships from the rest of the galaxy from leaving the galaxy they are in." Facing Wang Hao's request, Wu Wei fell into silence. After a long time, he said, "It's very irresponsible to issue a ban before the matter can be investigated clearly. If the final results of the investigation show that the source of radiation comes from the rest of the world and has nothing to do with interstellar space, then the losses caused by this cannot be borne by me or you," Wang Hao said somewhat anxiously. "But Minister, compared to lives, a slight economic loss is completely bearable," Wu Wei said flatly. "Don't say any more. The Führer has already ordered that we will set sail back to the solar system next year, and I will not allow any factors to hinder the progress of this matter. If you want the Führer to issue a ban, then you have to show tangible evidence," Wang Hao pleaded. "Perhaps you can report the relevant information about this matter to the Führer, who will make the decision." This time Wu Wei didn't reply, but directly cut off the communication. Wang Hao stood in frustration for a long time before sighing and shaking his head. "It seems that the minister only wants me to do my part well, and doesn't want me to get involved in matters outside of my duties." There was nothing wrong with this kind of request, but Wang Hao always felt some heaviness in his heart. The physics experts arrived even faster than Wang Hao expected. On the third day, an old man with gray hair led 3 student-like young men to the middle of the research room where Wang Hao was located and listened to Wang Hao's introduction. "This kind of radiation does not exist amongst our physics models." The old man's brow was deeply furrowed. "If this kind of radiation really exists, our theoretical system might all have to be rewritten. Wang Hao, I know that you are a courageous and competent medical scientist, but I suggest that you look for the cause from the rest of the aspects instead of wasting your energy on these nebulous things." The old man's words were not polite, and in the face of such a highly respected scientific senior, Wang Hao was really unable to refute. So he could only say with a bitter smile, "I've heard a saying which says that when all the rest of the possibilities have been ruled out, the last possibility, no matter how unbelievable it is, it will be the truth, taken together with the information we already have. We really don't know how to explain what we've encountered, other than the presence of some sort of, unknown to us, penetrating radiation in interstellar space." The old man spread his hands. "Even if such radiation does exist, it is undetectable. All of our existing radiation detection equipment can only detect known radiation. Wang Hao said. Perhaps you can use the information we provided to calculate the relevant data of this kind of radiation, and then design the corresponding detection equipment. A student who followed the old man with him shook his head. The essence of radiation is the phenomenon of subatomic particles traveling through space and reacting with matter. New radiation means new particles. And you should know what that means. The modified standard model had already covered all the particles known to mankind. And if a new, uncovered particle suddenly appeared, it would mean that there were still omissions in the standard model. This would shake almost the entire foundation of physics. Although the progress of physics begins with the discovery of errors in previous theories, this should happen in large, well-equipped laboratories staffed by leading physicists, not in a research facility whose primary role is to study disease. It would be one of the most dramatic events in the history of human science if a discovery that could affect the entire edifice of physics started in a disease research center. It would also mean that the probability is extremely low, so low as to be almost negligible. Although not an expert in physics-related matters, Wang Hao knew this all the same. But when the clues all pointed here, Wang Hao could only make some attempts. Even if he only used this attempt as a method of elimination. Faced with Wang Hao's insistence, the old man finally agreed. So after the old man made some calculations, he guided Wang Hao and the others to build a small unmanned scientific research ship and launched it into outer space. In this spaceship, apart from some test instruments, there were dozens of mice, as well as 2 pigs and a monkey. It was extremely irresponsible to hastily send humans to participate in tests before things were clear. But animals were not subject to this restriction. Our calculations show that the particle has very exotic properties. It would cause many of our current physical theories to fail if it did exist. Well, by its very nature, it would bombard the nucleus of matter, leading to the emergence of free quarks. In simple terms, it would cause a change in the nature of objects. There is some mercury in the middle of the science craft. And if there is really such radiation, part of the element mercury will be converted into the element gold. Of course, the amount of gold element may be extremely tiny. When the research ship returns, you guys can conduct some relevant tests. A student said. Actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. We can completely conduct tests on the Raincloud ship as well as the Fian ship directly. Just check if any material transformation has occurred within these 2 ships. Wang Hao said in a low voice. Testing these 2 airships may not yield accurate results. This is because it might have been contaminated by impurities. The old man patted Wang Hao's shoulder and said, I'm still busy, so I'll leave now. If there's anything else, you can contact me again. Although Wang Hao wasn't well versed in human affairs, he could tell that the old man was merely being polite. He clearly didn't think that Wang Hao would still have things to look for him in the future. Extrapolating from this, the old man seemed rather certain that there was no such unknown particle. The old man's attitude made Wang Hao a little suspicious of himself. But then he let it go. It's nothing more than doing an elimination. The old man left in a hurry with the 3 students, while the Blue Danube airship carried more than 1,000 passengers and arrived here at the research center on the next day. In order to cope with the numerous inspection tasks, Wang Hao had already made preparations in advance. Hundreds of medical workers were mobilized here and began to examine the passengers under a unified organization. It only took 5 days for all the inspections to be completed. The results of the examination were very much out of Wang Hao's expectation. The data showed that none of the 1,000-odd passengers had that kind of strange genetic mutation. Some of them were unhealthy, but those illnesses were all well documented and had no correlation with genetic mutations. The Blue Danube ship's course is different from the remaining 2. But if that radiation really exists, there's no reason for it to be present only in this one location and show no signs in the other. Unless my speculation was wrong from the start. It's not the radiation that's causing this disease. It's the rest of it. This idea seemed to be verified after the return of that unmanned science craft. Extremely sophisticated spectral analyzer tests showed that no elemental mercury had been converted to gold. Those animals involved in the tests did not show any genetic mutations in their bodies, except for the fact that they appeared to be somewhat depressed due to the weightless environment. The investigation had once again reached an impasse. Thinking back to Minister Wu Wei's unflinching rejection of himself, Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Perhaps the minister is the right one. Just what kind of reason caused this lesion? The night was already late, but Wang Hao was still tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep for a long time. Chapter 405 Treatment. 5 in the morning. Shin Qingyuan woke up on time, with his wife still asleep next to him. In the midst of the past days, Shin Qingyuan had seen this image countless times. Usually, Shin Qingyuan would gently kiss his wife on her forehead, then get up sharply, wash up, and 15 minutes later, the breakfast specially made by the nutrition team based on his own body indicators would be delivered on time. And after eating breakfast, the day's work would begin. Shin Qingyuan had never really seen the Earth or the Sun. At the time of his birth, the fugitive fleet was already more than 10 light years away from the solar system. But the work and rest schedule based on the rotation time of the Earth was still deeply engraved in Shin Qingyuan's body, allowing him to habitually and naturally follow the timetable of the arrangement of life. For example, at 10 o'clock in the evening to go to sleep, at 5 o'clock in the morning to get up, and at noon to eat lunch, etc. All of this originated from his father. His father, a somewhat old-fashioned university teacher, had taught him from childhood that one must not forget one's roots. Even if mankind has withdrawn from the solar system in humiliation, one must remember that only the Earth is the home of mankind. And as a human being, no matter where in the universe, one must follow the customs of the Earth. Father until the death of senility, are not forgetting the name of the Earth, and even let kneeling in front of the sickbed, forced to hold back the tears. Shin Qingyuan vowed that in the future, must bring his ashes back to the Earth to go. If he could not do it, then let his son do it. If his son could not do it, then let his grandson do it. In his father's description, the solar system was heaven, and Earth was the most magnificent palace in heaven. The young Shin Qingyuan was convinced of this, and even after he grew up and became the leader of the human civilization, Shin Qingyuan still firmly believed in this, and firmly believed that the human civilization would have to return to the solar system. Only at this moment, the obsession, in addition to the youthful sentiments, also has some more reasons based on reality. Even the scientists at the Academy of Social Sciences supported this point. There were countless scientists who had argued that as a group intelligent civilization, a stable and suitable environment with rich produce was the most suitable for development. A fleet that constantly wandered in space and constantly changed its station, even if it was large in scale, it would not be able to support the future of the civilization. And if you want to choose a fixed site, and then slowly develop, in addition to the Earth, in addition to the solar system, there is a more suitable place for human civilization? Father's last wish. The needs of the real situation, coupled with his own heart's obsession, so that Shin Qingyuan has never wavered in the belief that one day return to the solar system. In reality, Shin Qingyuan did the same. Under his leadership, the human civilization had made almost all the preparations for the return voyage and would soon be setting off. It is also this belief that supports him like a machine that never knows what fatigue is. Day after day to deal with those busy political affairs. In order to complete his mission, Shin Qingyuan sacrificed a lot, but also owed his wife and children a lot. But Shin Qingyuan believes that it is all worth it. Before the end of my life, I must see the Earth with my own eyes, see the sun. After returning to Earth, I will personally bury my father's ashes in the Earth's soil. Shin Qingyuan slowly sat up, and that lingering feeling of tiredness seemed to have intensified a little, making him almost unable to resist the temptation to rest and lie back down on the bed once again. Shin Qingyuan knew that there were some bad changes happening in his body at the moment. Moreover, these changes were irreversible and unstoppable. Even with the most advanced medical means of human civilization, they could only delay it, but not change it. The end of life had already appeared in the distant future. Shin Qingyuan knew that his time was running out. The only thing he could do was to fulfill his father's last wish before he reached the end of his life, and at the same time fulfill the obsession in his heart. Only in this way would he not be ashamed of his mission, nor of himself. Closing his eyes and concentrating for a moment, willpower finally overcame desire. Shin Qingyuan resolutely got up. It was just that the time had been delayed by about a minute and a half compared to the past. The secretary had already waited in the restaurant in advance, and briefly reported on today's schedule while Shin Qingyuan was eating. After receiving Shin Qingyuan's reply, the secretary hurriedly left to make arrangements. A flying car stopped in front of the mansion a few minutes later, and after 10 minutes, it carried Shin Qingyuan away quickly. The makeup artist in the back seat of the spacious flying car for Shin Qingyuan did some simple makeup. So, originally there is still some tired and aging Shin Qingyuan will once again become the people know that energetic, strong and courageous. will not be knocked down by any difficulties of the Supreme Leader. The inspection in the morning went smoothly. The work of the Resource Reserve Fleet was perfect, basically meeting Shen Qingyuan's expectations. For this result, Shen Qingyuan knew it very early on. But he still listened to the report of the fleet leader with great interest, saw with his own eyes the material reserves that exceeded the limits of human imagination, and praised the fleet leader in front of many media reporters. After the visit, Shen Qingyuan gave an impromptu on-site speech, delivering a speech full of fighting spirit and hope. And with the help of the journalists' audio and video recording equipment, it was delivered to any place in the Phoenix Galaxy where there were human beings. After the inspection of the Resource Reserve Fleet was over, during lunchtime, Shen Qingyuan dealt with a few more urgent political matters, and finally had a little time to rest. But even this little rest time was not entirely his own. The secretary was reporting on the afternoon's itinerary, while the makeup artist took the time to fix his makeup. Shen Qingyuan, who appeared in public, had to maintain his energetic and healthy appearance, and could not afford to be tired or aging in any way. The place to go in the afternoon was Dockyard Number 9. The dockyard was the most important logistical facility, and in the midst of space travel, any repairs or modifications to the ship had to be carried out in the dockyard. It was foreseeable that when the Great Migration really began, the dockyard would be one of the busiest places in the human fleet. At the end of the inspection, Shen Qingyuan met with several heroes who had outstanding performance in the preparation for the migration, and awarded them medals, then listened to the Army and Police Department's report on the security and military deployment during the migration, and dealt with the rest of the political affairs. And the day's busy work finally came to an end. It was almost time to go to bed. The secretary was already ready to leave, but Shen Qingyuan called out to him somewhat unexpectedly. "Secretary, notify the medical team to start the treatment this very night." The secretary asked with some surprise. "There's still half an hour until bedtime." "It's too late." Shen Qingyuan had never taken the initiative to break his work schedule. But today, Shen Qingyuan intended to make an exception. "Our fleet is about to set sail back to the solar system, and there are just too many things that need to be dealt with. Tomorrow's work cannot be delayed. The treatment requires anesthesia, and the medical team told me that you need at least a full day of rest. Let the makeup artist and the medical team handle it. I authorize them to use the psychotropic powers. I have only one request. I must appear before the public tomorrow refreshed and thinking clearly." The secretary's lips hemmed and hawed a few times, trying to persuade, but eventually gave up the idea. He knew that no matter could stop Shen Qingyuan's determination to push the fleet to set sail and return to the solar system within the scheduled time. In order to fulfill this purpose, Shen Qingyuan could not hesitate to remove 7 top government officials in one go. And now, Shen Qingyuan could also not hesitate to overdraw his own health and allow the medical team to use psychotropic agents that were harmful to his body on top of his body. When Shen Qingyuan arrived at the treatment room, the medical team had already made complete preparations. A doctor guided Shen Qingyuan to lie on the hospital bed, and after inhaling some gases, Shen Qingyuan completely lost consciousness. At this moment, in the orbit of New Jupiter, a certain biochemical experiment base with a very high security level, Wang Hao once again lost sleep. After the only guess that could possibly be the truth was finally disproved, Wang Hao lost all direction. Infinite mist surged out in front of him, completely enveloping Wang Hao. All the crew members of the Raincloud and Fian airships are suffering from a collective illness, which has completely ruled out the factor of individual differences. Suffering from this disease in space, and stopping the progression of the disease after returning to the Phoenix Galaxy means that the cause of the disease must be located in space. The target galaxy has a completely different environment, which would completely rule out the possibility of the disease being caused by galactic reasons. When the rest of the factors are ruled out, developing the disease while traveling in space becomes the only possibility. And what other possibility is there that the crew could have contracted the disease in space if they hadn't been exposed to unknown radiation in space that caused the disease? What is the reason that none of the passengers of the Blue Danube ship became ill? The experimental animals have also not suffered any illnesses. Could it be that the coordinates of the space in which they are located are different in nature from those of the Raincloud and Flying Swallow spacecraft? Unable to sleep for a long time, Wang Hao simply got up, opened the galaxy coordinate map on his computer, and began to mark different coordinate points on it, trying to find suspicious places. But while the suspicious points were not found, a piece of news caught Wang Hao's attention. Astronomers announced that through the joint observation data from 17 observatories, they have determined that an interstellar dust cloud has orbited to the same position as the Phoenix Galaxy, and has most likely wrapped the Phoenix Galaxy. The size of the interstellar dust cloud cannot be determined at this time. But according to the observatory staff, the dust cloud will not affect us in any way other than causing a slight decrease in the brightness of distant stars. Chapter 406, The Bread Nebula. Interstellar dust cloud? This was originally just a very ordinary news item. So ordinary that almost no one would pay attention to it. Dust clouds are very common in the universe, and there have been millions of recorded dust clouds observed by mankind, with large ones spanning hundreds of light years, and small ones less than a light year. During the escape journey of human civilization after leaving the solar system, we have traveled through hundreds of dust clouds. They are the hotbeds of stars, and the progenitors of all macroscopic objects. The more dust clouds there are in a river system, the more vital it is, and the more new stars are born. But when it comes to the dust cloud itself, it is really not worth paying much attention to. However, a bold idea was suddenly born in Wang Hao's mind when combined with the current situation. Perhaps the predicament we're facing now is related to this cloud of dust. As soon as this idea was born, it was like weeds growing wildly in Wang Hao's mind after the rain. And in an instant, more ideas were born based on this idea. Atypical gene alteration syndrome is a disease in which all of the currently observed sufferers have had the experience of leaving the stellar system to conduct a space voyage, and the strong stellar winds are enough to blow all the thin interstellar dust clouds. Dust clouds all blown away, making it impossible for the dust clouds to enter the interior of the stellar system, at least not within the stellar circle. This would seem to explain why no cases have ever been found inside stellar systems. Interstellar dust clouds also have their motions. During their movement, because of the interaction with the rest of the celestial bodies, there are bound to be unevenly distributed areas within them as well, some with higher density and some with lower. And there may even be certain cavities and voids. This, in turn, would explain why some of the ship's crew members became ill and others did not. It is possible that the Raincloud ship happened to pass through an area of higher stardust density, while the Blue Danube ship, which did not have a single case, traveled through its cavities and voids. While something like a cloud of interstellar dust with lethal radiation attached to it is a bit of a stretch. The universe is vast, and it's not unusual for some strange things to happen. In any case, it's at least a possibility, and worth verifying. After a long period of time with no gains, the appearance of any bit of hope was enough to make Wang Hao excited. In this instant, all of Wang Hao's fatigue and sleepiness disappeared, and he immediately picked up the phone, intending to contact those astronomical observatories to obtain some detailed information about this cloud of interstellar dust. But suddenly, another thought appeared in his mind, dousing all the excitement brought about by the possibility of the truth appearing. Enough to be called a dust cloud. Its span is at least measured in light years. If it has completely covered the Phoenix Galaxy, doesn't that mean that we won't be able to escape from it in either direction until it leaves? No, that won't necessarily be the case, if my speculation is true. And the Blue Danube ship really did happen to pass through the middle of the stardust cavity, and that's why it didn't have a case. Then the evacuation of our fleet would only need to pass through the cavity, and carefully avoid the dust cloud coverage, to avoid being affected by it. The most crucial issue now is still to first figure out whether it has any relationship with the disease or not. Thinking for a moment, Wang Hao pressed the call button. The coordinator stationed at the Biochemical Research Institute immediately contacted the Astronomical Observation Base according to Wang Hao's instructions, but did not send back the information Wang Hao wanted, and instead told Wang Hao something else. This matter isn't really news. As early as a long time ago, so long ago that we hadn't even left the solar system yet, astronomers had already observed this interstellar dust cloud. But because it didn't have any scientific research value, astronomers only roughly measured its volume, density, coordinates, direction of movement, and other information and recorded it, and then didn't pay attention to it anymore. As for why it has been brought up again now, it is probably because some small media are too short of news material. The people from the observatory told me that because too much time has passed, the past data is no longer accurate. And if you want accurate information, they will reobserve and calculate this dust cloud. But it will take a little time. Wang Hao immediately asked, "How long will it take?" The coordinator whispered a few words to someone else before answering. In order to ensure the accuracy of the data, they need to unite several astronomical observatories to observe it together and perform repeated calculations. It's expected to take about a month. Wang Hao lifted his head and looked at an old-fashioned calendar placed by the table. There was a number clearly displayed on it, 135. This meant that at this moment, there were still 135 days left before the Führer's announced return time. If there was no rest, the human fleet would set sail for the solar system on time. Wang Hao knew that before the fleet actually set sail, he had to find the answer to his question. Either completely rule out the possibility of dangerous radiation existing in interstellar space, or find tangible evidence to prove it. The Führer's will would not change because of his own delays. And right now, the time left for him was running out. Tell them to hurry. Good. Amidst a heart full of worries, Wang Hao eventually fell asleep. There were no new ships as well as passengers arriving the next day. But there were still a lot of specimens being examined here. These specimens weren't from the crew who returned to the Phoenix Galaxy after the Raincloud ship incident, but before the Raincloud ship. In Wang Hao's speculation, the Raincloud incident was not the beginning of everything, and there should have been people who suffered from this kind of disease before it, only that it was not taken seriously for various reasons. Now, Wang Hao was verifying this idea. Although fewer and fewer ships were returning from outside the system now that they were about to set sail, data showed that in the 3 years before the Raincloud, less than 60 ships had returned from the rest of the star system. But the total number of specimens and accompanying health data from all over the galaxy still exceeded 4,000. This put all the staff in the lab in a busy state. The results of the examination appeared in batches 5 days later. Among the first batch of 500 samples, about 80 samples were analyzed to have varying degrees of genetic mutations. However, they did not reach the point of triggering obvious manifestations. Sure enough, there were already people affected by this radiation even before the Raincloud ship. It's just that it didn't get our attention. Among the second batch of 500 samples, a sample from a military test ship caught Wang Hao's attention. There were a total of 13 people in the ship, and the record showed that when the ship arrived at the Phoenix Galaxy, the crew members all showed some rather serious symptoms of physical discomfort and received relevant treatments after arrival. However, those treatments were ineffective, and the men died between 6 months and a year later. The causes of death shown on the medical records were varied, but Wang Hao knew that behind those causes of death, they all hid the same reason: a typical gene mutation syndrome. Within a month's time, all the specimens were analyzed. When Wang Hao did a count, he discovered a phenomenon. The initial one recorded case was recorded a year and a half ago by the doctor accompanying the ship. And with this as the beginning, a steady stream of patients followed. This seems to imply that the cause of that mysterious illness appeared a year and a half ago. And did anything happen a year and a half ago? Wang Hao searched casually, and then somewhat unexpectedly really found something that happened a year and a half ago. The two neutron stars numbered PSRB 1509A and PSRB 1509B have merged into a single black hole. The data show that one of its poles happens to be approximately opposite the Phoenix Galaxy on one side, which means a gamma-ray burst would hit us directly. But because of the distance, you won't be able to observe any signs of this collision except in the middle of the lab. A neutron star collision? Wang Hao viewed it briefly, then closed the page. It's just a bit too far away from us, and it's unlikely to have anything to do with us. Apart from this event, nothing else of interest had happened in that time period. Wang Hao searched for some time, and ultimately only had to give up on the idea. It seems that the matter of searching for the cause of the disease will have to be searched from above that interstellar dust cloud that has enveloped us. It's been almost a month since the time passed, so I think that the information should be sent to me soon. Just as Wang Hao expected, on the next day, Wang Hao received the information sent from a certain observatory. No. XYA5 cloud cluster, unofficially known as the Bread Nebula. At its longest point, 107.36 light-years. At its widest point, 59.52 light-years. At its thickest point, 73 light-years. With a relative speed of 369 kilometers per second. A total mass of about 3,700 solar masses. And an average density of 3.7 million particles per cubic meter. Classification: dark nebulae. Composition: 73% hydrogen, 21% helium, and 6% of the rest of the elements. In addition to the description of the physical properties, an image of the nebula was included at the end of the information. It is a rectangle in general, but slightly elevated in the middle, and looks like a loaf of bread. The position of the Phoenix is indicated in the image. It is located to the lower left of the Bread Nebula and is completely covered. According to the scale conversion, it had probably penetrated into the Bread Nebula by about 20 light-years. 20 light-years? Wang Hao was slightly stunned. With just a simple mental calculation, Wang Hao figured out that with the relative speed of the Bread Nebula, that is, 369 kilometers per second, it would take a full 16,000 years from the time it touched the Phoenix Galaxy to the time it covered the Phoenix Galaxy by 20 light-years. Chapter 407 Gathering. 16,000 years? How could that be? This number clearly meant that Wang Hao's speculation was wrong. As early as 16,000 years ago, the Phoenix Galaxy had already come into contact with the Bread Nebula, and it had only been a few hundred years since humans had come here. The human race had been operating within the Bread Nebula's coverage during these hundreds of years. And if Wang Hao's speculation was true, then the human race should have been affected by this atypical genetic mutation syndrome long ago, and would definitely not have been discovered until now. This discovery had basically ruled out the possibility that the Bread Nebula carried some kind of deadly radiation. This last idea was also verified as false, and Wang Hao once again lost his direction. Perhaps we will never be able to find the real reason for the appearance of this disease. The universe is vast, and it's impossible for us to gain insight into all the magical and secretive aspects. Wang Hao shook his head and threw the matter of the Bread Nebula out of his mind. Time was still slipping by, and although 2 more ships would return shortly in the future and come here to the lab to be examined, Wang Hao's mind was no longer on this. So what if they were checked for disease? So what if they weren't sick? Compared to finding the cause of the disease, perhaps finding a way to cure it was more important. A few days passed in this calm, until a certain phone call came here. Wang Hao. Hello. We are the management team of Space Survival Base 7. Receiving notification from our superiors. Our survival base will begin its orbital transfer at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Transferring from the orbit around New Saturn to the orbit around the planet Phoenix, to rendezvous with the Civilization Migration Fleet. During the orbital transfer of the survival base, certain vibrations and noises may occur, the exact intensity of which cannot be determined for the time being. So if it is possible, please ask your department to stop working for the time being and take precautions ahead of time so as to avoid any unnecessary damage. Is the transfer going to start? Time passes so quickly. Wang Hao murmured and gently put down the phone. Next to the table, on that old-fashioned calendar, the number had already changed from 135 from the previous days to 129. Wang Hao knew that not only Space Survival Base number 7, but all the ships and bases widely distributed within the Phoenix Galaxy, as well as the people scattered on different planets, would all converge on the Civilization Migration Fleet in the coming approximately 4 months. The total number of various craft that needed to change their orbits would be as high as nearly 10 million. Wang Hao raised his head, and the metallic-colored ceiling at the top of the room was reflected in Wang Hao's eyes and blocked all of his sight. However, Wang Hao's gaze seemed to have penetrated the infinite obstacles that existed in front of him. Traveling into the vastness of space, Wang Hao saw that countless spaceships and space bases, as if controlled by an invisible hand, were assembling in a seemingly chaotic but orderly manner, leaving the places where they had stayed for hundreds of years under the impetus of countless flames, converging towards a certain point in the void. There was nothing there, yet it was as if there was some kind of irresistible attraction that was drawing all the creations of human civilization to converge on itself. When Wang Hao opened the news interface, he saw a youthful and beautiful host narrating in a high-pitched and full voice. The Führer has ordered that the fleet buildup will officially begin tomorrow, and will be completed within 4 months. At that time, we will depart for the place where we were born. Behind the host was a huge display screen, filled with densely packed dots of light, so dense that they were almost connected. It was only after Wang Hao carefully distinguished it that he could see that on top of that screen was a map of the galaxy, and those dots of light were spaceship after spaceship. Obviously, this was the command center of the entire assembly operation, and every ship involved in the migration would be displayed on it, with the staff here tracking the coordinates and heading in real time, and giving relevant orders. The screen switched, and the figure of the Führer, who was full of majesty and strength, and seemed to always be as tough as steel, never to be knocked down, appeared in the screen, and along with it were the Führer's words that were full of power. No one can stop us from advancing. And after hundreds of years of absence from our home country, we will set sail once again. The migration of nearly 100 billion people from wandering outside to returning to their homeland, is undoubtedly a big enough event to affect the fate of an entire civilization. Everyone was a participant in this matter, including Wang Hao. Anyone deserved to be excited about this matter. But this did not include Wang Hao, because there was always a layer of haze hanging over Wang Hao's heart, which was like the scorching sun in summer, making the original joy and encouragement melt away as quietly as ice and snow. Wang Hao somewhat distractedly closed the live broadcast screen and turned around to leave the room. Even if he was located at the core of the lab, Wang Hao seemed to be able to hear the cheers coming from the outside world. However, the lab staff were all just like Wang Hao, without any excitement. Wang Hao. This is the result of the physical examination of a total of 39 crew members of the Pacific Ocean or transport ship and the Will Price research vessel. The results show that the crew of the Pacific Ocean ship is unharmed, but the crew of the research vessel has contracted a typical genetic alteration syndrome, with the stage of development being phase 2. Wang Hao whispered, "I see." Receiving these examination results, Wang Hao came into the middle of the analysis room, intending to further examine these data, although he knew full well that there was a high probability that these checks wouldn't yield any results. This was after all part of the job. A display screen was open next to it, displaying a large-scale interstellar map, and with just a glance, Wang Hao could see that the core of the map was the Phoenix Galaxy, and next to it were several stars near the Phoenix Star. There were two thin lines extending out from a certain two stars respectively, connecting to the Phoenix Galaxy in the form of arcs that varied in detail, but were very smooth overall. This appeared to be the orbital schematic of a certain spaceship. In the past, Wang Hao and his colleagues had conducted many ship orbit analyses, so they were very familiar with this kind of schematic. At the same time, he also knew that it wasn't really useful. After only sweeping a glance, Wang Hao withdrew his gaze and shifted to the data analysis equipment in front of him. However, for some reason, there was always a vague, indescribably familiar feeling in his mind. A feeling that he seemed to have forgotten something. This feeling made Wang Hao shift his sight to the orbital schematic once again. After looking at it for a moment, his mind suddenly reacted. The position of one of the arcs. How could it coincide with a certain cavity of the Bread Nebula? The Bread Nebula had been covering the Phoenix Galaxy for upwards of 10,000 years. And because of this, Wang Hao had basically ruled out the Bread Nebula's association with this disease. Although he knew that his discovery was most likely just a coincidence, Wang Hao once again called up the image of the Bread Nebula and adjusted it to the same scale as the orbital schematic, then overlapped the two images. The newly generated picture clearly showed that the Pacific freighter had passed right through a fissure in the Bread Nebula, and had barely touched the Bread Nebula during its entire voyage. The Wapuli's research vessel was a different story. At least a third of its voyage was inside the Bread Nebula, although it was also located inside a fissure for some time. This could mean many things, but it could also be just a mere coincidence. However, this inspired Wang Hao. Wang Hao thought for a moment and made another attempt. So far, the laboratory Wang Hao was in had examined tens of thousands of astronauts, involving more than 40 interstellar long-range spaceships of various types. Their routes weren't a secret, and even the lab had these data stored in it. So Wang Hao pulled out all these data, using the time when the first case appeared as the dividing line, and displayed the routes of the spaceships in the subsequent time on the interstellar map with the Bread Nebula as the background. The routes of the ships without lesions were shown in green, while those with lesions were shown in red. It was a very simple operation that took only a few minutes to complete. The pictures generated in the end were nothing more than ordinary pictures of light and dark, with many stray lines mixed in, and nothing unusual could be seen at all. However, after looking at it for a moment, Wang Hao stood up in a huff, his eyes filled with shock. How can this be? How can this be? It was clearly shown in the picture that all the green lines were all located in the fissures, or voids of the Bread Nebula. And occasionally there were some parts that slightly overlapped with the Bread Nebula. But that could be considered to be due to the fact that the Bread Nebula's position had changed some time in the past, and it didn't affect the essence. All the red lines, on the other hand, are all more or less in contact with the Bread Nebula. If what happened to the Pacific and the Will Price spaceships was a coincidence, could so many spaceships all be coincidental? Could it be that the Bread Nebula really caused the emergence of a typical genetic variation syndrome? However, why were there no cases at all 3 years ago? Returning from his shock and fixing his mind slightly, Wang Hao once again began to observe, and discovered more details. This picture not only marked the location of the Bread Nebula, but also its density. The darker the color, the higher the density, and vice versa. Wang Hao found the course of the rain cloud ship from amongst the 20 or so routes, and discovered that after the first case appeared, the ship's routes were all in the higher density areas of the Bread Nebula. The few ships with milder cases, on the other hand, were sometimes located in rifts and voids, sometimes within the stardust. And, even if they were located within the stardust, it was a place with a lower density of stardust. Chapter 408. The probability of a coincidence occurring in all of the 20 or so ships in a row was infinitely close to zero. This seemed to mean that Wang Hao's speculation was true. However, Wang Hao didn't have the slightest bit of excitement in his heart. If possible, Wang Hao would even prefer to spend his entire life not being able to find the truth, rather than the truth being like this. Because, if one's own speculation was true, putting aside the question of why human beings had not been affected by the Bread Nebula for such a long period of time before, but were now beginning to be affected by it, wouldn't that mean that as long as one didn't find a way to isolate the effects of the stardust, or as long as we don't find a way to isolate the effects of stardust, or a cure for this disease, human civilization will be completely locked up in the Phoenix system? It was true that there were many fissures and voids in the Bread Nebula. But one thing was certain, they were not large enough to stretch for more than 20 light-years, leading from the interior to the exterior of the nebula. The detailed and accurate map of the nebula given to Wang Hao by the observatory also shows this. Hollows and fissures are fewer in number than those covered with stardust. The ships that had recently returned to the Phoenix galaxy from the outer galaxies also had far more morbidities than non-morbidities. And all of the non-encouraged ships were on short routes, which generally traveled no more than 5 light-years. To find a safe route of more than 20 light-years is impossible to do. And Wang Hao looked at the map of the galaxy once again, fixing his sights on top of the Phoenix star. The piece of information released by the observatory and scientific research organization some time ago was still clearly remembered in Wang Hao's mind. The Phoenix star is aging at an accelerated rate, and it is highly likely that it will experience one or more large energy bursts within the last 200 years. And it is possible that it will experience a supernova explosion within a few thousand years. Once the Phoenix planet explodes, it will inevitably destroy our civilization. That means we have to get out of here as soon as possible. And if it's not navigable within the stardust, how are we going to get out of here? Regardless of whether my speculation is true or false, this is beyond my capabilities, and I must report it. Only by drawing the Führer's attention will more research power be focused on this. Settling his mind, Wang Hao dialed Minister Wu Wei once again. I have some new findings that I need to report to you. Although I don't have tangible evidence yet, it's all just too much of a coincidence. Wang Hao recounted his discovery to Wu Wei in its entirety, and transmitted over the relevant information. If possible, I hope you can report this matter to the Führer as soon as possible, so that the Führer can deploy more forces to participate in the research and analysis of this matter. As you know, this is a major security risk in our migration plan. In the face of Wang Hao's report, Wu Wei was silent for a long time before finally saying, "Continue to send out test ships, using the Stardust map as a guide, and dispatch at least 100 ships to the Gap and the Stardust respectively, to obtain tangible evidence first." Wang Hao anxiously said, "I'll start working on this immediately, but you must know that it will take a lot of time, and I don't know if I can complete this work before the departure day arrives. Find a way to overcome the difficulties, and be sure to get tangible evidence before the departure day. Either it's true or false. I need accurate answers." The call cut off, and Wang Hao had an urge to swear. But after a few moments, he still sighed dismally, and quickly headed to the coordinator's office. Time was tight. It wasn't an easy task to launch at least 100 ships, and obtain experimental data within a 4-month period. Wang Hao could probably understand Wu Wei's acting logic. He was a typical official, possessing the thinking of an official rather than a scientist. In his opinion, it was foolish to report something to the Führer that had failed to prove true or false. With the Führer's intention to return so firm, he went to report a matter that could potentially hinder the return plan, only to have it ultimately proven false. Then this could cause a change in the Führer's opinion of him, leading to the end of his political life. Finally determine the truth of the matter, and then decide to dispose of the Wei. If it is true, then report to the Führer. If it is false, then pretend that this matter has not happened. This is the most reasonable, but also the optimal disposal plan. Just, if at the time of the departure day, Wang Hao has not yet obtained the definite information, And what to do? Wang Hao didn't know how Wu Wei would dispose of this situation. Wang Hao only knew that as the executive, as the discoverer of these coincidences, he had the mission and obligation to complete this matter. Wang Hao and the coordinators deliberated for several hours before coming up with a concrete plan of action. The coordinators began to continuously contact the corresponding agencies, while Wang Hao directly left the lab and began to run around in Survival Base 7. Because of the imminent start of the orbital transfer, most of the factories in Base 7 had already stopped production, which resulted in the 100 spaceships needed for the validation not being able to be produced. With no other choice, Wang Hao had to contact various scientific research institutions and get the help of a certain large tech company through that coordinator's personal connections, before he finally managed to scrape together the required number. It was only after some hasty modifications that the ships were finally launched within half a month. After that, Wang Hao was completely free. All he needed to do now was wait. Wait for the experiment to end. Wait for the ship to return. And wait for the final analysis results to appear. Of course, the spaceship was equipped with a monitoring and communication system. Although it couldn't complete such precise experiments as trace element detection, it was still possible to monitor the vital signs of mice, pigs, monkeys, and other creatures carried in the spaceship. But this is not necessary. The reason is very simple. Even if the experimental creatures in the Stardust coverage area are sick or dead, without strict genetic sequencing analysis, how can we confirm that they really died because of this disease? Insufficient evidence is better than no evidence at all. The purpose of this experiment is to get real evidence that can prove or disprove one's own speculation. If one cannot get it, one might as well not do this test. With the time available, we have absolutely enough time to obtain the final data before the departure day arrives. I hope nothing else happens in the process. Wang Hao prayed silently in his heart. The steel earth under his feet was vibrating slightly and uninterruptedly. And if he listened carefully, he could still hear the low humming sound that was ubiquitous in Base 7. Wang Hao knew that this was the result of the orbital transfer of Base 7, with the 7 main engines, as well as tens of thousands of auxiliary engines, all starting up. Under the impetus of these engines, Base 7 would converge on the human migration fleet 3 months later, half a month before the departure day. During these hundreds of years of wandering, countless peoples longing to return home eventually converged into this powerful and irresistible force. This force drove people to work hard in the previous centuries, thus collecting countless supplies and energy, building countless spaceships and tools, and accomplishing one feat after another that was originally thought to be impossible. And now, it was all about to bear fruit. There had never been a moment like the present when people thought the word home was so close to them. There always seemed to be a strange force hanging over the entire Phoenix galaxy, making all those who were here always uncontrollably exuberant. Countless celebrations and parties had been held in the recent past, and the consumption of drinks and food had increased many times over, making the air seem to smell of alcohol and meat. I also look forward to returning to the solar system one day, to see the beauty of the mountains and snowfields, the vastness of the sea, and the sky with my own eyes. I hope beyond hope that my speculations are wrong. And I hope beyond hope that the Bread Nebula is just an ordinary nebula that will not bring any doom for us humans. I hope so. I hope so. The planet Phoenix was in orbit around the planet, and at this moment, there were already millions of ships of all kinds converging on it. These spaceships were of very different shapes, ranging from giant space bases that were huge enough to carry hundreds of thousands of people, to small spaceships that were so small that they could merely accommodate a family of 4. In addition, there were also medical ships with huge crosses painted on their hulls, bulky resource ships, huge flying docks, and military and security ships with powerful firepower. But all of these ships were no match for the one at the heart of the migratory fleet. It had almost the largest size and the strongest performance, as well as the most perfect security measures and the most comfortable living environment. Here, people didn't call it a ship, but the capital. It is the core and brain of the human civilization's migratory fleet. The command sent from this ship would be enough to influence the fate of tens of millions of ships and hundreds of billions of people. All spaceships and populations would have to obey the orders of this spaceship. But now, the master and leader of all this, Shin Qingyuan, was lying on top of the hospital bed, full of weakness and fatigue. Beside him stood 2 doctors in white coats, with a secretary. Führer, I hope you can reconsider your decision. You originally still have at least 40 years of life left. But if you choose this therapy, your life expectancy will drop to a maximum of 20 years. And, during this remaining 20 years of life, you will be suffering from pain all the time. Shin Qingyuan waved his hand somewhat wearily. I know. But only by adopting this therapy can I undergo a more prolonged hibernation and return to the solar system before the end of my life. Compared to returning to the solar system, what does it matter if I live 20 years more? Or 20 years less? Although the hibernation time is not counted as a lifespan, you will not be able to deal with political affairs while you are in hibernation. Shin Qingyuan smiled faintly. My historical mission has been completed. When the migration fleet is on track, I will resign from my position as the head of state. Doctor, start the treatment. Chapter 409. The excitement of the upcoming departure for the solar system grew stronger. And even if Wang Hao was used to staying inside the lab and not going out much, he gradually sensed the atmosphere. When Base 7 and the rest of the hundreds of large space bases also merged into the migrating fleet, the carnival atmosphere reached its climax. Everyone knew that the large space bases were the last to converge, and their convergence meant that the gathering operation had reached its end, meaning that the real sailing could begin at any time. Everyone was waiting for that much-anticipated moment. Everyone was waiting for the order to set sail to come out of the Führer's mouth. But this did not include Wang Hao. On the contrary, at this moment, Wang Hao instead had some anxiety. The urgently rushed test ship unfortunately had some malfunctions, and although they were eventually eliminated under remote control, it had slightly delayed the ship's return time. This made the already insufficient time even more tight. Fortunately, if everything went smoothly and Wang Hao and the lab staff gave up their breaks to analyze the data after the ship's return, they could still theoretically reach a conclusion before the departure date announced by the Führer. Time passed quietly in this atmosphere of excitement mixed with anxiety. It was the third day before the departure date. The staff in charge of the remote-controlled test ship forwarded a message to Wang Hao as quickly as possible. Wang Hao, on the other hand, let out a soft sigh of relief. The tension he had been feeling for days finally dissipating. Fortunately, these test airships didn't malfunction again after the last time. It is expected that the test specimens will be retrieved in half a day's time. We still have 2.5 days left. If we hurry up a bit, we can completely get the final results before the departure day arrives. Let's hope our experiment is a failure. Hopefully there won't be any changes appearing on top of the experimental items. Wang Hao's complexion began to become somewhat gloomy. No one wanted to get unfavorable results for humanity from this experiment. However, Wang Hao knew that reality did not shift by human will. This was a gamble that concerned the fate of human civilization. And although the winners and losers had actually been predetermined for a long time, people could only know whether they had lost or won when they unveiled the cards. Along with the return of the test ship, the day of unveiling the cardboard was close at hand. Do your best and listen to the fate of heaven, Wang Hao whispered and turned around to return to his room. The time to fight through the night was approaching, and Wang Hao had to ensure enough rest to complete the mission before the scheduled time. But just as Wang Hao had just fallen asleep and had yet to settle down, a sharp ringing sound woke him up once again. The caller was an unfamiliar number, and the voice was also an unfamiliar voice. Is the 105th Biochemical Laboratory? Wang Hao was vaguely uneasy in his heart, but still said, It's me. I'm Border Security Ship number 936. I regret to inform you that due to security needs, the higher-ups have ordered that the 100 unmanned test spaceships attached to your lab cannot enter the fleet. Our side will temporarily impound these ships and wait until the order from the higher-ups is lifted before handing them over to you. What? Wang Hao's brows furrowed deeply, and there was more anxiety in his voice. Whether or not these test spaceships can be returned as scheduled is related to the success or failure of a major research project in our lab. I request that you return these spaceships immediately. Otherwise, our lab may suffer significant losses. That voice was still cold and slow, as if it was talking about something that had absolutely nothing to do with itself. I'm sorry, but I can't let these spaceships go without permission. If you disagree with our decision, you can request a review from my superiors, and you will get a reply in 3 days. 3 days? This won't work. There's no time to spare. Sweat gradually seeped out of Wang Hao's forehead, his heart so anxious that even his words trembled a little. You? Before the words were finished, the busy sound of communication cutoff came out of the earpiece. The long-distance voyage of tens of millions of various airships was a very complicated thing. And now that they were about to set sail, strengthening the security and patrol forces, and strictly controlling the airships that entered and left the fleet was a very normal thing. And Wang Hao could fully understand it. It was just that Wang Hao didn't expect that they would block these test ships out. They couldn't realize the importance of these ships. But Wang Hao was different. Wang Hao knew that he had to find a way to make sure to obtain the data in them before the departure day arrived. By the time the fleet set sail, everything would be too late. By that time, acquiring or not acquiring the data would be completely meaningless. This was because the fleet was simply too large, and the composition of the ships was too complex. It wasn't a well-trained and forbidding army, but a mixed fleet with a large number of civilian ships. Between the airships and airships of different models, different sizes, different performance, different energy reserves. To coordinate and command such a fleet to set sail is not an easy thing. To make this fleet that has already set sail to stop is also not an easy thing, or even more difficult. If it was forced to stop, it would likely cause many accidents as well as originally unnecessary casualties. Wang Hao had once seen a report, which clearly stated that in order to get the fleet off the ground, it would take at least 10 days of research and preparation to formulate a sailing plan, to assign different routes to different airships, to arrange for different positions, and so on. And this was even on the premise that all the airships had converged together and had basically completed the adjustment of their formations. If we want to stop the fleet that has already entered the normal driving state, the time needed will be at least 10 times more than the sailing. Once it had set sail, by the time it received the order to stop, it was feared that it would have already traveled tens of billions of kilometers, and that's well outside the stellar sphere and into the nebulae, together with the necessary scheduling to change course and restart, and counting the time to leave the stardust-covered area and enter the stellar circle. The time would be more than 2 months in any case. This was completely unacceptable to Wang Hao. Behind him was a cliff, and Wang Hao had no way back. Although he was very unwilling in his heart, Wang Hao still gritted his teeth and dialed Minister Wu Wei's phone. There have been some unforeseen circumstances. Our test ships were stopped outside the fleet. Without these test ships, I won't be able to obtain the final conclusion. Minister Wu Wei was silent for a moment and said indifferently, "Perhaps it doesn't matter." Wang Hao's eyes widened with shock. "It's not important. Other than your laboratory, no scientific research institution has ever proposed the theory of stardust radiation, and no remaining anyone has discovered the existence of such radiation. Even the experts of the Academy of Physical Sciences have already theoretically denied the possibility of this kind of radiation existing. Do you really think that you can challenge the entire human scientific community?" Wang Hao shook his head. "No. I'm just a doctor. I can't challenge the entire scientific community. I can't even challenge any of the experts in natural sciences. But it's not me who is challenging them. It's the reality that is happening. If it wasn't for the radiation, if it wasn't for the stardust, I wouldn't be able to explain what I've encountered," Wu Wei said. "You should know that the military is not easy to deal with, and I don't think I have to choose you between many scientists and you." Wang Hao's expression gradually dimmed. "You're a qualified doctor, and should go and do what you should do." Wang Hao resolutely raised his head, and his voice began to become firm. "Minister, I don't want to argue with you about which is more important, or whether I'm worth it for you to deal with the military. I just want you to understand a risky choice question. Oh, if there is a major crisis that none of the rest of the people have noticed, and only you have noticed it, and defied all odds to warn the Führer before the crisis hit, and ultimately saved the day and saved the entire civilization from disaster, you should know what that means to you. Even if this possibility is only 1 in 10,000. So what? How many times in one's life can one have such a chance? For this one chance? To deal with the military once. Is it some huge price that can't be borne?" Wu Wei was silent, but Wang Hao clearly heard that his breathing started to get a bit rougher. Wang Hao didn't say another word, but waited silently. After a long time, Wu Wei said, "This requires your cooperation." Wang Hao immediately said, "If my prediction really comes true, unfortunately, all the credit for being able to discover this crisis goes to you. I've only done a little bit of insignificant things under your leadership. There will be a cargo ship later to transport those test ships to Base 7. The call was cut off, while the loud thumping sound brought about by his own heartbeat still echoed in Wang Hao's ears. After sitting in his seat for a few minutes, that feeling of nervousness slowly dissipated. Wang Hao had never imagined that he would be able to say so much at the most urgent moment and successfully convince Wu Wei to come to his aid. Fortunately, Wang Hao stood up, pushed open the door of his room, and walked out. Just like what Wu Wei had said. After a few hours, a cargo ship arrived as promised, transporting those test ships into the middle of Base 7. All the samples were taken out as fast as possible and transported to the lab. The data analysis work was about to begin. Before entering the lab, Wang Hao raised his head and glanced once more at the huge display that towered over the indoor plaza. In the display, the Führer would be conducting his last inspection, and the target of the inspection would be the military fleet responsible for the security of this migration. However, what caught Wang Hao's attention wasn't those military ships with powerful firepower and strong performance, but the string of numbers that kept jumping in the upper left corner of the screen. There were still a little more than 2 last days before departure. Chapter 410. Xinqing Yuan stood on the huge space carrier Qin Shi Huang space mothership before the huge porthole, not moving for a long time. Outside the window, there was a vast number of stars that were gathered together, and it was completely impossible to count them clearly. Those stars were connected together, as brilliant as the ocean of light. The media reporters who were always trailing behind had all left, and at this moment, the only people following were some security personnel, secretaries, military and government executives, and so on. Compared to just before the camera, the Xinqing Yuan at this moment had more composure, less glowing, and the dominance of having everything under control. Führer, all the airships are all ready. We can depart at any time. A senior government official stepped forward and said to Xinqing Yuan in a low voice. Xinqing Yuan, on the other hand, acted as if he hadn't heard it, still immersed in the spectacular beauty in front of him. Xinqing Yuan knew that these scenes were not natural landscapes, but were completely man-made. It was because of an order from himself that these tens of millions of airships converged here. One lighted airship was like a star, and the 10 million lighted airships were like 10 million stars. At this moment, their light had completely suppressed the light of the stars that originally existed in the vast universe. As the Qin Shi Huang space mothership sailed slowly, the ocean of light in front of Xinqing Yuan slowly changed its appearance. However, no matter from which angle one looked at it, it was always consistently magnificent and brilliant, causing one to be unable to hold one's breath the moment one saw it. Depending on the type, we have planned the migratory fleet into 6 major zones, with the core zone being large space bases, government agencies, important industrial ships, and certain resource ships, and outside of that, general industrial zones, maintenance and security zones, resource zones, and so on. The outermost zone is occupied entirely by the military, with a total of 300,000 space warships cruising the outer layers of the fleet 24 hours a day to guard against any threat that may come from any direction. Our fleet spans a distance of tens of millions of kilometers, and our alert and exploration equipment can detect energy fluctuations as far away as several light years. Everything has been prepared completely. Everything was in place. And now, with a single order from Xinqing Yuan, this huge fleet would embark on an expedition. The Qin Shi Huang ship was still slowly advancing, and along with a change in angle, a bright, large star appeared in view. Although most of this light had been dulled by the ship's portholes before entering, people still couldn't help squinting in the face of this star. This was the direction of the Phoenix star. If one had a good view, one should still be able to see the 2 giant gas planets orbiting the Phoenix star, and even the numerous moons orbiting these 2 planets. But now, they were all submerged in the overwhelming light of the Phoenix star, and could not be seen at all. Seemingly remembering something, Xinqing Yuan lamented, "We have lived in the Phoenix galaxy for hundreds of years. During these hundreds of years, we have never stopped remodeling the Phoenix galaxy. And now, all of this will be abandoned by us." The entourage glanced at each other, and out of their understanding of the Führer, no one chimed in. Xinqing Yuan, on the other hand, was still talking to himself. "I still remember the renovation project on Blue Star when I first arrived here. At that time, I was also an ordinary worker. We explored, searched, and finally found the right place to build a capital on top of the cold winds and mountains towering above the Blue Star. And it took millions of workers decades to build it." Minister of Health Wu Wei said respectfully, "My Führer, it was in the midst of the capital construction project that your talent was revealed, and step by step you became the leader who led our entire civilization." An old man with a thin figure but an extremely cold expression said coldly, "If the self-sustaining system we left behind works properly, the capital city will continue to exist on planet Blue for at least thousands of years. During this time, All of its buildings, factories, high-rises, and landscapes will be as usual. Maybe the rats and cockroaches living there will also finally evolve intelligence. The old man's tone seemed somewhat sarcastic. Shinching Yuan, on the other hand, turned his head with a smile and said, Minister Han, while your concerns are certainly somewhat justified, I think it's more advantageous to preserve it compared to the risk of some alien civilization gaining access to our human technology through these relics. This is not out of some personal sentiment on my part, but rather there is a realistic level of consideration. Minister Han's expression remained cold, as if he had not heard Shinching Yuan's words. Shinching Yuan also turned his head away with just a faint smile, not bothering to discern any further. Minister of Industry and Science Han Luochang was a person with a stubborn character who always insisted on the ideas in his heart. When it came to arguing with people, he would never show any mercy to anyone, even with the Führer. However, this person was extremely talented. Shinching Yuan knew this very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tolerated him so much. Regardless of the era or group, talented people would always receive some favorable treatment. Seemingly sensing the awkwardness of the atmosphere, Wu Wei immediately said with a smile, Perhaps at some point in the future, these ruins in the Phoenix Galaxy will become tourist attractions for our human civilization. Posterity will use these relics to understand this period of time that was a matter of life and death for our civilization. Shinching Yuan did not turn around, nor did he pay any attention to Wu Wei, but still spoke with some emotion. At that time of transforming the blue planet, I originally thought that we would never be able to return to the solar system. But it did not occur to me that, by now, we are actually going to set off and begin our voyage. And the order will still be given by me. Wu Wei complimented. Other than you, my Führer, there is no one else who can give this order. Han Luochang glanced at Wu Wei with slanted eyes, his eyes full of disdain. Wu Wei, on the other hand, looked as if he didn't notice, still full of smiles. A slight vibration suddenly came from beneath his feet, and beyond the porthole, a fleet consisting of dozens of combat ships was rapidly closing in on the Qin Shi Huang space mothership. A middle-aged man in military uniform whispered something to Shinching Yuan, who nodded and turned around to walk out. Let's go. Let's inspect the 73rd Mobile Squadron in charge of the defense mission of the P9 area, and see if they're ready. At this moment, in the core area of the migration fleet, Space Survival Base 7, Wang Hao and his colleagues were still busy. As of now, the results of this test could not be considered good. Inside the 70 test ships that were deep inside the area covered by the Bread Nebula, all of those animals that participated in the test had some conditions. Some of the animals had died, while others were depressed, seemingly suffering from some kind of disease. In contrast, the control group of test ships, that is, those experimental animals that did not enter the Stardust-covered area, were still alive and well. This obviously signaled a bad outcome, but there was still some hope in people's hearts, including Wang Hao's. Perhaps the condition of these experimental animals was due to other reasons. Before genetic testing and analysis is conducted and concrete evidence is obtained, who can really confirm that their current condition is due to the effects of Stardust? However, after half a day, after the results of the precision spectral analysis of the experimental elemental mercury came out, the hope in people's hearts broke down for the most part. Wang Hao. The spectra of trace gold elements have been detected in all 70 mercury specimens that penetrated into the Bread Nebula. Its gold element content is positively proportional to the Stardust density. Wang Hao's complexion turned pale without him realizing it. The results of this experiment seem to have made some of the worst conjectures true. However, after thinking for a moment, Wang Hao still forcefully maintained his composure and said, before the results of the genetic monitoring and analysis of the experimental animals come out, everything can't be determined yet. Even if the existence of that unknown radiation is really established, we can't be sure that the lesions on the experimental animals are definitely caused by them. The experimenter in front of him smiled miserably. Wang Hao, by now, do you really still have extravagant hopes for the results of the experiment? There's no use in deceiving yourself and others. Everything is doomed. Everything is doomed. Wang Hao whispered. Don't be an alarmist here. Go and conduct the genetic testing and analysis. Even if we really want to report to our superiors, we must wait until we get tangible evidence. The experimenter lowered his head and turned to leave, while Wang Hao slumped into his chair once more. His hand was placed on the communicator. As long as he pressed it, The results of the experiment would be sent to Minister Wu Wei. But after hesitating for a moment, Wang Hao finally gave up on this intention. It's useless. Minister Wu Wei is an extremely cautious person. Without tangible evidence, he won't make a move. Now there are less than 2 days left before the departure day. 2 days. It's enough. Wang Hao didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment. In addition to this small part of the biochemical laboratory, all the world outside was in a state of jubilation. Regardless of whether it was the real world or the virtual world on the internet, everyone was immersed in the joyful atmosphere of the upcoming sailing. Only those in the biochemical lab knew that all the jubilation and excitement were all fake. The layer of fog over the cruel reality would soon fade away. And except for Wang Hao, except for these staff members here, no one knew about it. This even gave Wang Hao a strange feeling, as if he didn't belong to this world, and there was some kind of invisible and unknowable divide between himself and this world. Time was then spent in restlessness for almost 2 days, when all the media began to broadcast live the sailing ceremony attended by the Führer himself. Wang Hao also received the final experiment report from the frontline experimenters. Wang Hao. The miracle did not occur. The results of the analyses show that all of the hundreds of experimental animals in the 70 test ships are suffering from atypical gene mutation syndrome. Chapter 411. Before the launching ceremony had even begun, the tens of thousands of seats had already been completely filled by spectators from all the spaceships and all the large space habitation bases. This ceremony would not be sold to the public, but would be by invitation only. Only those with a certain status, or those who had made significant contributions to human civilization in a certain field over the past few hundred years, or those who were media reporters would be allowed to enter the venue. In the venue, the crowd was bustling with people, among which there were many hundreds of old men with gray hair who could only walk with the help of the rest of the people. And there were also many laborers with broken limbs, but with shiny medals hanging on their chests. After everyone was seated, accompanied by the host's solemn announcement, the lights of the entire venue were dimmed. Only the large countdown timer at the very top of the venue was still on. It clearly showed that there were still a little more than 2 hours to go before the final sail. When the countdown returned to 0, the huge migratory fleet would begin to set sail, leaving this galaxy where people had survived for hundreds of years, and returning to the solar system that had given birth to human civilization. A bit of light appeared above the huge virtual screen. In the vast, dark universe, a huge fleet was rapidly advancing. Behind it was the solar system, a galaxy that had become a symbol engraved in people's memories, which people had seen countless times in various books and media. That year, in order to avoid the flood of robots, we hastily embarked on a journey of escape. The image kept changing, clearly displaying the arduousness of the escape journey. During that long journey of escape, I don't know how many ships had to be abandoned due to a lack of energy or irreparable damage. I don't know how many people died from diseases brought about by a lack of supplies and space. I don't know how many people fell on top of posts with harsh environments and heavy workloads. And I don't know how many people died in that turmoil that no one wanted to mention. People left their homes, embarked on a journey of flight with deep attachment to their hometowns, leaving behind countless tears of blood along the way. The replay of this scene made all the participants look grave. Some old people who had personally experienced the journey of flight were even more deeply moved. That year, we received a broadcast that the robot group had been wiped out. But we had already left our hometown too far away to return there. A huge portrait of Xiao Yun appeared in the middle of the screen. Because of the distance, people didn't actually know the details of Xiao Yun's destruction of the robot group. But that didn't affect people's reverence for Xiao Yun. As a matter of fact, in these hundreds of years of history, Xiao Yun had become a symbol like that of the solar system, which had been engraved deeply in everyone's mind. There were countless literature and film productions interpreting this thrilling story, and no one would deny that Xiao Yun was the greatest hero in the entire civilization. That year, we came to the Phoenix Galaxy, and what was presented to us was a hell with a harsh environment that was completely unsuitable for human survival. There were 2 gas giant planets in the Phoenix Galaxy, and there were dozens of rocky moons that had reached hydrostatic equilibrium. But among these many stars, none of them welcomed the arrival of humans. These stars, or the sky yellow sand, the climate is so cold that even the oxygen can freeze, or the surface is covered with lava, always in the eruption of hot magma, or the atmospheric pressure is so large that the human body can be flattened, and the air is full of poisonous. But even so, The Phoenix Galaxy is also compared to the most suitable for human survival galaxy. In the picture, the scene of the stars before receiving the transformation seems to bring people back to that moment when they first arrived. That year, we didn't give up the dignity and honor of being human. We didn't succumb to nature. The remaining 10 billion people were all put into the era of sensational construction. And people built a factory, a shelter, a mineral base on top of the desolate earth. Huge shipyards in space. Huge space survival bases. Fully enclosed metropolises in certain places where the conditions were more suitable. Well-connected underground passages. And a transport network covering the entire planet. In the course of these hundreds of years, the Phoenix Galaxy has undergone radical changes. And all of this is because of the arrival of human beings. During this process, countless heroes emerged from the human race, including workers who sacrificed their lives to deal with accidents and left the hope of survival to others while dying a horrible death themselves. Scientists who died of exhaustion in their laboratories for the sake of researching and developing new technologies. And police officers who rushed to the front line to catch criminals without regard to life and death. It was under the leadership and encouragement of these countless outstanding people that people finally settled down in the Phoenix Galaxy. The switching of images rekindled the fervor in the hearts of countless people. Now that all preparations have been made, we will set sail again and return to our true homeland. Hooray! Long live! At this moment, not only in the middle of the meeting hall, in all the man corners of the entire migratory fleet, all of them resounded with cheers like a mountainous roar. After these images, a number of highly respected artists who enjoyed a high reputation throughout the entire civilization ascended onto the stage. And the cultural performance then began. Among the performances there were glimpses of the future, glorifications of heroes, and tributes to those who had died on the journey of flight and in the era of construction. Almost all the people who did not have to stay at their posts watched the performance. And the artists' performances were interrupted by numerous rounds of applause. The countdown hanging at the top of the venue was always changing. No matter people expected it to change faster or hoped that it would change slower. It was always advancing according to its own rhythm. And never moved by external things. When the countdown finally came to the last 10 minutes, the head of state Shin Ching-yuan ascended the stage. Once again, the people erupted in loud cheers. So loud that they almost lifted the roof. Everyone knew that that moment was coming. Wu Wei, as well as a group of senior government officials, also took their seats in the middle of the venue. Wu Wei was a person who paid close attention to details. And when he was with the Führer, his portable computer was never switched on, so as not to disturb the Führer. Now that the Führer had ascended to the stage, and their party had taken their seats at the venue, the portable computer was finally switched on. The moment it was switched on, the portable computer vibrated wildly. He frowned and finally raised his arm with some impatience. Minister, this is Wang Hao. The final experiment results have appeared. All the experimental animals that entered the Stardust coverage area all suffered from atypical gene mutation syndrome. And trace amounts of gold elements were detected in all the mercury elements. In contrast, the experimental animals that did not enter the Stardust coverage area and the experimental mercury elements have not changed. Yes, we cannot set sail. The demon shadow has completely surrounded us. Leaving the shelter of the star, we will enter the Death Jedi. And all of us will die there. Minister, report all this to the Führer and stop him from issuing the order to set sail. This is the last chance to save our human civilization. Wu Wei's face immediately became grave. He didn't doubt that Wang Hao would deceive him on such a major matter at this last moment, when the sailing was about to take off. Even if Wang Hao was deceiving himself, and the life and death of the entire civilization was involved, he had to verify it first before saying anything else. He knew that he had to find a way to report all this to the Führer, and had to stop the Führer from issuing the order to set sail. He also knew that after this, he would definitely become a heroic figure who would save the day at the last moment. And that this was exactly what he was looking forward to. But the news came too suddenly. He hadn't even thought that Wang Hao's speculation would become reality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored Wang Hao in the middle of these 2 days. And he wouldn't have directly shut down his portable computer at the previous time. The reason why he had helped Wang Hao before was nothing more than being encouraged by Wang Hao's words, and casually taking an idle move. And when he calmed down, he immediately forgot about this small matter. But, Wu Wei raised his head. And in the center of the stage, under the thousands of lights, the person who raised his hands and feet, and exuded an aura of majesty, and power had already begun his speech. As a high-ranking government official, Wu Wei knew very well the flow of the ceremony, and he even knew early on what the Führer would say. After the short speech, when the time reached the last 30 seconds, the Führer would start counting down with everyone present until the countdown reached 0. The Führer would announce the set sail in front of the entire civilization and press the button that had a huge symbolic meaning. At that time, the signal will be transmitted to the general control room of the migratory operation, and the engineers, who stand on top of their posts, will monitor the data of the ships in real time. And tens of millions of ships will set sail at the same moment. The Führer would not leave the stage until the big screen behind him showed a video of the engineers working on the different ships. Theoretically, it was not until that time that Wu Wei would have a chance to communicate with the Führer. But obviously, by that time, everything would be too late. Good day, gentlemen and ladies. It's an honor to stand on this stage today and join you all in this moment that means so much to all of us. The moment of setting sail is approaching. And no matter what kind of hardships we will face in the future, and what kind of difficulties we will face, I always believe that as long as we are united and never give up, no difficulties will be able to hinder our steps. Alright, time is running out. So let's start welcoming this moment together. Wu Wei looked pale, and large drops of sweat began to drip down from his forehead. The sound of countdown shouted out by countless people at the same time rushed into Wu Wei's ears, causing him to have a jolt and immediately wake up. 30, 29, 28. The palm of the Führer's hand was already placed on top of that huge red button. Chapter 412. Wang Hao didn't expect, no matter what, that after he and a group of colleagues had worked overtime and without sleep, finally obtaining tangible data and evidence 2 hours before the deadline of departure time, he was unable to contact Minister Wu Wei. That burst of busy tone, like a life-altering charm, generally echoed in Wang Hao's mind. And the live broadcast, the picture of all the people rejoicing, the cheers resounding all around, made Wang Hao's heart sink more and more, even to the extent of letting the world in front of his eyes be covered with a layer of black fog. In the middle of the picture, that huge countdown was shrinking. Wang Hao constantly prayed that it could be lowered slower and slower, so that he could have more time to try to contact Wu Wei. But the change in that number was not shifted by anyone's will. Wang Hao had almost despaired in his heart, and had almost seen what hell looked like ahead of him. But just at this moment, the communication was picked up. There were still the last 10 minutes of time left. But now, the Führer had already ascended the stage, all the way up to the last 30 seconds of the countdown. The image Wang Hao was expecting didn't appear. When the camera occasionally swept over the audience stage, Wang Hao even saw Minister Wu Wei sitting there indifferently, as if he was thinking, as if he was listening. But the only thing was that there was no sign of getting up and going to stop the Führer. 30, 29. Wang Hao closed his eyes in despair. But just a few moments later, Wang Hao suddenly heard some murmurs in the middle of the live broadcast. In the corner of the screen, Wu Wei suddenly stood up and walked straight towards the stage. A bodyguard-looking young man immediately came to Wu Wei's side, and then the two of them walked side by side towards the back of the curtain. The image appeared for just a split second, and after the twinkling of an eye, the camera switched from covering the entire stage to a close-up of the Führer. But in that short few seconds of footage, Wang Hao had already seen that the moment he approached Wu Wei, the man who seemed to be a bodyguard reached out his hand and fiercely pinched Wu Wei's wrist. And then Wu Wei was taken away to the rest of the place like a child without the slightest resistance. Wu Wei was taken away. The screen switched, and the Führer was still watching the countdown with interest, shouting the shrinking number with the audience. Everything was as usual, apart from Wang Hao, who was deliberately paying attention. No one realized what had just happened, so Wang Hao knew that it was over. Really over. And the last glimmer of hope was dashed the moment he was grabbed by the Führer's bodyguard's wrist. Wu Wei's mind was plunged into chaos. He had never found a suitable way to communicate with the Führer, and when the time had reached the last minute, he had no choice but to choose the most reckless and direct method, but was immediately blocked by the bodyguards. These well-trained bodyguards, who were responsible for closely guarding the Führer, would not allow anyone without permission to approach the Führer, even if he or she was a high-ranking government official. But there is no time left. At this moment, Wu Wei seemed to have lost the ability to think, and also seemed to foresee his own tragic end, knowing but not reporting, causing the Führer to make a major miscalculation. causing major casualties for human civilization. This responsibility was enough for him to be directly knocked into the mud, never to be able to turn around. One step forward was a hero, while one step back was a sinner. The difference between the two sides lay only in these 10 seconds or so. Wu Wei desperately forced himself to calm down, and his thoughts ran wildly at an unprecedented speed. He suddenly grabbed the bodyguard's arm tightly and said urgently, "Give me your headset." At this moment, the two had already entered the curtain. There were no onlookers surrounding them, and the bodyguard released his hold on Wu Wei. But he was still carefully on guard against Wu Wei making the rest of his moves. As for the final disposition, it is necessary for the security and intelligence departments to jointly assess Wu Wei's behavioral motives, purpose, before the final conclusion. But Wu Wei's reaction was a bit unexpected. After a short hesitation, the bodyguard said coldly, "I'm sorry. You don't have the authority." Wu Wei's complexion was a bit grim. He gripped the bodyguard's arm tightly and said almost as if he was gritting his teeth, "Quickly, give it to me immediately. This is our last chance. I have an emergency to report to the Führer. There can't be a moment's delay. If it leads to irreparable consequences, you will be held responsible for it." Outside, the loud voice gathered by those millions of people shouting at the same time clearly reached Wu Wei's ears. However, the fervor and excitement contained in that voice did not infect Wu Wei in the slightest, but instead made him more and more anxious. As a high-ranking government official, Wu Wei had a certain understanding of the Führer's security arrangements. Whenever he attended a public event, the security department would definitely send many plainclothes people to blend into the crowd and deal with emergencies at any time. There were links between plainclothes, and between plainclothes and the command department. And even in some special emergencies, plainclothes could directly contact the Führer. This bodyguard in front of me must also have the ability to contact the Führer directly. Of course, this was only theoretical, and since Xin Qingyuan had taken office, as far as Wu Wei knew, nothing like this had ever happened. The bodyguard frowned and said, "I need to ask for instructions from my superiors." At this moment, Wu Wei was like an enraged leopard, hissing madly, "It's too late. Now, immediately, I will take all the responsibility." Seemingly sensing Wu Wei's urgency, or because merely contacting the Führer would not pose a threat to the Führer's safety, the bodyguard pondered for less than half a second, and immediately pressed a few times on top of his wrist, saying as he did so, "The headset is an implanted design, and it cannot be passed on for your use, and it cannot be listened to outside of my own voice. But I can relay your words." "All right. What emergency do you want to tell the Führer?" Wu Wei shouted. "Tell the Führer not to set sail." "Not to set sail? That would spell disaster for our civilization." "For details, I will report to the Führer in person." Without the slightest hesitation, the bodyguard immediately repeated those words in a low voice. "I have already relayed your words to the Führer to know how to choose. That's for the Führer to judge. Now, please cooperate with me and stay here to wait to be dealt with." Wu Wei slumped in his seat all of a sudden. His obese features seemed to have shrunk into a ball, where he only huffed and puffed. Outside, the sound of the countdown converged by those 10 million people shouting at the same time still continued to reach Wu Wei's ears. 6, 5, 4. The countdown was about to end. The Führer stood quietly in the center of the stage, thousands of lights and cameras converging on him at the same time, and the eyes of the entire civilization, at least tens of billions of people, also converging on him. He still wore that confident smile on his face, as if everything in heaven and earth was within his grasp, and his palm was still gently placed on top of that large red button. That bodyguard's words had clearly traveled into his ears. Within these few short seconds, he had to make a choice. His every move was under the eyes of the people. Any movement he made, even if it was just a tiny change in expression, would be interpreted in a million different ways by the people. Therefore, he knew how huge a ripple would be caused within civilization if he suddenly announced that he was holding off on setting sail. Not only would it turn this sailing ceremony, which he had prepared for a long time, and which was enough to greatly boost the people's morale, into a laughing stock, but it would even seriously damage the government's, and even his own, credibility. However, Health Minister Wu Wei's words were like a thorn in his throat. Xin Qingyuan also had some understanding of Wu Wei as a person, and knew that although he had mediocre abilities, he would never be a targetless person. The things he did, and the words he said were bound to be justified and grounded Setting sail would put the migrating fleet and human civilization at some risk. Not setting sail would turn this grand ceremony into a laughing stock, leading to a series of serious consequences amongst society. At this moment, Shin Qingyuan suddenly felt that his right palm had become as stiff as a puppet. One could not lift it up or press it down. It seemed to be out of one's control. The countdown would not shift by anyone's will. It was still slowly changing, and the voices of the populace chanting grew more and more fervent. Wang Hao watched the countdown shrink, from 10 to 9, then to 6, 5, 4, and finally to 1. When it returned to 0, it was the time for the fleet to set sail. Wang Hao closed his eyes in despair. In this instant, his mind flashed back to the scenes he had just seen when he entered the Raincloud ship. The corpses strewn all over the place. The lives lost in pain and despair. The crew members who had appeared in the video recording seemed to have all come back to life at this moment, and began to hover in Wang Hao's mind, saying something over and over again. At first, Wang Hao couldn't hear it clearly, but after listening for a few moments the voice became clearer. Why? Why? Countless whys converged together, making Wang Hao's heart as heavy as if it had been pressed with a 1,000-pound boulder, making it a bit difficult for him to even breathe. Not knowing whether it was an illusion or what, Wang Hao felt that time had become extremely slow, as if millions of years had already passed during these times when he closed his eyes. But that order to set sail that should have been heard never appeared, and those cheers full of fervor and excitement also gradually disappeared without a trace. When Wang Hao opened his eyes, he saw that the Führer's smile was still calm, and his palm was still pressed on top of the button. But he was slow to press it. The venue had returned to silence. Everyone was looking suspiciously at the Führer at the center of the stage, pondering why the Führer had delayed pressing that button down. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the Führer suddenly slowly withdrew his palm. I'm sorry. My colleague told me that there have been some unforeseen circumstances. Until we obtain a detailed report, we cannot set sail for the time being. Chapter 413. In those mere seconds of weighing the situation, Shin Qingyuan chose to tell the people the truth. When Wu Wei reported to himself that there was an unexpected situation that necessitated a delay in setting sail, although he did not know exactly what this unexpected situation was, Shin Qingyuan still made a judgment. One had to trust Wu Wei, even if the words spoken by Wu Wei were verified to be false afterwards. How to dispose of Wu Wei would be a matter for later. For now, for the sake of the entire civilization, one must trust him for the time being. This also meant that the set sail had to be delayed. And Shin Qingyuan, who possessed the experience of dealing with mass incidents many times, knew that in this situation, one should not make any concealment unless it was necessary. Since the postponement of the sailing was a foregone conclusion, it was necessary to minimize the impact of this matter. At this very moment, we are unable to set sail for the time being. These words, through the ubiquitous cameras carrying countless airwave signals, spread throughout the entire fleet in just a few minutes. The ubiquitous celebratory atmosphere was like a cauldron of boiling water boiling violently. But the Führer's words were like a piece of 10,000-year-old ice being thrown into the water, immediately calming the boiling. There was an immediate roar of voices in the conference hall, and even the senior government officials looked puzzled. No one knew why the Führer suddenly made the decision to delay the sailing at the last minute, when all the preparations had been completed. This was a great damage to the credibility of the government and the Führer personally, and it was a humiliation to all the people who had worked so hard during these hundreds of years. Shin Qingyuan was well aware of the consequences of what he had done, but he still did it. After announcing this decision, he immediately turned around and walked towards the curtain. He knew that he had to figure out, as fast as he could, what was going on. In Base 7, in the biochemical lab, Wang Hao looked at the scene in front of him with disbelief, only feeling that a huge wave had been set off in his heart. No one had expected that things would flip in such a way. The huge discrepancy between before and after made Wang Hao even react a little too much for a while. However, the cheers of his colleagues reminded Wang Hao that he had to make some preparations in advance. If he wasn't wrong, the special investigation team dispatched by the Führer would come to his lab as fast as possible, sealing and verifying all his data and evidence. If necessary, they would even take control of themselves, as well as all of their colleagues in the lab, and bring them to the capital ship to be personally questioned by the Führer. Wang Hao knew that just a moment ago, the fate of human civilization had taken a huge turn because of himself. But where the future road would lead, Wang Hao couldn't see or think clearly. But that should be something that the Führer as well as his think tank team need to consider. And it already has nothing to do with himself. Behind the stage curtain of the launching ceremony, Wu Wei immediately stood up when he saw the Führer come in. The Führer's expression did not change much. His face still wore a faint smile. And even the sound of his words was as calm as ever. But Wu Wei knew that behind this calmness lay an anger that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth. If he couldn't come up with solid enough evidence to justify his behavior, the Führer's anger would burn himself to the ground. Tell me, what happened? Wu Wei didn't dare to have the slightest delay and immediately said, My Führer, I don't know if you still remember the Raincloud spaceship incident more than a year ago? In order to investigate this incident, I dispatched microbiology, clinical medicine, and pathology expert Wang Hao to investigate. Xinqing Yuan nodded gently. I remember you once reported to me that the disease was not contagious. A disease? Even if it was more violent. The patient was in pain, and there was no cure. As long as it was not contagious, and did not have the ability to affect most people. It was only a minor matter. Xinqing Yuan had too many things to deal with every day. It was impossible for him to have the energy to juggle such things. The disease is indeed not contagious. However, Wang Hao has investigated the cause of the disease. The disease originates from a special kind of radiation. No. It's also possible that it's not related to radiation. But it must have a direct connection to the Bread Nebula that surrounds us at the moment. Wang Hao has already confirmed this through live animal experiments and has just sent me the results. Xinqing Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, the smile on his face finally disappearing. Are you saying that once the migratory fleet sets sail, we will intrude into the coverage area of the Bread Nebula, thus causing everyone to all suffer from that incurable disease? Wu Wei said bitterly. That possibility does exist. Xinqing Yuan beckoned to his secretary and said, Immediately send someone to bring Wang Hao and all of his experimental data and records to me. Order the Central Academy of Sciences to send experts from various disciplines to join me in hearing Wang Hao's report. The secretary inquired in a low voice. What about the sailing ceremony? Regardless of how things would develop subsequently, Xinqing Yuan knew that the sailing ceremony had been reduced to a laughing stock. It was tantamount to a humiliation for himself as well as the government. But while others could escape, Xinqing Yuan could not. Because he himself was the highest person in charge of the government. This mess had to be cleaned up by himself. Xinqing Yuan waved his hand, signaling that he knew, and the secretary hurriedly left. However, Xinqing Yuan did not rush back to the stage, but looked at Wu Wei. You're good. Regardless of whether or not this information is verified to be true in the end. You've done your duty. Your actions have most likely changed the fate of our civilization on the edge of the cliff. Without a doubt. You are competent. Xinqing Yuan spoke slowly. The content of his words seemed like appreciation. But his tone was extremely flat, without the slightest fluctuation. As Wu Wei listened, not only was there no joy in his heart, but some inexplicable fear was born. Führer, this is what I should do. Xinqing Yuan suddenly sighed. But I don't understand why you didn't tell me this information earlier. If I could have learned about it earlier, it wouldn't have reduced the sailing ceremony to a laughing stock. I'm sorry, my Führer. I reported this information to you the first time I learned of it. Xinqing Yuan's tone suddenly turned morose. You mean to say that before Wang Hao reported the conclusion of this matter to you, you had been unaware of it? With Wu Wei's intelligence, he immediately heard that there was a trap within this question. If one said that he had no knowledge of this matter before, then it clearly meant that he was not competent enough to even know about such a significant matter. And if one says that one is informed, then, if one is informed, why not report it? Could it be that you are intent on letting the Führer, letting the government, and letting the sailing ceremony become a joke? Wu Wei was immediately terrified. Not waiting for him to make a reply, Xinqing Yuan turned away, leaving only a sentence you first temporarily suspended, waiting for the investigation. After that, he left quickly. Wu Wei immediately sat paralyzed on the sofa. He knew that his political life was over. The venue, which was large enough to hold tens of thousands of people, was currently shrouded by the sound of discussion. Countless people were exchanging words and discussing in low voices what had happened. Although the live broadcast had been temporarily cut off, it could be predicted that at this moment, I'm afraid that everyone in the entire civilization already knew that something unexpected had happened. Hundreds of billions of people would have some questions in their minds at this moment, even without investigation. Xinqing Yuan knew very clearly that those questions were nothing more than what had happened. whether it was serious or not, what impact it would have on humanity, whether the migratory fleet still had to set sail, and so on. Instead of letting the rumors and conspiracy theories spread and eventually lead to chaos, it would be better to use the most authoritative channel to give the most authoritative answer. Only in this way could the losses be minimized. And this thing must be Shin Qingyuan himself to do. No one can replace. Shin Qingyuan walked out from within the channel once again. The moment Shin Qingyuan appeared, the countless voices of discussion that existed in the entire venue suddenly all disappeared. The signal control room that had already been instructed to open the live signal, and the figure of the Führer once again appeared in front of tens of billions of viewers, under the gaze of countless lines of sight. Shin Qingyuan's footsteps were still smooth and his figure was still magnificent. He knew that the more at such a time, the more important it was to maintain his image. If he panicked and messed up first, then public opinion would be completely unmanageable. Under heavy pressure, one's behavior could easily go wrong, and one's thinking could easily stagnate. But resisting great pressure is only the most basic condition for becoming a Führer. Since he sat in this position, he was bound to have the ability to bear heavy burdens. That was why Shin Qingyuan's tone was filled with ease, and his face was still full of smiles. I'm sorry for delaying you all a bit. I hope you won't blame me for this. I'm sure everyone is curious about what exactly happened and why I didn't press this button to issue the order to set sail. No matter. I will answer everyone's questions. At this moment, I don't know how many people's hearts were already hanging in the air. Thousands of light years of fleeing. Hundreds of years of hard work. At this moment, human civilization could no longer withstand the turmoil. Everyone knew this. So everyone was praying. The fear of impending darkness gripped almost everyone's hearts. But the tall, magnificent, strong Führer in front of them, who raised his hands with an aura of confidence and power, and who never seemed to be knocked down by difficulties, loosened people's hearts slightly. No matter what happens, the Führer will lead us through it. Shin Qingyuan paused slightly for a moment, then raised his head, gazing calmly ahead, and said, My colleagues told me that there might be some natural factors outside the Phoenix Galaxy that are unfavorable to the navigation of our fleet. I have dispatched scientists as fast as I can to verify this. And once the threat is removed, the fleet will set sail. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what that threat is at this point. But I can assure you that as soon as I have any new information, I will make it public. Please rest assured that as long as we are united and united in our resolve, there will be no difficulty that can bring us down. Chapter 414. Accompanied by the fall of the Führer's words, the venue immediately once again resounded with the sound of overwhelming chatter. The Führer smiled and gazed ahead, neither speaking nor stopping. It was only after the murmur subsided that he said to the people in the venue, and to the people watching through the live feed, No matter what, life will go on. Since we can't set sail today, I'm afraid we'll have to change the name of this sailing ceremony. So we might as well think of it as a recognition ceremony for all the hard workers of the past few hundred years. Well, the Commendation Assembly will continue to be held, and you are welcome to continue enjoying the wonderful programs that the artists will present to you next. Shin Qingyuan finished these words with a smile on his face before handing over the stage to the artists, who were preparing to go on stage. However, because of the sudden change in the theme of the grand ceremony, the originally prepared program was no longer suitable for use. The artists only had to improvise and decide on their performance items on the spot. Shin Qingyuan did not go to enjoy the wonderful live performance of the artists, but immediately left the venue and came to the government building in the core area of the capital airship. The 13 experts of various disciplines, who had been urgently dispatched, had already arrived in advance and were now discussing in low voices. Seeing Shin Qingyuan's arrival, the murmurs immediately disappeared. Shin Qingyuan did not talk with the scientists, but took his own seat, his expression calm, unable to see his joy or anger. But everyone knew that his mood was bound to not be too good at this moment. No matter who it was, being made a laughing stock over himself, and the things he valued so highly would not be in a good mood. At this moment, Base 7. Just as Wang Hao had predicted, only half an hour after the Führer had given up and pressed the button, a group of wolf-like guards hurriedly rushed into the lab. The guard in the lead didn't talk to Wang Hao, but only commanded his men. Take it away. Take it away immediately. Wang Hao had long been psychologically prepared for this, so he was very cooperative with the guard's actions. As a result, a total of 12 people from the biochemical lab were escorted to a flying car as fast as possible, and then immediately sped towards the baseport. A small airship used to pass between different airships was already waiting. The flying car didn't stop at all, but directly rushed into the small airship. The small airship then instantly left the harbor and flew towards the core of the migration fleet, the capital airship, at maximum acceleration. Just less than an hour later, Wang Hao arrived in the government building. A guard guided him to a parlor and left afterwards. The parlor was empty. Wang Hao somewhat uneasily surveyed the layout of it, and suddenly heard a voice. "You can sit on the sofa." This voice was majestic and calm. Wang Hao immediately recognized it as the voice of the Führer, although he had never met with the Führer. On top of various media, Wang Hao had heard this voice countless times. Wang Hao looked around and realized that the voice was coming from somewhere on the roof. So he understood that this time it was a non-meeting inquiry. Wang Hao sat down on the sofa, and the voice reappeared. "Wang Hao, how did you come to the conclusion that the Bread Nebula would lead to atypical genetic alteration syndrome?" Wang Hao immediately replied, "In the beginning, I only had this suspicion, but didn't dare to be sure. It wasn't until I made verifications on the ground that I confirmed it. 70 test ships that entered the Bread Nebula. Hundreds of experimental animals in them all suffered from this disease. And trace amounts of gold were detected in the mercury used for the experiments. And all the results matched the predictions. So I can't explain this matter in any way other than this conclusion." A somewhat angry old voice suddenly appeared. "Wang Hao, you are just a doctor, not a physicist. Do you know how absurd your conclusion is? A new kind of radiation that can penetrate any known material and cause incurable diseases? Asking me to believe in your conclusion is better than asking me to believe that God really exists in this universe." Wang Hao said calmly. "God can't stand in front of you, but data can. I believe you got all the data and records of the experiments I conducted. And they won't lie. Your experiment was not rigorous at all. You didn't follow the experimental process that the physics community requires must be strictly followed. And the data you came up with is simply not believable. Doctors, you should go and do what doctors do. Physics is a rigorous science. It's not something that can be understood by someone who hasn't undergone rigorous scientific training." Wang Hao was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, "All I know is that my experiments have come to conclusions that are unfavorable to humanity. And I have to give an early warning. If civilization suffers because of my lack of warning, I will have trouble sleeping and eating." Ridiculous. If a madman suggests that the universe is going to be destroyed tomorrow, are we going to have a final orgy tonight? My Führer, please believe me. Announcing a stay of departure is the most unwise decision. It's simply impossible for that kind of radiation to exist in the universe. This guy Wang Hao's alarmist talk has led to all sorts of serious consequences. You should arrest him immediately. How to dispose of Wang Hao depends on the future development of things. Shinqing Yuan's voice was faint, but it silenced all the rest of the voices. "Wang Hao, recount the entire process of your discovery of the threat. Tell it from the beginning." Wang Hao straightened his thoughts and slowly said, "It was more than a year ago. I suddenly received a notice that an extremely dangerous virulent infectious disease incident might have occurred among a certain spaceship returning from interstellar space. And there was an urgent need for experienced medical experts to go there to deal with it. So I signed up for the job." Along with these narrations, Wang Hao's thoughts also seemed to return to that time once again. From the beginning of the Raincloud ship, to the Blue Danube ship and the Pacific ship at the back. The research was delayed, speculated, and verified, until tangible evidence was acquired today. Shinqing Yuan had been listening quietly, not once interrupting Wang Hao, until Wang Hao finished his narration. Only then did he look at those scientists around him, although Wang Hao's experiment did not follow the strict process of physical experimentation. But logically it was flawless. "What are your views on this?" An elderly scientist said. "I had participated in Wang Hao's experiment. At first, he had contacted me and asked me what consequences it would lead to if that kind of radiation really existed. I was the one who helped him design the experimental device. His logic was indeed impeccable. But it was only impeccable logic. Sometimes reality is not the same as logic. There are too many variables in reality, while logic is not," Shinqing Yuan said. "Are you saying that if Wang Hao's experiment followed a strict process before reaching his conclusion, then his conclusion is credible?" The elderly scientist immediately said, "Indeed. But the crux of the problem is that Wang Hao did not strictly follow the process. No. This is ridiculous. There must have been a mistake in one of the steps of the experiment. or a strict elimination of interfering items wasn't carried out. Which is why this ridiculous conclusion was ultimately reached. My Führer, the new test ship has already departed. And it will only take 3 days at the earliest for the conclusion to appear. So please wait for the time being. And the stupid hoax made by this despicable madman will soon be uncovered. Wang Hao was silent and speechless in response to a certain scientist's fierce attack. Even Wang Hao himself was beginning to feel a little shaken at this moment. I also hope that I'm wrong. And I also hope that we can return to the solar system safely. Wang Hao murmured. But everything I've seen tells me that we can't set sail now. If you can find my mistakes and omissions thus overturning my conclusions, I will be grateful to you even if I accept the punishment. No new sounds came out from within the audio device. As if this interrogation was already over. Wang Hao sighed, his eyes staring at the ceiling listlessly. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and a guard walked in, saying, "Please don't leave this place for the next 3 days. I will bring you everything you need for your life." Wang Hao knew that he was under temporary house arrest. During this period of time, the most elite scientists within the human civilization would verify their conclusions through the most advanced and strict means. Whether or not one's conclusions could be proved was related to one's future fate. I wish I could stay in jail forever and never come out again. The guard glanced at Wang Hao with a somewhat strange look, then turned to leave. Shen Qingyuan sat on top of the wide and comfortable office chair, his body leaning back, his eyes full of fatigue. Not the slightest bit of the self-confidence and energetic look in front of the public. The pain in his arm became more and more intense, and the stuffiness in his chest also became more and more serious, which let Shen Qingyuan know that his body was weakening unstoppably. He sensed that his dream of seeing the earth with his own eyes and breathing its air seemed to be getting farther and farther away from him. Once, he was only so many seconds away from this dream. As soon as he pressed that button, as soon as the fleet set sail, as soon as he stepped down and then went into hibernation, the dream was within reach. But the arrival of that damn message shattered it all completely. I still have a chance. Shen Qingyuan told himself this. Wang Hao is just a doctor. His conclusions aren't believable if even a doctor can discover such a significant physical phenomenon. What does the world need physicists for? In just 3 days, physicists would be able to disprove his assertions, and the fleet would set sail again. It's only 3 days. It won't matter. When the truth of everything comes out, I'll ruthlessly punish this guy Wang Hao. I'll make him pay for what he's done. This day will come soon. It will definitely come soon. Chapter 415. A test ship hastily converted from a warship left the migration fleet, accompanied by at least 50 probes rushing at top speed towards the galaxy beyond. After leaving the migration fleet at a certain distance, they even ignored the high density of matter within the galaxy and directly entered FTL. This would seriously damage the protective armor and internal facilities of the ships and probes, and it was feared that they would be scrapped after completing this mission. But no one cared about that at the moment. The ship had been launched under the gaze of countless eyes. At least for now. It was the most well-known ship within the human civilization. Everyone was waiting for it to be able to bring back definitive information from beyond the galaxy, thus letting people know where fate would lead next. There were already a few conspiracy theories whispered about, but they hadn't had much of an impact on the overall opinion of the community. People still believed that no matter what the difficulties were, they would not be able to stop human civilization. After handling the day's affairs, Shen Qingyuan left the office somewhat tiredly and returned home. No matter how busy he was with work, without causing any impact on the rest, Shen Qingyuan would always try his best to return home for dinner. This was the only private time he had in a day, and only at this time was he a husband, a father, and not the Führer who bore the fate of an entire civilization. Like usual, Zhou Mingyu had already prepared dinner, but his eyes seemed a little red and swollen. Even his son, Shen Fuxing, who had already joined his father-in-law's company and had not returned home for a long time, was also sitting beside the dinner table with a serious face. Shen Qingyuan shook the emotions of the day out of his mind and tried to present a relaxed smile on his face. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Even if that kind of radiation really exists, the scientists will definitely be able to find a way to deal with it. At most, we'll just set sail a little later. Zhou Mingyu turned her head to look at her son and didn't say anything, only letting out a low sob. Shen Fuxing, on the other hand, said in an astringent voice, "Father, it's not this matter. Whether or not we set sail, whether or not we go back to the solar system, Mother and I don't care too much. What we care about is your body. Shin Qingyuan's complexion changed, then returned to normal. He casually took off his coat and hung it on the coat rack, pulled out a chair and sat on it. What's wrong with my body? Well, today's rice smells really good. Shin Qingyuan tried to make everything look normal. But this did not seem to dispel the heaviness of his wife and son. Zhou Mingyu choked. Tell me the truth. Are you really suffering from neurological dysfunction? Shin Qingyuan's body stiffened and did not move for a long time. After a long time, he put down the chopsticks in his hands and asked in a low voice. You know everything? The tears in Zhou Mingyu's eyes finally couldn't help but flow out, and her voice was filled with pain. How long do you still want to hide this from me? If it wasn't for the fact that I went to look for you today and happened to hear your medical team leader talking about this matter, I wouldn't have known until now. Qingyuan, why are you hiding this from me? A flash of anger flashed through Shin Qingyuan's heart. The health of a high-level government, especially the Führer, was a highly classified secret. Allowing someone without authority to know such a secret was undoubtedly an extremely serious case of leakage. At this moment, Shin Qingyuan had already made up his mind that not only did the head of the medical team need to be punished, the secrecy agencies and intelligence organizations also needed to undergo some adjustments. But that was a matter for the future. The most important thing right now was to appease his wife's emotions. It's not that serious. I am the head of civilization, and the best doctors within the entire civilization will serve me. They will do whatever it takes to treat me. Even an ordinary person will have at least 20 years of life expectancy if they actively receive treatment. Let alone me. Shin Fuxing's voice was also a bit hoarse. Father, you shouldn't have kept this from us. We are a family, and this matter should have to be borne by us together. Shin Qingyuan laughed. It's not a big deal. I forgot to tell you guys when I got busy. Don't talk about this anymore. Eat. By the way, Fuxing, how is it working at your grandpa's place? The more relaxed Shin Qingyuan acted, the more saddened Shin Fuxing's heart became, looking at this father in front of him, who was still tall, still full of confidence between his hands and feet, but already had some gray hair on his temples. A different kind of feeling quietly appeared in his heart, making his words sound more strange. I worked very well at my grandpa's place. I've also made many friends. None of them know my identity, and just think of me as an ordinary person. It's good that the identity hasn't been leaked. Resurgence? You must remember. Don't feel how noble you are just because you are my son. The night was gradually getting deeper, although there was no difference between day and night in the airship. The biological clock still made Shin Qingyuan feel a hint of fatigue. His wife had already gone to bed early, and Shin Qingyuan, having finished his day's work, also tried to lie down on the bed as lightly as possible, and soon let out a slight snoring sound. He did not know that his pillow had not fallen asleep. In the darkness of the bedroom, Zhou Mingyu quietly looked at the ceiling above her, without a trace of sleepiness in her mind. She knew that her husband was a very strong person. This certainly had many benefits, such as controlling the entire civilization on the right track, ensuring that the civilization passed through the period of danger peacefully, and keeping the civilization flourishing even in the midst of escaping. But it was also because of this strength that he had unknowingly touched the interests of many people or groups, and had offended many people. If Shin Qingyuan had been in the position of the head of state, no, even if Shin Qingyuan abdicated, but as long as he was still alive, those people could only hide in the shadows like ghosts, not daring to expose themselves to the sunlight in the slightest. Once they appeared, Shin Qingyuan would be like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, sweeping them away without mercy. But what if Shin Qingyuan died? Qingyuan, do you really think that even if we lose your shelter, our son will be able to live in peace and happiness? No, you're wrong. You're too powerful. That's why those enemies of yours can't harm you in the slightest. But our child is not powerful. For the sake of our child, for his future, I had to do something. For so many years, I have never used my privilege as the Führer's wife. But now, I have to use it a little. Along with Shin Qingyuan's soft snoring, a decision was quietly reached in Zhou Mingyu's mind. Time passed quietly, and 3 days passed instantly. A military combat ship of the most advanced model sped from outside the galaxy and moored in the harbor of a huge research base. Some soldiers carried the test tools to the research room as fast as possible, and the scientists who had already waited here immediately swarmed. It wasn't hard to verify the results of the tests. It just took a little time. In less than 2 hours, the scientists had already obtained the data they wanted. However, the scientists' doubts were not lifted, but rather deepened. The data obtained from the previously launched probes and the data obtained from the test items had been summarized together. But different scientists seemed to have come up with diametrically opposed results. A meeting was then held, and Xinqing Yuan also entered the venue accompanied by his secretary and security personnel. My Führer, we have obtained tangible evidence that the kind of radiation claimed by Wang Hao does not exist at all. We have urgently developed extremely sensitive detection equipment based on the calculated nature of that kind of radiation. But no matter which method is used, no matter in which direction, we have not detected any signs of the existence of radiation. My Führer, the most rigorous physical experiments have basically disproved the possibility of the existence of that kind of radiation. But strangely enough, the animals that participated in this test still suffered from a typical gene mutation syndrome. And the presence of gold elements was indeed detected among the mercury elements used for the test. Xinqing Yuan asked, "What does this mean?" A scientist smiled bitterly. Wang Hao's process was wrong, but the result was correct. There is indeed some kind of power in the bread nebula that can change the nature of the elements, and can also cause lifeforms to suffer from that kind of disease. Only it's not radiation. And you can't find the cause? The physicist said with some shame. Yes, the other physicist said. There are some incredible coincidences in the midst of this event that we have not been able to explain until now. Let's start by recapitulating what happened. First, Wang Hao raised the possibility of the existence of an unknown type of radiation and provided some characteristics of this radiation. Then a physicist did calculations on the basis of these characteristics and designed an experimental device. And then Wang Hao's experiments verified the existence of this radiation. However, we now find that the kind of radiation in the calculation does not exist at all, and the organisms or other objects used for the test have undergone predetermined changes just like in the calculation, which seems to be a bit too coincidental and unbelievable. It does seem a bit unbelievable. The test device was designed on the premise of the existence of that kind of radiation. But the final result was that that kind of radiation did not exist. But the test device changed exactly as it was calculated. This completely unexpected result made all the outstanding scientists look at each other as if they were caught in a cloud. Xinqing Yuan, however, did not fall into the same doubt as those scientists. He didn't even listen to what the scientists said later. At this moment, his mind was completely occupied by two words. 1. There was indeed some kind of mysterious power in the bread nebula. 2. The scientists were completely confused about what it was. Xinqing Yuan knew that his dream of going back to Earth, I'm afraid, was really dashed. Chapter 416. Xinqing Yuan had enough confidence in the speed of technological development of human civilization. Xinqing Yuan also firmly believed that as long as human beings were given enough time, things that were originally impossible to do, phenomena that could not be figured out, would one day be solved. This time was no exception. As long as there was time, the impact of the bread nebula on lifeforms, and how to defend against this impact, a way could always be found. But the crux of the matter was that Xinqing Yuan did not have that much time left. A major scientific problem that took 50 years to solve was already considered extremely fast. If it could be solved in 5, 10 years, then there was bound to be a certain person who was genius enough to push the development of science on his own. But even if this incident could be solved in 5 years, Xinqing Yuan could not wait. Using that special treatment method allowed Xinqing Yuan to undergo hibernation for a longer period of time. But all told, his remaining lifespan was only going to be enough to reach Earth. And that was if everything went well. If there is a delay of 5 more years, I am afraid that the fleet has not yet reached the solar system. Xinqing Yuan has already died. Since this is the case, himself to endure so much pain, even at the expense of reducing his life expectancy by half. What is the meaning of all this? In a trance? It was as if a certain pillar that supported one's life had disappeared. Xinqing Yuan raised his head, and all the sights in front of him also seemed to appear as if there were heavy shadows. And the shadows could not be seen clearly. They seemed to be arguing, to the extent that the sound of that argument was like it was coming from an extremely distant place, and could not be heard clearly at all. Führer. Führer? It seemed as if someone was calling out to him in his ears. Xinqing Yuan closed his eyes, and tried to calm down for a long time before coming back to his senses. And then, he saw a face full of anxiety being in front of him. That was his new medical team leader. He was solely responsible for his own health issues. And, what's wrong? Shin Yuan struggled to control himself, trying to keep the voice he made from differing too much from the past. However, that voice was already full of weakness and hoarseness in the ears of the medical team leader. The medical team leader said anxiously, "You seem to be in a bit of a condition right now. I recommend that you receive a full examination from the medical team immediately." Oh, okay. Let's go, Shin Yuan mumbled, staggering to his feet, ignoring the scientist's astonished looks, and walked out with the medical team leader's assistance. The accompanying secretary sighed and said to the scientists, "You continue your discussion. Make sure to figure out the truth of the matter in the shortest possible time. Well, the Führer just didn't have a good rest yesterday, and will soon recover. If anyone dares to spread rumors about the Führer's health, the law will mete out the harshest punishment. No one would think that this matter was that simple. But likewise, no one would treat matters concerning the Führer's health as trivial." With the Führer's secretary's warning still ringing in their ears, the scientists immediately withdrew their eyes and continued to look at the information and data in their hands as if nothing had happened. Only that the murmurs gradually disappeared. After a full 10 minutes of time, a middle-aged scientist said tentatively, "Let's continue." "Continue? I think it would be irresponsible to conclude that there is some unknown force in the Bread Nebula that can interact with life forms and certain elements under the present circumstances. We have not detected it with the most sensitive probes, and there is no place in our theoretical system for such a magical force. Professor Feng, it's useless to cover your ears. The results of the experiments have clearly foreshadowed the existence of this force. What we should do now is not to deny it, but to probe its nature, study its source, and ultimately find a way to isolate it from interacting with living organisms. It could also be some unknown reaction based on conditions known to us. If we are to explore its nature, we should start with that aspect. A coincidence cannot be a coincidence if there are too many coincidences. I don't think that Wang Hao could mistakenly make just the right experimental device and have the experimental results exactly match the calculations. There must be some sort of connection behind this, and we should probably start with those connections." Everyone knew that it was impossible to come up with the correct results by just arguing in the conference room without going through the experiments and calculations. But the significance of bickering was not really that, but that it could synthesize the wisdom of all the scientists and collide new ideas. Only when there was a direction could the subsequent research be carried out. Dr. Huang Yuan did not participate in the scientists' bickering. From the very beginning of this meeting, he had always sat quietly, and although several times a colleague had asked for his opinion because of his status, he had never opened his mouth. He just kept sketching with pen and paper and the virtual keyboard, not knowing what he was thinking. Next to him, his student Mo Xiangxing was the same. Generally speaking, students like Mo Xiangxing who were still in the learning stage and were following a certain learned scientist to learn cutting-edge knowledge and ideas were not qualified to attend such a conference. Even if Huang Yuan was recognized as the most outstanding theoretical physicist in recent decades. However, Mo Xiangxing followed his teacher here without anyone raising any objections, because everyone knew that Mo Xiangxing had the qualifications. Although this young man is not good at talking, and has repeatedly made jokes because of his lack of common sense. And there are also rumors that this person is not quite normal, suspected of being a psychopath. But his talent in theoretical physics is something that no one can deny. At the age of 49, he had already assisted Dr. Huang Yuan in proposing several influential theories, and had already published more than a dozen papers that had attracted widespread attention. Not knowing how much time had passed, Dr. Huang Yuan raised his head from his numerous calculations and looked at his student next to him. Mo Xiangxing also raised his head at this moment, exchanged a glance with his teacher, and nodded gently. Dr. Huang Yuan cleared his throat and was just about to speak when he saw Mo Xiangxing directly stand up and walk towards the door. So he immediately called out, "Xiangxing, where are you going?" Mo Xiangxing's obese body stopped, turned his head, and said expressionlessly, "I'm hungry. I'm going to get something to eat." All the murmurs instantly disappeared, followed by the sound of roaring laughter. The faint tension that had originally enveloped the conference room immediately disappeared. Huang Yuan reprimanded somewhat shamefully, "What time is it now? And you're still thinking about eating?" Mo Xiangxing said seriously, "You have to eat when you're hungry." Saying that, he completely ignored his teacher's already furious look and walked away on his own. Dr. Huang Yuan was angry for a while, but suddenly smiled bitterly again. This guy. I've taught him so many times, and he still doesn't remember to bring his own food. An elderly scientist with gray hair said with some envy. Old Huang, you should be content. If I had such a talented student, I'd be willing to let the chef bring his cookware along with him. Another scientist sighed. It seems like since the beginning of time, geniuses will always have something different from the rest. Old Huang, you don't have to be angry. What's a lack of common sense in life? What's a mental problem? When all of us old guys die, the future of science might even be placed on this kid. This evaluation was already high to a certain extent. But Dr. Huang Yuan was not modest at all. He smiled bitterly and said, when I brought this kid out from the middle of the orphanage, I originally only thought that I could have a child. But I didn't think that he could have such an outstanding talent. Well, not to mention those. I just did some calculations and verified by the elephant sound. And I have an idea. Back to the topic. The atmosphere in the conference room immediately became serious again. My thoughts are the same as old Wang's. And I also believe that we should start with these coincidences that exist. Just like what old Wang said. Too many coincidences must not be coincidences, but must have some sort of law behind them. Therefore, I revalidated those calculations that Professor Li handed over to Wang Hao at the beginning. And then, I discovered one of the mistakes. Mistake? People looked at each other with some uncertainty. This place of error actually doesn't have too much of an impact. At least it won't affect the results. However, this error caused us to mistake the object of our research. Yes, the object of our study should not be the Bread Nebula, no. Or the Bread Nebula is just one piece of the puzzle. The object of our study should be dark matter. What? Dark matter? Several scientists were so shocked that they even stood up on the spot. We haven't confirmed the existence of dark matter so far. We can't even incorporate dark matter into our theoretical system. Do you have any basis for that? This is my calculation process. Of course, I didn't find any evidence that could prove the existence of dark matter. I just found out that modifying the error and introducing the constraints of dark matter could exactly lead to those results that we previously thought were coincidental. Dr. Huang Yuan said, sending the calculation process within his portable computer to everyone within the conference room. As a result, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to this one complex formula. The Bread Nebula has undergone some special changes due to some unknown reasons. I noticed that at a specific point in time, two neutron stars not too far away from the Bread Nebula collided, and their magnetic poles happened to be facing the Bread Nebula. I suspect that it was this gamma-ray burst that caused those particular changes in the Bread Nebula. And the stardust that followed it was just in time to react with the dark matter that's almost everywhere in the universe in some way that we haven't yet proved. It is this reaction that releases a special kind of dark matter particle, which then reacts with the human body, leading to the emergence of that strange disease. The results Wang Hao arrived at by mistake may not be coincidental, but rather open a door to our understanding of the dark matter world. Chapter 417. You're free. Wang Hao raised his head somewhat blankly, looking at the serious-faced guard in front of him, and muttered, I'm free? Yes. You can leave here and continue to return to your biochemical lab. Wang Hao didn't leave. Instead, he slumped down on his knees and clasped his head with both hands. An unspeakable pain was spreading within Wang Hao's mind. Wang Hao knew very clearly that it was like what that scientist had said. No matter what kind of conclusion he had reached, it was unverified and unbelievable. Although it was enough to support himself to raise an early warning to the Führer despite everything, it didn't mean that he wished it to be true. And now that he himself had been released, it was proof that the scientists, in the midst of the most rigorous explorations and experiments, had also proved their conclusions. There was indeed some kind of magical power in the Bread Nebula. Human civilization was indeed trapped in the Phoenix Galaxy and unable to leave. The guards didn't rush Wang Hao, and just waited there quietly. A full 10 minutes passed before Wang Hao raised his head. Leave the physical things to the physicists. The matter of medicine, leave it to me. Since the Führer asked me to go back to the biochemical laboratory, he must be hoping that I can find a cure for this disease. I will try my best. Wang Hao mumbled, and the guard didn't respond as if he hadn't heard. Wang Hao walked out of the room somewhat lost in thought, and that guard immediately followed behind, guiding Wang Hao out of the government building. A dozen colleagues from the biochemical lab were already waiting there. With them, there was also a middle-aged man with glasses. Seeing Wang Hao come out, the middle-aged man immediately went forward and shook hands with Wang Hao, after which he said, Hello Wang Hao. I'm the Führer's secretary. The Fuhrer ordered me to tell you to find a cure for atypical gene alteration syndrome at all costs. No matter what resources you need or which department you need assistance from. You can contact me directly, and I will coordinate everything for you. Wang Hao said bitterly. Has that kind of radiation been confirmed? The secretary hesitated slightly and said, there is no radiation. However, the Bread Nebula does have some kind of force that we have yet to understand and has led to this sickness. The Central Academy of Science has pulled together a team of top scientists to investigate the matter, and they will share any breakthroughs with you. Good. Wang Hao nodded slightly, although he hadn't left for a few days at all. Returning to the biochemical lab once again seemed like a world away. Together with his colleagues, Wang Hao cleaned up and sorted out some data and tools, and then led the people out of the lab door and left immediately. In the capital ship, the new Minister of Health had already prepared a new workplace for Wang Hao. A joint research team composed of the Ministry of Health and the Academy of Life Sciences was already waiting for Wang Hao there. In an office somewhere in the middle of the government building, Shen Qingyuan looked at Dr. Huang Yuan, who was sitting upright in front of him, and inquired somewhat wearily, are you saying that we have basically run out of possibilities to set sail in a short period of time? Although he had a premonition in his heart. At this moment, Shen Qingyuan could not help but ask this question once again. Dr. Huang Yuan replied, yes. How long is it expected to take for you to resolve this matter? It is impossible to predict. Dr. Huang Yuan smiled bitterly. Right now, we have only calculated its reaction mechanism and generation principle from theory. And we haven't even really observed the dark matter yet, let alone made a practical verification. From theory to reality, and then finding a way to shield this reactive force. There are too many gaps existing in between. Give me an approximate time. Shen Qingyuan repeated the question once again. Dr. Huang Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, at least 10 years. If it's slow, it could be forever. It may not be possible to gain anything in this field until we humans become extinct. Shen Qingyuan waved his hand, and Dr. Huang Yuan quietly exited the office. Shen Qingyuan stood up and came before the huge glass porthole of the office, staring out of the window at the vastness of the stars in a daze. Although he knew that all of this was fake, and that the starry scene outside the window was merely a virtual screen, Shen Qingyuan still always liked to stand here. Only in this way could his thoughts obtain a moment of tranquility. After contemplating for a long time, Shen Qingyuan lightly pressed above his wrist and said indifferently, order the migration fleet's main control room to immediately formulate an evacuation plan. Since we can't leave, there's no point in keeping so many ships here. Let them return to wherever they came from. Evacuating all the ships at this point in time was undoubtedly tantamount to admitting to all the public the failure of the migration plan. Admitting that it would not be possible to set sail again in a short period of time, and that the plan to return to the solar system had been put on hold. This was bound to cause some turmoil within the society, and even caused extremely strong opposition. But this was the only choice Shen Qingyuan could make. At this time, Shen Qingyuan was incredibly fortunate that he had not listened to Minister of Industry and Science Han Luocheng's proposal to blow up all of the buildings that had to be left behind in the Phoenix Galaxy, such as the capital city on the Blue Planet, such as the large-scale industrial bases on Planet 2, and so on. Now that it was impossible to leave in a short period of time, if those things were blown up, people would have to expend huge amounts of energy and resources to rebuild them again. Fortunately, the Phoenix Galaxy is not affected by that strange force within the galaxy. We can completely hide within the galaxy and slowly find a solution to the problem. It's just that. Shen Qingyuan made a few gestures above the screen in front of him, and the image above the screen was then immediately brought closer, and the figure of a huge star eventually appeared. That was the Phoenix Star. Your premature aging. I wonder if it has anything to do with the Bread Nebula. Can you last until the moment our human civilization leaves? The Phoenix Galaxy was not a place to stay for long. No one was willing to endure the fury of a star exploding. And no one could. The only thing Shen Qingyuan could pray for was that before the Phoenix Star exploded, humanity could find a way to leave here early. Otherwise, they would only be able to step into death with the Phoenix Star. It seems that my plan to resign is not going to work. Well, since I can't go back, I'll just stay here, like my predecessor, the former Führer. Do my term of office, do my duty, and after that, I'll leave things to my successor. Shen Qingyuan left the office and returned home with some disinterest. It could be seen that his wife was very surprised that he could come back so early today. So she asked with great concern, "Do you feel unwell?" Shin Qingyuan shook his head and said, "Ayu, I'm sorry. We won't be able to leave the Phoenix Galaxy in a short period of time. And I won't be able to resign early to accompany you." Shin Qingyuan's words were filled with fatigue. And after saying this, he entered the bedroom to rest without looking back. Zhou Mingyu stood frozen in place, seemingly feeling her husband's pain firsthand. She wanted to enter the bedroom to comfort her husband. But after thinking for a moment, she eventually gave up on that intention. Suddenly, as if she had remembered something, she opened the communication page of her portable computer in extreme haste, stopping just as her finger was about to touch that option. That option was father. After a long pause, Zhou Mingyu closed the page, but opened it again shortly after. This was repeated several times before he finally gritted his teeth and clicked on it. After a moment's wait, the communication was connected. Her father's face, which was full of kind smiles, appeared in front of her. "Ayu, why did you remember to call me?" "Nothing." Zhou Mingyu's voice was a little low. "Is mother okay?" "Your mother is fine. By the way, do you know how well Resurrection is doing amongst the company?" Without knowing his identity, 3 or 4 of the company's middle management have already specifically mentioned his name in meetings. Your mother is also always praising him in front of me. Father was nagging as usual. This might be a common problem of the elderly. In the past, Zhou Mingyu was happy to speak some home truths with her mother and father. But today was not the right day. She finally interrupted her father. "Father, I'm calling you today because I have something to tell you." Seemingly sensing his daughter's seriousness, his father also became serious. You. Tell me. What happened?" Zhou Mingyu hesitated for a moment and finally gritted her teeth. Qingyuan has decided to hold off on leaving the Phoenix Galaxy, and it is expected that the official order will be issued after a maximum of 10 days, when the evacuation plan is formulated. Father looked into Zhou Mingyu's eyes for a long time without moving his eyes away. Only after a long time did he sigh. "Ayu, I have asked you many times in the past about the policy change, but you have never kept your mouth shut and never divulged it to me. Why are you suddenly taking the initiative to tell me these things now? Tell me, what exactly has happened?" "Father, you don't care about the rest. You only need to know the value of this information. You need to move faster. Otherwise, by the time 10 days or so have passed, this information will be worthless." "Alright. I will acquire the assets that the migrating fleet couldn't take with them and originally planned to abandon in the middle of this time as fast as I can. Although their value is returned somewhat due to the delay in setting sail, it is still very low, and acquiring them is a very cost-effective deal." The call cut off and Zhou Mingyu had burst into tears without realizing it. "Qingyuan, I'm sorry. I'm not betraying you. Our son is too kind and too cowardly. After you left, the only one who can shelter our son is my father. I must strengthen my father as much as possible until he's so strong that no high-ranking official can easily lay a hand on him. I dare not ask for your forgiveness. I only hope that in the other world, I can repay my sins to you." Chapter 418. Scientists announced that after the latest experiments and theoretical studies, it has now been confirmed that in the Bread Nebula that surrounds the Phoenix Galaxy, there exists some kind of suspected dark matter particles whose principles are not yet understood, and that this special particle can react with the DNA of living organisms and cause them to suffer from a typical gene alteration syndrome, which cannot be treated effectively at the moment. But fortunately, scientists have found that the stellar wind can effectively isolate the special particles. That is to say, at present, the Phoenix Galaxy is still safe. Currently under the government's leadership, multiple related research groups have been established, and scientists are grasping the time to conduct research. And I believe that in the near future, we will be able to find a way to isolate this kind of particles. But for the time being, we can only stay within the Phoenix Galaxy for the time being. The people who had spent 10 days in the midst of all sorts of suspicions and uneasiness, and all sorts of rumors flying around, finally got an answer from the government authority today. What came along with it was the demobilization order. The General Control Room of the Migratory Fleet announced that the Migratory Fleet would be temporarily disbanded. All space bases and ships would be returned to their original positions, and the people who had originally survived on the Blue Planet or the rest of the planets would be transported to their original locations by the government. This message undoubtedly caused an instant ripple in the society. Although the Public Opinion Control Department had expected this, and had long been prepared to deal with it. The intensity of this public opinion still exceeded everyone's imagination. In the office, Shin Qingyuan casually clicked on a public forum. And on the home page, there was a flood of why did the government not find out about the existence of this dangerous particle until it was about to set off. The government's yearly report on the existence of this dangerous particle was not published until it was about to set off. The government's annual research and development funds allocated to scientific organizations have all been taken to raise pigs. If we hadn't discovered the existence of the danger at the last minute, would we be dead now? Punish corruption severely. It's time to change the blood of this incompetent government. Posts with similar content then flooded Shin Qingyuan's eyes like a tidal wave. The public's questioning centered on two main points. The first point was why such a dangerous thing was discovered so late. The second point was, the government invested huge sums of money every year in scientific research organizations really afforded their responsibilities? But Shin Qingyuan knows. These 2 points of doubt are in fact the appearance. The most fundamental question is, the public has begun to distrust the government, and along with it, began to distrust themselves. Their own painstaking efforts to create a strong, wise, responsible, brave, and any difficulties cannot be knocked down. The image of the public question has been in jeopardy. Shin Qingyuan does not think he has any responsibility in this incident. But at the same time, Shin Qingyuan also knows that the government is an unlimited responsibility for the people, and the highest person in charge of the government is himself. Therefore, regardless of whether he was responsible or not, the responsibility for all of this incident would be piled up on himself. And everyone could shirk it, but only he could not shirk it. If this were all, it would be fine. After all, the position of Führer is for responsibility, and one would not complain about it. But the wisdom of a long time let Shin Qingyuan keenly perceive a little wrong place. It seemed that there was a pair of invisible hands behind the scenes manipulating these public opinions, in shifting the attack on the government to an attack on himself personally. Sure enough, those jumping clowns, no matter how miserably they have been dealt a blow by me, will never give up the opportunity to stir up trouble behind every event. Since that's the case, let's do it. And let me see who else dares to challenge my authority. Secretary, order the relocation fleet's main control room to make sure to evacuate the entire fleet in strict accordance with the process. And order the police and security departments to make sure to do a good job of security during the evacuation process, without a single mess. Order the propaganda department to further do a good job of controlling public opinion. And order the industrial department to immediately start the basic security work as originally planned. A series of orders were issued, and several secretaries left with their orders. However, there was still a secretary waiting in the middle of the office. Shin Qingyuan pondered slightly for a moment and finally said, "Call Zhang Yang to my office." Zhang Yang was a middle-aged man with an ordinary face, slightly obese, and a look that was always very kind. If he was placed amongst people, then others would definitely not notice him. However, only people with a certain level of hierarchy knew that Zhang Yang was the highest person in charge of the intelligence agency within the entire civilization, and that he was the staunchest supporter of the Führer Shin Qingyuan. Go on. Find out if there are people behind these public opinions who are manipulating them. And if so, who they are. Zhang Yang led the order and left. Shin Qingyuan sat silently in the middle of his office for a moment, suddenly feeling a hint of fatigue. In the past, the feeling of tiredness was insulated from Shin Qingyuan. But perhaps because the physical state is getting worse, or because recently need to deal with too many things, but also too complicated and tricky. At the moment even let this feeling appeared in the body. In addition to fatigue, there was also a trace of powerlessness in Shin Qingyuan's heart. That feeling was like he had become a moth. Although he was strong, although the spider silk in front of him that was trying to bind himself was fine and fragile, although he could easily tear the spider silk off. But if he tore off a piece of the spider silk, there would be 10 pieces of the spider silk that would wrap around him. Tear off 10 spider silk. There will be 100, 1,000, 10,000 entangled over. No matter what things cannot be as expected. No matter what things are always there are such and such obstacles. In the continuous wear and tear of their own spirit and strength. Shin Qingyuan pressed a button, and the life secretary immediately entered the office. Help me find a room. Shin Qingyuan pondered for a moment and faintly instructed. This room should have the highest level of security and confidentiality. And no one is allowed to enter without my order. No one is allowed to learn any information about this room. Yes. The Life Secretary looked at Xinqing Yuan with reverent eyes, as if he saw the beginning of some huge, grandiose plan. In the past, Xinqing Yuan was always like this. No matter what difficulty he faced, no matter how huge that difficulty was, and how invincible it seemed, Xinqing Yuan would always be able to resolve the crisis in a light manner, from an angle that no one could imagine. Only when the final ending was revealed would people understand the deeper meaning of those unobtrusive things Xinqing Yuan had done in the first place. But at that time, no one could think of it. Obviously, it was the same now. The secretary left as fast as he could, then came back just an hour later, and brought Xinqing Yuan to an inconspicuous room. Xinqing Yuan pushed the door and entered, while the secretary stayed outside, because he knew that from this moment on, this room belonged exclusively to Xinqing Yuan. Even he himself could not enter it. However, Xinqing Yuan did not carry out any plans as the Life Secretary had imagined. He just sat in front of the computer and downloaded one of the most popular online games. A few moments later, a humble low-level character named Slaughterer was born. A few moments later, an insignificant low-level character named Slaughterer was born in this virtual world. Just as the name predicted, the Slaughterer was born and started slaughtering right away. Whether it was monsters or players, the Slaughterer would not spare any of them. His slaughter seemed to be aimless, without any motive or reason. He just kept on killing, constantly killing anything he could see and could kill. His level was low, and so were his abilities. But this game, like most of the rest of the games, allowed him to raise his abilities extremely quickly if he had enough money. So in a very short period of time, the Slaughterer strength was above most of the players and monsters, which allowed his slaughter to go very smoothly, accompanied by a wail of monsters or players dying, accompanied by the weapon in his hand slashing. Xinqing Yuan gradually felt that those inexplicable constraints enveloping his mind began to gradually dissipate, and even the suffocating feeling in his chest began to ease, and his breathing was also much smoother. The massacre only lasted for half an hour. Xinqing Yuan closed the game on time, and then left the room. Before entering the room, Xinqing Yuan looked gloomy. When he left the room, that confident, domineering aura returned to him once again. The Dark Matter Research Institute of the Central Academy of Sciences. Originally, there was no Dark Matter Research Institute in the Central Academy of Sciences, because the existence of dark matter had not even been confirmed, and it was only studied in passing in some of the other branches of the research institutes. But now, along with the emergence of the crisis, the establishment of a specialized research institute was very necessary. The Dark Matter Research Institute was headed by the highly respected Dr. Huang Yuan, who had made many contributions to the progress of human science, and the rest of the outstanding scientists, including his student Mo Xiangxing, all became members of this institute. In addition, there were dozens of spin-off branches outside the institute, which were also under the charge of different scientists. Just as Xinqing Yuan had once said, the human civilization had gathered all the outstanding scientists, and was trying to solve the difficult problems facing the civilization at this moment with the most outstanding intelligence, as well as the strongest logistical support. Another meeting was convened, and the scientists, led by Dr. Huang Yuan, took their different experimental data and calculations, and started to discuss once again in the conference room. Mo Xiangxing was also allowed to participate in this meeting. But just like many times before, Mo Xiangxing just sat dumbly, staring at the ceiling most of the time. Before the previous scientist finished his speech, Mo Xiangxing suddenly interrupted as if he had remembered something. In that case, the vicinity of the star should also be affected. It became quiet in the middle of the conference room. Only after a long time did Dr. Huang Yuan turn his head to look at his student, and even his voice had a hint of trembling in it. Xiangxing, you? What did you say? Chapter 419. Facing his teacher's inquiry. Mo Xiangxing, however, as if he had forgotten what he had said before, only said dully, I'm hungry. I need to eat. Dr. Huang Yuan resisted the desire to strangle his student, and pulled out a large handful of jerky from his own pocket, and put it in front of Mo Xiangxing, who tore open the package, and then ate it with gusto. The scientists looked at each other in dismay, and the atmosphere in the conference room became weird and heavy. When Dr. Huang Yuan's patience was about to be exhausted, Mo Xiangxing wiped his mouth, swept the bag on the table onto the ground, and said indifferently, based on the previous calculations about the characteristics of the particles, although it can't be transmitted to the vicinity of the star because of its short half-life, it will definitely have a certain probability of decaying into another dark matter particle. And the particle has similar characteristics to the original particle. Particle has similar characteristics to the original particle. The probability of this is about 1 in 170,000. The particle has a long half-life and is perfectly capable of invading directly into the interior of the galaxy. A scientist asked with some surprise. How did you derive that? Is there a detailed calculation formula? Mo Xiangxing casually opened a virtual interface and used his finger as a pen, rapidly sketching on it, accompanied by Mo Xiangxing's finger movements. A series of complex to the extreme. In the past must use high-performance computers to calculate and verify the formula appeared smoothly in the virtual interface. Some people showed a thoughtful look, but more people just looked puzzled. Only Dr. Huang Yuan's body began to tremble, and cold sweat gradually penetrated out from his forehead. Mo Xiangxing wrote for a full 10 minutes before he finished writing those calculations. And at this moment, there was no sound in the conference room. I'm hungry. Is there any jerky left? Dr. Huang Yuan wiped off the sweat on his forehead and yelled lowly to the outside of the conference room. Bring me some jerky. An attendant hurriedly placed some jerky in front of Mo Xiangxing and then retreated again. Mo Xiangxing, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and once again began to wolf down the food in front of him. Dr. Huang Yuan was silent for a long time, and eventually also took out a virtual interface and began to conduct his own verification on it. Some of the remaining scientists were still in deep thought, while others also began to make calculations. After another hour or so, Dr. Huang Yuan stopped moving his hands and leaned back in his chair somewhat feebly, but did not speak, until the slightly alarmed voice of another scholar broke the calm in the conference room. Elephant Voice's calculations are completely correct. This dark matter particle, if our premise is not wrong, if it does exist, and is self-consistent with our current theories, can indeed affect space in the vicinity of stars. We had thought that the inner Phoenix galaxy was a haven that would allow us to hide from this dark matter particle. But we were wrong. We were all wrong. Dr. Huang Yuan's forehead was bruised. Right now we can't be sure of this. Mind you, it all exists only in our calculations. Only in the calculations. In reality, we have yet to even confirm the existence of dark matter. A scholar whispered. Our calculations have been verified time and time again. And in this case, denying the existence of dark matter doesn't make sense. This matter is beyond our purview. We have to report it to the Führer to know about it. Biochemical Laboratory of the Academy of Life Sciences. Although the resources and power available in Wang Hao's hands had been greatly enhanced, even hundreds, thousands of times more than before. What made Wang Hao as well as the experts under his command somewhat despairing was that the research regarding the treatment of this disease had been slow to make progress. Further research has shown that the possible existence of dark matter particles or the magical power that has yet to be fully understood is not just a simple matter of destroying genes or making errors in gene replication. It seems to be able to alter the physical properties of certain substances in the living body and allow them to affect the composition of the living body in a sustained, uninterrupted manner. This is what makes it so difficult to treat. The collective wisdom of many experts and scholars has resulted in only one advance in this period of time that cannot be considered progress. Atypical gene mutation syndrome can be treated symptomatically, i.e., wherever the patient is experiencing symptoms, treatment can be applied. For example, if the patient is dehydrated, then rehydrate. If the heart is failing, then replace the artificial heart. If the patient cannot hear, then replace the cochlear implant, and so on. When all the symptomatic treatments failed to work, they could only watch the patient die. These problems are already enough to make Wang Hao anxious. But what Wang Hao did not expect is that the more serious and bad things actually happened in the back. A document was forwarded to Wang Hao's desk at the fastest speed possible. On top of that document, the instructions left by the Führer Shincheng Yuan himself revealed the importance of this document. Wang Hao opened the document with some trembling, and saw a message he was most unwilling to see. The latest research by the team led by Dr. Huang Yuan has found that the dark matter particle is very likely to have an effect on life forms within the stellar circle as well. The Ministry of Health, the Academy of Life Sciences, and the Biochemistry Laboratory are hereby ordered to immediately join forces to investigate all people within the entire civilization, and to conduct verification immediately. The screening of hundreds of billions of people in the entire civilization was an immense project, but it had to be done. It was better to grasp the hidden danger at the very beginning of its emergence than to wait for it to be discovered when it erupted. The document also specifically stated that the investigation would be carried out under the premise of high confidentiality. After all, No one wants the already boisterous society to be hit by yet another piece of bad news. The health and epidemiological departments had already joined forces to collect specimens, of course. These would be carried out in the name of health checkups or routine inspections. After the specimens are collected, the Academy of Life Sciences and the Health and Epidemic Prevention Departments will organize forces to analyze the hundreds of billions of specimens and feed back the final results to the biochemical laboratory led by Wang Hao for final processing. Putting down this document, the heaviness in Wang Hao's heart increased a few more points. If we lose even our last haven, where should we go in the future? Could it be that our ultimate fate is really to perish silently in this vast universe? Humans are too strong. And humans are too weak. Humans are strong enough to change the heavens and the earth. Strong enough to travel at FTL speeds. And strong enough to transform an entire planet. But humans can't even solve a single disease. Just a cloud of interstellar dust that's common in the universe. And it leaves them helpless. Humans know too much. And they know too little. Humans even know the origin of the universe. Know the evolution of the universe. Know the ultimate fate of the universe. But do not even know the interaction between gamma-ray bursts and dark matter. The specific structure and composition of dark matter. This is our humanity. This is our humanity. Wang Hao sighed silently, and once again plunged into his busy work. Under the direct organization and intervention of the government, 80% of the large-scale specimen collection work involving everyone in the entire human race was completed in just about a month. The remaining 20% would be completed in the coming period of time. However, the number of specimens was already sufficient. So it didn't really matter whether there was that 20% or not. After the genetic analysis was completed, a team of computer experts dedicated to analyzing and retrieving the data led the data to the biochemical laboratory. Wang Hao and his colleagues began to analyze the data. The most basic results of the analysis had already been obtained in the previous step. The Health Department and the Epidemic Prevention Department had confirmed that among the 80 billion people who had obtained the specimens, nearly 97.6% of them had detected abnormal genetic mutations in their bodies, which were very similar to genetic mutation syndromes, only that the degree of the mutation was very mild, far from being able to let people sense it, and there was a great probability that it wouldn't develop in the entire course of their lives. In other words, without this screening, the vast majority of people will carry these mutated genes to the end of their lives without knowing anything about it. Only about 1 in every 270,000 people will experience mild symptoms from the gene mutation. But they will get better quickly. Only 1 out of every 16 million people would suffer from an unexplained, heavier disease that could not be cured as a result. And only 1 out of every 200 million people would die as a result. Although this has proved the correctness of the theory put forward by Huang Yuan's team, that the dark matter particles do affect the interior of galaxies. As Wang Hao said, what is physics, and what is medicine. It was Wang Hao's responsibility to continue testing and analyzing these samples, and to confirm whether they would have an impact on the human race. And it was the responsibility of the biochemical experiment. The final results of the analyses made Wang Hao and his colleagues' hearts heavy again. These mutated genes won't affect the carriers themselves, but they will affect the next generation. Among our civilization, 100 million babies are born every year under normal circumstances. Of course, ever since we entered the interstellar escape phase, the birth rate has dropped drastically. It's currently stabilized at roughly 50 million babies per year. Of these, 3 years ago, the average deformity rate for babies was 3 in 10,000. But I noticed that from 2 years ago, the infant deformity rate climbed rapidly to 7 per 10,000. And last year the rate increased to 1.5 per 1,000. This means that every year, more than 70,000 malformed babies are added to our civilization. I remember that the medical community had held many meetings to study the reason for the rapid increase in the infant deformity rate. But each time it was fruitless. But I didn't think that the original reason would be here. At this rate of climb, after only a few hundred years, there will no longer be a healthy next generation born within our civilization. Chapter 420. The terrifying scene amongst that speculation made Wang Hao and a group of his colleagues all feel shivering. This was something even more terrifying than the explosion of the Phoenix Star. After all, although the Phoenix Star had already accelerated its aging and was about to explode, this about to was on an astronomical scale. It could be 100 years from now, or 10,000 years from now. But the increase in the infant deformity rate is visible to the eye. The most crucial thing is that this kind of deformity is caused by genetic mutation. So it can't be eradicated from the root. If a baby's arm is stunted, it can be replaced with an artificial arm. A leg is stunted, it can be replaced with a prosthetic leg. And limbs such as rickets can be surgically corrected. But what if the brain is crippled? A civilization composed entirely of disabled people can still exist in this universe, because modern technology is enough to allow them to live like normal people. However, a civilization where no, even just 1/5 of it was made up of idiots would definitely perish. Unless the idiots were killed at birth to prevent them from consuming society's resources. But if that were to happen, would mankind still be human? It is also not feasible to try to screen them in advance through in vitro fertilization. The root of the problem comes from the previous generation of babies. In extreme cases, it was highly possible that not a single healthy one could be found amongst 1,000 IVF cases. And in that case, it would be meaningless. From now on, our biochemistry laboratory has one more task. Moreover, the importance and urgency of this task exceeds the atypical gene variation syndrome. We must find a way to solve this problem. There is no way back. An idea loomed in Wang Hao's mind. But after thinking for a moment, Wang Hao suppressed the thought. This can only be seen as a last resort move out of desperation. As long as there's still hope, there's no need for me to go that way. After reporting the results of this analysis to the Fuhrer, Wang Hao and his colleagues began their busy work once more. The tall walls and strict guards surrounding the biochemical lab perfectly isolated the interior from the exterior, thus forming two completely different worlds. Inside the biochemical laboratory was always solemn and busy. But the environment outside the laboratory was quietly changing. The beginning of these changes began with a post on the internet. With the convenience of the modern internet and the easy availability of relevant information, this post immediately spread throughout the entire internet once it appeared. By the time the Public Opinion Control Department found out about it, it was beyond its ability to control it. The post used detailed data and strict logic to describe what should have been kept strictly confidential, namely the latest discoveries made by Dr. Huang Yuan's team and the biochemical laboratory, as well as the truth about the large-scale specimen collection organized by the Health and Epidemic Prevention Department some time ago. Originally, this was not a big deal. Apart from causing a little panic, it would not cause any impact. However, at the end of the post, the author used an extremely clever technique to instantly put the blame on the government. For example, the government intentionally hid the problem, which led to the seriousness of the problem. A doctor had already noticed the increasing rate of deformities in babies a few years ago and demanded that the government pay attention to it. But the government just fired him. The Academy of Life Sciences has been taken over by incompetent people, and the government is not willing to accept the responsibility. Academy of Sciences has been taken over by incompetence, and large sums of research funds have been divided up, etc. At a time when people were already in a state of fear and uncertainty about the future. This post immediately triggered people's emotions, causing their anger to be directed at the human government. After a week of things festering, even more drastic actions arrived. Countless people took to the streets with huge banners protesting against the government's inefficiency, corruption, and incompetence. This action was like a spark that instantly ignited the entire civilization. Similar actions erupted in almost every space base, every space carrier, and every surface city. In the face of this raging public opinion, Xinqing Yuan did not make the slightest action in response. Even when Zhao Yang, the head of the intelligence agency, came to report to him, saying that the clues had been completely interrupted, that a number of suspects had died strangely, and that the investigation had been temporarily halted, Xinqing Yuan's expression did not change. Although Xinqing Yuan clearly knew that these so-called public opinion attacks were merely appetizers, the enemy's tactics could not be only this much. A more ferocious attack must be waiting behind. Moreover, to be able to pick the recent period when his popularity had dropped drastically due to the suspension of the return voyage to launch a blatant attack, the enemy's intentions must be extremely great, and it was very likely that they wanted to drive themselves out of power. But Xinqing Yuan remained calm as usual. Zhao Yang, do you know why I have not failed no matter what kind of plots and tricks I have faced along the way? Zhao Yang looked respectful and shook his head slightly. It's because I never use plots and tricks. No matter what attacks I face, no matter what difficulties I face, I have never been upright. In front of the Yang conspiracy, what can a conspiracy be? Can my enemies not understand? Even if they can use conspiracy to drive me out of power, so as to steal the throne of the Fuhrer in the future, can they really use conspiracy to govern this entire civilization? Conspiracies after all, are only small ways. Zhao Yang, if you can't find out who's behind this, then stop investigating. Just let me see what other tricks they have, and what else will jump out. At that time, I'll let them see what the great power is, what the power of the light is. Zhao Yang looked at Shen Qingyuan's back, his gaze filled with reverence. In the beginning, it was because of this self-confidence. It was because of all this brightness and righteousness that he himself had become Shen Qingyuan's staunchest supporter. During this period of time, the main focus of your intelligence agency should be on cooperating with the police and security departments. You have to cooperate with them to maintain order within the civilization, and crack down on the criminal actions of fishing in troubled waters and robbing while the fire is still burning. Still, I firmly support reasonable demands within the framework of the law as well as reasonable expressions. But as long as one dares to break the law, no matter who it is, they will all be taken down. Yes, Führer. Go. Wang Hao hadn't left the biochemical lab for a long time. Ever since the lab was relocated to the capital city of the Blue Planet, and was equipped with a large number of supporting facilities, such as hospitals, canteens, dormitories, supermarkets, and so on. Wang Hao had been living and working in the lab. But today, Wang Hao left the lab and came to a nearby park. It wasn't that Wang Hao had anything to do, but he felt that burying his head in his work for a long time might not be conducive to solving problems. He needed an environment where he could meditate and think. So Wang Hao came out. However, Wang Hao's thinking did not go well. Just after leaving the lab, Wang Hao was very surprised to see that the small park, which he remembered as exquisite and quiet, had become cluttered at the moment. A large amount of debris was piled up on the ground, and more angry people gathered around a street speaker, shouting slogans along with the speaker's words. Wang Hao looked at this scene in amazement. His mind somewhat turned around for a moment, because in Wang Hao's memory, there didn't seem to be any major events happening recently. Even if something had happened, it had only been restricted to a very small circle and had not spread to the society. So Wang Hao stood far away and listened for a long time before he could roughly figure out what had happened. The news that the Bread Nebula can affect the neighborhood of a star system was spread? What? Academic corruption? Government inaction? Intentional concealment? Incompetence? How could this be? As the top head of the biochemical lab, Wang Hao had access to many secrets, and naturally knew that most of the street speaker's words were filled with delusional speculation and slander. Wang Hao attempted to go up to distinguish, but looking at the enraged crowd, he dismissed this intention again. Returning to the lab, Wang Hao rarely logged on to the extranet, and started flipping through some public forums to learn about some hot events that had happened recently. Until this time, Wang Hao didn't know what the public opinion of the external world was boiling over into. From these public opinions, Wang Hao keenly perceived a bit of a dangerous atmosphere. Panic and confusion were spreading uncontrollably, and the air of violence and despair was growing day by day. Yes, all the disputes and confusion were just appearances. The most fundamental reason lies in the fear of the future, the bewilderment, and the growing loss of hope. As long as the team of physicists led by Dr. Huang Yuan, or the team of biochemical laboratories led by himself, as long as one of the teams could come up with more significant progress, public opinion could be calmed down in an instant. This was because it would show the public that the elites of this civilization were solving the problem, and were capable of solving the incident. There was not just despair in the fate of the future. There was also hope. But unfortunately, it was impossible for either himself or Dr. Huang Yuan to come up with a solution in the short term. It was not about how strong one's resolve was. Scientific research was not something that could be brought to fruition with determination, or any kind of spiritual power. Natural science, never shifted by anyone's will. Wang Hao raised his head, his eyes already full of determination. I have the responsibility and obligation to find a way out for this civilization. The current situation has reached the tipping point of the outbreak, and it can no longer be delayed. At the time when I still didn't understand what was going on in the Raincloud ship, I could sign up to go there without hesitation. And now, when the civilization needs me, I won't value my own life either. I am not certain of seeking the correct answer, but I know that I have the highest probability of finding it by doing so. Then take a risk, at worst. It will result in nothing more than the loss of a life.